In the modern era, the brilliant physician Su Yue inexplicably finds herself transformed into a discarded concubine, awakening to the grim reality of being forced to drink poison as punishment for her former husband, the war god, to uphold his honor. What a farcical predicament! Faced with such an absurd demand, Su Yue boldly declares that not only will she marry, but she will also have her ex-husband personally escort her to the bridal sedan. With one hand earning a livelihood and the other exacting revenge on scoundrels, her life flourishes amidst the chaos. Yet, their initial agreement to part ways amicably and seek individual happiness is shattered when her former husband, the war god, becomes envious of her blossoming romance, disrupting her newfound happiness with his relentless pursuit. The noble and aloof prince of war, rather than seeking to win her heart, is either begging for a marriage proposal or en route to do so. Enraged, Su Yue warns, "Should you sever my ties to love once more, beware, for I shall send you straight to the underworld with a single needle." Yet, her ex-husband corners her, insisting, "Who do you intend to marry while carrying my child?" Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Cough. Su Yue sat upon the intricately carved bed of Zeton wood, clutching her bruised neck, her gaze wandering over the antiquated room and the sobbing maid kneeling before her, gasping for breath. She struggled to accept the bewildering reality of her transmigration. How could a mere car accident, where she bumped her head against the steering wheel, result in such a fate? If she were to transmigrate, could she not have at least been afforded a more respectable identity? Instead, she is now a discarded concubine, reviled by all, truly a cruel twist of fate. Having been in this new world for half an hour, she had yet to encounter anyone besides the maid, from whom she gleaned the details of her current predicament. The original owner of this body, also named Su Yue, was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Chongning. Tragically, her mother perished during childbirth, and her father remarried. Though she did not gain a stepfather, her situation was hardly better. The Marquis was often stationed at the border, rarely returning home. A year prior, the late emperor betrothed her to his beloved youngest son, the current war god, Prince Xiao Qingyi. However, her timid and clumsy nature rendered her unskilled in the arts, leading to the prince's disdain and his subsequent departure to the battlefield in frustration. A month ago, news from the border brought devastating tidings. Xiao Qingyi had been grievously injured in battle and lay in a coma. In a desperate bid to revive her son, the Dowager Empress hurriedly brought Su Yue into the household. However, on the day of their wedding, a message arrived from the battlefield announcing that Xiao Qingyi's injuries were a ruse, part of a cunning strategy to lure the enemy into a trap. The Emperor of Beiliang's brother had been slain, leading to a swift collapse of their army and a plea for peace. 3 days prior, Xiao Qingyi returned triumphantly, yet instead of consummating their marriage, he presented Su Yue with a divorce decree, casting her out of the royal residence. This union, bestowed by the late emperor, rendered the divorce a grave disrespect to his memory. Su Yue's maternal grandfather, a current censor, sought justice on her behalf, confronting Xiao Qingyi in the council hall, but to no avail. In a desperate act of defiance, he nearly met his demise before being saved at the last moment by a quick-thinking minister. Today marked the birthday celebration of the elderly matriarch of the Duke of Cheng'en's family. Both the matriarch and the first madam had left to offer their congratulations, leaving Su Yue anxious for her grandfather's well-being. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to slip out of the residence to visit him, only to be intercepted by a servant who insisted she attend the celebration. Unbeknownst to her, this was a ruse. Upon arriving at the Duke of Cheng'en's estate, she endured mockery and scorn before being hanged in the garden, disguised as a victim of disgrace. This infuriated the household, resulting in her confinement in this room. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a richly adorned yet stern-faced woman entered, none other than her stepmother, Lady Wang of the Marquis of Chongning. With a frigid gaze, she surveyed Su Yue, who immediately sensed the malice radiating from her. "How dare you seek death in the Duke of Cheng'en's estate? I shall grant you your wish." Two maids seized Su Yue, dragging her from the bed and forcing poison toward her lips. In a desperate struggle, she managed to knock the poisoned bowl from their grasp. As the shattered pieces lay scattered on the floor, the first madam scoffed, "Do you think shattering the bowl will spare you from death?" The maid advanced to administer the poison directly. Su Yue's heart raced with horror. Was she to be poisoned mere moments after her arrival? "Are you so eager to take my life? Today is a day of celebration for the matriarch. Do you not fear the calamity this may bring upon the Duke's household?" The mention of calamity caused the first madam to hesitate. Weighing the consequences in her mind, she realized that a life so worthless could be taken at any time without inciting the Duke's wrath. With a dismissive wave, the first madam ordered Su Yue's maid to release her. Su Yue collapsed to the floor, and the first madam looked down at her, proclaiming, "By bringing misfortune to the duke's estate, do you think the matriarch will protect you? Even if I allow you to leave, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow."
Su Yue merely smiled.
With her life spared for now, she resolved that the first madam would never again take it from her. After the first madam departed, the maid Xiaoyao helped Su Yue to her feet, and they made their way out. As they walked, the whispers and gossip of onlookers pierced her ears. Although Su Yue had anticipated this treatment, it still stung. She was merely a victim of circumstance, forced into a marriage with the prince by the late emperor. What fault was hers? The one who sought to divorce her was Xiao Qingyi, yet all deemed her deserving of scorn, insisting she should never show her face again after being cast out. As a fellow woman subjected to such injustice, she found no ally among them. Instead, they reveled in her downfall. The original owner had met her demise at their hands. These people were executioners. The timid merely murmured behind her back, while the bold openly scorned her, even insulting her. How can one be so base-hearted, ruining the joy of others simply because of their own misfortune? Su Yue halted, turning to them with a cold smirk. "And your foul mouth, how does it differ from a cesspool? You?" The girl was taken aback, rendered speechless by Su Yue's retort. Another observer chimed in. To be abandoned by the prince should inspire one to end their life in the royal residence, not to come to the duke's estate to hang. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face. Their words only served to further provoke Su Yue. Why should I be ashamed? It was the late emperor who betrothed me to the prince. If he deemed me worthy of such a match, then I am deserving of it. Or do you think the late emperor lacked discernment, even in his dying moments, seeking to ensnare his own son? At this, the girl fell silent, for the truth of the late emperor's decree was indisputable. Su Yue cast a piercing glance, her tone sharp and commanding. "Having been divorced by the prince, I shall henceforth sever all ties. I shall pretend I never graced his royal sedan. I shall not seek death over a man who fails to appreciate my worth. Mark my words. I, Su Yue, shall not only remarry, but will find a partner with whom I share a mutual affection, and he shall be the one to escort me to my wedding." With her bold proclamation echoing in the air, she stepped out of the Duke of Cheng'en's estate, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, sympathy washing over them. It seems the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning has not weathered the blow of rejection well. She may have lost her sanity. In the carriage, Xiaoyao, recalling Su Yue's public declaration, felt heat rush to her cheeks. "Miss, why would you say such things?" It was already enough of a mockery. Her words only added fuel to the fire. Su Yue sighed. "I had no choice but to speak. Now, everyone knows I will not take my life over the prince. Should I perish, it shall be at the hands of another." Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before realizing, this means the first madam can no longer force you to drink poison. Her worry dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. The joy, however, was short-lived as Xiaoyao realized that this was not the route back to the Chongning Marquisate. She lifted the curtain and called to the driver. "Where are you taking the young lady?" The driver, urging the horse-drawn carriage, did not turn his head, replying, "By the old madam's orders, I am to take the young lady to Guiyuan Temple for reflection." Chapter 2, Reflection As for the old madam's arrangement, Su Yue felt no dissatisfaction. She held no affection for the Chongning Marquisate. Ideally, she would prefer not to return. If she were unable to handle the mess left behind, escaping from the open grounds of Guiyuan Temple would certainly be easier than fleeing from the heavily guarded Marquisate. After a considerable time, the carriage halted before Guiyuan Temple. The sky was darkening, and there were few worshippers at the temple. As the carriage came to a stop, a young monk approached, bowing respectfully. "Is this the esteemed Princess Ming?" Xiaorao was at a loss as to how to respond. Had it not been for Su Yue's bold declarations at the Cheng'en Earl's residence, she might have dared to affirm it. However, with her young mistress having declared her intention to seek a new husband, Xiaoyao felt she could not accept the title of Princess Ming on her behalf. The young monk certainly had a knack for putting people in awkward positions. Although Xiaoyao felt a flicker of anger, Su Yue merely smiled, seemingly unconcerned, as if the news of her being dismissed had not yet reached Guiyuan Temple, despite its proximity to the capital. The young monk, undeterred, continued respectfully, "Knowing that Princess Ming would come, the temple has arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me." After disembarking, Xiaoyao assisted Su Yue down, and the two followed the young monk into the temple. They walked for a considerable quarter of an hour before stopping in front of a bamboo cottage. The cottage was elegant and tranquil, indeed a splendid place for reflection. Su Yue was quite pleased with the accommodation arranged by Gudyuan Temple. The young monk opened the door, and as Su Yue prepared to step inside, Xiaoyao pulled at her sleeve. Su Yue turned back, asking, "What is it?" Xiaoyao whispered, "We have been here before." Su Yue looked at her, puzzled, and Xiaoyao continued, "This is where the Prince Ming resides. It is never offered to outsiders." Her mistress had resolutely decided to wear the green cap on the Prince Ming's behalf. In his eyes, she probably did not even qualify as an outsider, but rather an enemy. Xiaoyao feared that if the prince were to discover they had entered his quarters, he might toss them out. Why had they been brought here? Since they had already separated, it would be best to avoid any further entanglements. Noticing Su Yue and Xiaoyao lagging behind, the young monk glanced back at them. Su Yue stepped forward, stating, "This is where Prince Ming resides. I have already divorced him, and it is inappropriate for me to stay here. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for me to have a different accommodation." Upon hearing Su Yue mention the divorce, the young monk showed no surprise. Instead, his expression turned troubled. "It was Master Daoyan who instructed me to bring you here. He is aware of your divorce and still made this arrangement." As for the reason behind this decision, the young monk could not say. He dared not disregard Master Daoyan's orders. With the task accomplished, the young monk quickly withdrew. Su Yue, unfamiliar with Master Daoyan, noticed Xiaoyao's astonished and incredulous expression, prompting her to inquire, "What has you so shocked?" How could she not be shocked? Xiaoyao swallowed hard before saying, "The old madam has long yearned for a string of rosary beads blessed by Master Daoyan, yet she has yet to fulfill that wish. How could he possibly concern himself with where you reside, my lady? Even if the emperor himself were to visit, Master Daoyan would not make such meticulous arrangements. Just how significant must our lady's standing be?" Xiaoyao's words indeed startled Su Yue, but with the young monk gone, her curiosity had no outlet. Furthermore, having not eaten for days and having walked for half a day, she was too weary to fuss about and simply wished to find a place to rest. This bamboo cottage, which she found particularly appealing, would suffice for the night. As for Prince Ming, if he objected to Master Daoyan's arrangements, he could take it up with him. Su Yue ascended the steps but paused after only a couple of paces, glancing back. Xiaoyao followed her gaze, asking, "What do you see, my lady?" Su Yue shook her head, replying nothing. She had just felt an unsettling gaze upon her, tinged with a hint of malice. Surely, it was a figment of her imagination. In the Prince Ming's residence, in a similarly styled bamboo cottage, a remarkably handsome man was engrossed in a book. His fingers, with their distinct knuckles, turned the pages with ease, evoking a sense of envy towards the text in his hands. A figure darted into the room, and the man did not lift his gaze from the book, inquiring, "Why are you back?" The shadowy guard replied, "My lord, Master Daoyan has emerged from seclusion." The man paused his page-turning for a moment before continuing, "He has come out earlier than expected. Not only has Master Daoyan emerged, but he also—" Before the guard could finish, the sound of footsteps interrupted him. He turned to see the Crown Prince of Ding, Xiaoqi, striding in with a playful demeanor, grinning at his lord. "It's a good thing you didn't go to the Qing'an Earl's residence today. Otherwise, you would have likely been infuriated." The man closed the book and set it aside, picking up a teacup and tossing out 3 words, "Get to the point." The Crown Prince lightly tapped his nose with a folding fan, stifling a laugh as he said, "Today's birthday banquet at the Qing'an Earl's was exceptionally lively. Your former wife, now a discarded princess, made a scene, publicly declaring that she has severed ties with you and that from this point onward, bridge and road shall part." The man sipping tea was none other than Prince Ming, Xiaoqi. He took a sip, his gaze darkening. "Indeed, she has severed ties with me. Such ties cannot simply be dismissed by mere words." The Crown Prince chuckled. "She has publicly declared her intention to seek a new husband and remarry moreover. To have her ex-husband personally escort her to the bridal sedan." Xiao Qingyi's eyes turned icy. The guard standing beside him, Qing Feng, interjected angrily, "She truly dares to think that way. What man would dare marry a woman dismissed by the prince?" The Crown Prince chuckled. "I cannot speak for others, but I know I would be one." Xiao Qingyi's gaze shot towards him, prompting the Crown Prince to cough lightly. "I would be half of one." Feeling he might be thrown out, the Crown Prince swiftly changed the topic, glancing around the room. "Why have all the furnishings, bed, couch, writing desk, and screen, been replaced? They haven't discarded everything just because the daughter of the Chongning Marquis came here, have they? This obsession with cleanliness is beyond cure." Xiao Qingyi was disinterested in matters concerning Su Yue. His focus lay on why Master Daoyan had emerged from seclusion early. He looked towards the guard. Please continue. What news of Master Daoyan? The guard responded, the Chongning Marquis has sent Miss Su to Guyuan Temple for reflection, and Master Daoyan has arranged for her to stay in your bamboo cottage. The crown prince, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat it out upon hearing this. Xiao Qingyi's expression turned deadly cold. Recalling the auspicious words Master Daoyan had provided for him and the daughter of the Chongning Marquis, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A night of restless sleep. As dawn broke, Su Yue felt utterly drained of energy. After her near hanging at the Qing'an Earl's residence, when Xiaoyao had rescued her, the force was insufficient, causing Su Yue's head to strike the stone. She had tossed and turned throughout the night, waking multiple times from the pain at the back of her head where it had hit the pillow, resulting in a sleepless night. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, Xiaoyao leaned in with eager anticipation. My lady, do you recall anything? Su Yue shook her head. Xiaoyao's face filled with guilt, her eyes reddening. It is all my fault. This was not her burden to bear, yet Su Yue could not articulate this, and instead continued to soothe her. Perhaps it will require more time to heal. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. As Su Yue prepared to rise, Xiaoyao hurried to assist her out of bed, helping her dress as she asked, I will return to the Chongning Marquis shortly to fetch some belongings. Is there anything you wish for me to bring? Having been sent to Guyuan Temple for reflection, Su Yue had brought no clothing with her, and she was uncertain whether anyone from the Chongning Marquis would send items for them. Even if they did, it was likely to be insufficient. Unsettled, Su Yue insisted that Xiaoyao return to retrieve their belongings. However, she was at a loss regarding what to bring. She simply remarked, you decide what to take, but ensure you bring plenty of money. At the foot of Guyuan Temple lies a bustling marketplace, where one can purchase whatever is lacking, provided they have sufficient funds. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoyao cautioned Su Yue, saying, my lady, your memory has yet to return, and you do not recognize anyone. Please do not wander off while I am away. I shall return before noon. Rest assured, I will not stray far, Su Yue replied confidently. With that assurance, Xiaoyao departed for the Chongning Marquis' residence. However, while Xiaoyao's notion of not wandering meant staying indoors, Su Yue's interpretation allowed her to remain within the confines of Guyuan Temple. No sooner had Xiaoyao left than Su Yue stepped outside. The breathtaking scenery of Guyuan Temple beckoned her to explore, and in high spirits, she ventured forth. Yet, after a brief period of wandering, she found herself exasperated beyond measure. In the modern era, the prodigious healer Su Yue unexpectedly finds herself transmigrated into the role of a discarded concubine. Awakening to the grim reality of being served poisoned wine as a means to uphold fidelity for her former husband, the war god, she scoffs at such an absurd demand. Undaunted, Su Yue boldly declares her intentions. Not only will she remarry, but she will also insist that her former husband personally escort her to the bridal sedan. With one hand engaged in earning a living and the other in punishing the scoundrels of her past, Su Yue thrives in her new life. However, despite their agreement to part ways amicably, her former husband, the war god, appears to have taken a wrong turn as he becomes increasingly entangled in her affairs, sowing seeds of chaos in her blossoming romance. The noble yet austere warlord is either seeking marriage proposals from her rivals or on the path to do so. Enraged, Su Yue warns, should you sever my ties once more, beware of my needle sending you to the netherworld. Yet her former husband corners her, demanding, who do you think you are marrying while carrying my child? Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Coughing softly, Su Yue sat upon an intricately carved Zeton bed, her hand pressed against the bruised skin of her neck, surveying the antiquated room and the sobbing maid who knelt before her. She struggled to accept the reality of her transmigration. How could mere whiplash from a car accident lead to such an otherworldly fate? If fate must intervene, why not grant her a more favorable identity? To find herself as a discarded concubine, one scorned by society, felt exceedingly cruel. Having been in this new life for half an hour, she had encountered no one but the weeping maid, from whom she gleaned the contours of her predicament. The original owner of this body, also named Su Yue, was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chongning. Tragically, her mother had perished from blood loss during childbirth, and her father, the Duke, remarried. Though she had a stepmother, the situation was far from ideal. The Duke spent most of his time at the border, seldom returning home. A year prior, the late emperor had arranged for her marriage to his favored youngest son, the current war god, Prince Xiao Qingyi. However, Su Yue's timid and unrefined nature, lacking any proficiency in the arts, had displeased the prince, who rejected the union and retreated to the battlefield in a fit of anger. A month ago, News arrived from the border that Xiao Qingyi had sustained severe injuries in battle, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. In a desperate bid to revive her son's spirits, his mother, the Empress Dowager, hastily brought Su Yue into the fold as his wife. Yet, on the very day of their wedding, a messenger arrived with news from the battlefield revealing that Xiao Qingyi's injuries were a ruse, part of a strategic ploy to lure the enemy into a trap. With the downfall of the northern Liang forces, peace was swiftly negotiated. 3 days prior, Xiao Qingyi returned triumphant, but instead of consummating their marriage, he presented Su Yue with a decree of divorce, thrusting it at her with disdain and demanding she leave the prince's residence. The union, bestowed upon her by the late emperor, rendered the divorce a profound disrespect to his memory. Su Yue's maternal grandfather, a prominent official, learned of the situation and sought to defend her honor by confronting Xiao Qingyi in the imperial council. However, his protest led to a near-fatal confrontation, only averted by the quick intervention of a fellow minister. Today marked the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Qing'an Marquisate, and both the matriarch and the First Lady had left to offer their congratulations. Concerned for her grandfather's well-being, Su Yue seized the opportunity to sneak out and visit her family, only to be intercepted by a servant who insisted she attend the birthday festivities at the Qing'an Marquisate first. Unbeknownst to her, this was a trap. Upon arriving, she faced ridicule and scorn, culminating in her being hanged in the garden, staged to appear as a suicide due to unbearable shame, infuriating the residents of the Marquisate, who then confined her to this room. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a lavishly dressed yet stern-faced woman, her stepmother, Lady Wang. With a cold glare, she stepped forward, and Su Yue felt the malice radiating from her. To dare seek death in the Qing'an Marquisate, I shall grant you that wish. With that, 2 maidservants roughly dragged Su Yue from the bed, forcing a bowl of poison towards her lips. In a desperate struggle, she managed to knock the bowl to the ground, shattering it. Lady Wang's chilling laughter echoed. Do you think breaking the bowl will spare you? The maidservants advanced once more, intent on feeding her the poison. Panic surged within Su Yue. Could she truly meet her end so soon after arriving in this world? Are you so eager to take my life? Today is a joyous occasion. Do you not fear bringing calamity upon the Qing'an Marquisate? The mention of calamity momentarily halted Lady Wang's intentions as she weighed the consequences. A life deemed worthless could be extinguished at any time, but provoking the Marquisate was a different matter altogether. With a dismissive wave, Lady Wang ordered the maidservants to release Su Yue, who collapsed to the floor. By bringing misfortune upon the Qing'an Marquisate, do you think the matriarch will protect you? Even if I were to let you leave, you would not see the dawn of tomorrow.
Su Yue chuckled softly.
With her life spared, she resolved that Lady Wang would never have the opportunity to claim it again. Once the stepmother departed, her maid, Xiao Yao, helped her to her feet, and they both stepped outside. As they walked, whispers and pointed fingers followed them, the cruel remarks piercing her ears. While she had anticipated this treatment, it still felt unjust. She was merely a victim of the late emperor's decree, yet the blame fell squarely on her shoulders. It was Xiao Qingyi who sought the divorce, yet the world deemed her deserving of scorn, relegated to a life of seclusion in the duke's estate. Among women, there should be solidarity against unfair treatment, yet they instead reveled in her misfortune, often mocking her openly. How can someone so vile as you, having been discarded by the war god, dare to show your face in public? You should have ended your life in the prince's residence instead of coming here to hang yourself. With a sardonic smile, Su Yue retorted, and you, with your filthy mouth, are hardly in a position to judge. The girl was momentarily rendered speechless, stunned by Su Yue's audacity. Another bystander chimed in, a woman abandoned by the war god should have the dignity to end her life rather than disgrace herself here. Why should I hide away in shame? It was the late emperor who bestowed the marriage upon me. If he deemed it fitting, then I am deserving of the war god. Are you suggesting the late emperor lacked foresight, even in his dying moments? The girl fell silent, for the truth of the emperor's decree was irrefutable. Casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, Su Yue declared with unwavering conviction, the war god and I have parted ways. From this moment forward, I shall treat it as if I have never set foot in his residence. I will not sully my spirit over a man who cannot appreciate my worth. I vow this day, I, Su Yue, shall not only remarry but will also find a love that resonates with my soul, with the war god himself escorting me to my wedding. With that proclamation, Su Yue strode out of the Qing'an Marquisate, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, a mix of pity and concern evident in their expressions. It seems the daughter of the Duke of Chongning has not withstood the blow of being cast aside. She must have lost her senses. Within the carriage, Xiaoyao, recalling Su Yue's bold declarations, felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Miss, why did you say such things?" The situation was already precarious. Her words only added fuel to the fire. Su Yue sighed. She had not intended to speak so boldly, but what choice did she have? "Now, everyone knows I will not take my own life for the war god. Should I perish, it will be at the hands of another." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyao's expression brightened. "In that case, the lady cannot force you to drink poison." The joy that had briefly blossomed soon withered away as Xiaoyao realized that this was not the route back to the Chongning Marquis's residence. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the driver, "Where are you taking the young lady?" The driver, urging the horse-drawn carriage, did not turn his head as he replied, "By the old lady's command, I am to escort the young lady to Guiyuan Temple for reflection." Chapter 2, Reflection Su Yue harbored no grievances regarding the old lady's arrangement. She felt no attachment to the Chongning Marquis's residence. In fact, it would be preferable to avoid it altogether. Should she falter in managing the mess there, escaping from the open confines of Guiyuan Temple would be far easier than fleeing from the tightly guarded Marquis's estate. After more than half an hour, the carriage came to a halt before Guiyuan Temple. The sky was growing dim, and the number of visitors at Guiyuan Temple had dwindled. As the carriage stopped, a young monk approached and bowed respectfully, asking, "Is this the esteemed Princess Ming?" Xiaoyao was at a loss for words, unsure whether to affirm or deny. Had it not been for Su Yue's bold declarations at the Qing'an Duke's residence, Xiaoyao would have readily acknowledged it. However, since her mistress had declared her intention to seek another worthy suitor, Xiaoyao dared not accept the title of Princess Ming on her behalf. The young monk's question was indeed awkward. Feeling a tinge of anger, Xiaoyao glanced at Su Yue, who merely smiled and appeared unfazed, as if the news of her being dismissed had yet to reach Guiyuan Temple, despite its proximity to the capital. The young monk, oblivious to the tension, continued respectfully, "Knowing that Princess Ming would arrive, the temple has prepared accommodations for you. Please follow me." After disembarking from the carriage, Xiaoyao assisted Su Yue down, and the two followed the young monk into the temple. They walked for a full quarter of an hour before stopping in front of a bamboo cottage. The cottage was elegantly tranquil, indeed an excellent place for reflection. Su Yue felt quite pleased with the accommodations provided by Guiyuan Temple. As the young monk opened the door, Su Yue stepped forward to enter but was halted by Xiaoyao, who grasped her sleeve. Su Yue turned back, asking, "What is it?" Xiaoyao whispered, "We have been here before." Su Yue regarded her with confusion until Xiaoyao continued, "This is where the Princess Ming resides, and it is never offered to outsiders." Her mistress was resolute in her heart to adorn the crown of another suitor, and in the eyes of the Ming prince, it seemed that Su Yue no longer even qualified as an outsider, but rather as a rival. Xiaoyao feared that if the prince discovered their presence here, he might cast them both out. Why had they been brought to such a place? Given that she had already severed ties, it would be best to avoid any further entanglements. Noticing that Su Yue and Xiaoyao had fallen behind, the young monk turned to look at them. Su Yue stepped forward and stated, "This is where the Princess Ming resides. I have parted ways with him, and it is inappropriate for me to stay here. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for another accommodation." Upon hearing Su Yue mention her separation, the young monk did not appear surprised. Rather, he displayed a hint of trepidation. "It was Master Daoyan who instructed me to bring you here. He is aware of your separation from the prince and deemed this arrangement appropriate." As for the reasoning behind this decision, the young monk could not say, for he dared not question the orders of Master Daoyan. Having delivered her, he promptly withdrew. Su Yue, unfamiliar with Master Daoyan, noticed Xiaoyao's astonishment and incredulity, prompting her to inquire, "What has you so surprised?" It was impossible not to be astonished. Xiaoyao swallowed hard before responding. "The old lady has long yearned for a set of prayer beads blessed by Master Daoyan, yet has never achieved that desire. It is astonishing that he would concern himself with such a minor matter as your accommodations. Even the emperor would not go to such lengths. How significant must your standing be for Master Daoyan to make such meticulous arrangements?" Xiaoyao's words indeed startled Su Yue, but with the guide having departed, her curiosity found no outlet. Additionally, having gone several days without food and having traversed so far, she felt utterly fatigued and simply desired a place to rest. This bamboo cottage appealed to her greatly, and she decided it would suffice for the night. As for the Ming prince's discontent with Master Daoyan's arrangements, if he had grievances, he could take them up with the master himself. Su Yue ascended the steps, but paused after merely 2 strides, glancing back. Xiaoyao followed her gaze, asking, "What do you see, my lady?" Su Yue shook her head, replying, "It is nothing." She had briefly sensed someone observing her from the shadows, even feeling a trace of menace. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. In the Ming prince's residence, within a nearly identical bamboo cottage, a remarkably handsome man was engrossed in reading. His fingers, elegantly knuckled, turned the pages with a casual grace that evoked envy towards the book in his hands. A figure darted into the room, and the man did not lift his gaze from the book. "What brings you back?" The dark guard inquired. "My lord, Master Daoyan has emerged from seclusion," the guard replied. The man paused in his reading for a brief moment before resuming his task. "He has emerged earlier than expected. Not only has Master Daoyan emerged, but he is also—" The guard's words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps, as the young master of the Ding Wang entered with a playful demeanor, smiling at his lord. "You are fortunate not to have attended the Cheng'an Duke's residence today, for you would likely have been infuriated." The man closed the book, setting it aside, and lifted his teacup, casting 3 words, "Get to the point." The Ding Wang's young master playfully tapped his fan against his nose, suppressing laughter as he said, "Today's banquet at the Cheng'an Duke's residence was particularly lively. Your former wife, the cast-off princess, made quite the spectacle, publicly declaring that she and you are no longer intertwined and that paths diverge henceforth." The man sipping tea was none other than the Ming prince, Xiao Qingyi. He took a sip, his gaze darkening. "Indeed, she and I are no longer intertwined. Such ties could not simply be severed by mere words." The Ding Wang's young master chuckled. She openly declared her intent to seek another suitor and marry again, and furthermore, requesting you, her former husband, to personally escort her to the wedding carriage. Xiao Qingyi's gaze turned icy. His guard, Qing Feng, interjected angrily, "How audacious she is! Who would dare to marry a woman dismissed by the prince?" The Ding Wang's young master chuckled. "I cannot speak for others, but I certainly could." Xiao Qingyi shot him a cold glance, prompting the young master to hastily add, "Half a person at least." Sensing he might be tossed out, the young master cleverly redirected the conversation, observing the furnishings in the room. "Why have all the decorations, the bed, the small couch, the writing desk, and the screen, been replaced? Surely, it cannot be that because the daughter of the Chongning Marquis once resided here, everything was discarded?" This obsession with cleanliness was beyond remedy. Xiao Qingyi was disinclined to discuss matters related to Su Yue. His primary concern was why Master Daoyan had emerged from seclusion early. He turned to the dark guard. "Continue. What transpired with Master Daoyan?" The guard replied, "The Chongning Marquis's daughter has been sent to Guyuan Temple for reflection, and Master Daoyan has arranged for her to stay in your bamboo cottage." The Ding Wang's young master, who had just taken a sip of tea, spluttered it out upon hearing this. Xiao Qingyi's expression darkened abruptly. Recalling Master Daoyan's earlier predictions regarding him and the Chongning Marquis's daughter, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A night of restless slumber passed. Come morning, Su Yue awoke feeling sluggish and devoid of energy. After Xiaoyao rescued her from hanging at the Cheng'an Duke's residence, her lack of strength caused Su Yue to strike her head against a stone. The previous night, as she turned in her sleep, the injured area met the pillow, and she was unaware of how many times she had awakened in pain. Restful sleep eluded her. Upon seeing her eyes open, Xiaoyao eagerly approached, her face filled with hope. "My lady, do you remember anything?" Su Yue shook her head. Xiaoyao's expression turned to one of guilt, her eyes reddening. "It is all my fault." Though the matter did not pertain to her, Su Yue could not explain and instead continued to reassure her. "Perhaps it simply requires more time to heal." Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. As Su Yue attempted to rise, Xiaoyao hastily assisted her from the bed, all the while helping her dress and inquiring, "I shall return to the Chongning Marquis's residence shortly to fetch some items. Is there anything you wish for me to bring back?" Su Yue, having been sent to Guyuan Temple for reflection and with no belongings in hand, was uncertain if anyone from the Chongning Marquis's residence would send her supplies. Even if they did, it was likely there would be omissions, so she felt uneasy and instructed Xiaoyao to return for her things. However, when it came to what to bring, Su Yue found herself at a loss, merely suggesting, "You decide what to take. Just make sure to bring plenty of money." At the foot of Guyuan Temple lies a bustling marketplace, where a sufficient amount of currency could procure anything one might find lacking. Xiaoyao acquiesced, and after finishing breakfast, she cautioned Su Yue, "My lady, Your memory has yet to return, and you do not recognize anyone. While I am away, please do not wander off. I shall return before noon. Do not worry. I will not stray, Su Yue assured her readily. With that reassurance, Xiaoyao departed for the Chongning Marquis's residence. Yet, while Xiaoyao's notion of not wandering meant remaining indoors, Su Yue's interpretation allowed her to explore the vicinity of Guyuan Temple. No sooner had Xiaoyao left than Su Yue stepped outside. The temple's breathtaking scenery beckoned her to wander, and with a heart full of joy, she ventured forth. However, it did not take long before her spirits were utterly deflated. Chapter 3. Bullying. Su Yue possessed no memories and recognized no one, yet there were many who recognized her. Those who did not hesitate to point fingers were not merely discussing her abandonment by the Ming Wang, but also the words she had carelessly spoken at the Duke of Cheng'en's residence. However, since Su Yue had the audacity to speak out, she was naturally prepared for the ensuing gossip and would not allow herself to be angered by such idle chatter. Her ire stemmed from her own misfortune. When in Rome, one must adhere to local customs. Upon arriving at Guyuan Temple, it would be remiss not to pay respects with incense. After leaving her bamboo dwelling, Su Yue first headed to the Xiong Bao Dian to offer her prayers, sincerely wishing to return as she had come. Once her prayers were concluded, she emerged from the main hall, ready to explore her surroundings. As she strolled along the left side of the hall, she admired the exquisite carvings and paintings of the Xiong Bao Dian, as well as the stone sculptures adorning the corridor. The lotus carvings were breathtaking, and she became momentarily entranced, failing to notice the water on the steps. Slipping as she descended, she tumbled forward. The steps were not high, just 3 in total, and a few steps down lay the corner of the corridor. Under normal circumstances, Su Yue would have steadied herself. Even if she had stumbled, the fall would not have been too painful. Yet, by sheer coincidence, just as she fell, a man happened to be passing by. He was strikingly handsome. His eyes like dark jade, tall and regal in his flowing black cloud-patterned robe that accentuated his beauty indescribably. An aura of aloofness surrounded him, and Su Yue was momentarily dazzled by his otherworldly appearance, forgetting to react as she careened towards him. Had he merely extended a hand to catch her, or even offered a slight support, she would have been spared her fall. Instead, upon recognizing her, a flicker of unmistakable disdain flashed in his eyes. Just as she was about to collide with him, he raised his hand and brushed her aside, sending her tumbling uncontrollably to the side, her forehead striking the lotus pedestal of the corridor. The pain made her see stars, and fury surged within her. She turned, exclaiming, "You!" Seething with rage. Su Yue thought it outrageous that he had not only refused to assist her, but had so brazenly disregarded her presence. That disdainful gaze, as if she were a plague. The man, utterly repulsed by her, offered no further glance and walked away, while his attendant coldly muttered, "Shameless. Shameless?"
Su Yue's temper flared.
And she quickly realized that this man's demeanor and appearance starkly contrasted with the rumors he had likely heard about her words at the Duke of Cheng'en's residence. He assumed she had intentionally lunged at him in a bid to cling to him. How absurd. Su Yue was not one to let misunderstandings slide. She pointed at the retreating figure and declared to the attendant, "Rest assured, even if I remain unmarried for life, I will never wed him." What sort of person does he think he is? Just because he possesses a modicum of good looks, he believes everyone is enamored with him. What good is beauty? I value intellect far more. How was I to know they would come around the corner? My eyes do not possess the gift of foresight. Fuming, her chest heaving with indignation, she noted the attendant's derisive glance before he departed. The pleasant mood she had felt while wandering was utterly shattered. With her spirit dampened, she turned back towards the bamboo dwelling, increasingly vexed by thoughts of what heinous crime she had committed to deserve such treatment. Was it a sin to be overlooked by the Ming Wang? Had the late emperor been so idle that he failed to inquire whether his son wished to marry before arranging a union? Even if time was short, surely he ought to have known that every child has their own fortune. Why meddle when one is nearing death? And now, her fate was intertwined with that of the unfortunate Su Yue, condemned to be the subject of scorn wherever she went. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Su Yue reminded herself that her body was her own, and it was not worth losing her temper over others. As long as she remained steadfast in her resolve, the true jest would ultimately fall upon the Ming Wang himself, the true architect of her misfortunes. After a period of self-reassurance, Su Yue's mood improved, and her steps lightened. Not far ahead stood a love tree adorned with red ribbons and wish tags, where many young women eagerly attempted to hang their tags. diligently picking them up when they fell, undeterred by failure. The joy of successfully hanging a tag was palpable. While those who failed appeared to anticipate a future without a beloved, a spectacle both humorous and poignant. Unconsciously, Su Yue found herself drawn toward the scene. The vendor selling the wish tags was an elderly woman who smiled warmly upon seeing Su Yue pass. "Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Duke of Chongning?" she inquired. Turning to face her, Su Yue detected no mockery in the woman's expression. Her demeanor was kind. "I am," she replied. The woman handed her a blank wish tag. "This tree is quite auspicious, dear girl. Perhaps you should try one." Su Yue shook her head, declining the woman's kindness. "I do not need it." Yet the woman insisted. Pressing the tag into Su Yue's hands, her voice thick with emotion. "5 years ago, my daughter was also cast aside by her husband. I nearly lost her to despair. But thankfully she remained loyal and devoted to her father and me. Last year, she married again and wrote to say she has blessed me with a healthy grandson. Your words at the Duke of Cheng'en's residence resonated deeply with me. I hope you find your heart's desire soon and marry a man who cherishes you. Unlike my daughter's husband, who, though they are happy, had to move far away to escape the gossip." Nearby, another woman, witnessing the vendor's kindness, deliberately pried at the woman's wounds. "Why was your daughter rejected?" Tears welled in the vendor's eyes, tinged with bitterness. "No children. She could not bear offspring." The questioner fell silent, retreating in embarrassment, leaving the wish tag behind. Overwhelmed by thoughts of her own daughter, the vendor's eyes shimmered with tears, touching Su Yue's heart. Unable to refuse the woman's goodwill any longer, Su Yue accepted the wish tag. The vendor wiped her tears and handed her a pen. Su Yue dipped the pen in ink and inscribed her wish on the tag, gently blowing to dry the ink before turning to gaze at the tree that had likely borne countless heartfelt wishes. It was said that a tag hanging high on the tree was the most potent, so Su Yue circled the love tree, selecting a place that felt right, and deftly tossed her wish tag into the air. Her eyes followed the tag as it soared past the trunk and fell, only to be caught by a hand with distinct knuckles. The man's hand obscured his face, preventing Su Yue from seeing his features. As she stepped closer, the man who had caught the tag raised his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and Su Yue's face paled. The man's expression hardened. This was none other than the insufferable man who had brushed her aside, causing her to hit her forehead, which still throbbed with pain. What an unfortunate coincidence! Within half an hour of her outing, she had encountered him twice. In a temple as vast as Guyuan, how could their paths cross so frequently? Su Yue approached him, extending her hand, irate. "Return my wish tag." His face was as cold as frost, his gaze fixated on the tag, which bore the inscription, "A lifetime, a pair." With a mocking smile, he retorted, "You think you are worthy?" Whether she was worthy or not was of no concern to him. How could one speak so cruelly to a woman when blessed with such striking looks? Not wishing to engage with him further, Su Yue lunged to reclaim her tag. However, she had underestimated the man's sheer malice. Just as her fingers grazed the tag, a sound of splintering would reverberated through the air. The tag was crushed in his grip. Seeing the fragments scattered at her feet, Su Yue's anger boiled over. "To bully a woman like this, are you even a man?" She glared at him, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp, and in that moment of connection, a chill ran through her veins. This man harbored more than mere disdain. He sought her demise. Alas! She did not even know his identity, yet his gaze was enough to convey that he was not someone she could afford to provoke. The best course of action was to keep her distance. Unconsciously retreating, Su Yue felt his murderous intent dissipate as he turned to leave, his attendant trailing closely behind. As the guard distanced himself, he cast a glance back, incredulous at the audacity of the woman before him. Given her actions towards his master, how could she dare to harbor hopes of a lifelong partnership? Had the House of Chongning not imparted any lessons on the virtue of a good woman not serving 2 husbands? It was a wonder his master had tolerated her for so long. The guard could no longer restrain himself and contemplated sending someone to eliminate her, lest his master eventually find himself in a compromising position. Chapter 4. Infuriated joyfully departing, he returned with a heart full of repressed anger. Back at the bamboo cottage, Su Yue poured herself 2 cups of tea, yet found no solace in them to quell her fury. After a second bout of vexation, she lost her appetite for lunch, barely finishing half a bowl of rice before setting down her chopsticks. Worry gnawed at her heart. The maid Xiao Yao had promised to return before noon, yet here it was, past midday, and she had yet to arrive. What if something had happened? After waiting for half an hour, Su Yu's patience waned and finally, Xiao Yao reappeared, dragging a plethora of bundles behind her as if she were fleeing from a calamity. Su Yu's eyes twitched at the sight, and the observant maid quickly noticed the bruise on Su Yu's forehead, gasping, "Miss, how did you injure your forehead?" The mention of this only fueled Su Yu's anger. It had been a mere accident. She felt no desire to elaborate further. Assuming the injury was from a mishap in the cottage, Xiao Yao said, "I brought some ointment. I shall apply it for you shortly. It will heal quickly." Taking the bundle from her hands, Su Yue casually inquired, "Why have you returned so late?" Xiao Yao set down the burden and poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it before responding, "I took a detour to the Gu family, which delayed me." The Gu family was Su Yue's maternal family. Just yesterday, she had intended to visit her grandfather, the elderly Lord Gu, but had been intercepted and taken to the Duke of Cheng'en's residence. Concerned for Su Yue's well-being, Xiao Yao had hastened her trip, eager to return quickly. What could have compelled her to visit the Gu family instead? Su Yue's apprehension grew, though she was uncertain why she had awakened in Su Yue's body. She understood that if she were to continue living as Su Yue, the grievances of Su Yue would also become hers, and her family would be hers as well. Noticing Su Yue's anxiety, Xiao Yao quickly assured her, "Do not worry, miss. All is well with the Gu family. Grandfather Gu's awakened last night. I visited because the third young lady and others were being excessively troublesome. I feared they would worry about you." In recounting the events, Xiao Yao's ire flared. The Gu family, unaware that Su Yue had been sent to the temple by the matriarch, feared she might be despondent enough to take her own life. Earlier that morning, her two cousins had gone to the Duke's residence to comfort her, but the third young lady had misled them, claiming Su Yue had been sent to the Jingxi temple. Hearing this, Su Yue's anger flared. Such malice was beyond comprehension. Her cousins had made a fruitless trip to the temple. But what gain would the third young lady have from this? Xiao Yao continued, "The elderly Lord Gu and the matriarch are quite concerned about you. Fearing you might be in despair, I wanted to inform them that you are not in search of death, but rather that you have been wronged. However, I feared this would only heighten their anxiety, so I refrained from revealing the truth." This was not the first time Xiao Yao had mentioned Su Yue being wronged. Upon awakening, she had dismissed it, but now, Su Yue asked, "Are you certain that my situation at the Duke's residence was a result of someone else's scheming?" Xiao Yao nodded earnestly, "I am certain." As she spoke, she produced a beautifully carved jade pendant from her pocket and handed it to Su Yue. The exquisite craftsmanship indicated its considerable worth. Su Yue gazed at Xiao Yao, who explained, "Yesterday, at the Duke's residence, you could not bear the stares and whispers of those people. I accompanied you to a quieter part of the garden, but was called away. When I returned, I found your embroidered shoe on the path, and this pendant was within it. When you were hung from the tree, you wore only one shoe. If you had intended to end your life, it is inconceivable that you would have worn only one." Su Yue inquired, "Why did you not mention the pendant yesterday?" With reddened eyes, Xiao Yao replied, "I attempted to speak several times, but everyone was convinced you had taken your own life, leaving me no opportunity to voice my thoughts. Having served beside you for many years and having gained some insight during my time at the Mingwang residence, I knew this pendant belonged to someone of significance. The madam would not aid you in seeking out your murderer. I intended to wait for the Lord's return to present it to him." Su Yue recognized Xiao Yao's loyalty and perceived her intelligence in safeguarding evidence. It was a pity her true master was so unfortunate, having met her demise at the Duke's residence. Yet, with evidence in hand, she could seek vengeance. Having assumed another's body, she owed it to the deceased to ensure they could rest in peace. Grateful for her outburst at the Duke's residence, Su Yue felt she had thwarted the madam's scheme to poison her and fabricate a narrative of suicide, simultaneously deterring those who sought her demise. She returned the pendant to Xiao Yao, who carefully stowed it away. Xiao Yao then began to sort through the various bundles she had brought back, ensuring not a single item was overlooked, including clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. Among them were 6 embroidered handkerchiefs. She had clearly followed Su Yue's instructions to gather as much as possible, including a considerable sum of money. Soon, a delicate money box found its way into Su Yue's hands. Eagerly, she opened it, only to be met with disappointment. Inside lay a few scattered silver coins, their total worth far less than that of the box itself. A dark line of frustration crossed her forehead as she shook the box, glancing at Xiao Yao. "I specifically instructed you to bring back a substantial amount of money. How could you return with so little?" Xiao Yao, with an expression of helplessness, sighed. "This is all the money the miss possesses." Su Yue was incredulous. This is all my money?
How can that be?
Xiao Yao explained. The second and third young ladies tricked you out of your money through various means, leaving you with only this. A buzzing sensation filled Su Yue's head. How is it possible to be left with so little? She found herself questioning how easily deceived the original owner had been to end up with so little. Xiao Yao added, I have a bit more money. As she spoke, she produced a bulging purse from her bundle and poured its contents onto the table. It was significantly more than what was in Su Yue's money box, along with a gold ingot and 2 gold seeds. Su Yue was astonished. Her maid was wealthier than she was. If this were to spread, it would surely be a source of laughter. Yet, she felt a surge of gratitude. It was no small feat for a maid to save money, and Xiao Yao's willingness to share it with her was a testament to their bond. Xiao Yao, sensing Su Yue's concern over the money, reassured her, though it may not be much, I have ensured you have everything you need. The Lord will return to the capital soon, and then you shall have money again. As a daughter cast aside, it was certain that her father, the Duke of Chongning, would return to the capital. However, the news of her being cast off was still en route to the border, and it could be some time before he returned. Having never worried about money in her past life, the prospect of enduring such poverty was unbearable. She resolved to seek opportunities to earn her own. Xiao Yao packed the silver back into the money box, saying, You have stayed indoors all morning. You must be feeling cooped up. Once the ointment is applied, I will accompany you to the market outside the temple for a stroll to lift your spirits. Though she had not been confined, she had certainly been enraged. When Xiao Yao offered to accompany Su Yue to the market, Su Yue refrained from mentioning her earlier outing, instead asking, You've just returned. Aren't you tired? Xiao Yao shook her head. I am not tired. She turned and retrieved a small vial of ointment from a floral pouch, applying it gently to Su Yue's forehead, which was still tender from the earlier injury. Once the ointment was applied, Xiao Yao produced a light blue veil from another bundle, presenting it to Su Yue. Those people are insufferable. Wearing this veil will help shield you from their gaze. What a considerate maid Xiao Yao was. Su Yue accepted the veil, and Xiao Yao helped her secure it in place. Su Yue adorned herself in a delicate light blue dress, her slender waist accentuated by the matching veil that cloaked her in an air of mystery. Her eyes sparkled with a vivacity that could bewilder even the peony, leaving one to ponder how the young lady seemed more vibrant after having faced death's embrace. Standing before the bronze mirror, Su Yue found herself increasingly enamored with her visage, yet perplexed by the original owner's lack of understanding. Despite being somewhat dull in temperament, this face was undeniably exquisite, delicate features and radiant charm. A beauty that was renowned in the capital. Yet, the Ming Wang seemed willing to forfeit a hard-won imperial edict and even relinquish military power to dismiss Su Yue. Raising the question, could he not simply allow her to exist as a mere ornament, even if he held no affection for her? Su Yue could not fathom that a man reputed to be a god of war would act so irrationally. Even without having seen him, she was certain the Ming Wang possessed numerous methods to discreetly rid himself of her, making room for another to take the position of Wang Fei. Yet, he chose to pay a steep price instead, suggesting there were undisclosed reasons, perhaps even conspiracies, behind his actions. As Su Yue drifted in thought, Xiao Yao called her name several times, waving her hand before her. My lady, what occupies your mind? Su Yue knew she could not share her musings with the maid. Taking a deep breath, she dispelled her troubling thoughts and brightened. Let us go to the market. Chapter 5. The Ming Wang, the master and servant, emerged from the bamboo cottage, making their way toward the market. They encountered many passers-by along the route, yet Su Yue was relieved not to overhear any gossip about her, which uplifted her spirits further. In the distance, she spotted the Tree of Fate and recalled the earlier unpleasant encounter. However, despite the discomfort, the kind matron and the fact that she had not paid for her wish token lingered in her thoughts. Xiao Yao, bring me 10 copper coins, she instructed. Xiao Yao, surprised, quickly retrieved the coins and asked, Are you wishing for something, my lady? Su Yue offered no reply, only saying, Wait for me here. Obediently, Xiao Yao complied, remaining behind as Su Yue approached the matron, placing the coins on the table. Thank you for your kindness earlier, dear lady. Though veiled, Su Yue had not changed her attire or appearance, and the matron recognized her immediately. She handed Su Yue another wish token, saying, Your previous token broke. Let me offer you a new one. Su Yue declined the matron's generous offer after expressing her gratitude, and turned to leave. Xiao Yao, puzzled, hurried to catch up. My lady, why did you buy a wish token only to refuse it? I've already made my wish, Su Yue replied vaguely. When did you do that? Xiao Yao inquired, even more bewildered. In my heart, Su Yue explained. A wish made in one's heart counts too. However, having paid for the token, the Tree of Fate would surely laugh at such a waste. Xiao Yao kept her thoughts to herself, believing that if 10 copper coins could bring her lady joy, it was worth it. Yet, she pondered whether to inform Su Yue that the Tree of Fate had witnessed at least 7 or 8 of her wishes hung upon its branches, none of which had come to fruition. Reflecting on the effort Su Yue had expended to hang her wishes, Xiao Yao concluded that it was better to let things be than to exhaust themselves further. Seeing Su Yue stride ahead, Xiao Yao quickly followed. With the veil on, Su Yue felt the world had become kinder to her. As she walked, no one pointed or whispered about her and the Mingwang's affairs. In high spirits, she admired the scenery until suddenly, Xiao Yao tugged at her sleeve. My lady. The third daughter of the Zhou family and the eldest daughter of the Zhao family from the Ministry of Rites are ahead. Su Yue looked up to see the 2 young ladies approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Upon recognizing their faces, Su Yue's brow furrowed. These were the very ladies who had mocked her at the Qing'en Beau's residence the day before, provoking her ire. She wondered if perhaps it was ill-fated to venture out today. It seemed that whenever her mood lifted, something unpleasant occurred. Though she wore the veil, she had not altered her dress or appearance, and thus hoped they might not recognize her. Determined to ignore them, she walked past with poise. However, after only a few steps, a voice called after her, "Stop." So much for anonymity. She had been recognized. Su Yue halted, and the 2 young ladies approached her, one of whom, Zhao Lin, smirked derisively at her veil. "Ah, Miss Su, are you so ashamed of your face that you must wear a veil to hide it?" Standing beside her, Su Yue, the third daughter of the Zhou family, remained silent yet wore an expression of mockery. Su Yue shot them a cold glance. Whether or not I have a face to show is of no concern to you. Never had she encountered such blatant provocation. What relation did her affairs with the Mingwang have to them? Zhao Lin and Su Yue had already suffered a public rebuke from Su Yue, which had left them in distress. With their parents' reprimands fresh in their minds, they sought solace at the Guthyuan temple, only to have their spirits dashed anew upon crossing paths with Su Yue. Their suppressed anger surged again, and they were determined to humiliate her in return. Yet, Su Yue refused to engage, offering only a casual retort that left them speechless. Frustrated, Zhao Lin twisted her handkerchief, conceding defeat, but Su Yue, more astute and eloquent, sneered. You may tarnish another's reputation, but we are indifferent to your words. The Mingwang, who repelled the northern Liang, is the god of war for our great Qi. We shall not allow you to sully his name, becoming a stain upon his illustrious life. Their glee was transparent, yet they cloaked it in a facade of righteous indignation. Su Yue found their claims laughable. The Mingwang himself disregarded her reputation when he discarded her. Why should she be burdened with preserving his name for eternity? Were their wits truly scrambled by a donkey kick? You. Su Yue's ire flared. The Mingwang should not allow you to leave the palace alive.
Su Yue laughed.
Her gaze fixed upon the embroidered handkerchief in her hand, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Alas, your revered Mingwang chose to let me go. Clearly, my life holds more value to him than the imperial edict he earned through bloodshed on the battlefield. How dare you compare yourself to an imperial edict? Zhao Lin exclaimed, disgust rolling off her. The Mingwang's mercy is a testament to his kindness. Su Yue turned her gaze toward her, amusement dancing in her eyes. You scarcely believe that yourself, do you? Zhao Lin, at a loss for a retort, resorted to personal attacks. I've never seen someone so shameless. No wonder the Mingwang cast you aside. Who would want to be chosen by the Mingwang?
Su Yue countered, här lågt är coin.
I am not the original owner. Easily brought to tears by mere words. The fact that the Mingwang does not want me does not anger me. Why are you so agitated? You should rejoice. If I do not vacate the position of Wang Fei, how will you seize your opportunity? May you find joy in marrying him soon. Zhao Lin and Su Yue exchanged glances, incredulous that Su Yue would wish for their union with the Mingwang. Her sincerity was palpable, making them question her sanity. The thought of marrying the formidable Mingwang, with his impeccable looks and valor, was indeed a tempting prospect. Noticing the 2 young ladies blushing with embarrassment, Su Yue turned to Xiao Yao and said, "Let us go. We must not disturb their daydreams." Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned before breaking into a radiant smile. Her lady, who had once sought death and lost her memory, had become remarkably adept at riling others. Watching the 2 ladies seethe with frustration, Xiao Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her. the corners of her mouth curling into an unyielding grin. As the two young ladies moved away, Zhao Lin, seething with anger, prepared to chase after Su Yue, only to be halted by Zhou Rui. Let her be, she can only act brazenly in our presence. There are many who will deal with her. Zhao Lin regarded Zhou Rui, who whispered a few words in her ear. To Zhao Lin's surprise, her rage dissipated, and she found herself smiling. Dare to mock them, and they shall wait. The marketplace is situated 100 meters away from Guthyuan Temple, bustling and vibrant, offering an array of goods that dazzles the eye.
Su Yue, Balv.
Spared herself considerable trouble but simultaneously invited a fair share of inconvenience, particularly when it came to savoring the various delicacies. She could only purchase them to enjoy later.
Xiaoyao,
Clutching a pile of pastries, pointed towards a nearby stall and exclaimed, "Today they are selling fuling cake." Last time, the young lady left disappointed for not getting any. Su Yue decisively urged, "Go buy some." Since it wasn't far, Xiaoyao didn't insist on dragging Su Yue along. Su Yue lingered, admiring the wooden carvings. When she inadvertently caught sight of that face, more enchanting than any celestial being, encountering the same scoundrel thrice in a single day was truly a stroke of misfortune. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring fiercely in his direction. Whether by coincidence or intuition, the man on horseback turned to meet her gaze. Across the sea of people, their eyes locked. Flames of fury ignited in Su Yue's eyes. The man's chiseled features glinted coldly in the sunlight. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Su Yue distinctly perceived the disdain and mockery in his gaze. Enraged, she instinctively clenched her fists. Spotting a slingshot on a nearby stall, along with pebbles for testing it, she seized the slingshot and aimed it at the man. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, having acquired the last pack of fuling cake, turned to Su Yue, eager to share her triumph, only to find Su Yue aiming a slingshot at someone. Upon realizing the target, Xiaoyao felt a wave of dizziness and hurriedly discarded her pastries, rushing forward to prevent her lady from courting disaster. Alas, it was too late. The stone flew true towards the man, and just as Su Yue anticipated a direct hit, he effortlessly caught the smooth pebble in his hand. His icy gaze swept over Su Yue, who remained undaunted and retaliated with a fierce glare before being pulled away by Xiaoyao, her strong maid. Once they were a considerable distance away, Su Yue snapped, "Why are you pulling me away?" Xiaoyao looked at her, her eyes glistening with tears, and trembled, "My lady, you cannot truly have lost your senses, can you?" Su Yue, drained, could hardly fathom why others would doubt her. Even this maid questioned her sanity. "I am perfectly fine." Xiaoyao, unconvinced, retorted, "Then why did you aim a slingshot at someone?" "Because I found him displeasing."
Su Yue lamented, regretting her aimlessness.
Xiaoyao nearly cried. "Do you realize who you targeted?" Su Yue was about to inquire if Xiaoyao knew the identity of that ill-tempered man when Xiaoyao's question confirmed her suspicions. "Who is he?" Xiaoyao replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He is the Ming Wang." Chapter 6. Harm that man is the Ming Wang. Su Yue felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, her mind reeling with the revelation. No wonder he had dismissively brushed her aside when she stumbled down the steps, and why his guards had scolded her for her audacity. It was clear now. She had foolishly walked into the line of fire, time and again. Previously, Su Yue had suspected that the Ming Wang harbored ulterior motives in wanting to sever ties with her, but now she was certain. What a dreadful fate intertwined their lives. With Xiaorao absent, she had inadvertently crossed paths with him twice, each encounter more unpleasant than the last. Had she known he was the Ming Wang, she would have avoided him altogether. The thought of using a slingshot against him, though she had missed, filled her with regret, almost bringing her to tears. Xiaoyao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a mix of fear and sympathy for Su Yue. Her lady must have suffered greatly at the hands of the Ming Wang, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so violently after sustaining an injury and failing to recognize him. Xiaoyao worried that her lady's words at the Duke of Cheng and S residence might have provoked the Ming Wang, yet before he could confront her, she had already instigated trouble with him. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Su Yue realized it was too late to avoid conflict. All she could do now was look forward. "Let us find another place to stay," she declared. "From now on, I shall avoid the Ming Wang at all costs, as far as possible." As she headed toward the bamboo house, Xiaoyao hurriedly followed, asking, "Are we really going to change our residence?"
"Yes," Su Yue affirmed.
Xiaoyao recalled the words of the old Master Gu, who had advised against it, saying, as long as the young lady stays in the bamboo house for a day, no one would dare lay a hand on her. Xiaoyao's words halted Su Yue in her tracks. In her eagerness to sever ties with the Ming Wang, she had overlooked those who might truly wish her harm, like the First Lady or the owner of that jade pendant, not to mention the Ming Wang himself. The one who arranged her stay in the bamboo house was Master Daoyan. If anything were to happen to her there, he would undoubtedly intervene. Furthermore, the Ming Wang, as a guardian of his territory, could not allow a death on his grounds without discovering the culprit, as it would tarnish his reputation as a war god. With both Master Daoyan and the Ming Wang as her protectors, those who sought her demise would have to carefully consider their actions, weighing the risks of their plots against the potential consequences. Having been sent to Guiyuan Temple for reflection, Su Yue had not considered the implications of her situation, but now, she felt a chill creep down her spine. Surely, she was overthinking. The old lady had sent her to Guiyuan Temple merely for contemplation, not because she had angered the Ming Wang. Upon returning to the Duke of Cheng and S residence, the First Lady would not dare to take drastic measures against her, and sending her here to be harmed was out of the question. The decision to place her in the bamboo house was not indicative of a desire for her demise. Rather, it stemmed from a wish to save a life, which was more virtuous than building a pagoda. Yet, as these thoughts surged within her, they could not be suppressed. Noticing her silence, Xiaoyao inquired softly, "My lady, do you still wish to change? Changing won't save my life. What good would it do?"
Su Yue replied vehemently.
Unafraid of death, she thought that if it meant returning home, she would embrace it sooner than anyone else. Until she discovered how to return, she needed to cling to her life. With heavy steps, Su Yue approached the bamboo house. Along the way, she encountered the young monk Jing Si, who had guided them yesterday. Xiaoyao stepped forward to greet him, asking, "Has the Ming Wang come to Guiyuan Temple? Did he order us to move out?" The young monk hesitated. Su Yue raised an eyebrow. Monks should not speak with deceit. The young monk, having only recently taken vows, still bore traces of worldly attachment, and his face flushed as he admitted, "The Ming Wang indeed expressed discontent regarding your stay in the bamboo house. But Master Daoyan did not give me the opportunity to speak, saying we would discuss it in a few days. So, they would not be expelled in the coming days." Xiaoyao rejoiced. "When you see the Ming Wang, please convey to him that we won't damage his belongings." The young monk replied, "Even if you did, it would not matter." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yu's eyes. Was the Ming Wang truly so accommodating? She found it hard to believe. Having only encountered him 3 times, and he did not appear to be someone who would tolerate nonsense. Just as she pondered, the young monk shook his head, saying, "The Ming Wang declared he would burn down the bamboo house and rebuild it." In an instant, Su Yu's face turned a shade of green with anger. She had never encountered someone so vindictive. After merely residing in his bamboo house for a few days, he threatened to incinerate it. What had she done to provoke such animosity? If it were merely because of her words at the Duke of Cheng and S residence, then he should have simply refrained from divorcing her, allowing her to remain in the inner courtyard. Why all this trouble? If he did not want her, yet forbade her from remarrying, how tyrannical could he be? Su Yu's anger surged, causing her chest to ache. Initially, she had resolved to avoid Ming Wang in the future, but now she had changed her mind. It would be best for Ming Wang to steer clear of her, otherwise, she would ensure he experienced the formidable skills of a modern physician, adept in both healing and poison. After taking several deep breaths to quell her fury, she heard the foolish question from Xiaoyao, asking if they would abandon everything in the bamboo hut. The young monk remained silent, his expression clearly indicating the obvious. Very well. Su Yue gritted her teeth in frustration, declaring that she would no longer reside in the bamboo hut and demanded to be moved elsewhere. Xiaorao tugged at Su Yu's sleeve, urging her not to act impulsively, for nothing was more crucial than preserving one's life. Su Yue understood that the bamboo hut was her protective talisman, yet she could not swallow this humiliation. Noticing Su Yu's rising anger, the young monk awkwardly remarked that tomorrow was the first day of the month, and many distant pilgrims had filled the meditation rooms. Some were even sharing rooms, leaving no space to accommodate her. Moreover, it was the arrangement of Master Daoyan, who had never concerned himself with such trifles. His actions must hold deeper significance. The young monk, fearing Su Yue would insist on changing rooms, hurriedly departed. With no other options, Su Yue returned to the bamboo hut, her anger festering within her. Xiaoyao, witnessing her distress, felt fearful. Although Su Yue had exhibited temper before, Her fury was magnified after her injury. The intensity of her rage was such that she could ignite the hut without Mingwang needing to set fire to it. In a fit of anger, Su Yue nearly packed her belongings and left, but ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. Until she had the ability to protect herself, her pride was a luxury. After all, Mingwang owed her this, for it was not her desperate desire to marry him. Rather, it was a decree from the late emperor. Throughout the afternoon, Su Yue remained within the bamboo hut, having not rested well the previous night. Coupled with a day filled with ups and downs, she felt utterly exhausted. After partaking in the evening meal, she washed up and retired early to bed. Waking at the crack of dawn, Su Yue found herself unable to return to slumber. After tossing and turning until the sky brightened, she finally decided to rise. Xiaoyao, her maid, had awakened even earlier, washing and hanging their clothes from the night before and brewing tea. Seeing Su Yue emerge, she quickly approached, advising her that it was still early and suggesting she rest a little longer, as they still had half an hour before breakfast. Su Yue's gaze was drawn to the distant mountain shrouded in mist, and she casually remarked that she could not sleep, so she would take a walk. Since being sent to Guyuan Temple for reflection, Xiaoyao had been her sole attendant, following her wherever she went. As they ventured outside, Xiaoyao cautioned her against wandering into the cold, dewy forest, advising that they should wait for the sun to rise before exploring. Unperturbed, Su Yue continued her path. And though Xiaoyao dared only to offer a single piece of advice, she ceased her urging when Su Yue remained resolute. With newfound enthusiasm, Xiaoyao informed her of a nearby orchard, recalling a time in spring when they had admired the blossoms. Last time, while accompanying the old lady to pay respects, they had noticed the trees heavily laden with fruit, though it remained uncertain if they were ripe enough to eat. The thought of the sweet and sour fruits made Xiaoyao's mouth water, and Su Yue's interest piqued, causing her pace to quicken. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard, only to find that the fruits were still green and inedible. Undeterred, Xiaoyao plucked a plum, took a bite, and instantly grimaced from the sourness, prompting Su Yue to chuckle in amusement. Realizing the plums were unpalatable, Xiaoyao's attention shifted to the apricot trees, known to ripen earlier. She dashed toward them, while Su Yue became engrossed in the herbs growing at her feet, preparing to dig them up when Xiaoyao's startled voice called out to her, urging her not to approach. Chapter 7. Recognition. Despite Xiaoyao's warning, Su Yue was drawn to the sound of her voice, moving towards it without hesitation. From a distance, she spotted Xiaoyao crouched in a tree, her face pale, seemingly too frightened to descend. Su Yue frowned in annoyance. How could she not come down? Xiaoyao quickly shook her head, pointing into the distance. Turning to look, Su Yue saw a man lying beneath the tree, unconscious, his fate uncertain. Without a second thought, Su Yue approached, but Xiaoyao cried out in alarm, warning her that encountering a dead body in the morning would bring misfortune for the entire day. Su Yue dismissed such notions. What if he were still alive? She quickened her pace, causing Xiaoyao to forget her fear, sliding down the tree trunk but landing awkwardly on the ground. Gasping in pain as she rubbed her backside while chasing after Su Yue. Upon reaching the man, Su Yue observed that he wore a silver mask, obscuring his features, and was clad in a dark, ornate robe, understated yet exquisite. His lips were tinged with purple, a clear indication of poisoning, severe poisoning at that. First, she checked his pulse. Then Xiaoyao rushed over, asking if he was still alive. Su Yue confirmed that he was not yet dead. Xiaoyao proposed seeking help, but Su Yue stopped her, explaining that there was no time to waste. If they did not act immediately to counteract the poison, it would reach his heart within moments, leaving even the gods unable to save him. Su Yue instructed Xiaoyao to retrieve the herb she had just begun to dig up. Xiaoyao hesitated, surprised that Su Yue recognized the herb. However, Su Yue urged her to hurry. Although puzzled, Xiaoyao was obedient and promptly complied. As Xiaoyao rushed off, Su Yue focused on the man, noting the injury on his shoulder. She tore open the fabric of his robe, but the high quality of the fabric made it difficult, and the man was too weak to assist her. With a determined effort, she managed to wake him, causing him to groan in pain. Upon seeing Su Yue, a flash of malice flickered in his eyes, but she remained oblivious. Summoning all her strength, she finally tore the fabric away, revealing a wound where dark blood seeped out. He had clearly been struck by a poisoned dart and had likely taken an antidote, or he would have succumbed to the poison by now. As Su Yue studied him, she noticed his unmasked disdain, which struck her as familiar. Even on the brink of death, he dared to look down on her? How ungrateful! She had intended to save his life, but now her patience waned. "Do you know me?" she exclaimed. He disregarded her, attempting to rise, but the depth of his poisoning rendered him too weak. He collapsed again as Su Yue reached out to assist him, only to have him brush her off weakly. Muttering that he did not need her help, Su Yue's temper flared, and she stood up, frustrated that he was ungrateful for her efforts to save him. Having never encountered such a reckless individual, she turned to leave but paused after a few steps. As a person of medical ethics, saving a life was worth more than any accolades. How could she, a doctor, lower herself to the level of a patient? The world revered the name of the warrior. Yet they held prejudices against her, a woman discarded by a hero. If she wished to establish herself here, she must first change their perceptions of her. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue calmed herself and turned back. The man was on the verge of unconsciousness, struggling to remain awake. She knelt beside him, tearing his robe further to expose the wound. His pallor was slightly alleviated by a hint of color as he prepared to express his anger, but before he could, Su Yue leaned in to extract the poisoned blood from his shoulder. He froze, momentarily stunned by her actions. With each sip of poison drawn, she expelled it. Just then, Xiaoyao returned with the herb, witnessing the scene and standing in shock, unable to believe her eyes. She rushed over, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you doing?" Xiaoyao was nearly fainting at the sight. How could a man and woman engage in such intimacy? Where can one find a maiden so devoted to saving others? Su Yue spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, the crimson hue stark against the earth. She then cleared her throat to avoid succumbing to poison and extended her hand, requesting the herbs. Though Xiaorao disapproved of Su Yue's method of rescue, she hurriedly handed over the medicinal plants. Su Yue received the herbs, plucked the leaves, and crushed them with a stone. She then fashioned a poultice with her embroidered handkerchief and offered it to the man, saying, "I possess no silver needles to draw out the toxic blood, but I can counteract the poison temporarily. This should suffice until you can seek a physician." The man's gaze remained fixed on Su Yue's face, and the disdain in his eyes was overshadowed by an inscrutable darkness. As she brought the remedy to his lips, he consumed it. Su Yue discarded the handkerchief onto the ground and reached for the man's mask, only to be thwarted by his hand. "Surely, I deserve to know whom I am saving?" she inquired. After absorbing most of the toxic blood and suppressing the venom, the man regained some strength and struggled to rise. In truth, Su Yue was not particularly interested in his appearance. He lay there masked, and who knew what mischief he had been up to at such a late hour. She feared that knowing too much might lead to her silencing. Her irritation stemmed from the fact that he recognized her, while she remained oblivious to his identity. The man stumbled away, and as he moved a few paces further, Su Yue recalled her unspoken words. She called after him, "If the physician cannot alleviate your poison, bring a silver needle and 1,000 taels in silver notes to find me." The man paused momentarily, but did not turn back. He simply continued on his way. Su Yue clapped her hands, and as she turned, she found Xiaoyao staring at her, wide-eyed. "Miss, you can save people?" From the moment Su Yue decided to assist the man, she had prepared herself to reveal her true self. Yet the reality of it all stirred a complex emotion within her. Although her heart was tumultuous, her face remained calm, and her tone casual. "Is that so strange?" Xiaoyao's surprise was palpable. Had she overreacted? Was this not peculiar? Noticing Xiaoyao's gaze, Su Yue remarked, "Reading more will enlighten you." Xiaoyao understood the value of knowledge, but countered, "But miss, you do not love to read." The attempt at persuasion fell flat. However, Su Yue is no ordinary person. She held her head, turning to Xiaoyao. "If I do not enjoy reading, how do I know this?" As the words left her lips, Su Yue felt she had perhaps gone too far. Yet it was preferable to let Xiaoyao ponder the answer rather than exhaust herself trying to convince her. After all, Xiaoyao was easily swayed, believing whatever her mistress said due to her amnesia. Xiaoyao was initially bewildered, then her face clouded with concern. "Miss, you've injured your head and have not seen a physician. I shall find one for you shortly."
Su Yue playfully tapped Xiao's forehead.
"Now that I can save others, why would I need a doctor?" Xiaoyao was about to protest when Su Yue interrupted. "Is my current state not sufficient?" Xiaoyao nodded, but then shook her head. "It is well, but ailments must be treated. Ignoring minor issues leads to greater troubles." Rather than rejoice in her mistress's newfound cleverness and bravery, she would prefer Su Yue to be free of pain and live a life of peace. Su Yue felt a surge of gratitude, but she truly lacked the power to restore her original self. For now, this would have to suffice, and they would return. Chapter 8. Seeking trouble upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Su Yue sipped a cup of tea, and shortly thereafter, Xiaoyao brought breakfast. The two sat down together to eat. After finishing their meal, Su Yue rested for a while, but boredom compelled her to go for a stroll. As she descended the steps, Xiaoyao secured the door and followed closely behind. Yesterday, 2 of our cousins were sent to Jingxi Temple. Today is the first day of the month, and many people are visiting Gudiyuan Temple to pay their respects. I wonder if they will come looking for you. Xiaoyao hoped they would, and Su Yue too wished to see her maternal grandfather and 2 cousins, who had once caused quite a stir. As Su Yue approached the courtyard gate, she heard footsteps approaching. Through the bamboo fence, she spotted an elderly woman accompanied by 2 maidservants. Initially, Su Yue assumed they were merely passing by, but as they pushed the door open and entered, she suspected they were sent by the Longning Marquis's household to monitor her. To her surprise, the elderly woman sneered. I thought it was merely a rumor that the county princess was barred from coming, yet here you are, Miss Su, truly residing at the Prince of Ming's place. They were not from the Longning Marquis's household. Su Yue frowned slightly, while Xiaoyao tugged at her sleeve, her voice trembling. Miss, they are Granny Li and her maidservants from Princess Annal's side. Princess Annal was the daughter of the Princess of Qingyang, the current emperor's maternal niece, and the favored granddaughter of the Empress Dowager, adorned with immense privilege and affection. Since the late emperor betrothed Su Yue to the Prince of Ming, Princess Annal had sought to provoke her, deriving amusement from her embarrassment. In the month since Su Yue's marriage, she had yet to see her husband, but had encountered Princess Annal almost every few days. Princess Annal believed Su Yue unworthy of the prince and constantly sought to belittle her, leaving Su Yue trembling at the mere thought of the princess's arrival. Granny Li's gaze was sharp as she regarded Su Yue. After being cast aside by the Prince of Ming, instead of reflecting in the Longning Marquis's household, you wander about brazenly, even going so far as to publicly declare your intentions to remarry and expect the prince to escort you. How shameless! Throw away their belongings. Granny Li commanded, and her 2 maidservants advanced toward the bamboo cottage. Su Yue's voice rang coldly. Let us see, who dares to throw away my possessions? A flicker of surprise crossed Granny Li's features. She had not anticipated Su Yue's newfound boldness. No wonder others speculated she had lost her sanity. It seemed the prince's rejection had struck her deeply. Granny Li's expression hardened. It seems Miss Su has grown quite bold in my absence. But let me advise you, it would be best to take your belongings and leave. You know the consequences of provoking the county princess. To hell with the county princess.
Su Yue retorted.
I have already offended the Prince of Ming. Why should I fear a mere county princess? With debts piled high, there was no fear of lice. Her icy gaze swept over Granny Li. If even your Princess Annal knows I reside in this bamboo cottage, do you think the Prince of Ming is unaware? Her words successfully deepened the frown on Granny Li's face. Standing beside Su Yue, Xiaoyao raised her chin defiantly. It was Master Daoyan who allowed my lady to stay here. Granny Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Su Yue smiled, though the mirth did not reach her eyes, shrouded instead in a thin veil of frost. I have said what I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Granny Li believed the Prince of Ming was informed of the situation, but she could not fathom that Master Daoyan would orchestrate such an arrangement. More importantly, before her arrival, she had assured the county princess that if Miss Su truly resided with the prince, she would ensure her expulsion. To return empty-handed after being subdued by a few of Miss Su's words would surely incite the princess's ire.
Granny Li regarded Su Yue, her expression darkening. Miss Su.
How audacious of you to use Master Daoyan's name to deceive us. Today you shall leave, whether you wish to or not. Granny Li signaled her 2 maidservants, who prepared to barge into the bamboo cottage to dispose of Su Yue's belongings. Xiaoyao, in a state of panic, rushed to Su Yue's side. Get a broom. Chase them out. At Su Yue's command, Xiaoyao hurried to fetch a broom. Though she was Su Yue's chief maid, her promotion had only come 2 days prior to Su Yue's wedding, as the Prince of Ming, Xiao Qingyi, had been gravely injured and unconscious at the border. Su Yue's marriage was meant to bring good fortune, and the senior maids knew that accompanying her to the prince's residence would not bode well. With the savings she had accumulated over the years, she bribed a stewardess close to the lady of the house, who, unwilling to lose a valuable servant, promoted 2 second-tier maidservants instead. With the broom in hand, Xiaoyao advanced toward the 2 maidservants, who, upon being struck, cowered and fled toward Granny Li for shelter. Though Su Yue had no recollection of the grievances inflicted upon her and her maid by Princess Anil, Xiaoyao remembered vividly. She had long desired to confront them but lacked the courage. After all, even if they were associated with Princess Anil, they were merely a few servants, daring to bully her mistress without recognizing her status. The broom wielded by Xiaoyao struck towards Granny Li, who was taken aback by Xiaoyao's audacity. Without dodging, she received a solid blow from the broom, yelping in pain. Xiaoyao chased them around the courtyard, her broom never missing its mark, leaving Granny Li and the two maidservants in disarray. Seizing the moment when Xiaoyao grew weary, the three hastily fled through the courtyard gate. Xiaoyao relished the moment. It alleviated much of the pent-up anger she had accumulated over the past month. Yet, once the dust settled, a wave of trepidation washed over her as she gazed at Su Yue, her voice quavering with anxiety. The county princess Anil had a notorious temperament and was favored by both the emperor and the empress dowager. Those who had struck her would surely not escape unscathed. Su Yue understood that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. By striking Granny Li and the two maidservants, she had undoubtedly insulted the county princess Anil, who would certainly seek retribution. However, Su Yue held no regrets. The master Daoyan had been invoked, and they had dismissed her claims as lies, insisting on throwing her belongings out. Allowing such treatment was too much to endure. Besides, even if she refrained from retaliation, the county princess would not spare them. They were already adversaries, so why not strike and vent her frustration? Noticing Xiaoyao's worry, Su Yue reassured her, declaring that it was of little consequence. The first person who would not spare her was Prince Ming. In comparison, the county princess Anil was hardly a threat. Xiaoyao, comforted yet tearful, lamented that things were not as simple as Su Yue imagined. This was hardly consolation. It felt more like resignation to despair. Nonetheless, the deed was done, and there was no retrieving the broom that had already been swung. With thoughts of retaliating against the county princess, Xiaoyao's spirits lifted again, regardless of future repercussions. At least they were joyful in the present. Meanwhile, the county princess Anil was leisurely wandering about accompanied by Miss Zhou San and Miss Yaoda. Upon observing the disheveled state of Granny Li and her companions, her face turned ashen. Who had the audacity to lay hands on you?
Granny Li,
Touching her bruised eye, reported. It was Miss Su and her maid. Zhao Lin and Zhou Rui exchanged glances, both perceiving that Su Yue was courting disaster. The county princess had long harbored disdain for her. Now, it seemed, she would not hesitate to annihilate her. The county princess could hardly believe it. She dared to strike you. Granny Li nodded. A glint of malice flashed in the county princess's eyes as she prepared to confront Su Yue, but Granny Li interjected, urging her to calm down and not jeopardize her health. Rumors were circulating that Miss Su had been driven mad by the events, and it was likely true. The one who arranged for her stay in Prince Ming's bamboo house was Master Daoyan. The prince had turned a blind eye, so why must the county princess act rashly? There would be ample opportunity to confront her later. The prince had relinquished his military power to divorce her, merely allowing her to reside in the bamboo house for a few days. He would never take a liking to her. Granny Li, having suffered greatly, was hesitant to let the county princess confront Su Yue. Zhou Rui and Zhao Lin also refrained from inciting her, urging the county princess to quell her anger. After all, they had been the ones to inform her of the incident, and allowing Su Yue to remain in the bamboo house for as long as possible would only lead to the prince's growing disdain for her. After much coaxing, the county princess's fury subsided somewhat. Inside the bamboo house, Su Yue sat sipping tea, awaiting her encounter with the county princess. The commotion had stolen her desire to leisurely wander. As she drank, Xiaoyao fidgeted restlessly. The county princess, of noble status and accustomed to being surrounded by attendants, would likely bring a retinue to the temple. With only Xiaoyao by her side and nothing else in the courtyard but a broom, they had the upper hand. Should the county princess's entourage arrive prepared, it would be they who suffered the consequences. As they waited, Xiaoyao began to feel a little more at ease. But the moment she thought the county princess might not come, footsteps echoed outside. Xiaoyao's heart raced, and she hurried out, soon exclaiming joyfully, "Miss, it's our elder cousin and second cousin." Chapter 9. A serious illness. In the days that followed, Su Yue learned much about the original owner's affairs from Xiaoyao. If there were anyone in the world who cared for Su Yue without seeking anything in return, apart from her father, the Marquis of Chongning, Su Huaichen, and her elder brother, Su Yuandan, it was her maternal grandfather's family. In protest against Su Yue's dismissal, her grandfather, Old Master Gu had banged his head against a pillar in the council hall, rendering himself unconscious for several days. The thought warmed Su Yue's heart. Considering her two cousins had braved the journey to see her despite the turmoil caused by Su Mei and her ilk at Jingxi Monastery, she was at a loss for words. Rising to greet them, she found two young maidens standing at the open courtyard gate, both around 15 or 16 years old, with striking features. One was clad in a verdant gown, resembling a delicate lotus flower with willow-like brows and snowy skin, Miss Gu Tong, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, who was half a year younger than Su Yue. The other appeared slightly younger, with an oval face, rosy lips aglow, graceful and elegant, and was Miss Guing, who would come of age next month. Upon seeing Su Yue, Guing waved eagerly, but remained at the gate. Su Yue approached, smiling at Guing, and reproached Xiaoyao for not inviting them in. Xiaoyao explained, "I did invite them, but the two cousins refused to enter." Su Yue turned to Gu Tong and Guing, about to mention that Master Daoyan had arranged for her stay here, permitting her to entertain guests. However, Gu Tong interjected, "We would rather not enter. Grandfather is quite proud. If it weren't for your safety here, he would not want you entangled with Prince Ming any longer. There's a pavilion over there. We can speak there just as well," Gu Tong said, and as she spoke, Gu Ying had already taken Su Yue's hand, leading her toward the pavilion. Once inside, Su Yue inquired, "How is grandfather?" Gu Ying shook her head, about to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Gu Tong. "Grandfather is well," Gu Tong stated. Noticing Gu Tong's protective gaze towards Gu Ying, Su Yue urged, "Speak to me honestly." Gu Tong's eyes reddened, yet she remained silent. Su Yue then turned to Gu Ying, who held back tears, struggling not to let them fall. Although grandfather has regained consciousness, his condition is dire. He has been vomiting everything he eats. Both doctors and physicians have examined him, but he cannot keep down medicine either, and his health is only deteriorating. He worries that we might be concerned, and he insists on sending us to see you to keep you company. Old Master Gu genuinely cared for Su Yue, yet she had not anticipated the severity of his illness. Looking toward Xiaoyao, she asked, "Did you know and keep it from me?" Xiaoyao shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "I did not hide anything from you. I did not see old Master Gu vomiting, nor was I informed of this matter." Su Yue's heart sank with worry. Old Master Gu had sustained his injury in the council hall, and such a severe impact surely indicated a concussion. Yet, her concern extended beyond that. She feared he might have a hematoma, which could threaten his life. Unable to remain idle, Su Yue declared to Gu Tong and Gu Ying, "I must go to the Gu residence to see grandfather." As she stood to leave, Gu Tong grasped her arm, pleading, "Before we came, grandfather instructed us not to tell you. If you go, we will surely be reprimanded as well. Grandfather does not want us to see him in such a state, let alone you." With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Yue responded, "Grandfather harmed himself for my sake. Knowing his condition is grave, how can I not go see him? He cares for me and sent you to check on me. I should go myself. Seeing me will bring him peace of mind." Gu Ying interceded for Su Yue, saying, "Elder sister, you should let cousin go. Grandfather surely wishes to see her." What if? Her voice choked with emotion, unable to express her fears that their grandfather might not have many days left. This could very well be Su Yue's final opportunity to meet him. Su Yue was resolute in her desire to go, and Gu Ying supported her, prompting Gu Tong to cease her objections. Noticing that Su Yue no longer appeared as dispirited as before, it seemed she had truly let go of Ming Wang. As they exited the pavilion, Su Yue signaled for Xiaoyao to come closer, whispering a few instructions. Xiaoyao nodded and dashed towards the bamboo house. When she returned with the money, securing both the door and the courtyard gate, Su Yue and the others had nearly reached the grand hall. In the distance, Su Yue spotted Zhao Lin and Zhou Rui, the two who had troubled her the day before, flanking a richly adorned young lady, their faces radiating flattery and sycophancy. Su Yue glanced at the young lady, and Xiaoyao quietly informed her, "That is Princess Annal." Understanding now the reason behind the obsequiousness of the daughters from the ministers and Hanlin's households, Su Yue realized that the information about her residing at Guiyuan Temple and still staying in the Ming Wang's bamboo house had been disclosed by these two troublemakers. Retracting her gaze, Su Yue proceeded down the steps towards the carriage station. The carriage from the Marquis of Chongning left after dropping off Xiaoyao, while only two carriages from the Gu family had arrived. Su Yue, Gu Tong, and Gu Ying squeezed into one, while Xiaoyao and the two maids shared the other. Su Yue disliked riding in carriages, and with three people already inside, it became rather cramped. The jostling caused her discomfort. Yet conversing with Gu Tong and Guing served as a distraction. Nevertheless, by the time the carriage halted at the Gu residence, Su Yue felt nauseous. Gu Tong alighted first, followed by Guing. Su Yue, feeling faint, was reluctant to move, catching her breath when she heard Gu Tong's worried voice. Why have so many doctors been summoned to the estate? What has happened to grandfather? Emerging from the carriage, Su Yue saw the estate manager escorting 3 doctors out. Gu Tong hurried up the stairs, while Manager Li sighed. The old master's condition has worsened significantly. Gu Ying's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. Before we left, grandfather was not so dire. How could it have suddenly escalated? Tears also glistened in Manager Li's eyes as he revealed. The old master has lost his sight. It seemed that fears had manifested. Su Yue had suspected that blood clots in the old man's head were the issue. And now with his blindness, it was evidently a result of pressure on the nerves. Yet, the somber expression on Manager Li's face suggested that the old master's blindness was not a simple matter. There seemed to be underlying issues. However, Manager Li did not elaborate, urging Gu Tong and Gu Ying to take Su Yue to see the old master. The two swiftly made their way to the inner courtyard, while Su Yue, still feeling dizzy, struggled to keep up. Upon entering the second gate, Gu Tong stopped a maid, who whispered something to her. Gu Tong's body went limp, and had it not been for Gu Ying's timely support, she would have collapsed. Steadying herself, Gu Tong lifted her skirts and rushed forward, with Gu Ying trailing behind. Su Yue approached the maid, inquiring, "What has happened?" The maid replied, "Today, the Minister of Right's wife came to withdraw the engagement of the eldest young lady. The old master was so enraged that he vomited blood and fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself blind. He suffered a concussion and cannot endure stress. To add to his misfortunes, his granddaughter was dismissed, and another was hanged at the Qing'enbo residence, while another granddaughter faced further calamity with the engagement being withdrawn. Such relentless blows would overwhelm any man, let alone the old master, who fainted after hitting his head." Chapter 10. A narrow path. Su Yue sighed inwardly as she followed Gu Tong and Gu Ying. Once she entered the Chiha Hall, where the old matriarch resided. She saw the old matriarch embracing Gu Tong, her voice weary as she comforted, "If the engagement is withdrawn, so be it. There is no need to mourn. A family that cannot withstand hardships is not worth having. My granddaughter deserves better."
Approaching, Su Yue bowed respectfully, greeting her grandmother. Seeing Su Yue,
The old matriarch's heart ached further, and she beckoned Su Yue to sit beside her. The old matriarch grasped Su Yue's hand tightly, lamenting, "I told you not to come. Yet here you are. In just a few days, you've lost so much weight." Her wrinkled hand caressed Su Yue's face, and her kind gaze brought tears to Su Yue's eyes, igniting a desire within her to unearth the murderer, the owner of that jade pendant. With reddened eyes, Su Yue said, "Grandmother, I wish to see grandfather." Recalling the doctor's words, the old matriarch's hand trembled as she released it, saying, "You all go. We do not know how many more times we will have the chance to see him."
Su Due Rose,
And Gu Tong wiped away her tears as they followed one another to see the old master. Inside the room, the old master lay against a large pillow, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned his gaze towards them, his eyes vacant. Gu Tong covered her mouth, sobbing, while Gu Ying had already knelt by the bed, crying out, "Grandfather." The old master reached out to pat her head, asking, "Why have you returned from Gudyuan Temple so soon? Did you not spend more time with your cousin?" Tears streamed down Su Yue's face at his concern. Even in his own dire state, Gu Ying replied tearfully, "Cousin has come as well." Turning to see Su Yue approaching, Gu Ying quickly wiped her tears and made room for her. Kneeling by the bedside, Su Yue felt the old master's hand on her face, which she grasped. He weakly murmured, "Grandfather can no longer see you." Su Yue shook her head, insisting, "No, grandfather, your blindness is only temporary. You will recover soon." She did not release his hand, seizing the opportunity to take his pulse. The old master's condition was as severe as she had feared, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for healing. However, without silver needles at hand, it would be challenging to persuade the Gu family to allow her to perform acupuncture on the old master to alleviate the blood clot. She would need to devise another plan. After a considerable time taking the old master's pulse, she sensed someone watching her. Looking up, she noticed a young man observing her with curiosity. She was unsure when he had entered or how long he had been there, but he appeared to be one of her 2 cousins, likely the second cousin, Gu Yanqing. Feeling no need for concealment, Su Yue was not particularly anxious. Even if she were openly taking his pulse, no one would suspect her medical skills. The old master was gravely weak, able to utter only a few words before struggling to breathe. Su Yue then said, "Grandfather needs to rest in peace. Do not let your anger over me and my cousin trouble you further. I shall return to Guyuan Temple and visit you again another day." The old master held her hand, instructing Gu Yanqing, "Take your cousin back to Guyuan Temple." Just as Gu Yanqing was about to nod, Su Yue hastily declined. "No need for my cousin to see me off. I can return myself. Grandfather must listen to me and not become agitated again." After much effort, Su Yue convinced the old master not to have Gu Yanqing escort her. When she informed the old matriarch, she replied, "Why the rush to leave? It is nearly lunchtime. You should at least have a meal before departing." Su Yue shook her head, insisting on leaving. Relenting, the old matriarch said, "Then let your second cousin see you home." Before Su Yue could object, Gu Yanqing spoke first. "Cousin does not allow me to see her off." The old matriarch regarded Su Yue, who explained, "I need to return to the Marquis of Chongning's residence. I do not know how long I will be delayed, so this time I won't have my cousin accompany me." Yesterday, Gu Tong and the others had gone to the Marquis of Chongning's residence to find her, only to be deceived into going to Jingxi Temple. The old matriarch was already upset with the Marquis of Chongning's household, so upon hearing Su Yue's intention to return, she did not insist on Gu Yanqing accompanying her. Gu Tong, feeling disheartened by the broken engagement, did not see Su Yue off, leaving only Gu Ying to accompany her. Alone, Gu Ying, with a quivering nose, remarked, "Grandmother is pressuring my father and uncle to resign from their posts. Seeing grandfather like this, I no longer wish for my father and uncle to serve, at least not as officials of the court." Su Yue, upon hearing this, inquired, "Is it because of Ming Wang?" Gu Ying nodded, then shook her head. "It is not solely because of him." After a moment's pause, Gu Ying spoke. 20 years ago, my great-grandfather perished in a collision with a pillar in a fit of righteous indignation. Now, my grandfather is following the same path. My grandmother fears that one day my father and uncle may also tread this road." Su Yue was taken aback to learn that the Gu family upheld such a tradition of self-sacrifice. She had assumed that the elderly Master Gu had lost his senses out of sheer anger at the Ming Wang for bullying his granddaughter, sacrificing his life to exert pressure on him. Su Yue consoled Gu Ying, assuring her that once her grandfather recovered, everything would be all right. However, such words offered little solace. Tears welled in Gu Ying's eyes as she pondered the possibility of her grandfather's recovery. "He will surely recover," Su Yue replied with unwavering conviction. Upon reaching the entrance, a servant brought the carriage. Without hesitation, Su Yue climbed aboard, waving farewell to Gu Ying before lowering the curtain. As the carriage departed, Xiao Yao inquired, "Miss, what brings you back to the Chongning Marquis' residence?" "I shall not return," Su Yue replied, leaving Xiao Yao puzzled. "If you do not intend to return, why speak to the old lady Gu in such a manner?" Without elaborating, Su Yue asked, "Which apothecary in the capital has the most skilled physician?" Xiao Yao, unsure of the purpose behind Su Yue's question, answered, "Dr. Li from Jishir Tang on Tianhe Street possesses commendable medical skills." Su Yue immediately lifted the carriage curtain and instructed the servant, "Drive to Tianhe Street and halt if we encounter anyone who offers to write letters." The servant complied. Settling back in the carriage, Su Yue leaned against it, closing her eyes to rest until they arrived. Upon stopping, she lifted the curtain and spotted a small stall selling calligraphy and offering letter-writing services a few steps ahead. The stall owner, a scholar engrossed in his reading, remained oblivious to her presence until Xiao Yao tapped on the table, prompting him to flip his book over and inquire, "Do you wish to have a letter written or to purchase calligraphy?" Su Yue placed a small piece of silver on the table, stating, "I require your paper and ink." The scholar handed her the materials, and Su Yue sat down, dipping her brush in ink and writing several sheets. Though Xiao Yao could not decipher much, she guessed that Su Yue was penning a prescription. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of Zuyu Tower, a doctor was checking Xiao Qingyi's pulse. Xiao Qingyi's eyes were darkened, and his guard Qing Feng stood anxiously beside him. Once the doctor withdrew his hand, he asked, "How is the prince's condition?" The doctor replied, "The prince is fortunate. Thanks to timely assistance, most of the poisoned blood was extracted. By using poison to counteract poison, we have managed to suppress the toxicity, ensuring the prince's safety for 3 days. However, my medical knowledge is limited. I can only manage to neutralize one of the 2 poisons, and I lack confidence in treating both simultaneously." Before the doctor could finish, there was a knock at the door. Qing Feng exchanged a glance with Xiao Qingyi before going to open it. Upon returning, he announced, "Your Highness, the Emperor urgently summons you to the palace." Xiao Qingyi rose. But as he moved, pain shot through his injured shoulder. Qing Feng expressed concern. "Can you still go to the palace in this condition?" "I must go today," Xiao Qingyi insisted, stepping out. Knowing he would not be swayed, Qing Feng followed closely behind. Exiting Su Yue Tower, Xiao Qingyi mounted his horse. Just as he tightened his grip on the reins, he spotted Su Yue at the calligraphy stall. After finishing her prescription, Su Yue set down her brush, blowing on the ink to dry it before preparing to head to Jishirtang. However, upon turning around, she was confronted by the sight of the Ming Wang, whom she despised. Their eyes met. Xiao Qingyi's expression revealed no hint of emotion, while Su Yue's displeasure was evident. "Why must I encounter him wherever I go? The feud between us surely cannot be this narrow." Su Yue glared at Xiao Qingyi before striding towards Jishirtang. Xiao Qingyi's brows furrowed slightly at her glare. Qing Feng muttered in irritation, after dismissing her, "Why do we keep running into her? It's as if she is a lingering ghost." Seeing Su Yue enter Jishirtang, Xiao Qingyi instructed Qing Feng, "Go see what she's doing." Qing Feng, perplexed, thought, "Is the prince not aware of what he has done? He has dismissed the daughter of the Chongning Marquis. Why should he care about her actions?" He then considered the possibility that the prince was worried she might engage in secret meetings with men, which provoked a desire to draw his weapon. If that woman dared to tarnish the prince's honor, he would not allow her to leave Jishirtang alive. Qing Feng went to investigate Su Yue's purpose in the apothecary, while Xiao Qingyi remained. Soon, Qing Feng returned and reported, "Rest assured, Your Highness, she is not meeting with any men." Xiao Qingyi's expression turned dark. "I instructed you to see what she is doing in the apothecary. Whether she meets men is of no concern to me." Qing Feng, bewildered, thought, "If her meeting men is of no concern, then why does the prince care about her activities in the apothecary?" This seems contradictory, though he kept his thoughts to himself. He replied, "She seems to have acquired 2 prescriptions from somewhere and wishes to invite Dr. Li from Jishirtang to the Gu residence to treat old Lady Gu according to her written instructions. Unfortunately, Dr. Li injured his arm this morning and cannot administer acupuncture, while the other doctors at Jishirtang lack the necessary skills and are unwilling to take on the task." Xiao Qingyi gazed at Jishirtang, his expression inscrutable. Qing Feng prompted, "Your Highness, will you still go to the palace?" Retracting his gaze, Xiao Qingyi urged his horse forward, declaring, "Have Jishirtang take on this task." As for Su Yue, unable to find a physician in Jishirtang to perform acupuncture and disperse old Lady Gu's blood stagnation, she turned to seek other doctors. Upon exiting Jishirtang, she saw Xiao Qingyi riding past. She shot daggers at his retreating figure, blaming his actions for the predicament of a young woman, wishing him a lifetime without a wife. After expressing her sentiments towards Xiao Qingyi, Su Yue headed towards her carriage. Just as she was about to mount, a young assistant from the apothecary rushed over, calling, "Miss."
Wait.
Turning to him, she saw the assistant approach swiftly. "Dr. Li sent me to collect the prescription. Although he cannot use his arm, he can help you find a highly skilled physician." Chapter 11. Intent to kill Su Yue, relieved to have a potential solution, returned to the apothecary, thanking Dr. Li for his assistance. She entrusted the prescription to him, stressing that he should not inform the Gu family of this arrangement. Dr. Li agreed to her request, but he adamantly refused to accept any fee for his services. Su Yue did not insist. She was confident that the Gu family would compensate adequately once old Lady Gu's health was restored. After expressing her gratitude once more, Su Yue and Xiao Yao exited Jishirtang and returned to Guyuan Temple. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yao tilted her head, puzzled, as she wondered how her mistress had gained medical knowledge despite her memory loss. Initially, she had opposed Su Yue treating old Lady Gu, fearing the elderly lady's frailty would not withstand her daughter's endeavors. However, given Dr. Li's praise for the prescription, she held her tongue. Xiao Yao perceived a significant change in her mistress, who seemed bolder and more astute, no longer easily deceived, as if she had undergone a complete transformation.
Su Yue,
aware of Xiao Yao's curiosity, maintained her composure, resting against the carriage as she closed her eyes. Though her essence had changed, this body could withstand scrutiny, and she feared no doubts. Upon returning to Guyuan Temple and passing in front of the Mahavira Hall, Xiao Yao suddenly remembered, "It is already past the time for lunch. And you have yet to eat, Mississippi. I shall go to the market and bring back some pastries for you." feeling queasy from the carriage ride. Su Yue lacked the strength to wander the market. You go ahead, she replied. Xiao Yao insisted. You wait here. I will return shortly. Without waiting for Su Yue's agreement, she turned and dashed towards the market. Today was the first day of the month, and even though it was past noon, the number of worshippers remained high. The incense wafted through the air, making those who felt faint unable to stand. Spotting a pavilion nearby, Su Yue walked over. As she entered the pavilion and prepared to sit, she noticed a beautifully dressed woman standing by a large rock not far away, the lush green mountains framing a scene that resembled a masterpiece of art. As Su Yue gazed intently, she discerned that the location was perilously close to a cliff. Though the depths below were not unfathomably deep, a careless misstep could result in a fall that, while not fatal, would surely leave one grievously injured. Furthermore, Su Yue noticed that the woman appeared somewhat distracted, her feet unconsciously moving toward the edge of the precipice. Could she be contemplating suicide? The stone bench had barely warmed beneath her, and Su Yue quickly rose, lifting her skirts as she rushed toward the woman. Just as the woman stepped into nothingness, Su Yue grasped her hand, pulling her back just in time. They both tumbled to the ground, with Su Yue cushioning the fall. The impact against the stone elicited a pained sound from her, yet she disregarded her own discomfort, offering solace to the distressed woman. Whatever troubles you, do not seek death. A life, even a miserable one, is preferable to the alternative. The woman's face, streaked with tears, lifted to reveal recognition as she exclaimed, Su Yue? Surprised? Su Yue noted that this was someone she did not remember, yet who seemed to know her well. Rubbing her bruised elbow, Su Yue replied, If you recognize me, then you must be aware of my recent misfortunes. I have not sought death. Why would you? Before she could finish, the woman interrupted, You do not remember me? The woman appeared to be around 22 or 23, strikingly beautiful, yet visibly worn with an unshakable sorrow. Seeing the woman's expression, it was clear they shared more than a mere acquaintance. They must have been quite close. I apologize, Su Yue said. I sustained a head injury at the Duke of Qing'en's residence, and I cannot recall past events or people. The woman's eyes widened in concern. Such a severe injury. How have you not seen a physician? Su Yue shook her head, about to speak, when a voice filled with urgency called out, Su Yue. As the woman heard the voice of a man, her previously warm demeanor turned cold, and a deep sadness clouded her eyes. Su Yue felt the weight of her despair, as if her heart had been utterly crushed. Turning her gaze to the man, she observed him halt abruptly upon seeing her, his expression turning icy. Even from a distance, Su Yue sensed a palpable hostility radiating from him, sending a chill through her entire being. The man hesitated only briefly before approaching the woman to assist her. Yet, as his hand brushed against her, she coldly rebuffed him. His hand remained suspended in the air, tension visible in the muscles of his forehead as he ordered a maid. Assist the princess back. The maid hurried to help the woman, while the man followed closely behind. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Yue remained haunted by the man's chilling gaze until Xiao Yao returned, carrying pastries, and called out, Miss, what are you thinking so deeply about? Su Yue pointed toward the retreating figures. Who are those people? Xiao Yao replied, That is Princess Su Yue and her husband, the son of the Duke of Wu.
Su Yue's brow furrowed.
Did I offend the Duke's son in the past? Xiao Yao shook her head. No, certainly not. The certainty in Xiao Yao's response did little to alleviate Su Yue's unease, prompting her to confirm once more. Are you absolutely certain? Xiao Yao nodded emphatically. Indeed, you did not. The Duke of Wu is the maternal nephew of the Empress. You were far too wary of Princess Annal to have dared offend him. With Xiao Yao's assurance, Su Yue felt compelled to believe her, yet the Duke's son's murderous intent confounded her. Could it be due to her intervening to save Princess Su Yue? Regardless of the reason, Su Yue felt an urgent need to uncover the truth behind that menacing glare, which left her feeling as if a thorn were lodged in her throat. A prickling sensation along her spine. With no one else to inquire, Su Yue directly asked Xiao Yao, Is there discord between Princess Su Yue and the Duke's son? Although she doubted a mere maid would be privy to such matters, to her surprise, Xiao Yao revealed, It is not merely discord. I fear their relationship may never mend. Curiosity piqued, Su Yue pressed further. Why is that? Xiao Yao sighed and explained, Last year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Princess Su Yue suffered a miscarriage and severe blood loss. Though her life was spared, her health was irrevocably compromised, leaving her unable to conceive again. Initially, it seemed manageable as she had a daughter, but tragically, her daughter died from poisoning after consuming tainted pastries, which were brought back by the Duke's son. The gravity of Xiaoyao's words left Su Yue breathless, and she could scarcely fathom the depth of pain Princess Su Yue must endure, leading her to such a state of despair. It was no wonder that she seemed so lost. Perhaps she had long wished to end her suffering. Yet, what had provoked the Duke's son to harbor such hostility? Was it truly because Su Yue had saved Princess Su Yue? Instinctively, Su Yue felt that was not the whole truth. As she made her way back to the bamboo house, her mind remained consumed by these thoughts. Lacking the original owner's memories, she felt as if her head might explode with confusion, yet she had no choice but to set the issue aside for the moment. Weary and thirsty, she ascended the steps, only to find the door to the bamboo house flung open, revealing a scene of utter chaos. A surge of fury coursed through her as she beheld the disarray. Xiaoyao's belongings, carelessly strewn across the floor, some even torn asunder, lay amidst the remnants of her own teapot and cups, as well as the bedding on the bed. Su Yue's vision blurred with rage, and she felt darkness encroaching at the edges of her sight. Those must be the doing of Princess Annel's people. Xiaoyao cried, tears in her eyes. If Xiaoyao could deduce the culprits, surely Su Yue could as well. Having already paid dearly for being cast aside by the Ming Wang, the idea that they would not relent until she was utterly destroyed was unbearable. She was not the meek Su Yue who would allow them to trample her without retaliation. With fire in her eyes, she strode toward the bamboo house's antique shelves, seizing a porcelain vial and smashing it against the ground. She continued to shatter 3 more vials, along with books from the shelf, adding to the chaos of the already disordered space. Xiaoyao stood aghast, quickly recovering to intervene. "Miss, what are you doing? What can I do? I am merely assisting Princess Annel by discarding the items she cannot bear to part with."
Su Yue retorted.
"We must report this. Inform them that someone has vandalized the Ming Wang's bamboo house in my absence." Within the bamboo house, Xiao Qingyi sat upon a small couch, tending to his injuries. His guard, Qing Feng, entered and remarked, "Your Highness, why are you treating your own wounds? The royal physician is on his way." Xiao Qingyi applied the medicine to his wounds and tossed the bandage to Qing Feng. "Wrap it up for me." Qing Feng complied as he wrapped the injury, urging, "You should let the royal physician examine you when he arrives. His skills are commendable, and he may be able to counteract your poison." Xiao Qingyi grimaced against the pain in his shoulder, cautioning, "No one must learn of my injuries." Once his wounds were bandaged, he changed into a new robe just as the royal physician arrived with his medicine kit. Xiao Qingyi sat at his desk, perusing several prescriptions. When the royal physician approached and inquired, "Your Highness, did you summon me because of a physical ailment?" Xiao Qingyi glanced at the physician and handed him the prescriptions. "Here are a few prescriptions I would like you to review. What ailments do they address?" The royal physician respectfully accepted the prescriptions, examining them carefully before stating, "These are for treating head injuries and alleviating intracranial hemorrhaging. They are well composed, particularly this one for acupuncture. Its bold application should yield remarkable results." Xiao Qingyi had not anticipated such high praise from the royal physician regarding the prescriptions. "And what of old Minister Gu's condition?" The royal physician hesitated at the question, as did Qing Feng. After all, Minister Gu had vocally opposed the prince's dismissal of his granddaughter, berating him in front of the court, and had even implicated the prince in losing his military command. It was a wonder he had not been executed, let alone that the prince would suddenly express concern for his health. It seems that upon catching a glimpse of the daughter of the Duke of Chongning, the prince exhibited unusual behavior. After a moment of contemplation, the court physician replied, "I have not visited the Gu family, but I have heard from other physicians who have that the elder physician Gu has lost his sight and is unable to keep any food down. If his condition does not improve tonight, he may have only 3 to 5 days left." Xiao Qingyi furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Could these prescriptions truly remedy the elder imperial physician's ailment? The court physician responded, "I have not taken his pulse, so I cannot assert with certainty. But from what I understand, these prescriptions seem quite appropriate. If the prescriptions are indeed suitable, then why did that woman not directly present them to the Gu family, instead choosing to covertly seek assistance?" Xiao Qingyi found himself perplexed, yet he was determined to uncover the truth. He instructed, "Administer these prescriptions to the elder imperial physician. But do not let the Gu family know that it was I who sent you. The prince is indeed magnanimous." The court physician flattered before taking his leave with his medicine chest. Once the physician departed, Qing Feng returned to find Xiao Qingyi lost in thought, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Why would the prince extend his assistance to her? Qing Feng found this difficult to comprehend. The court required loyal subjects like the elder imperial physician Gu. His brows knitted in concern. He pondered, is it truly so? Just as Qing Feng was about to voice another question, Xiao Qingyi had already picked up a book to peruse, leaving Qing Feng to swallow his words. After flipping through a couple of pages, a commotion outside caught Xiao Qingyi's attention. A young servant entered and announced, Your Highness. Someone from the Dali Temple came to convey a message. It seems that your bamboo cottage at Guyuan Temple has been vandalized. Xiao Qingyi's expression turned cold, and Qing Feng exclaimed in indignation, How audacious of the Duke of Changning's daughter. To occupy the prince's residence is one thing, but to dare damage it. The young servant shook his head, clarifying, It is not she, but the Dali Temple's envoy mentioned that she reported the incident. Qing Feng turned to Xiao Qingyi, incredulous. If it is not her, then who would have the audacity to vandalize the prince's property? The servant shared his curiosity, equally eager to know who would dare invite their own demise. Xiao Qingyi set the book aside, commanding, Have the Dali Temple investigate this matter thoroughly. The destruction of the Ming Wang's bamboo cottage was no trivial affair. Following Su Yue's report to the Dali Temple, the junior minister promptly sent personnel to Guyuan Temple. They first examined the cottage for any clues, then recorded what had been damaged and whether any belongings were missing. By the time they finished, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson. Su Yue did not obstruct their investigation. Instead, she stood in the outer corridor of the bamboo cottage, admiring the sunset. When the junior minister of the Dali Temple, Lu Rufeng, emerged, Su Yue inquired, Those porcelain vases that were broken must be quite valuable, yes? The junior minister chuckled. The items used by the Ming Wang are beyond monetary value. Indeed, she felt a pang of regret upon witnessing the destruction. Yet considering that had she not acted, the Ming Wang would have incinerated both the cottage and its contents, her sorrow dissipated swiftly. Casting a glance at the cottage, she remarked, I was hoping that if they were not too expensive, I could simply compensate for them, as I am residing here, and bear some responsibility for the neglect. However, since they are so precious, it is incumbent upon the Dali Temple to swiftly identify the perpetrators and quell the Ming Wang's wrath. Had only her belongings been damaged, the Dali Temple would not dare to trace it back to the Princess Annal. However, with the Ming Wang's possessions at stake, the Dali Temple had no choice but to handle the matter with due diligence. This case would not prove difficult to resolve. Surely someone had seen the Princess Annal's attendants visiting the cottage, and it was likely that the junior minister of the Dali Temple would solve the case before departing Guyuan Temple. Should the Ming Wang pursue accountability, it would serve as a means of retribution for her. Conversely, if he chose not to hold the Princess Annal accountable, her own losses would be somewhat alleviated. Once the Dali Temple's personnel departed, Xiaoyao began to tidy up, first retrieving the Ming Wang's books, followed by his ceremonial robe. She was too busy to fetch the vegetarian meal, which was instead delivered by a young monk. This meal was particularly delightful to Su Yue, observing her good spirits. Xiaoyao marveled at her mistress's resilience. Aside from the skirt hung out to dry behind the bamboo cottage, all other garments had been ruined. Su Yue, sensing Xiaoyao's concern, reassured her with a piece of food. Do not fret. I am no longer the easily bullied Miss Su of the past. I will reclaim these losses tenfold. Xiaoyao gazed at her mistress, her heart swelling with inexplicable trust at the sight of those bright, star-like eyes. Surely, her mistress would keep her word. Chapter 13. Accusation. A restful night passed. Upon awakening the next day, Su Yue felt refreshed, relishing the luxury of waking naturally. Xiaorao attended to her morning routine, while the young monk from Guyuan Temple delivered breakfast. As Xiaoyao entered with a food box, her delicate face bore a look of melancholy. Su Yue, noticing this, asked, What troubles you? With a sigh, Xiaoyao replied, The vegetarian meals at Guyuan Temple are indeed delightful, but you have grown thinner with each passing day. I wonder when the old matriarch will permit you to return. If we must wait for the Duke to return to the capital, you may lose even more weight. To be honest, Su Yue too craved meat, yet here in Guyuan Temple, a sacred place, no such delicacies could be found. The market outside offered no options either. Yesterday, she had an opportunity, but remembering how the elder Gu physician had suffered greatly for her sake, she found it impossible to eat. As Xiaoyao set out the vegetarian meal, Su Yue smiled. We shall not linger long at Guyuan Temple. We may return today. Xiaoyao, taken aback, asked curiously, Why are you so certain? Su Yue took a bun, breaking off a piece to eat, and said, The Princess Annal is quite displeased with my residing in the Ming Wang's bamboo cottage. She will undoubtedly seek ways to have me leave. If she cannot force me out directly, she will have to arrange for me to be taken away by the Duke's household. Reflecting on the lack of freedom that awaited her upon returning to the Duke of Chongning's residence, Su Yue concluded that she would prefer to continue eating vegetarian meals thrice daily. Mentioning the Princess Annal caused Xiaorao to add, "The monk from Jingxi just delivered the vegetarian meal and informed me that after the Dali temple's people left the bamboo cottage yesterday, they began investigating who had recently approached the cottage. They have already traced it back to the Princess Annal's maidservants." This development came as no surprise to Su Yue. After all, Guiyuan Temple was a fair distance from the Dali Temple's offices, and no one wished to make multiple trips for clarity. Since she had been absent yesterday, allowing intruders to damage the Mingwang's belongings, she resolved to remain in the bamboo cottage throughout the day. However, after merely an hour, boredom overwhelmed her. The only means of passing time within the cottage was through books, yet the Mingwang's collection consisted solely of military texts and various dry tomes, none of which piqued her interest. After flipping through a few pages, she closed the book in disinterest. Returning the book to the shelf, Su Yue cast a glance around and decided, forget it, I might as well take a stroll. Xiaorao chuckled, thinking her mistress had indeed undergone a transformation. Yet she was still the same girl, who despised reading. Exiting the bamboo cottage, Su Yue first visited the great Buddha hall to light incense and pray for the elder Gu physician's recovery. Afterward, she and Xiaorao made their way to the market outside the temple. They browsed the various stalls, and if not for the limited funds in her possession, Su Yue mused she would have purchased something from each one. Xiaoyao, equally fond of shopping, pointed ahead. Look, there are vendors selling sugar figurines. Intrigued, Su Yue made her way to the sugar figurine stall, with Xiaoyao leading the way to ensure no one bumped into her. However, as they walked, Xiaoyao realized her mistress had fallen behind. Alarmed, she glanced around, retracing her steps, only to find Su Yue approaching a wandering physician advertising a century-old family recipe. Xiaorao hurried over just in time to see Su Yue hand the physician a piece of silver and receive a small medicinal pouch in return. The physician remarked, "I have many other remedies. Do you need anything else, my lady?" "Not at the moment," Su Yue replied, a smile playing on her lips. The physician, unfazed, responded cheerfully, "May you find it beneficial, and do come again." Su Yue chuckled, turning away with the pouch tucked securely in her robe. Xiaoyao, both curious and apprehensive, asked, "What did you purchase, my lady?"
"A slight sedative," Su Yue admitted candidly.
Xiaorao gasped, "Why would you buy a sedative?" "For self-defense," Su Yue replied. On the road, Xiaoyao followed closely behind the young lady, vowing to protect her and advising her against using any narcotics. Su Yue felt a surge of emotion. This maid truly had no words to express her loyalty. However, Xiaoyao continued, suggesting that the young lady should entrust the narcotics to her, for in the event that she failed to incapacitate others, she might end up ensnaring herself instead. Su Yue silently retracted her earlier sentiments, ignoring Xiaoyao as she strode toward the candy vendor's stall. The vendor skillfully crafted the monkey that Su Yue desired, as well as a butterfly for Xiaoyao, which were completed in no time. Yet, wearing a veil, Su Yue found it inconvenient to eat, so she decided to find a place to rest and enjoy her treat before continuing her stroll. After walking a few steps, a maid rushed over, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "Miss, there you are. It's been difficult for me to find you." Though Su Yue did not recognize the maid, Xiaoyao immediately identified her as Bai Shu, a second-tier maid serving the third young lady, Su Mei. Recalling Su Yue's earlier remarks during breakfast, Xiaoyao cheerfully inquired if someone from the Marquis's residence had come to escort the young lady home. Bai Zhu shook her head, indicating otherwise, causing the smile to vanish from Xiaoyao's face. Bai Zhu believed that Xiaoyao was indulging in wishful thinking, given the family's displeasure with the eldest young lady. It was implausible for them to allow her return so easily. Even if the Marquis himself wished to take her back, it would require the old lady's approval. Su Yue then asked, "What brings you to find me?" Bai Zhu did not elaborate on the matter, but replied that the third, second, and fourth young ladies had come to Guiyuan Temple and were currently waiting for her near the pavilion outside the bamboo house. Exasperated, Su Yue had hoped to find peace at Guiyuan Temple, only to discover that solitude eluded her. Uncertain of the reason behind Su Mei and the others' visit, she casually handed her candy to Xiaoyao and proceeded toward the bamboo house. From a distance, she spotted 3 young ladies seated in the pavilion, adorned with gold hairpins and jade ornaments, exuding charm. As she approached, the faint traces of anger on their faces became evident. One of them, clad in a fruit-green silk gown, bore a striking resemblance to the madam, and even without Xiaoyao's introduction, Su Yue recognized her as the third young lady of the Longning Marquisate, Su Mei. The other two were daughters of the second branch. The more ornate-dressed one was Su Chan, the legitimate daughter, while the simpler-clad one was Su Yun, the illegitimate daughter. Seeing Su Yue approach with composure,
Su Mei sänger intensified.
"Your grandmother sent you to Guthyuan Temple for reflection, not for leisure." Although Su Yue had anticipated a lack of respect from her half-sisters, she was taken aback by the extent of their insolence. Coldly, she replied, "Is it the family rules of the Longning Marquisate that you may disregard etiquette and accuse me without so much as a greeting?" Her tone was indifferent and distant, yet it sent a shudder through the three sitting before her. While Su Yue was the legitimate daughter of the Longning Marquisate, they had never regarded her with any esteem, and she had never dared to speak sternly to them. Now, however, she had the audacity to reprimand them.
Unable to tolerate Su Yue's authoritative demeanor, Su Mei retorted,
"You have no respect for grandmother, treating her words as mere whispers, and you expect us to greet you?" Su Yue's gaze swept over her dismissively. "Grandmother sent me to Guyuan Temple for reflection, but she did not specify that I must remain cooped up indoors. That is not reflection, but imprisonment. If she intended to monitor my behavior, she would have sent someone to oversee me." The absence of anyone to assist Xiaoyao at her side spoke volumes. It was clear that her grandmother had neglected her. However, in Su Mei's eyes, this neglect was interpreted as trust. "But you have completely squandered grandmother's goodwill," she declared. What a notion of trust! Was it not she who was unworthy? Su Yue chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, I have failed to uphold grandmother's trust. Without the self-control required, and considering my clothing has been shredded, I must return home to retrieve my belongings. I shall propose that my third sister come to Guthyuan Temple to oversee my reflection." Since her grandmother was so concerned that she might take her words lightly and not reflect thoroughly, she might as well have someone watch over her during this process. Su Mei was taken aback by Su Yue's unexpected retort. To be punished to reflect at Guyuan Temple, yet still seek to drag her along, was indeed a fanciful thought. "When I return, I will ask grandmother to send someone to keep an eye on you." Su Yue, indifferent to Su Mei's threats, turned to leave. "Who permits your departure?" Su Yue halted and turned, her piercing gaze landing upon Su Mei, who felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Amused, Su Yue remarked, "Upon my arrival, you did not budge an inch. Do you require my elder sister's permission to depart?" As she spoke, her expression hardened, exuding an air of authority befitting an elder sister. Su Mei had never regarded Su Yue with any seriousness, accustomed to giving her orders. Now, confronted with a reprimand, she faltered. While it was Su Yun who rose and said, "Elder sister, it is grandmother who sent us to convey her message." Su Yu's gaze shifted from Su Yun to Su Chan, who understood the look in her eyes and stood to acknowledge her. "We greet you, elder sister." Another one grasping the situation, Su Yu's gaze finally returned to Su Mei, who seethed with barely contained rage, her teeth clenched. With a glare directed at Su Chan and Su Yun, Su Mei felt increasingly uneasy, while Su Chan relished the prospect of Su Yue and Su Mei clashing. Though the three had arrived together, Su Chan and Su Yun dutifully saluted Su Yue, and despite Su Mei's reluctance, she had no choice but to endure. Gritting her teeth as she rose, refusing to meet Su Yue's eyes, and muttering a perfunctory, "I greet you, elder sister." Xiaoyao stood behind Su Yue, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the young lady had effortlessly compelled the three young ladies to pay their respects with just a few words. Su Yue's expression remained impassive. She could coexist with Su Mei and the others peacefully, yet their blatant disregard for propriety while imposing demands upon her was utterly unacceptable. Not taking a seat, Su Yue calmly inquired, "What message did grandmother send you to convey?" Su Mei, still simmering with anger, recalled that Su Yue had offended Princess Annal. Her mood shifting slightly to one of schadenfreude. "Grandmother has instructed you to withdraw your report at the Dali Temple." Su Yue had been speculating about the message Su Mei and the others bore when she was taken aback to learn it was a request to withdraw her report. This revelation furrowed her brow. Her residence had been vandalized, an embarrassment she would typically endure, yet for Su Yue, having already lost face when abandoned by the Ming Wang, this matter transcended mere reputation. Regaining her dignity was paramount. It was unlikely that the old lady sought to have her withdraw the report out of concern for the family's image. Moreover, though she was the one who reported the incident, as a daughter of the Longning Marquisate, the family could bypass her and directly retract the report. The fact that Su Mei and the others had been sent to find her indicated that the Longning Marquise could not simply withdraw the case. It was a burden that only she could shoulder. The case had already implicated Princess Annel by the time the Dali Temple left Guiyuan Temple. The Dali Temple would not allow the Longning Marquise to retract the report without consequence. To have offended Princess Annel and yet proceed in such a manner could only indicate that someone more formidable was behind the scenes, compelling the Dali Temple to adhere to protocol. Whoever reported the incident must be the one to retract it, otherwise, the investigation would delve deeper. In this matter, the only one who could hold sway over both the Longning Marquise and the Dali Temple, while simultaneously keeping Princess Annel in check, was none other than the Mingwang. As Su Yue pondered these implications, Su Mei, losing her patience, reiterated, "Grandmother instructed you to withdraw your report. Did you not hear me?" Of course, she had heard. But the thought of her grandmother neglecting her plight while insisting she comply with such demands filled her with discontent. It was no wonder she had become an easy target for others. Given that she had reported the incident, she would not easily retract it. Su Yue's response was icy. "I cannot withdraw this report. This case was reported by you. How can you withdraw it?"
Su Mei exclaimed.
Su Yue turned her gaze towards her, acknowledging that it was indeed her who had reported the case, yet the damaged items affected not only her, but also Mingwang. "Grandmother had sent you to persuade me to withdraw the case," evidently indicating that Mingwang had communicated with the Dali, insisting that they investigate the matter thoroughly and identify those responsible for damaging his bamboo house. "If I were to withdraw the case, who would compensate for the broken items?" "I certainly cannot afford to, and would the house of Chongning compensate Mingwang? I have heard from Dali that those porcelain vases are likely imperial gifts, and a misstep could cost me my life." Su Mei, Su Chan, and the others exchanged glances. Realizing why the Princess of Qingyang had sent someone to pressure the House of Chongning to withdraw the case. It turned out that the items destroyed by the people of County Princess Annel were imperial gifts, and since Mingwang was involved in this matter, both the Princess of Qingyang and the House of Chongning could not suppress it. However, this was an excellent opportunity to repay the favor to County Princess Annel, and Su Mei would not let it pass. "Your gown was damaged by someone from County Princess Annel, but her people did not destroy Mingwang's possessions. Someone took advantage of the situation after they left. You should proceed with the withdrawal. The rest is not your concern." "Not my concern? Does she truly think I am so easily commanded?" A cold smile crept onto Su Yue's lips. Whether Mingwang's items were damaged by County Princess Annel's people or by an opportunist would be determined by Dali. I do not need to know the details. County Princess Annel must provide me with an explanation for her lax oversight. As for the withdrawal, I can only withdraw my portion. I will not and cannot withdraw anything concerning Mingwang. Seeing Su Yue refuse to withdraw the case, Su Mei's anger flared. Dali has already hinted that as long as you withdraw the case, it can be dismissed. Is she worried that it cannot be dismissed? No. She simply does not wish to do so. Su Yue questioned whether she had overestimated their intelligence. Being subtle was clearly lost on them, so she spoke plainly. "I do not wish to withdraw the case." Su Mei's face froze, her hands pressed against the stone table in frustration. "You refuse. The Princess of Qingyang has even sent someone to pressure the House of Chongning. You have already implicated Grandfather Gu, nearly causing him to have an accident in the council hall, and the eldest daughter of the Gu family has been jilted. Do you want to drag the entire House of Chongning down with you?" Su Yue laughed in anger. "People bully me, the daughter of the House of Chongning, and now even members of my own house do the same. Even without my involvement, such spinelessness could not hold its ground in the capital." "You," Su Mei gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Su Chan tried to persuade Su Yue. "Elder sister, you have already offended Mingwang. Further antagonizing the Princess of Qingyang will only bring you harm." Su Yue sincerely wished to avoid conversing with them. It was a waste of breath. "Please remember, it was Mingwang who cast me aside first, not I who offended him. It was County Princess Annel who provoked me first yesterday. In the past, whenever she bullied and humiliated me, what did I gain from enduring it? Only her escalation." Su Chan was about to plead further, when Su Yue interrupted. "There is no need to persuade me. I will return and clarify matters with grandmother myself." Su Chan hesitated, while Su Mei sealed Su Yue a disdainful glance. Dousing her hopes. "You wish to return? I advise you to abandon that thought. Grandmother will not allow you to go back. We shall leave." Su Mei rose from the pavilion, just as a matron approached with 2 maidservants. Upon seeing them, Su Mei asked in confusion, "Why is Mama Wu here?" Mama Wu was a second-class stewardess beside the first madam. She stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I have come on the old lady's orders to escort the eldest young lady back to the residence. Chapter 15. A slap in the face. The slap in the face came swiftly, like a tornado. Su Yue descended the steps, passing by Su Mei, her gaze lightly sweeping across her face, as if silently inquiring whether it pained her. This nearly drove Su Mei to tear her embroidered handkerchief apart in frustration. No need for Su Yue to speak. Su Mei directly voiced her doubts. The princess of Qingyang sent a matron to subtly request grandmother to bring you back. If grandmother did not agree at first, what caused this sudden change of heart? She is not one to easily alter her decisions. There must be a reason. Xiao Yao stood beside Su Yue, sensing that her mistress had predicted the situation perfectly. County Princess Annel truly had the Marquis's residence bring her back. But while the young lady had calculated County Princess Annel's movements, she had not anticipated that the old lady would disagree. Including Su Yue. Nearly everyone present turned their attention to Mama Wu, who continued, today, as soon as the third young lady left the residence. Princess Shihua brought gifts to the Marquis's residence to express her gratitude for the eldest young lady saving her yesterday. She also mentioned that the eldest young lady and Ming Wang are a match made in heaven, and that Ming Wang will eventually recognize his mistake and retract the divorce decree. With Princess Shihua advocating on behalf of the eldest young lady, the old lady's anger has lessened, prompting her to instruct the first madam to send someone to fetch the eldest young lady back. So it was Princess Shihua who spoke on her behalf. Su Yue felt a surge of gratitude. Meanwhile, others scrutinized her, with Su Mei wearing a look of disdain. Princess Shihua may express her thanks, but to say such blatant falsehoods is absurd. What qualities does Su Yue possess that would make her worthy of Ming Wang? Ming Wang holds a noble status, excelling in both civil and military endeavors, a revered warrior. Su Yue is utterly devoid of talent in any arts. If there is one area where she surpasses others, it is her brazen audacity. Moreover, Ming Wang is not someone to be trifled with. Su Yue publicly declared at the Earl of Qing'an's residence that she would seek a better match, insisting that Ming Wang personally escort her to the bridal sedan. With such words, even if Ming Wang were to remain unmarried for life, he would not consider her again. It is laughable that there were rumors claiming Princess Shihua was Ming Wang's biological sister. Is there any sister who would belittle her brother in such a way? Indeed, rumors are often misleading. Mama Wu turned to Su Yue, saying, the carriage is ready. Once the eldest young lady has gathered her belongings, we can depart. Su Yue nodded and proceeded with Xiao Yao towards the bamboo house. Behind her, Su Mei wore an expression of displeasure, her eyes glaring at Su Yue's back as if she wished to bore holes through it. Su Chan inquired, shall we return to the residence with the eldest sister? Before Su Mei could respond, Mama Wu smiled. We will see the eldest young lady safely back. It is a long journey from Guyuan Temple to the Marquis's residence. Since it is not easy to come this way, you young ladies should take the opportunity to stroll around and pray for the Marquis and the old lady. Su Mei retracted her furious gaze and strode away, with Su Chan and Su Yun quickly following. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Xiao Yao, noticing no one had followed, looked anxiously at her mistress. Miss, you should withdraw the case. What if Ming Wang remains fixated on it, and it ultimately falls upon you? Xiao Yao could not bear to imagine the consequences. After all, her mistress was somewhat guilty of a crime herself.
Canceling Ming Venges pressure on Dalisi.
Su Yue was indeed taken aback, but to say she was afraid would be an exaggeration. Su Yue remained calm. After all, Ming Wang had defied the late emperor by casting her aside. She had simply vented her frustrations by smashing a few of Ming Wang's vases. Who would dare say anything against her? Moreover, at least half of the capital believed she had gone mad after the divorce and could hardly withstand the blow. If need be, she would feign madness. Besides, who possesses evidence that she was the one who damaged Ming Wang's possessions? As long as they keep their lips sealed, Dalisi would only trace the matter back to County Princess Annel. Just because her people claimed nothing was broken does not mean it was true. Xiao Yao busily packed Su Yue's belongings, moving back and forth between the cabinet and the table, while Su Yue gazed at the bamboo house. Unable to shake off the little monk's words from her mind, she hesitated, contemplating whether she should accidentally burn down Ming Wang's bamboo house. After staying there for a few days, if Ming Wang were to destroy the house, it would be an immense humiliation for her. Yet, if she were to burn it herself, the humiliation would remain, but at least others would not know and would not mock her. An internal battle raged within Su Yue. One side urged her to burn it down, while the other opposed it. By the time Xiao Yao had finished packing, Su Yue had still not made up her mind. She had no money to compensate Ming Wang. Forget it. The humiliation Ming Wang had dealt her was sufficient. One bamboo house was inconsequential. It was not worth jeopardizing her meager pride and sinking herself into a mountain of debt. Owing money was the least of her concerns. More importantly, she could not provide Master Daoyan with any ammunition. The bamboo house arranged by Master Daoyan for her was now to be set ablaze? Surely, he would lose face before Ming Wang. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue rose to her feet and declared, "Let us go." After exiting the bamboo cottage, Xiao Yao carefully closed the door and secured the gate. Burdened with packages, when Su Yue offered to assist her, Xiao Yao declined. Observing this, Mama Wu remained unfazed. But a young maid dressed in a light yellow gown could not help but interject, "Allow me to carry a few items for you." She took 2 smaller bundles, while another maid clad in a blue dress not only refrained from helping but shot a disapproving glare at the assisting maid. Upon leaving Guiyuan Temple and reaching the carriage, Xiao Yao helped Su Yue into the vehicle before climbing in herself. Noticing the lack of joy on Su Yue's face, Xiao Yao reassured her. "With Princess Su Yue advocating on your behalf, you need not worry about being punished again by the old lady." Su Yue, however, inquired, "Have I had prior dealings with Princess Su Yue?" With a nod, Xiao Yao replied, "Aside from the late emperor, only Princess Su Yue supports your union with the Ming Wang." Su Yue found herself at a loss for words. In such a vast royal family, only 2 individuals favored her match with the Ming Wang. The troubling part was that one of them wielded enough influence to overshadow the entire court. Compared to the late emperor, Princess Su Yue's endorsement seemed to carry even more weight. Nevertheless, Su Yue remained curious about the princess's discerning judgment. What made her believe that she was worthy of the Ming Wang? Xiao Yao shook her head, admitting her ignorance, adding that the red jade hairpin Su Yue wore was a gift from Princess Su Yue, along with numerous other beautiful adornments. After a brief pause, Xiao Yao leaned closer, whispering, "There are whispers that Princess Su Yue is the Ming Wang's biological sister." The revelation struck Su Yue with incredulity. While she could sense the princess's concern for her, the notion that Princess Su Yue was the Ming Wang's sister seemed far-fetched. Though she harbored resentment towards the Ming Wang for casting her aside and subjecting her to humiliation, she could not deny that if the princess were truly his sister, she would have been the first to oppose their union rather than support it. Thus, she dismissed the rumor outright. Xiao Yao, too, found the rumor dubious, merely mentioning it as a passing thought. As the carriage rolled forward, they arrived at the Ofu just in time for lunch. The prospect of a meat meal brought a smile to Xiao Yao's face after several days of vegetarian fare. Meanwhile, Su Yue closed her eyes, leaning against the carriage as she drifted toward slumber. It was not long before a violent jolt awakened her, causing her head to bump against the carriage wall. Frowning in irritation, she heard Xiao Yao's anxious voice, "Miss, please don't sleep. This is not the way back to the Ofu." Startled, Su Yue opened her eyes wide, a mix of cold fury and disbelief flashing within them. After being taken from the Cheng'an Duke's residence, she had assumed they were returning to Changninkofu, only to be brought to Guiyuan Temple for reflection. Now, it seemed they were taking her somewhere else entirely. Despite her generally placid temperament, the sensation of being treated like a pawn was deeply unsettling. She detested the duplicity of those who spoke one way and acted another. Xiao Yao lifted the curtain to reveal a narrow path lined with fern trees, definitely not the main road leading to Changningofu. Peering back, Su Yue noticed 2 ordinary carriages following them. After assessing her surroundings, she abandoned thoughts of escape. Her current strength was insufficient to elude the maids and servants accompanying her. For now, she resolved to remain calm and observe the unfolding situation to ascertain their destination. Xiao Yao, increasingly anxious, pointed out a crooked tree, saying, "Miss, we are heading toward Jingxi Monastery." A wave of foreboding washed over Su Yue at the mention of the monastery. Xiao Yao speculated, could it be that they intend to prevent you from residing in the Ming Wang's bamboo cottage? Instinctively, Su Yue felt that things were not so simple. The old lady had relented only because of Princess Su Yue's intervention. She would not reverse her decision lightly. Sending Su Yue to Jingxi Monastery could only be the idea of the lady of the house. Even if she could return from Jingxi Monastery, the lady's intentions were clearly to ensure that her return would be impossible. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yao asked what they should do. Su Yue offered her a reassuring glance, calming her growing panic. The young lady was no longer the easily bullied girl she once was. Xiao Yao needed to trust her. Soon, the carriage halted outside Jingxi Monastery. Su Yue remained seated, prompting Mama Wu to approach and say, "Miss, it is time to disembark." With a surge of anger, Su Yue lifted the curtain, casting a scornful gaze at the monastery. Since when did the Changningoufu become Jingxi Monastery? Mama Wu recognized the sarcasm directed at her previous comments made at Guthuan Temple. With a slight chuckle, she replied, "One must possess self-awareness. The lady of the house is aware, and now you must too. The Mingwang has gone to great lengths to sever ties with you. There is no hope for reconciliation. If you refuse to take drastic measures, then you shall remain here, lighting incense for the Changningoufu." Su Yue's anger turned to incredulity. They sought to force her into a monastic life, while expecting her to pray for their well-being. Xiao Yao, unable to contain her frustration, retorted. The young lady publicly declared at Cheng'an Duke's residence that she would remarry. Mama Wu scoffed. Who would dare marry a woman rejected by the Mingwang? I advise you to abandon such foolish notions. The consequences of Su Yue's dismissal had already led to the old master's accident and the cancellation of a marriage engagement. She ought to recognize the gravity of her situation and voluntarily renounce her worldly ties. With that, Mama Wu gestured for the maids to assist Su Yue in disembarking. What was termed an invitation was, in fact, a forceful removal from the carriage. When two maids approached to grab her, Su Yue fiercely exclaimed, "Do not touch me. I can dismount on my own." The maids exchanged glances with Mama Wu, who smiled knowingly. At long last, the young lady has come to her senses. Realizing that resistance is futile, no one will come to your aid. Su Yue's gaze grew sharp as a blade. She stepped down from the carriage, with Xiao Yao following suit, her legs trembling with trepidation. "Please, miss, release your burdens so we may return swiftly to report." Su Yue's icy stare remained fixed on Mama Wu, who stood flanked by two maids, while Su Yue and Xiao Yao found themselves encircled by several servants. Escape was impossible. Retracting her gaze, Su Yue strode toward Jingxi Monastery, her demeanor composed. Mama Wu felt a twinge of unease. She had brought a crowd to prevent Su Yue from causing a scene, yet the young lady remained silent, leaving her uncertain of what to expect. After taking just a few steps, the abbess Huixin of Jingxi Monastery emerged to greet them. Mama Wu had already coordinated with the monastery prior to Su Yue's arrival, ensuring no other visitors were present. The growing sense of dread within Mama Wu deepened as she addressed the abbess. "Please expedite the young lady's ordination." The necessary items had long been prepared, and the abbess turned to Su Yue, asking, "Is it true that you wish to renounce your ties?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Yue replied, "I do not consent. Will Jingxi Monastery insist on my ordination against my will?" The abbess looked to Mama Wu, who chuckled nervously. The young lady is indeed willing. With a glance, she signaled the maids, who promptly seized Su Yue's arms, prompting Mama Wu to urge, "We kindly request that you proceed with the ordination without delay." The abbess's demeanor turned grave as she turned toward the main hall. Two elderly women forcefully held onto Su Yue, gripping her tightly, causing her forehead to tremble in pain. In her struggle, her hairpin slipped from her disheveled hair and clattered to the ground. Xiao Yao, with red-rimmed eyes, was eager to rescue Su Yue but was firmly restrained by the maid, who urged her not to worry, assuring her that her turn would come soon. Xiao Yao cried desperately, while Su Yue, filled with a murderous intent, coldly declared, "Release me now, and I shall overlook this transgression." The two women holding her erupted into laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke. However, their mirth was abruptly interrupted when something struck their ankles, causing them to stumble and fall headlong into the room. The scene unfolded too swiftly for Su Yue to react. The two women lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, momentarily forgetting to rise. Mama Wu, trailing behind, quickly approached, admonishing them for their disgraceful display and commanding them to get up. The two women attempted to rise but found themselves utterly weak and unable to move. Mama Wu recognized the severity of their fall and, as she leaned to assist them, her foot lost strength at the threshold, resulting in her collapsing amidst them, also crying out in pain. Su Yue glanced at the third elderly woman on the floor, then turned to look outside the room but ultimately stepped inside. At that moment, Master Huixin had already helped Mama Wu to her feet, though Mama Wu felt utterly drained and could not stand unaided. Xiao Yao freed herself from the maid's grasp and hurried to Su Yue's side, urging her to leave quickly. Su Yue adjusted her disheveled hair and replied with a smirk, "There is no need to rush now." Chapter 17. Blindness. Xiao Yao was exceedingly anxious, knowing that Mama Wu and the others had exhausted their strength from the fall. Once they regained their composure, escape would be impossible. Xiaorao wanted to persuade Su Yue, but was met with Su Yue's icy glare directed at Mama Wu and the others, warning them that resistance was futile. No one would come to their aid. As she spoke, Su Yue glanced at Master Huixin, indicating that they should proceed with the hair shaving. Master Huixin opened her mouth to protest, but was rendered speechless by Su Yue's frigid gaze. Xiaoyao, perceptive to the situation, brought over a grand chair for Su Yue to sit. Su Yue toyed with the fallen hairpin, remarking, "If they are to shave their heads voluntarily, how long must Master Huixin wait?" The expressions of Mama Wu and the others changed dramatically, as Master Huixin never anticipated witnessing such a domestic power struggle in the tranquil confines of Jingxi Temple, especially one that would take such an unexpected turn. They were to shave their heads voluntarily, and she had no choice but to comply. Master Huixin approached Mama Wu with scissors in hand. Mama Wu, desperate to escape, found herself paralyzed. If not for the pain, she would have likely fainted. She pleaded, "Miss, I understand my mistakes. Please spare me this time." "Now you regret it?" Su Yue's voice was sharp. "Too late. Proceed." With a decisive snap, a handful of Mama Wu's hair was severed, draining the color from her face and causing her to faint. Xiaoyao stood behind Su Yue, relishing the spectacle. They had intended to cut her lady's hair, yet they were the ones who faced this fate. How fitting. Master Huixin proceeded to cut the hair of the third elderly woman, followed by the two maids, who had succumbed to the effects of the drug and fainted. Su Yue's gaze fell upon a maid in a pale yellow dress, recalling how she had assisted Xiaoyao. She decided to show mercy and spared her. Stepping out of the temple, Su Yue noticed the stable boys had already learned of the events inside. Upon seeing her, they turned and fled. Xiaoyao called out to them, but they only ran faster. Frustrated, Xiaoyao complained to Su Yue, "The stable boys have run off. No one is here to drive the carriage." Su Yue smiled. "There is someone." Xiaoyao exclaimed, waving her hands, "I cannot drive the carriage." Assuming Su Yue was referring to her, she was taken aback when Su Yue scanned the surroundings and called out, "Thank you for your help. Please show yourself." After a moment, there was no response and Su Yue frowned, pondering whether she had misjudged the situation. Was there truly someone assisting her? Or had the fall of the two women been mere coincidence? Just then, Xiaoyao tugged at her sleeve. "Miss, look behind you." Su Yue turned to see a man wearing a silver mask, the very one she had rescued in the apricot grove. It was indeed him. Though the man was reluctant to express gratitude, Su Yue again thanked him for his assistance. His gaze lingered on her face, revealing an inscrutable depth. "You do not require my help." Indeed, Su Yue did not desperately need his assistance. Before entering Jingxi Temple, she had already administered a sleeping potion to Mama Wu and the others. However, the dosage had been insufficient, causing a delayed effect. She was confident in her ability to escape. Nevertheless, since he had intervened, she felt it was only polite to express her gratitude. After thanking him, Su Yue observed the man and asked, "Are you here to seek an antidote?" It was a redundant question. If he were not looking for her antidote, he would not have followed her from Guthyuan Temple to Jingxi Temple. The man regarded Su Yue's disheveled hair, his expression inscrutable. Feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze, Su Yue turned to enter the carriage, with Xiaoyao following closely. Before long, she had tidied her hair and peeked out from the carriage curtain, requesting the man to drive the carriage. "You want me to help you drive the carriage?" he questioned, astonished. Su Yue looked at him, her brows slightly furrowed. "You cannot?" He gazed at her, noticing the distress on her porcelain-like face, and recalling her earlier predicament. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes, prompting him to relent. He took his place at the reins and began to drive the carriage away. The issue of finding a driver was effortlessly resolved, lifting Su Yue's spirits. However, she soon regretted her decision. She should have asked him to help retrieve the fleeing stable boys instead. The carriage was already jostling, and with his unsteady handling, she nearly lost her breakfast. Were it not for her knowledge of his intentions, she might have suspected him of doing it on purpose. Nevertheless, as the bumpy mountain road gave way to a smooth official road, the carriage's stability improved, surpassing the skill of a seasoned driver. Upon reaching the city gates, the atmosphere grew lively. Su Yue lifted the carriage curtain to see outside and instructed the man to the Gu family estate. Though no one responded, the carriage adjusted its direction. As the man guided the carriage towards the Gu family's location, a guard, Qing Feng, rode towards Guthyuan Temple. From a distance, he spotted a carriage approaching and, upon seeing the man at the reins, he was taken aback. "Is that not the prince?" Qingfeng thought he must be seeing things and rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet it was indeed the prince. Wasn't he engaged in important matters? Forbidding Qingfeng from accompanying him or bringing any hidden guards. Who could explain why the prince was now driving a carriage for someone? The carriage appeared to be carrying a young lady, whose daughter could compel the illustrious and incomparable prince to lower himself to such a task. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Even now, he felt as if he were dreaming. Curiosity gnawed at Qingfeng like a cat scratching at its skin. He wanted to follow and see more. However, after taking a few steps, he restrained himself, knowing that curiosity could lead to peril. If his master discovered that he had seen him driving a carriage, who knew what might happen to him? Having followed the prince for many years, Qingfeng knew him well. For a lady to have such an influence over the prince, she must be extraordinary, undoubtedly. He would soon bring her back to the estate as his bride. The carriage traversed 3 bustling streets before finally entering Pear Blossom Alley, where the Gu family resided. "Here we are," the man's cold voice announced, and the carriage came to a stop. Su Yue lifted the curtain to see the stone lions at the Gu family entrance. By the time she descended from the carriage, the man had already vanished from sight. A servant from the Gu family hurried over to assist Su Yue, and Xiaoyao descended first before helping Su Yue down. As Su Yue stepped into the Gu residence, she noticed Steward Li escorting the imperial physician out. A frown crossed her brow. Had not Dr. Li been summoned to treat her grandfather's ailment? Why, then, was the Gu family also receiving an imperial physician? Concerned, she approached Steward Li and inquired, "Steward Li, how is my grandfather's condition?" Steward Li smiled and replied, "Thanks to Dr. Wang, the old master's condition has improved significantly. He had a bowl of porridge this morning and has not been sick all morning." The fact that he could eat without retching was indeed a positive sign. Yet, it remained unclear whether this improvement was due to Dr. Wang's exceptional skills or if it was Dr. Li who had invited him. After all, could an ordinary physician really summon a practitioner from the Imperial Hospital? The old master's illness required continuous acupuncture until the blood clots in his head dissipated and his vision was restored. This was precisely why Su Yue had sought medical assistance. Her infrequent visits to the Gu family meant that the imperial physician's schedule was likely quite tight. However, those details seemed trivial compared to the good news of her grandfather's recovery. As for whether Dr. Wang was indeed summoned by Dr. Li, she could clarify that later. Chapter 18. Etiquette. Su Yue expressed her gratitude to Dr. Wang, while Steward Li escorted him out. She then took Xiaoyao to the Qi Hall. With the old master's health on the mend, a lively atmosphere enveloped the Gu residence, especially for the matriarch, who wore a smile. Upon seeing Su Yue, the old lady's joy was so radiant that it felt as if a year and a half had passed since their last encounter. The matriarch delighted in holding Su Yue's hand, saying, "Grandmother knows you are concerned for your grandfather, but the distance to Guiyuan Temple is far, and you appear so frail. The journey would be too taxing." Hearing this, Su Yue felt a pang of emotion. Her grandfather had nearly met with a fatal accident in the council hall for her sake, while her grandmother worried about her fatigue. Compared to the Gu family, the Longning Marquise had proven rather indifferent. Linking her arm with her grandmother's and resting her head on her shoulder, Su Yue said, "Grandmother, I wish to stay at the Gu residence for a few days to accompany you and grandfather." Upon hearing this, the matriarch gazed at Su Yue and asked, "Who has wronged you?" Su Yue remained silent, but Xiaoyao, ever quick-tongued, began to speak about the matriarch's daughter-in-law. Before she could finish, Su Yue interjected, "Grandmother, I didn't bring a change of clothes. Could you send someone to the Longning Marquise to fetch a few sets for me?" It wasn't merely that she hadn't brought any, rather, her clothes had been ruined. The incident involving the Ming prince's bamboo house had spread throughout the capital, and naturally, the matriarch had heard of it. She felt a deep sympathy for her granddaughter, who faced difficulties, yet also took pride in her courage to report the matter. Gently caressing Su Yue's face, the matriarch said, "To come to grandmother's house and then send someone back for clothes would only invite ridicule. Here, we have plenty." At that moment, Gu Tong and Guing entered. Gu Tong remarked, "My figure is quite similar to my cousin's, and the embroidery room has made several dresses for me that I have yet to wear. I shall have a maid fetch them for you, cousin." The Gu family had treated her exceptionally well. However, Su Yue's request for them to send someone to the Longning Marquise was not merely about fetching clothes. She turned to her grandmother and stated, "Then let us forego the clothes. Grandmother, please send someone to the Longning Marquise to inform them that I wish to stay here longer. The clothes could be overlooked." But the matter of her staying at the Gu residence needed to be communicated to the Longning Marquis to maintain propriety. The matriarch instructed a maid to relay the message, and Su Yue said, "Grandmother, I will first go to see grandfather." "Go ahead," the matriarch replied. Once outside, Su Yue signaled to Xiao Yao to come closer and whispered a few instructions. Xiao Yao hesitated and asked, "Is it truly necessary?"
Su Yue insisted.
The more hostile the attitude, the better. Xiao Yao nodded and promptly left the Qi He Hall. Su Yue went to see her grandfather, finding him in the midst of taking his medicine. His complexion had improved since she last saw him. Guing informed Su Yue, "Dr. Wang is exceptionally skilled. He says grandfather's blindness is due to blood clots in his head. Once the clots are resolved, grandfather will regain his sight."
Su Yue nodded fervently.
Hoping for her grandfather's swift recovery. Aware that the medicine was appropriate, he drank it all in one gulp. Su Yue took the bowl and, upon smelling it, confirmed it was the prescription she had prepared. Dr. Wang was indeed the one summoned by Dr. Li, who had helped her immensely without accepting even a token of gratitude. She resolved to find an opportunity to thank him properly. At noon, the matriarch, in high spirits, ordered the kitchen to prepare some of Su Yue's favorite dishes. Gu Tong and Guing dined with her, and the meal was filled with laughter and joy. Longning Marquis, Chunhui Courtyard. This was the residence of the old matriarch, Lady Jiang. As the weather grew warmer, her appetite waned, and she had only consumed half a bowl of rice before setting down her chopsticks. Mama Wang, attending her, remarked, "Matriarch, you have eaten so little. Perhaps today's meal does not suit your taste. Shall I have the kitchen prepare another?" The matriarch waved her hand, saying, "I cannot eat." As she attempted to rise, Mama Wang hurriedly helped her to a couch. Just as she settled, a maid entered and bowed, reporting, "Matriarch, the eldest daughter has gone to the Gu residence. They sent a servant to convey that she wishes to stay there for a few days." At that moment, the eldest and second madams entered the room, reaching the screen. The second madam inquired, "Why did the eldest sister go to the Gu residence when the eldest lady sent someone to fetch her from Guthuan Temple?" The eldest madam also sensed something was amiss. How could so many people have allowed the eldest daughter to escape to the Gu residence? Yet, she understood that the task she had assigned to Mama Wu was unknown to others in the Longning Marquis. Given the old master's dire condition, the eldest daughter likely wished to visit him first before returning home. Her filial piety should be respected. The eldest madam was never known for her leniency, and the second madam did not believe her claim that the eldest daughter's kindness warranted such an allowance. The eldest daughter had never stayed overnight at the Gu residence before her marriage, and now that she had been dismissed, staying there would surely attract gossip. The matriarch, seated on the couch, wore a long face. While she did not oppose the eldest daughter visiting the Gu family, she forbade her from staying overnight. Raising her teacup, the matriarch instructed, "Relay to the Gu family that while the eldest daughter may visit frequently, she must return home before dusk." The maid stood still, replying. The messenger from the Gu family left immediately after delivering the message. Moreover, a flash of anger crossed the matriarch's face. "Moreover, what?" The maid instinctively shrank back, finally responding. The messenger from the Gu family had a very disrespectful demeanor, refusing to dismount before leaving. The second madam, puzzled, remarked, "The Gu family has always been known for their decorum. What could have caused such a deviation today?" She speculated whether the eldest madam's envoy had done something to offend the Gu family. The eldest madam's expression darkened, and the matriarch cast her a sidelong glance. Immediately, she declared, "I shall send someone to the Gu residence to bring the eldest daughter back." Just as she stood to leave, another maid rushed in, reporting, "Madam, the person you sent to retrieve the eldest daughter has had her head shaved at Jingxi Temple. How can this be?" The eldest madam's first reaction was disbelief. With only Xiao Yao by Su Yue's side, how could Mama Wu, accompanied by so many others, have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered? It seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the eldest madam understood that the maid would not dare to spread such rumors without basis. Su Yue had indeed gone to the Gu family, and soon, she would see the shorn heads of Mama Wu and the others. At Jingxi Temple, Master Huixin was exceptionally skilled, and the heads were shaved so cleanly that it sent a chill through everyone present. The matriarch nearly choked on her breath, her piercing gaze directed at the eldest madam. How could they have gone to Jingxi Temple? Chapter 19. Punishment. After accompanying the matriarch for lunch, the maid tidied up the small courtyard, and Su Yue took Xiao Yao to the little courtyard. As soon as the maid from the Gu family departed, Su Yue moved to open the window. However, despite her searching gaze, she could not find the man, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. It was not the man's departure that saddened her, but rather her urgent need for the silver needles. On the day she saved him, she had asked him to bring the needles and silver notes when he came to find her. Since he had come to Guiyuan Temple to seek her out, he would surely have brought the silver needles along. Fortunately, she had taken precautions at Jingxi and purchased some sleeping powder. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. The silver needles were not only essential for saving lives but also for her self-defense. It was entirely reasonable for the man to be absent. It was improbable that he would wait for her after following her from Guiyuan Temple to Jingxian. His poison was temporarily under control, and there was no immediate urgency. She would have to wait for him to seek her out again. Closing the window, Su Yue felt a slight ache in her arms. After a long morning, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to lie down for a brief nap. She soon drifted off to sleep, and upon awakening, she noticed that Xiaoyao was nowhere to be found. Stretching her arms, she called out, "Xiaoyao." A maid entered promptly, but it was not Xiaoyao. It was a younger maid. "Miss has awakened," she announced. Su Yue inquired, "Where is Xiaoyao?" The maid replied, "Madame Wang from the Longning Marquis' residence has come to take you back. The old madam found it strange and has called Xiaoyao to question her." Rubbing her temples, Su Yue realized that the actions of the madam could not remain concealed from the Gu family. It was only a matter of time before the old madam would learn of it, but she hadn't anticipated the revelation would come so swiftly. The old madam had been holding up under the strain of the recent upheavals, her husband's injury, the disbandment of Gu Tong's engagement, and her own daughter's early death. Su Yue hoped to delay the truth for as long as possible. However, she was taken aback that the old madam would send someone so quickly, and it was even more surprising that it was the trusted Madame Wang. It would be odd if the old madam did not find this suspicious. Fearing the old madam might become ill from distress, Su Yue hastily threw off the covers and got out of bed. The young maid quickly assisted her in dressing, and Su Yue left the room. As she exited the small courtyard, she spotted Xiaoyao approaching. Su Yue walked over and asked, "Have you told my maternal grandmother?" Knowing Su Yue had forbidden her to speak of it, Xiaoyao replied, "I did not say anything, but Madame Wang will inform the old madam regardless."
Su Yue remained silent,
quickening her pace. Upon entering the room and approaching the screen, she could feel the old madam's ire. Su Yue stepped forward, and the old madam, with red-rimmed eyes, embraced her tightly, expressing her sorrow. To suffer such injustice and not tell your grandmother. Su Yue's heart ached. She knew her grandmother had not been resting well lately, and she did not wish to burden her further. "You foolish child," the old madam said, tears brimming in her eyes. "In front of your grandmother, you need not be so understanding. Your mother passed away early. It is only right for me to care for you in her stead." Thinking of her daughter, who had left this world too soon, only deepened the old madam's sorrow. "If my daughter were still alive, how could anyone dare to bully you?"
Yue?
The more she contemplated, the more heartbroken and furious she became. "You were just a babe when I wished to take you back and raise you. Yet the Longning Marquis' household refused, claiming to take care of you, only to remarry your father. And what care have they shown you?" Madame Wang, who had just been ushered into the room, overheard this and felt a tightness in her chest. Realizing it would not be easy to persuade the old madam to allow the young lady to return to the Longning Marquis' residence, pretending not to have heard, she stepped forward. The old madam's fury was palpable, and Madame Wang knew she could not ignore it. Gathering her courage, she said, "The old madam has instructed the eldest madam to send someone to Guiyuan Temple to bring back the young lady." She was unaware that the eldest madam had unilaterally decided to send the young lady to Jingxian. The old madam has already punished the eldest madam for this. Before the old madam could finish speaking, Su Yue interjected, "How is she punished?" Madame Wang hesitated for a moment before responding. "She was punished to kneel in the Buddhist hall for reflection." "For how long?" Su Yue pressed, seeking the details. 3 hours, Madame Wang replied curtly. Su Yue could not help but smile. The manner in which Madame Wang had conveyed the punishment suggested that even she felt it was too lenient. It was likely that the actual time spent kneeling was far less, considering the eldest madam's position and authority over the household. A fire ignited within Su Yue. She had already exerted pressure on the Gu family, yet they had responded with such insouciance. In her fury, the old madam's anger swelled further. "You treat the words of the Longning Marquis' old madam as mere trifles. Sending my granddaughter to Jingxi and to be shorn of her hair. and only imposing 3 hours of kneeling? What sort of family rules does the Longning Marquis' residence uphold? Today, I have witnessed the extent of your family's disregard. The old madam's anger was palpable, her voice rising with indignation. In committing such a grievous error, you do not take it seriously? How dare the Gu family send their granddaughter back to be bullied again? Madame Wang found herself at a loss for words. The eldest madam had acted independently, causing the old madam to be furious, yet several other ladies of the Marquis' household had supported the eldest madam's actions. Almost everyone had turned against the young lady, leaving the old madam feeling helpless. However, these sentiments were not something Madame Wang could express if the eldest madam did not accept Su Yue. The old madam would never allow her to return. Madame Wang continued, the old madam had intended to punish the eldest madam severely. But when the Countess of Cheng'an suddenly arrived at the Marquis' residence, the situation regarding the young lady in the Countess's household displeased her. The Countess intervened on behalf of the eldest madam, and the old madam decided to lighten the punishment out of consideration for the Countess's standing. The old madam, understanding the complexities of the situation, could empathize. Moreover, the young lady had already shaved the heads of the eldest madam's messengers. She had not suffered any loss. Seated beside the old madam, Su Yue's expression was frosty. The eldest madam was well aware that sending her to Jingxi and would provoke the old madam's wrath. So she had preemptively prepared a shield to ensure her own safety. When Su Yue attempted to take her own life at the Countess of Cheng'an's birthday banquet, no one considered her a victim. Instead, they merely spoke of misfortune. Yet, no one acknowledged that she had been wronged. It seemed imperative to bring to justice the owner of the jade pendant that had caused her distress at the Countess of Cheng'an's banquet. If she could resolve that, perhaps it would afford the eldest madam some protection. All eyes turned to Su Yue, their outrage directed at the eldest madam for her protection of the young lady. However, they were even more astonished by Madame Wang's revelation that Su Yue had shaved the heads of the eldest madam's men. This hardly seemed like an act the young lady would commit. Yet Madame Wang did not dare to lie, and more importantly, neither Su Yue nor her maid denied it. Affirming its veracity, the old madam wore a solemn expression, saying nothing further. Madame Wang pressed on. The young lady's words in the Countess of Cheng'an's household will only be respected if she resides in the Longning Marquis' residence or the Ming Wang's domain. The Princess Xu Hua will persuade Ming Wang to retract the divorce decree. The Marquis will likely demand the same upon his return, to avoid complications. It would be best for the young lady to return with her maid to the Marquis' residence. It is not far from the Gu family, and she may visit whenever she pleases. Retract the divorce decree? While Su Yue was aware of the impossibility of this, she still felt a sense of humiliation. Could they not cease to associate her with Ming Wang? That icy demeanor and those murderous eyes. One look too many could shorten her lifespan. Fortunately, the Gu family did not share such sentiments. Those who truly cared for her would prioritize her lifelong happiness. The old madam retorted coldly. Ming Wang has paid such a hefty price to divorce. Will he retract it? Even if he were willing, I would not allow Yue to return to his household. The time is growing late. Please return. Tomorrow afternoon, send someone again. Convey a message to your old madam. This is the last time. If there is a next time, the Gu family will sever ties. Madame Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Though she had been unable to bring the young lady back directly, at least the Gu family had softened their stance. Madame Wang admired the Gu family. Though they held no significant power, they had a steely resolve and acted with integrity, earning the respect of officials who dared not provoke them. She bowed in gratitude, and then took her leave. After her departure, Guing, puzzled, asked grandmother, "Why did you agree to let the Longning Marquis' residence take back my cousin?" Madame Gu would never wish for this. Had your cousin been able to remain in the Gu household indefinitely, grandmother would not have permitted Mama Wang to cross our threshold today. Ultimately, she must return home. Why act impulsively? Lady Su's actions are indeed unbeknownst to old Madame Su. With Su Huaichen's impending return, he shall not linger long in the capital. Unable to safeguard Su Yue for an extended period, should the Gu family obstinately refuse to release her, it could exacerbate the already strained relationship between old Madame Su and her son. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that after Su Huaichen departs, old Madame Su may vent her frustrations upon Su Yue. The affection old Madame Su harbors for Su Yue is superficial. She merely hopes to soften her son's heart through such gestures, unlike the genuine love bestowed upon Su Yue by the Gu family. Reflecting on the possibility of Su Yue residing in the Gu household permanently, Madame Gu recalled the proposal made by old Master Gu a few days prior. and thus resolved upon a course of action. In the Gu residence, Su Yue experienced an unprecedented level of affection from her grandparents to the maids and servants, all of whom adored her. To illustrate, during family dinner, which included the busy Gu elders who had labored all day at the yamen, Su Yue did not even lift her chopsticks, yet found herself satiated. The chicken was served, and both legs rested in her bowl. Having been returned to the Gu household by Ming Wang, she did not disrupt the engagements of others from the Long Ning Marquis household, yet she was subject to disdain. The Gu family patriarch nearly met with a fatal accident on her behalf, and Gu Tong faced a broken engagement. Nevertheless, not a single member of the Gu family chastised her. Rather, they expressed nothing but compassion. Su Yue was not one prone to tears, yet the abundance of love she received nearly brought her to weep during the meal. However, excessive affection can be burdensome. She could not refuse the dishes offered to her and consumed everything, ultimately feeling bloated as she wandered the garden several times before returning to her small courtyard, where darkness had descended like a shroud. The little maid had already prepared her bathing water, along with a gown sent by Gu Tong.
Su Yue relished warm bath.
Having taken a long nap in the afternoon and feeling wide awake that evening, she reclined on a small couch, perusing a book to pass the time. As Xiao Yao entered with tea, she noticed Su Yue barefoot and set down the teacup, cautioning her to be mindful of catching cold.
Su Yue,
Disliking socks, especially those that did not fit snugly, casually flipped through her book, dismissing the concern with a nonchalant reply, beyond worrying about her health. Xiao Yao feared that a maid might enter and see Su Yue in such a state. However, as the hour was late, she ceased her urging and retreated to retrieve Su Yue's discarded gown. Su Yue continued to read quietly, finding the books sent by Gu Tong far more to her taste than the ones she had encountered in the bamboo house. So engrossed was she that when a series of knocks echoed, she did not discern whether it was a knock on the door or the window, her lips betraying her thoughts as she called, "Come in." The window creaked open, and a man leapt into the room, only to behold Su Yue deeply engrossed in her reading beneath the flickering candlelight, her delicate feet casually intertwined. The man's brow furrowed slightly, a reaction barely perceptible. A gust of wind swept in, and it dawned on Su Yue that she was no longer alone. Turning her head, she was confronted by a face obscured by a glimmering mask. Noticing the man's gaze lingering on her feet, she sensed an inexplicable irritation emanating from him. Uncertain as to the reason behind his discontent, she casually set her book aside and remarked, "Do you find them pleasing?" Her casual tone incited a flicker of anger within the man, who retorted, "Do you not know that a woman's feet should only be seen by her husband?"
Su Yue,
Amused, turned to him and replied, "Then why do you look?" The man, momentarily at a loss for words, despite his masked visage, appeared to be choking on his own frustration. Su Yue pondered whether the evening wind had affected his wits, as he had come to her chamber under the cover of night, only to berate her for revealing her feet. She was not one to tolerate impudence easily. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, she observed, "You come to the Gu family in the dead of night to instruct me on propriety? Should I not first refuse you entry, or perhaps deny you through the window?" The man's gaze remained fixed on Su Yue. Truth be told, he had anticipated that the daughter of the Long Ning Marquis would deny him access, yet she had allowed him to enter with such ease, even revealing her feet. Although he was the one who had entered, he still found himself displeased. It baffled him that she would so readily abandon her reputation to aid a stranger, permitting an unknown man to enter her chamber. He could not decide whether to commend her kindness or chastise her recklessness. Frustration welled within him, and he turned to leave. But Su Yue, realizing he might truly depart, called out, "Wait." He paused and turned to face her. Su Yue had descended from her small couch and said, "You may leave, but might you leave the silver needles with me?" The man felt an uncontainable rage rising within him. He chuckled darkly, "Miss Su, with your remarkable medical skills, you lack even silver needles?" Even Su Yue found this incredulous. It was a long story she had no intention of sharing. "Just give me the needles," she insisted, extending her hand. His gaze shifted from her hand to her face, scrutinizing her bright and clear eyes, which seemed to reflect a darkness deeper than the night sky. Yet he did not turn away. Instead, he retrieved the silver needles from his pocket, placing them alongside a stack of banknotes upon the table. At last, Su Yue seized the silver needles, inspecting them with eagerness. They were of excellent quality. She had sought to purchase a set from Dr. Li at the Jishir Hall for treating old Madame Gu, but they refused to sell, no matter the price offered. As she rolled up the needles, she unfurled the banknotes. only to be taken aback by the staggering sum of 10,000 taels inscribed upon them. She looked at the man and inquired, "Do you not have a note for 1,000? I cannot break this." She lamented her own poverty. Having barely 100 taels to her name, and now faced with a windfall of 10,000 taels from a stranger, such disparity was infuriating. The man's expression remained icy as he stated, devoid of warmth, "You saved my life. This is your fee for treatment." Despite his initial contempt, there was a sense of integrity in his actions. He did not dismiss her assistance lightly. "There is no need for such an amount," Su Yue replied. "My life is worth that much," he retorted coldly. Su Yue found herself at a loss for words. He was adamant about compensating her with such a grand sum, and she had no justification to refuse. Thus, she accepted it without hesitation. The man continued, "In addition, I will grant you one promise. As long as it is within my power to fulfill. Afterward, we shall settle our accounts." Su Yue, taken aback, realized she had yet to detoxify him. Did he truly have such faith in her abilities? These matters could be discussed after the poison was alleviated. He seemed keen to distance himself, likely due to Ming Wang. However, what connection could exist between a patient and a doctor? It was a frivolous thought, and Su Yue found humor in it as she listened to the man ask, "What is it that you require of me?" Raising an eyebrow, Su Yue considered that saving him had been a mere trifling act, and now, having received such generous compensation, to ask for more felt somewhat impertinent. She was not avaricious. Thus, she proposed a simple request. "I would like you to remove your mask." He responded gravely, "I do not make promises lightly. Do not squander this opportunity." Su Yue smiled. "Since it is such a rare chance, I certainly shan't waste it. I require you to deliver the head of Ming Wang to me." The man fell silent, yet Su Yue could distinctly feel the atmosphere chill several degrees. Realizing she had perhaps pushed him too far, she shrugged and smiled. Do not take it to heart. However, I do have something I need your assistance with." Before the man could inquire further, Su Yue insisted, "First, let us address the poison. Until it is resolved, you won't see tomorrow's sunset." Taking her seat, she tapped her fingers lightly on the table, awaiting his compliance as he too took a seat, allowing her to take his pulse. After a considerable time, having even switched hands, Su Yue's focus remained on the pulse, while the man's attention was entirely on her. Bathed in the flickering candlelight, Su Yue's exquisite face bore an air of seriousness. The soft yellow glow enveloped her, creating a delicate halo around her features, her elegant brow and delicate skin, complemented by a perfectly shaped nose. Though it was unmistakably the same face, a second glance revealed an entirely different aura. Just then, Su Yue's long lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes as clear as mountain springs, unmarred by any impurities. As their eyes locked, the man awkwardly turned his face away, only to hear Su Yue's light laughter echo in his ears. "Looking at me like that, do you not think the Ming Wang has a lack of discernment?" His expression stiffened as he turned back to her, articulating slowly, "Do you truly harbor such hatred for the Ming Wang? Is that even a question?" Su Yue replied, disinterested in engaging further. "How could I hate him? I am grateful to him, if anything. Without him, how would I know what it feels like to live in dire straits?" After speaking, Su Yue rose and moved to the writing desk to compose a prescription. Once the ink dried, she handed the prescription to the man, instructing, "Follow this for 3 days, and the poison within you will be purged." He accepted the prescription, inquiring, "What assistance do you seek from me?" Su Yue turned and called out to the door. Xiao Yao, who had been seated on the steps outside, gazing at the scattered stars, hurried in upon hearing her call. "Miss, did you call for me?" Su Yue commanded, "Bring me that jade pendant." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yao retrieved the jade pendant from her bundle and handed it to Su Yue. "This pendant was found by my maid. Could you help me ascertain its owner?" The man examined the pendant, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. "Just return it to where it was found. Are you certain you wish to use my promise in this manner?" Su Yue nodded earnestly. "This is of great importance to me. I would appreciate your help." The man took the pendant, but Su Yue, concerned, cautioned, "Ensure that no one knows you are investigating this pendant. It appears this pendant is not as simple as it seems," he remarked. Su Yue chose not to elaborate further and shifted the topic. "I am still unaware of your name." "Xiao Wuju," he replied. Su Yue's brow furrowed slightly. "You share the surname Xiao. Are you also of royal descent?" As he glanced at the prescription, he spoke almost unconsciously. "If you wish to return to the Ming Wang's residence, I can, Not allowing him to finish, Su Yue interrupted, I saved you out of goodwill. Do not repay kindness with enmity. Even if I go to Jingxi Monastery, I will not return to the Ming Wang's residence. Beneath the mask, the man's expression darkened. Su Yue was not one to harbor resentment simply because they shared a surname, yet certain matters must be disclosed. Do not inform the Ming Wang of my medical skills.
Why?
He blurted out. Su Yue smiled ominously. If you tell him, how can I poison him? The man, realizing their conversation had grown tense, turned and leapt from the window. Upon returning to the Ming Wang's residence, he removed his mask, revealing a flawless face, cold and unyielding. Even those 10 paces away could sense his ire. Qing Feng approached, and Xiao Qingyi carelessly tossed the mask to him, which Qing Feng fumbled to catch. Following that, the prescription was handed over, but just as Qing Feng was about to take it, Xiao Qingyi snatched it back. What is going on, Your Highness? Qing Feng questioned, perplexed. Why return in such a foul mood, without anyone in tow? How am I to procure the medicine without the prescription? Seeing Xiao Qingyi head to the study, Qing Feng attempted to follow, but was instructed to remain outside. Thus, he obediently stood guard by the door. Seated at the desk, Xiao Qingyi reflected on the events of the evening, a sense of inexplicable frustration roiling within him, especially when he reviewed the prescription. A frost seemed to settle upon his countenance. The woman's pretense of meekness and shamelessness infuriated him. In front of him, she feigned submission, yet before others, she showed no restraint. Fueled by rage, his blood surged, and a dull ache began to settle in his chest, a precursor to the poison's resurgence. Clutching his heart, he bore the pain and transcribed the prescription once more. He had paid a hefty price to extricate her from the Ming Wang's residence, only to find himself indebted to her for saving his life. Even in the company of his own, he could not afford to lose face. Once the transcription was complete, Xiao Qingyi contemplated burning the prescription but ultimately refrained, sliding it into a book on military strategy he often perused. Upon receiving the copied prescription, Qing Feng immediately recognized it as the prince's own handwriting. Reflecting on Su Yue's earlier composition of a prescription, he began to wonder if it was a trend in the capital to copy prescriptions. However, if there was a distinction between his and a physician's writing, it could be a matter of life and death. Uneasy, Qing Feng queried, Your Highness, are you certain the prescription is accurate? A glare shot in his direction made Qing Feng hastily retreat. Although it was late and the apothecary was closed, that did not hinder the procurement of medicine. Qing Feng prepared the concoction and brought it into the study, only to find Xiao Qingyi examining the jade pendant. Xiao Qingyi was certain he had seen this pendant before, yet he could not recall where. He handed the pendant to Qing Feng, instructing him to investigate its owner. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue across the room. Su Yue was soundly asleep when Xiao Yao called out, Miss, it is time to rise. Still groggy, Su Yue rolled over, murmuring, Let me sleep a little longer. Xiao Yao persisted, This is the Gu family. You must join old Madame Gu for breakfast shortly. We cannot keep the elder waiting. Su Yue had completely forgotten her surroundings, but upon hearing Xiao Yao's words, a jolt of realization struck her, prompting her to sit up abruptly. After freshening up, she went to pay her respects to old Madame Gu. Noticing the faint shadows under Su Yue's eyes, old Madame Gu inquired, Are you not accustomed to your lodging? Su Yue shook her head. I slept too much during the day yesterday and could not fall asleep at night, thus I woke late. While Su Yue spoke the truth, old Madame Gu interpreted it as Su Yue being troubled, concerned that the events of the past few days had weighed heavily on her mind. After all, even someone on the brink of death would find it burdensome. How could a young girl like her bear it? Old Madame Gu's heart ached anew. She patted Su Yue's hand. Do not dwell on such thoughts. When your father returns, everything will be well. Su Yue understood that her father, Su Huiqing, the Duke of Chongning, cherished her deeply. Yet, would his return truly mend everything? The entire Duke's household feared the repercussions of her potential dismissal, which could jeopardize her father's future. Meanwhile, her maternal family remained confident in her father. Though Su Yue harbored doubts in her heart, she chose to align with her grandmother's reassurances. Nodding earnestly, she awaited breakfast, which was soon served, and Gu Tong and Gu Ying joined them, the three of them sharing a meal with old Madame Gu. After breakfast, Su Yue went to pay her respects to old Master Gu. While conversing with him, she seized an opportunity when no one was around to check his pulse. However, in her distraction, she had overlooked the presence of old Master Gu himself. Is Yue checking my pulse? Old Master Gu, though sightless, was still perceptive and sensed her actions. What nonsense is this?
Su Yue está mered, slightly flustered.
Old Master Gu, suspecting nothing, assumed she was simply bored with their conversation and chuckled. Go play with your cousins. You need not stay by my side. Su Yue bowed and withdrew.
Yet,
As she reached the door, she overheard Gu Tong's voice outside. Do not tell cousin. Then came Gu Ying's response. Even if I do not tell her, she will soon find out. I know, but if you tell her now, she will be upset all morning, and she will return to the Duke of Chongning's residence in the afternoon. I understand, I will not tell her. Listening to their exchange left Su Yue feeling utterly drained. It was evident that yet another distressing event had transpired. Truly, there was not a single day that brought her peace. Chapter 22 Entanglement. Su Yue took a deep breath, realizing she must swiftly devise a means to extricate herself from the whirlpool of rumors. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. Gu Tong and Gu Ying hoped she would enjoy her brief visit to the Gu family, and Su Yue, not wishing to dampen their spirits with inquiries, resolved to remain patient, knowing the truth would eventually surface. With a smile on her face, she stepped outside, startling Gu Tong and Gu Ying, who feared that she might have overheard their conversation. However, seeing her seemingly oblivious demeanor reassured them, and they cheerfully led her to the garden to admire the flowers. After strolling for a while, they spent some time chatting with the elderly matriarch, and it was nearly time for lunch. Inside the house, Su Yue and the two girls managed to elicit continuous laughter from the matriarch. Gu Yanqing, the second young master of the Gu family, had not yet entered the room when he heard the merriment and walked in, smiling. What has brought such joy to grandmother? The matriarch replied. Your cousin is much livelier than before, which pleases me. Noticing that only Gu Yanqing had entered, she inquired, Where is your elder brother? Why did he not accompany you? Gu Yanqing responded, Elder brother had matters to attend to, and has just left the residence. He asked me to convey his regards to you. The matriarch furrowed her brow. What urgency requires him to leave at this hour? It's a private matter, and he did not share the details, Gu Yanqing said, glancing at Su Yue. I will escort my cousin back to the Chongning Marquis later, though it would have been more appropriate for the eldest young master to accompany her. The matriarch made no objections. Su Yue, this time, did not refuse and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, second cousin. Gu Yanqing chuckled, Cousin, you're being too formal. At that moment, a maid entered, bringing an array of exquisite dishes that tantalized their appetites. After their stroll in the garden, Su Yue and the others were indeed feeling quite hungry. As the meal was set, Su Yue was about to assist the matriarch to the table when another maid arrived. Bowing as she announced, Madam, the carriage from the Chongning Marquis to fetch the young lady has arrived. What a disheartening interruption. Why must they come so early? Threatening to spoil their lunch? Let them wait, the matriarch said with indifference. Su Yue masked her displeasure, and the matriarch, sensing her mood, did not comment further. The meal proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere. Half an hour later, the matriarch set down her chopsticks, and the others followed suit. After a brief pause, the steward from the Chongning Marquis arrived, prompting Su Yue to rise and say, Grandmother, I shall take my leave now, and will visit you and grandfather another day. The matriarch, reluctant to part, urged, If the Chongning Marquis mistreats you, send word to me, and I shall come to fetch you back. This statement was aimed not only at Su Yue, but also intended for the steward to relay to the matriarch of the Chongning Marquis. Though the steward said nothing, Su Yue's eyes glistened with emotion, and she nodded earnestly. Before departing, she paid her respects to the old patriarch, and Gu Tong and Gu Ying escorted her out of the residence. The scene was so elaborate that the steward was left speechless, as it appeared to an outsider that the Chongning Marquis and the Gu family were separated by vast distances, meeting only infrequently, when in fact, they were merely streets apart. If the young lady did not mind the inconvenience, she could visit several times a day without issue. However, the steward understood the affection the Gu family held for Su Yue, and more importantly, that Su Huaichan had always respected the old patriarch and matriarch. Hence, he never dared to treat the Gu family lightly. After nearly an hour of waiting, the steward remained silent, refraining from any complaints. Upon climbing into the carriage, Gu Yanqing mounted his horse to escort her back to the Chongning Marquis. The carriage moved forward steadily, but just as they were about to leave Pear Blossom Lane, it came to a halt. What is going on? Xiaorao inquired as she lifted the carriage curtain, revealing her elder cousin, Gu Yanwen, who was conversing with Gu Yanqing. Knowing the matriarch wished for him to escort Su Yue back, he had hurried to fulfill that duty, only to find Gu Yanqing already on the task. Both young masters of the Gu family were exceptionally handsome. Gu Yanwen, being a year older, possessed a more composed demeanor. Yet, Su Yue keenly sensed a hint of melancholy in his expression, which he struggled to conceal. In front of the servants of the Chongning Marquisate, Su Yue refrained from probing further. Gu Yanwen took a few steps aside, watching the carriage depart. When the carriage halted again, it was already at the entrance of the Chongning Marquisate. Xiaoyao helped Su Yue down, and Gu Yanqing dismounted, stating, "I shall leave my cousin here. Will you not come in for a cup of tea, cousin?"
Su Yue asked.
"Not today," Gu Yanqing replied, shaking his head. He prepared to mount his horse again when Su Yue quietly asked, "I noticed my elder cousin seems troubled. Is something amiss?" Gu Yanqing was taken aback by her perceptiveness. Elder brother has taken a liking to a young lady. Having a romantic interest is a good thing. Why the somber demeanor? A thought crossed Su Yue's mind, and she lamented, "Am I the cause of his distress?" Gu Yanqing shook his head. "Elder brother's matters are unrelated to you. It is simply that our grandfather and uncle are too forthright in their official duties, which has displeased many." She had feared that her presence might bring misfortune upon them. If that were the case, she would be a burden to the Gu family. Gu Yanqing, though not explicit, hinted at the political ramifications of their grandfather's actions, indicating that Gu Yanwen's interest in a certain family had previously drawn the ire of the old patriarch. The inspectorate played a significant role in maintaining political integrity and rectifying corruption, which inevitably offended many. Few in this world would be magnanimous enough to forgive being reprimanded or demoted while offering their daughters in marriage. Coupled with the Gu family's existing grievances with the Mingwang, the situation was dire. Regrettably, she felt as helpless as a clay idol crossing a river. Unable to assist the Gu family, she needed to regain her strength swiftly. Gu Yanqing urged Su Yue to take care of herself before riding away. Watching him depart, Su Yue finally turned around, but as she stepped onto the stairs, she encountered Su Mei and Su Chan, who had just emerged.
Seeing Su Yue, Su Mei sank fled.
Recalling how her mother had been punished by the matriarch to kneel in the temple overnight. With a sneer, she taunted, "I thought you would stay at the Gu family forever. Yet here you are, returning so obediently. If you have any ability, don't come back to the Chongning Marquisate."
Su es gaze hardened.
To dare speak so brazenly at the entrance of the Chongning Marquisate was a clear indication of her disregard for her. She had thought that after yesterday's incident, when the servants had their heads shaved and the matriarch had given the madam a taste of her own medicine, they would realize she was no longer the easily bullied Su Yue of the past. Clearly, she had overestimated their understanding. Without engaging them further, Su Yue turned to the steward and commanded, "Prepare the carriage to take me back to the Gu family." The steward felt a pang of irritation at the third young lady's lack of decorum. The matriarch had worked hard to secure permission for the eldest young lady to return. And now, before she had even entered the residence, the third young lady was already hurling insults. Was she also looking to be punished?
Su Mei,
being the darling of the madam, was untouchable, and the steward could not reprimand her. He could only advise Su Yue, "Young lady, you have just returned." Knowing the steward would not dare to oppose her, Su Yue did not press him further. "Xiaoyao, let us go to the Gu family." With that declaration, Su Yue turned and descended the stairs, leaving Su Mei seething behind her. Chapter 23 Disdain. Su Chan observed the expression on Su Mei's face, a sly smile tugging at her lips, before she hurried down the stairs to intercept Su Yue, blocking her path. "Step aside."
Su Yue commanded coldly. Su Chan implored.
"Elder sister, please calm down. Yesterday, Mama Wang went to the Gu family, but did not bring you back. The matriarch punished our aunt to kneel in the temple all night." Third sister spoke out of anger. "Do not take it to heart. Grandmother has longed for your return. You cannot just leave like this." Su Yue had not anticipated that the matriarch would impose a stricter punishment on the madam. However, Su Chan's words at the entrance of the Chongning Marquisate, spoken so audibly, raised the question of whether she was truly trying to advise her or merely adding fuel to the fire. Su Mei, upon hearing Su Chan refer to her mother, felt a surge of anger as passers-by glanced their way. The thought of tearing Su Chan's mouth apart crossed her mind, if only she wouldn't meddle. With a fierce glare directed at Su Chan, the latter withdrew her hand from blocking Su Yue. Su Chan was not mocking Su Yue. She had merely tried to intervene. Even if their grandmother were angry, the punishment would not fall upon her. If it weren't for the fear of incurring their grandmother's wrath and being punished alongside Su Chan, she would not have attempted to stop Su Yue. The fiercer their conflict, the more pleased she felt. As Su Chan withdrew her hand, Su Yue began to stride away, causing Su Mei to grit her teeth in frustration. She never anticipated that Su Yue would become so temperamental after returning from the Duke of Qing'en's residence. A mere taunt from her had elicited such a response, with Su Yue turning her back and leaving. Su Mei secretly wished that Su Yue would remain at the Gu family residence and never return to the Longning Marquis estate. However, the old lady would never permit that. Nor would their father, who was stationed far away at the border. For Su Yue's sake, the old lady had already punished her mother severely. If she were to let Su Yue go to the Gu family, who knows what punishment would await her. Su Mei's anger towards Su Yue was palpable. Yet she had no choice but to swallow her fury. She couldn't allow Su Yue to live a comfortable life at the Gu family residence. Remaining at the Longning Marquis estate meant she would continue to be manipulated by her mother. Furthermore, there were many who would take pleasure in making Su Yue's life difficult. Leaving aside the Prince Ming, even Princess Annal alone would provide enough challenges for Su Yue to contend with. She saw no need to stoop to the level of someone whose fate was already predetermined to be tragic. As Su Yue prepared to leave, Su Chan reminded her, "Elder sister is leaving." Su Mei nearly ground her teeth to dust. To avoid punishment, she had to set aside her pride and chase after Su Yue to apologize. "Elder sister, I spoke out of turn. Please, do not hold it against me." The words escaped her lips, each syllable forced through clenched teeth. Her eyes seething with animosity, directed at Su Yue. Su Yue's expression remained cold, while Xiaoyao stood behind her, astonished to the point where her mouth could fit a salted duck egg. She was aware that after the young lady's memory loss, she had become fearless. Yet it was astonishing that the third young lady could compel Su Chan to lower her head in apology, albeit reluctantly. This was an occurrence she had never dared to dream of. Perhaps it was a dream. Xiaorao discreetly pinched her thigh. The pain was real, and she was genuinely delighted. She adored the current version of the young lady.
Su Yue skaze lightly brushed across Su Mei's face.
Is the third sister departing the estate? Whether she left or stayed was of no consequence to Su Yue. Under normal circumstances, Su Mei would have shot back a retort. But now she could only nod in silence. Su Yue returned the insult, reminding her, "When you leave, remember to take your wits with you. Don't speak without thinking. It's one thing to misspeak in my presence, but outside, you must not embarrass the Longning Marquis estate." "You?" Su Mei was taken aback by the venom in Su Yue's words, her anger boiling over as she prepared to lash out, only to be restrained tightly by Su Chan. Su Yue cast a disdainful glance at Su Mei before turning back towards the Longning Marquis estate. Behind her, Su Mei was beside herself with rage. Pointing at Su Yue's retreating figure, her teeth clenched as she seethed. "How dare she speak to us like that? The Prince Ming despises her so much that he burned the bamboo house she stayed in. If I were her, I would have died of shame and indignation countless times by now." Upon hearing this, Su Yue halted, her expression icy. Although she had long known of Prince Ming's extreme disdain for her, hearing it spoken aloud stirred a tumult of anger within her. What a ruthless man he was. Such humiliation would not be forgotten. Su Yue's pause was brief before she continued on her way. She did not wish to return to the Longning Marquis estate, but she also would not allow the Gu family to suffer because of her. Furthermore, she was not one to be easily bullied. She would not hide away at the Gu family residence, living in shame for being cast aside by Prince Ming. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue suppressed her anger. Without needing to inquire, she understood that Gu Tong must have forbidden Guing from informing her about the incident of Prince Ming burning the bamboo house at Guiyuan Temple. However, Su Yue had not anticipated that Xiaoyao was aware of it. Upon entering the Longning Marquis estate, Xiaoyao could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, "Last night, Prince Ming ordered the bamboo house to be burned, leaving no trace behind." Xiaoyao had heard the servants of the Gu family discussing the matter and had asked a question out of curiosity. Since Su Yue was already aware of it, and Gu Tong had advised Guing against informing her to prevent it from affecting her mood, Xiaoyao had refrained from saying anything. Yesterday, when Su Yue had expressed her desire to poison Prince Ming in anger, she now genuinely contemplated doing so. On her way to see the old lady at Chunhui Courtyard, Su Yue could not suppress her concern for Prince Ming, Xiao Qingyi, and sincerely asked about his well-being repeatedly. At the entrance of the prince's residence, Xiao Qingyi returned on horseback. As soon as his horse came to a stop, he sneezed twice in quick succession. Qing Feng, worried, remarked, "Your Highness, you wouldn't be catching a cold, would you? That shouldn't be the case, as your constitution is robust. Even in the depths of winter, a single garment suffices to keep you warm. Yet, you rarely sneeze, and now you've done so twice." As he pondered this, Xiao Qingyi sneezed again. Qingfeng contemplated whether to summon a physician to examine him, but he also worried that if the physician discovered the lingering poison in Xiao Qingyi's body, it might reach the emperor's ears. Dismounting, Xiao Qingyi strode into the residence, where Steward Zhou approached to report, "Your Highness, Princess Annel has arrived and has been waiting for you all morning." Just as Xiao Qingyi reached the Moyu Pavilion, he saw Princess Annel coming to greet him, her beautiful face adorned with a frown as she twisted the fragrant handkerchief in her hands. "Ninth uncle, I've finally waited for your return." Xiao Qingyi, the ninth son of the late emperor, was addressed as ninth uncle by Princess Annel, the daughter of the late emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Qingyang. Though she was reluctant, she had no choice but to refer to him thus. She had visited the prince's residence yesterday to find Xiao Qingyi and had waited for him for most of the day. By evening, when she had yet to see him, she had arrived early today, only to find that he had left the residence once more. Princess Annel had never waited this long for anyone and felt extremely aggrieved. "I have waited since yesterday until today." Xiao Qingyi's demeanor was cold. "No one asked you to wait." He sidestepped Princess Annel and continued into the courtyard. Princess Annel, furious, stomped her foot and followed, determined to see ninth uncle, no matter how long it took. Xiao Qingyi's brows knitted slightly. He did not appreciate Princess Annel's persistence. "What business do you have with me?" Princess Annel cheerfully replied, "I came regarding the case at the Dali Temple. My servant merely cut Miss Su's clothes and did not damage anything of yours, ninth uncle. She is the one who broke things and falsely accused me." To this, Xiao Qingyi did not need Princess Annel to state, for he was already aware of it. One could only say that the woman had some audacity. Not only did she damage his belongings, but she also had the gall to accuse him at the Dali Temple. Xiao Qingyi remained silent, but Princess Annel continued, "It's a pity there is no evidence. Otherwise, the one who would end up in the Dali Temple's prison would be her." She looked at Xiao Qingyi with pleading eyes. "Since the Dali Temple has imprisoned my servant and you have not given any orders, they dare not release her." Xiao Qingyi replied, "If the Dali Temple investigates and finds that this matter truly has nothing to do with them, they will naturally release them." This was not the same as releasing her servant, which Princess Annel did not comprehend. Why does ninth uncle insist on finding out who broke the porcelain vase? Even without the vase, didn't those porcelain items burn along with the bamboo house last night? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's expression shifted. The bamboo house was burned? Princess Annel was taken aback by the question. "Wasn't it you who burned it? How could you not know?" Xiao Qingyi's face darkened. "Qingfeng, find out who had the audacity to burn my bamboo house." Qingfeng was equally bewildered. "Your Highness, it was my subordinate who ordered it to be burned." Xiao Qingyi was taken aback by the revelation. "Who told you to burn the bamboo house?" "It was you, Your Highness." Qingfeng was somewhat anxious. The origin of the medicine from last night was unclear, and he had not inquired if there were any issues before administering it directly. After taking the medicine, the prince had first experienced insomnia until midnight and had been distracted throughout the day, forgetting even what he had said. He hoped he had not taken the wrong medicine. Xiao Qingyi's expression froze as he recalled that he had indeed instructed the burning of the bamboo house just a few days prior at Goyuan Temple. Since he had given the order, he could not blame Qingfeng for taking the initiative. With that thought, Xiao Qingyi turned and left. Annel County was primarily concerned with the matter at hand. Xiao Qingyi instructed, "Send the county lord of Annel back." The county lord of Annel, her eyes reddened with anger, had waited 2 days for him, only to be dismissed after exchanging a mere 2 sentences. Was she truly so unappealing? She stomped her foot and left. Xiao Qingyi returned to his study, and after a sneeze, Qingfeng suggested, "Shall we summon the imperial physician, or should I request a doctor to come and examine you?" "My lord, I am not ill," Xiao Qingyi replied as he settled down. "Yet, your highness has been sneezing continuously. That is because someone is maligning me." "Who would dare insult you, my lord?" Qingfeng's expression turned fierce. "Is it not your doing?" Xiao Qingyi rubbed his temples. Realizing the origin of his ire, Qingfeng coldly remarked, "She dares to insult you, my lord? I shall go and deal with her." Qingfeng turned to leave, harboring a fixation on eliminating Su Yue. His esteemed master must not be tarnished by a woman devoid of merit. "Come back." Qingfeng halted abruptly, turning back, only to sneeze again. Xiao Qingyi, feeling a throbbing headache, pressed his nose and stated, "Without my permission, no one is to lay a finger on her." There was no response. Xiao Qingyi looked up to see Qingfeng gazing at him in disbelief. Perhaps I should fetch a doctor for you, my lord. You must be gravely unwell. Before Xiao Qingyi could object, Qingfeng had already left the room. However, Qingfeng returned swiftly, bearing a jade pendant. My lord, we have identified the owner of this jade pendant. Whose is it? Xiao Qingyi's expression darkened. It belongs to the heir of Duke Wu. Xiao Qingyi's gaze sharpened. How did the heir of Duke Wu's pendant find its way into her possession? In Chunhui courtyard, within the inner chamber, the matriarch, accustomed to praying after lunch, knelt on a mat, reciting scriptures and praying for her eldest son stationed at the border.
Wang Mama procket quietly, reporting, Madam.
The eldest daughter has returned and is waiting outside to pay her respects. Let her in, the matriarch replied, her eyes still closed, her hands continuing to manipulate the prayer beads. Wang Mama glanced at the maids in the room, who discreetly exited. Soon, Su Yue entered, noticing the matriarch in prayer. Understanding the decorum, she remained silent and bowed slightly, standing to the side. She stood there for a quarter of an hour, prompting even Wang Mama to glance at her several times, somewhat astonished. Although the matriarch was kneeling, her pace slowed as she recited, her voice neither warm nor cold. Princess Su Yue wishes for you to visit her more often. You shall express your gratitude at the Duke Wu's residence tomorrow. Having delivered her message, the matriarch dismissed Su Yue, who had returned to the Chongning Marquise thanks to Princess Su Yue's intercession. She ought to express her gratitude. Yet, after standing for so long to pay her respects, she had not even glimpsed the matriarch's countenance. Might she not be afforded the courtesy of becoming familiar before departing? Aware that the matriarch's displeasure lingered, Su Yue opted for silence and withdrew gracefully. Exiting Chunhui courtyard, Su Yue followed Xiaorao to her residence, Wanyue courtyard. In Mingyue courtyard, where the first madam resided, she sat on a small couch while a maid knelt beside her, applying medicine to her knee. The maid was cautious, yet even a gentle touch elicited a sharp intake of breath from the first madam. Startled, the maid repeatedly apologized. It was my clumsiness that caused you pain, madam. The first madam gazed at her bruised knee, her expression icy. Having been married to the Chongning Marquise for 16 years, it was her first time receiving such a severe punishment from the matriarch. Recognizing the maid's fears of her, the first madam commanded, continue with the treatment. Only after finishing one knee did a maid rush in, whispering urgently to Zhang Mama, who served the first madam. What could possibly have happened? The first madam's eyes narrowed. The maid hesitated, knowing the gravity of her words. Zhang Mama, the first madam's most trusted confidant, spoke boldly. The eldest daughter has returned. Unperturbed, the first madam maintained her composure. I was already aware of that, she replied coolly. Zhang Mama continued. The third and second young ladies encountered the eldest daughter upon their departure and, unable to restrain themselves, exchanged harsh words. The eldest daughter, in turn, demanded an apology from the third young lady. The first madam's countenance darkened, her fury palpable. How dare she demand an apology from my daughter? The eldest daughter openly declared her intent to remarry before so many at the Chingen Bo's residence. What else was she capable of? The formerly meek eldest daughter had transformed into a bold individual since her recent revival from the brink of death. Imagining Su Yue's actions, the shaving of her underlings' heads and now demanding an apology from her daughter, tightened the first madam's fists, her eyes blazing with indignation. However, mindful of the matriarch's previous reprimands and the recent return of Su Yue, the first madam dared not act too rashly. Summon Chun Tao and Dong Mei, she ordered coldly. Chapter 25. Sail the Chongning Marquise was grand and imposing, and Su Yue's Wanyue courtyard was a considerable distance from the matriarch's Chunhui courtyard. After a quarter of an hour's walk, she finally approached the courtyard gate. Along the way, the maids and servants whispered amongst themselves. And though she did not need to listen closely, she was well aware of their discussions. Over time, she had grown numb to their remarks. Su Yue harbored no fondness for the members of the Chongning Marquise, yet she admired the exquisite layout and scenery, the red walls and green tiles, the intricately carved beams, the winding corridors, and the gentle flow of water over the bridges. All were meticulously crafted, with the bamboo and rockeries outside Wanyue courtyard complementing it beautifully. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed two young maids tidying up the garden. Upon seeing her, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. From Xiaoyao, she learned their names, Chuzi and Shiwishi. Aside from these two maids, Su Yue encountered no others. It was not that there were none, but rather that she had been absent, and with no one to oversee them, they took the opportunity to be idle, which made these two maids appear particularly diligent. Once inside, Su Yue surveyed the room. The furnishings were elegant and impeccable. Xiaorao poured tea for her, but the teapot and cups were empty, prompting her to step outside to brew some. With nothing pressing to do, Su Yue examined the porcelain vases on the antique shelf. While they were beautiful, they paled in comparison to the ones she had shattered. The memory of the burnt bamboo house ignited her anger once more. Setting down the porcelain vase, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she saw two maids entering. Upon noticing Su Yue, they bypassed formalities and directly inquired, "Why is the young lady alone in the chamber? Where is Xiaoyao?" Su Yue's brows knitted slightly. With no memories to draw from, she truly did not recognize these two maids. Just as she was about to ask, Xiaoyao returned, carrying a tray. And her temper flared upon seeing them. "Chun Tao, Dong Mei, weren't you two assigned to the first madam's courtyard? Why are you back here?" It turned out they were the two maids who had feigned illness to avoid accompanying Su Yue to the prince's residence, fearing she would marry the Ming prince and be widowed. Since they had aligned themselves with the first madam, their return was undoubtedly at her behest. The first madam and her daughter truly viewed her as a thorn in their side. First, it was Su Mei causing her displeasure, and now the first madam herself. They seemed to believe Su Yue was easy to bully, that her attendants could come and go at will. Chun Tao, indignant at Xiaoyao's questioning, retorted, "Dong Mei and I are the eldest daughter's personal maids. We were previously unwell and unable to accompany her to the prince's residence, allowing you and Baizhi to take our places. Now that we are well, and the eldest daughter has returned, we are naturally here to serve her." At the mention of Baizhi, Xiaoyao's face flushed with anger. "You only pretended to be ill out of fear that the young lady would marry the Ming prince and become a widow. Don't think I don't know." Dong Mei gazed at Su Yue, kneeling and lamenting. "Xiaoyao is merely trying to sow discord, fearing that I and Chun Tao would usurp her position as the chief maid. Both Chun Tao and I are wholly devoted to you, my lady." Xiaoyao, incensed, stamped her foot, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Su Yue. "My lady," Su Yue shook her head at Xiaoyao, "you are being overly suspicious. My reputation is far from favorable. It is worse than remaining a widow in the Ming Wang residence. If they were not loyal to me, they wouldn't have returned to endure ridicule alongside me. Staying with the first madam would be far more advantageous for them." Xiaorao was taken aback by Su Yue's support for Chun Tao and Dong Mei, who exchanged triumphant glances at Xiaoyao. Tears of frustration welled in Xiaoyao's eyes, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Su Yue turned to Chun Tao and Dong Mei. "You two have spent a month at the first madam's place. Have you retrieved your contracts?" The two maids shook their heads. Su Yue picked up a teacup, idly tapping its lid, and said, "Go fetch your contracts. And remember to be clever. Bring back everything that should be retrieved, for this opportunity may not come again." Chun Tao and Dong Mei exchanged glances. The first madam had sent them back to serve the young lady against their wishes. They had spent a considerable sum to persuade Mama Zhang to allow their departure, only to find themselves returning to the young lady's side. Wouldn't that money be wasted? However, they dared not voice their grievances for fear of incurring Mama Zhang's wrath. If they could reclaim their money under the young lady's name, Mama Zhang would have no grounds to blame them. Eager to retrieve their funds, the two maids promptly stood up, declaring, "We shall go to the first madam to reclaim our contracts." Without waiting for Su Yue's approval, they hurriedly departed. Once they left, Xiaoyao pouted at Su Yue and asked, "My lady, do you truly wish for them to return?"
"Indeed, Ido," Su Yue replied.
Xiaoyao's face fell, and though Su Yue noticed, she chose not to explain, wary of eavesdroppers. Rising, Su Yue playfully tapped Xiaorao on the forehead. "No one can replace you by my side. Do not be disheartened. Come, let us stroll in the courtyard." This was a promise that even with Chun Tao and Dong Mei's return, she would not be eclipsed. Though still disappointed, Xiaoyao felt somewhat consoled. Following Su Yue, she traversed the familiar grounds of Wanyue courtyard. Upon returning to her room, Chun Tao and Dong Mei excitedly reappeared, each holding their respective contracts. Their elation indicated that their money had been successfully reclaimed. The two maids presented their contracts to Su Yue, who had never seen such documents before and examined them closely before handing them to Xiaoyao for safekeeping. As Xiaoyao turned to place the contracts in a box, Su Yue noticed her teacup was empty and instructed Chun Tao, "Please bring me the tea from the table." Chun Tao hurriedly complied. However, as Su Yue reached for the cup, it clattered and spilled all over her. Startled, Su Yue cried out. The incident unfolded too swiftly for Xiaoyao, who rushed over. "My lady, are you all right?"
Su Yue stood,
shaking off the tea, and saw a maid and an old woman entering to assess the situation. Enraged, she exclaimed, "How clumsy of you! I cannot tolerate such incompetence. Take her away and have manager's son sell her off." Chuntao's face turned pale as she realized that Su Yue was retaliating for her abandonment. As a woman approached to drag her away, Chuntao pleaded, "I did not drop the teacup. It was the young lady's fault for not receiving it properly. And Dongmei has been implicated because of me." Su Yue's face darkened as she turned to Dongmei. "You were closest. Did you see whether she was careless with the teacup or I?" Dongmei's face blanched. I did not see." Su Yue's expression hardened. "If you cannot appreciate the opportunity I've given you, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have wasted your sight. You will be sold together." Two women entered to drag Chuntao and Dongmei away, while Chuntao continued to accuse Su Yue of intentionally selling them. Xiaoyao, unable to suppress her laughter, remarked, "Silence them." Soon, the commotion faded, leaving only muffled sobs. No one in Wanyue courtyard sympathized with Chuntao and Dongmei. All had experienced the disdain of the Mingwang residents alongside Su Yue. They shared Xiaorao's sentiment. Once gone, they should not return. A good horse does not graze where it has once fed. Su Yue's dress had been stained by tea, prompting her to change behind a screen, with Xiaoyao assisting her. Xiaorao's eyes sparkled. "My lady, you never intended for them to return. You deceived me on purpose." Su Yue tapped her forehead. "If they do not genuinely return, how can I retrieve their contracts to sell them?" Su Yue was well aware of the first Madame's schemes. She believed that by sending the two maids back, Su Yue would overlook their past misdeeds and continue to be subservient, showering her daughter Su Mei with wealth. Such naive expectations. Su Yue aimed to show her that she was not as compliant as they presumed. The news of Su Yue's intention to sell Chuntao and Dongmei swiftly reached the first Madame's ears. While the maid reported it, the first madam was enjoying a bowl of bird's nest soup. The maid hurried in, exclaiming, "Madam, it's terrible. The young lady intends to sell Chuntao and Dongmei." The first madam's expression darkened. "What is happening?" The maid hastily explained. Chuntao spilled tea on the young lady, and she accused the young lady of being unable to hold the cup. Dongmei has suffered due to Chuntao's negligence. Before the maid could finish, the first madame's face turned a deep shade of displeasure, and she slammed her bowl onto the table, startling the maids and old women in the room. She had believed those two maids could prove useful, yet they returned only to be sold. Her efforts had not only failed to harm Su Yue but had instead backfired on her. As the news spread, she could only imagine how her ungrateful sisters-in-law would mock her behind her back, realizing she needed to employ more cunning to deal with Su Yue. The first madam simmered with rage, and when this news reached the old madam, she was left in disbelief. That a maid could escape unscathed from the clutches of the first madame's servants and seek refuge with the Gu family was already astonishing enough. Now, she was to have Su Mei apologize to her, outsmart the first madam, and decisively sell off the disloyal maids. Was this truly the granddaughter who had once been sold and returned the money? In Chapter 26, Lost in Thought, selling off the two traitorous maids might not establish her authority, but there was no doubt that Su Yue had won the favor of everyone in Wanyue courtyard. The most delighted was undoubtedly Xiaoyao, for not only had the young lady shown strength, but she also rewarded Xiaoyao with the entirety of the money Chuntao and Dongmei had retrieved, declaring it a reward for her loyalty. Xiaorao's savings doubled, a dreamlike scenario where her young lady had matured, no longer merely a victim but a master of deception in her own right. However, these were mere trifles. Su Yue had once saved a life, earning a bounty of 10,000 taels in medical fees. Even if the Marquis ceased to provide her with funds, she would no longer worry about lacking money. In contrast to Xiaorao's joy, Su Yue remained unperturbed. Having had a restless night, she felt fatigued and prepared to take a brief nap. Su Yue intended to rest for just a quarter of an hour to rejuvenate herself, but when she awoke, it was already evening, roused by Xiaoyao's concern that she would oversleep and be unable to sleep at night. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, she splashed water on her face to fully awaken. By then, the kitchen had already delivered a meal of 5 dishes and a soup. A feast of 2 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, all vibrant and fragrant. Su Yue looked at Xiaoyao. "Didn't you say my dinner would consist of 3 dishes and a soup?" Xiaoyao, surprised by the lavish meal, replied, "In previous years, whenever the Marquis was about to return to the capital, the meals for that month would be exceptionally good. Perhaps they hope you will eat more, considering you have lost some weight, alleviating the Marquis's worries." So they intended for her to eat heartily, hoping to restore her complexion and demonstrate that the Longning Marquis' residents had not treated her poorly. Such superficial efforts were indeed commendable. Nonetheless, Su Yue would not begrudge herself. She sat down and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Noticing Xiaoyao still standing, Su Yue encouraged, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat with me." Peony swayed like a rattledrum. "You eat first, Mississippi. The leftovers will be for the maid." At Guoyuan Temple, she and the young lady shared a meal without supervision. This was the Marquis's residence, and if word got to the madam or the old matron, the young lady would face reprimand, and she would receive punishment. Peony hesitated, and Su Yue, aware of the many rules of the Marquis's household, did not press the issue further. She couldn't consume 6 dishes alone, nor did she have a habit of eating leftovers. She divided the dishes in half. She would eat one portion, while leaving the other for Peony. After dinner, they strolled around the courtyard before indulging in a bath. Once bathed, Su Yue reclined on a small couch, engrossed in a book to pass the time. Noticing her lack of socks, Peony hurriedly fetched a pair to help her put them on.
"No need," Su Yue replied.
"It's improper to be seen without socks," Peony insisted. "This is my boudoir." "No one will come here," Su Yue countered. Peony gazed at her, pondering whether the young lady had forgotten last night's events. Su Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment and stubbornly declared, "No one will come tonight." "What if?" Peony fretted. "There's no what if. I asked him to help investigate the jade pendant. It won't be found so soon," Su Yue asserted confidently. But fate often strikes unexpectedly. Just as she finished speaking, a knock sounded at the window. Su Yue. Peony scrambled to assist her in putting on her socks, as a masked man leapt through the window, witnessing this scene. His brows furrowed. Su Yue hastily donned her shoes and asked, "Did you come to tell me the investigation on the jade pendant is complete?" The man handed the pendant to Su Yue. "Indeed, it has been identified," she inquired eagerly. "Whose is this jade pendant?" "It belongs to the son of the Duke of Wu." In an instant, the color drained from Su Yue's face. How could this jade pendant belong to the Duke of Wu's son? Recalling that day at Guoyuan Temple when she saved Princess Su Yue, she remembered the murderous intent that flashed across the Duke's son's face upon seeing her beside the princess. A chill ran down her spine. She had thought the Duke was angered by her meddling in rescuing the nearly fallen princess. But it turned out he was the one who had orchestrated her near hanging at the Earl of Cheng'en's residence. But Peony had said she had never offended the Duke's son. Why would he want to harm her? Su Yue's heart trembled with fear. She had just promised the old matron that she would visit the Duke's residence to thank Princess Su Yue. If the Duke's son intended to kill her, how could she dare approach him? Su Yue's anxious expression caught the man's attention, and he inquired, "What troubles you?" She shook her head, not revealing her unease, as she was unsure herself. She did not believe the man would provoke the Duke's son on her behalf, especially since they had an understanding. He helped her uncover the pendant's owner, and they would be even. She thanked him. "Thank you very much." As she reached for the pendant, her slender fingers grazed his palm, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Su Yue retrieved the pendant and said, "Let me take your pulse." The man extended his hand, and Su Yue promptly checked his pulse, concluding, "The poison is nearly purged. But you must continue taking the medicine for 3 more days." He acknowledged. "Thus, we are even," she stated. The man fell silent. Although it was he who had suggested they settle the matter, he suddenly found himself loathing the very notion of being even. There would never be closure between them. He had only come to return the pendant. With that task complete, there was no need for him to linger. The man said nothing more and jumped out the window. After stepping outside, he glanced back once, then, inexplicably compelled, he leapt up into a tree. Inside, Su Yue stared at the jade pendant in her hand, which felt not only hot but also heavy. Peony, frightened, questioned, "How could the son of the Duke of Wu be the one who nearly hanged you at the Earl of Cheng'en's residence?" Su Yue turned to Peony. "Have I truly never offended the Duke's son?" Peony shook her head. "I am certain, miss, you have never wronged the Duke's son." "Then why does he wish to kill me? Could it be for Ming Wang?"
Su Yue speculated.
Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. If Ming Wang wanted her dead, he wouldn't need the Duke's son to intervene, especially not personally. Peony agreed, but if it wasn't for Ming Wang, then why would the Duke's son want her dead? Su Yue pondered. "It's likely because I unintentionally discovered the Duke's son's secret in the Earl of Cheng'en's garden, prompting him to silence me." Peony's small face fell, lamenting, "It's a pity the young lady has injured her head and cannot remember past events." Mentioning this made Peony feel guilty again. Outside, perched in a tree for the first time, the man's brow furrowed in contemplation. No wonder she would speak so openly about remarrying in public. She had forgotten her past deeds. Yet, how could someone with amnesia possess such exceptional medical skills? Effortlessly using herbs to counteract poison? Inside, Peony's voice of distress echoed, "What will you do tomorrow when you must visit the Duke's residence?" "We can only take it one step at a time," Su Yue replied. At the Ming Wang's residence, in a bamboo house, the night breeze blew gently. Qing Feng waited anxiously, wondering why the prince had yet to return. No one answered him. He turned to the shadowy figure of a hidden guard. "I instructed you to follow the prince discreetly and protect him. How did you get discovered?" The guard, expressionless, replied, "The prince is exceptionally skilled. He is beyond our capabilities." "I did not wish to be found out, but I wanted to know who had the prince leaving the residence alone for 2 consecutive nights. However, halfway through, the prince became aware of his presence and forbade him from following. What could he do but comply? After waiting a while longer, he finally spotted the familiar figure in the misty night. Qing Feng approached, saying, "Prince, in the future, please take me with you when you leave the residence at night. It's too dangerous to go alone, and I am restless waiting here." "I know my limits," Xiao Qingyi replied. He ascended the steps. Pausing after a few steps to instruct the hidden guard, "You are to secretly monitor the Duke of Wu's son. Report to me immediately if you notice anything unusual." Chapter 27. Carelessness. A peaceful night's sleep passed. The next morning, Su Yue sat up in bed, stretching, as she heard rummaging sounds from behind the screen. Initially soft, the noise grew louder. Recognizing it was Peony sorting through her clothes, Su Yue knew she had to dress appropriately for her visit to the Duke's residence. Despite her trepidation. Yet, was Peony suffering from decision fatigue? Why was there such a commotion over selecting an outfit? Just as she was about to inquire, Peony emerged from behind the screen, calling out, "Green Pearl." Soon, a maid clad in a green dress entered, asking, "Sister Peony, did you call for me?" Having married off Su Yue, Peony had been promoted from a second-rank maid to a first-rank maid, with Green Pearl filling her former position. Peony inquired, "What happened to the dowry clothes that were stored in the wardrobe? They seem to have vanished." Green Pearl stammered, hesitant to answer. Peony pressed, "Just tell me." Green Pearl glanced at Su Yue before whispering, "Those clothes were taken by the 3rd Mississippi. She said they were too small for you and fit her perfectly. Since you were dismissed by the Ming Wang, it's inappropriate to wear those beautiful skirts." Peony was furious. The 3rd Miss had taken all of the young lady's clothes. What would she wear? Green Pearl could not respond. Peony turned to Su Yue, who had already gotten out of bed, puzzled. "How could my dowry clothes be too small?" Angered, Peony explained, "The embroidery room was careless and got the sizes wrong. Your dowry consisted of 12 sets of seasonal skirts, all tailored to the 3rd Miss's measurements. You are slightly taller, so they fit her perfectly, but they are too tight for you." Su Yue's brow furrowed at this revelation. "All of my dowry clothes were made in the wrong size?" The Peony nodded heavily, expressing disbelief that the embroidery room could be so careless. Could it really be possible? Su Yue found it hard to believe. When she married, no one anticipated that she would be divorced. Wearing an ill-fitting gown would not only tarnish her own reputation, but also that of the Ming Wang and the Long Ning Marquise, all those involved in preparing her dowry, so many people in the embroidery room. How could they allow such a blunder? A thought crossed Su Yue's mind, and she instinctively asked, "What about my wedding dress? Is the size also wrong?" The Peony nodded, confirming that even the wedding dress was incorrect. Fortunately, it was longer than the usual gowns, and thus the embroidery room had managed to make adjustments overnight. Hearing this, Su Yue couldn't help but scoff internally. This was not mere carelessness. The dowry and wedding dress were clearly tailored to Su Mei's measurements. It seemed the eldest madam had intended to seize this marriage from the start. However, fate intervened when the war hero, Ming Wang, was gravely injured on the battlefield and fell into a coma, requiring a marriage to bring him good fortune. The eldest madam sought to secure wealth and status for her daughter, but was unwilling to risk her daughter's widowhood, which ultimately led to Su Yue's engagement. The embroidery room's blunders were a result of this. Reflecting on the face of the eldest madam, who had so brazenly pressured her at the Chung En Bo's residence, Su Yue wondered if she would still act the same way if it were Su Mei facing divorce. Truly, those who are not one's own flesh and blood cannot feel the pain. And it was ironic that the old madam had once coerced Su Yue into marrying the eldest madam under the pretense of caring for Su Yue. The peony grumbled that although the dowry gowns were a bit small, they could still be worn after some adjustments. Su Yue would rather let them occupy space than grant Su Mei any advantage. She instructed the peony to select the plainest outfit from her old wardrobe. After breakfast, Su Yue went to the Chun Hui courtyard to pay her respects to the old madam. The Wonyu courtyard was a distance away from Chun Hui, and upon her arrival, all the ladies had gathered. Su Yue finally laid eyes on the old madam, whose hair was frosted with age, yet whose spirit remained vibrant and kind. However, the warmth in her expression dissipated upon seeing Su Yue, who was dressed so plainly for her meeting with Princess Shu Hua at the Wu Guogong residence. Su Yue approached, bowing respectfully, and explained, "It is not that I wish to dress so plainly, it is simply unavoidable." The old madam looked surprised, questioning who would force her to dress this way. Su Yue's delicate face reflected distress as she recounted how thieves had invaded Wonyu courtyard and stolen the dowry gowns prepared by the marquise. The only garments she could bring to Gui Yuan Temple had been shredded by Princess Enlo, leaving her with only this one barely wearable outfit. The old madam's expression changed, her gaze turning to the eldest madam, incredulous at the news of a theft. Su Mei, caught off guard by Su Yue's accusation, retorted, "I took those gowns." How could she claim ownership so brazenly? Su Yue's gaze remained indifferent as she replied, "Dear sister, being well-read, surely you understand that taking without permission is akin to thievery? Those gowns were rightfully mine. I merely reclaimed what belongs to me. Do I need your approval?" Su Mei seethed with anger. The old madam, unaware of the situation, felt her warmth fade as she stared coldly at the eldest madam. The eldest madam hastily defended herself, claiming the embroidery room had been careless, and since the gowns were unsuitable for the eldest daughter, she allowed Su Mei to wear them, planning to have new ones made. However, she did not expect the eldest daughter to return so quickly, leaving the embroidery room unprepared. Su Yue, now teary-eyed, expressed that the embroidery room's negligence was far beyond mere carelessness. The marquisite's dowry of 12 sets of seasonal gowns had all been mismeasured to fit Su Mei. Does grandmother not know how the Mingwang residence is laughing at me behind my back? They say. Su Yue choked on her words, unable to continue. The old madam's face darkened, demanding to know what they said. Refusing to speak, Su Yue remained silent, prompting the old madam to turn to the peony. The peony revealed, "The people of the Mingwang residence say that the marquis never truly intended to prepare a dowry for the eldest daughter. If it weren't for the Mingwang's injury needing a good omen, who knows who would be riding in the wedding sedan to the Mingwang residence." The old madam's complexion turned ashen, and the eldest madam squirmed with discomfort. Although she had contemplated this, hearing it spoken aloud was unbearable. The eldest madam felt a surge of anger. Her plan for her daughter to substitute in the marriage had been kept secret. Yet the Mingwang residence could deduce her intentions merely from a few mismeasured gowns. Enraged, the eldest madam thought, "Is it not enough that the Mingwang has divorced you? Now, the servants of the Mingwang residence mock the Longning marquise, as if we are unworthy of the emperor's bestowed marriage." Wiping away her unearned tears, Su Yue retorted, "Though their words are beyond my control, I have tried on these gowns in the Mingwang residence. Due to my words at the Chung Enbo residence, the people of the Mingwang are already upset with me. If my sister wears them, what if someone from the Mingwang residence sees her?" The second madam, seated nearby, placed her teacup down and remarked, "The embroidery room has made an egregious error. A few mismeasured sets might be forgivable. But to have all 4 seasons wrong is no wonder the Mingwang residence would make such assumptions." The Longning marquise consisted of 4 branches. The marquis, Su Huaichen, the second master, Su Huai, and the fourth master, Su Huailian, were all born of the old madam, while the third master, Su Huaili, was of a lesser birth, his mother being the old madam's maid of honor. Despite this, the old madam treated the third branch well. However, beneath the surface politeness among the 4 branches, there was constant rivalry among the sisters-in-law, far from the unity of the Gu family. Now that Su Yue had seized upon the embroidery room's negligence, the second madam would not let this opportunity slip by. The old madam cast a sharp gaze at the eldest madam, who found herself at a loss for words. The old madam coldly declared, "Such sloppiness will not be tolerated. The head of the embroidery room shall receive 30 lashes, and be sent to the estate." The eldest madam dared not plead for leniency, and could only comply. The old madam then turned to Su Mei, commanding, "Return your elder sister's garments. To take without permission is punishable. You shall transcribe the family rules 100 times." Su Yue furiously tore the fragrant handkerchief in her grasp. Su Yue, struggling with her plain and worn clothing, now only half fresh, declared, "I cannot meet guests dressed like this. So I shall not attend the Wu Guogong residence to see Princess Su Hua today." Retrieving her gowns was secondary. What mattered most was that she now had an excuse to delay her visit to the Wu Guogong residence. Although this matter could not be postponed indefinitely, she could at least concoct some poison for self-defense, which was better than going unprepared. Yet, while Su Yue had plans, the old madam disagreed. The marquise had already sent word to Princess Su Hua to deliver a greeting, and because of her lack of suitable attire, the marquise could not afford to lose face. Still, Su Yue resisted, continuing to struggle. The old madam commanded her maid, "Bring the 2 gowns sent by the embroidery room for the eldest daughter."
Soon.
The maid returned with the gowns, neatly arranged on a tray. Su Yue quickly noticed the intricate embroidery and exquisite craftsmanship. Having the garments meant she could not avoid going out, which only deepened her frustration. If it were up to her, she would rather not have them at all. Bowing in gratitude to the old madam, Su Yue glanced aside, only to find Su Mei wearing a smug expression as if to say, "You are finished." Not only her, but Su Chan and Su Yun bore similar expressions, as if the old madam had bestowed upon her not gowns, but a hot potato. Chapter 28. Kicking the door, Su Yue glanced at the peony, noting the girl's lack of intent to stop her. Thus, Su Yue dismissed her worries. Trusting the peony's cautious nature, if it were inappropriate, she would surely have refused. However, once outside the Chun Hui courtyard, Su Yue asked one last question. Who were the 2 gowns intended for? Peony Road was prepared for the eldest cousin. Each season, the young ladies of the residence had 6 sets of dresses, while the household of the Vice Minister of Works had only 4. The old madam, feeling tenderly for her cousin, would have 2 sets made for her each season. The old madam's daughter, the eldest lady of the Marquis of Chongning's household, was now the esteemed matron of the Zhao family in the Vice Minister's residence, which naturally could not compare to the Marquis's household. "If it is meant for my cousin, why do you not stop me?"
Su Yue inquired.
Xiao Yao, holding a tray, replied, "The young lady and the eldest cousin are of similar stature. She has often taken my lady's clothing and adornments. These 2 sets were not pilfered by her, but given to her by the old madam. I have no reason to intervene. Her young lady was no longer the easily bullied girl of yore. The eldest lady and the 3rd young lady had repeatedly stumbled at her hands, let alone the cousin." Despite Xiao Yao's words, it was evident from the expressions of Su Mei and Su Chan that this yet-to-be-seen cousin was far from amiable. Upon returning to Wanyue courtyard, Su Yue changed her attire and stood before a bronze mirror, admiring her reflection. Clad in a long gown of light silk embroidered with golden orchids, it accentuated her slender waist, and with lightly brushed eyebrows, she was truly exquisite. Su Yue felt an indescribable satisfaction with her visage. A maid outside reported that the carriage was ready, prompting Su Yue to exit with Xiao Yao. Contemplating the murderous intent displayed by the heir of the Duke of Wu, Su Yue felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon her heart. Yet, even if the heir wished her harm, it was unlikely he would act within the Duke's residence. Still, she was utterly defenseless. She feared that wherever she might be, escape would be impossible. How could she have thought of avenging the original owner's death when now it seemed a challenge just to preserve her own life? What had drawn the ire of the heir of the Duke of Wu? For what reason did he seek her demise? Unable to fathom the cause, Su Yue decided against further speculation. She lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, hoping to encounter a wandering physician to procure some form of protective powder. Regrettably, the carriage did not halt until it reached the entrance of the Duke of Wu's estate, and no sign of a wandering physician appeared. The Marquis of Chongning had sent a greeting card early in the day, allowing Su Yue to enter the Duke of Wu's residence without waiting at the gate. She reassured herself that perhaps the heir was not even present. He likely had official duties, making his presence in the household improbable. Su Yue felt comforted by her own reasoning, but upon reaching the second gate, she unexpectedly encountered the heir of the Duke of Wu. Seeing him was one thing, but the heir's grim expression was another. Not only did Su Yue feel the weight of his gaze, but even the servants of the Duke's residence seemed to steer clear of him, fearing to unwittingly provoke his wrath. Glancing around for a place to hide proved futile, and she could only feign nonchalance, proceeding forward with composure. Upon noticing her, the heir's demeanor turned frosty. Just then, a young servant hurried over, announcing, "Young master, the prince has sent for you to the military camp, citing urgent matters to discuss." Why would the prince summon him to the military camp? The heir found the situation perplexing, momentarily disregarding Su Yue as he strode away. Watching him retreat, Su Yue's heart finally eased. Though the heir did not relinquish his wariness towards her, his gaze still bore a hint of malice. One prince was already enough for her to contend with. Now, with the addition of the heir of the Duke of Wu and the persistent difficulties posed by the matron and her daughters, Su Yue felt utterly exasperated and cast a scornful glance towards the heavens. Following the maid into the second gate, Su Yue walked for quite some time before arriving at the courtyard of Princess Su Yue. Inside, an elderly woman was instructing the maids on their duties. The guiding maid approached, saying, "Aunt Gui, Miss Su has arrived." Aunt Gui turned to see Su Yue and appeared as if she had found a savior.
Miss Su.
"You have come at an opportune moment. The princess is in a foul mood. Please assist in comforting her." Before Su Yue could respond, Aunt Gui ascended the steps to knock on the door, calling out, "Princess, Miss Su has come."
There was no reply.
After a few more attempts yielded silence, Aunt Gui pushed the door, only to discover it was barred from within. Knocking insistently, Su Yue recalled the unsettling events at Gothyuan Temple, a wave of unease washing over her. "Stop knocking, just break it down." Aunt Gui was taken aback as Su Yue grasped her and forcefully kicked the door. However, her strength was insufficient to breach it. Xiao Yao kicked the door. Xiao Yao, taken aback by her young lady's audacity, hesitated. This was the door of Princess Su Yue and the heir of the Duke of Wu, after all. Yet, seeing her young lady's determination, she steeled herself and delivered a forceful kick, resulting in both doors collapsing. Aunt Gui rushed in first, and through the green jade beaded curtain, she beheld Princess Su Yue hanging from a white silk ribbon. Her face turned as pale as paper. She gasped, "The princess." Although Su Yue had mentally prepared herself, the sight still shocked her. She hurried over to save the princess, joining forces with Xiao Yao to support her legs and lower her down. Princess Su Yue was unresponsive. Su Yue laid her flat and checked her pulse, then proceeded to apply pressure to her chest. She pressed down once, twice, thrice, 15 or 16 times in total, before attempting mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. As Aunt Gui stood paralyzed with fear on the ground, the other maids and servants remained in a state of shock, failing to intervene. Had it not been for Su Yue's insistence to break down the door, they would have been oblivious to the princess's dire situation. Exhausted yet undeterred, Su Yue pressed until her arms felt weak. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, as Princess Su Yue coughed feebly. Hearing this, Aunt Gui scrambled over, crying, "Princess, how could you do something so foolish?" Seeing that it was Su Yue who saved her, Princess Su Yue's eyes brimmed with tears. "Why do you persist in saving me? Allow me to die in peace." Su Yue, unaware of the princess's motives for seeking death, could not stand by idly. Having saved her twice, it was evident that her life was not yet meant to end. If the princess feared death, how could she not embrace living? Princess Su Yue sobbed uncontrollably, and Su Yue found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. All she could do was assist Xiao Yao in helping the princess to a sitting position on the bed. Princess Su Yue's complexion was as pale as a withered flower, devoid of vitality, stirring Su Yue's heart with compassion. In just a few days, the princess had attempted suicide twice, without understanding the underlying reasons. There was a real danger of a third or fourth attempt, and not every occasion would end in salvation. The root of Princess Su Yue's distress was evidently psychological. A heart ailment required a heart remedy. It was impossible to directly express her innermost feelings to the princess. Su Yue exchanged a glance with Aunt Gui, and in a discreet manner, she inserted a silver needle into Princess Su Yue's shoulder, causing her to faint against Su Yue's shoulder. Aunt Gui gasped, "Princess,
수유리 수술했her.
Do not worry. The princess has merely fainted. She is not in grave danger. I have a few questions for you, Aunt Gui." Chapter 29. Delay. Su Yue surveyed the maids and servants in the room, and Aunt Gui gestured for them to leave. Xiao Yao stood guard by the door to prevent eavesdropping. Aunt Gui regarded Su Yue. "Miss Su, what inquiries do you have for me?" Su Yue posed her question directly. "Why does Princess Su Yue repeatedly seek death?" Aunt Gui appeared troubled. "She has attempted suicide twice. Unless we unravel her inner turmoil, there may well be a third or even a fourth attempt." Aunt Gui understood that Su Yue genuinely wished to help Princess Su Yue, but no one in this world could truly assist the princess. Sighing deeply, Aunt Gui began. This tale traces back 5 years to the street fight between the heir of the Duke of Wu and the heir of the Duke of Zhuge. Princess Xu Hua's mother was the gentle consort Wen, hailing from the Duke of Zhuge's household. Princess Xu Hua and the heir of the Duke of Zhuge, Wen Ting, were childhood companions, deeply enamored with one another. Conversely, the Duke of Wu's household was the maternal family of the Empress. Consort Wen met an untimely demise in the imperial harem, leading to the Empress and the Duke of Wu's household systematically suppressing the Duke of Zhuge's lineage. 5 years ago, Bai Yin, the heir of the Duke of Wu, and Wen Ting, the heir of the Duke of Zhu, engaged in a fierce altercation on the street. Unable to contain his temper, Wen Ting severely beat Bai Yin. In retaliation, Bai Yin confided his intentions to the Empress Dowager, seeking to marry Princess Xu Hua. The Empress Dowager persuaded the late emperor to bestow Princess Xu Hua upon Bai Yin. The late emperor's capricious matchmaking left Su Yue speechless. He had harmed not only his daughter but also his son, causing untold suffering to countless innocents. Princess Xu Hua and Wen Ting were deeply in love, each vowing to marry no one but the other. Yet, with a decree from the late emperor, Princess Xu Hua was forced to forsake her promise and ascend the bridal sedan of the Duke of Wu, marrying Bai Yin instead. Over the years, Princess Xu Hua languished in sorrow, compounded by a miscarriage and the tragic poisoning of her daughter, with no means to avenge her child. This led to a bitter estrangement between her and Bai Yin. Meanwhile, Wen Ting, heartbroken, remained unmarried, utterly disheartened. Recently, in a desperate attempt to persuade her son to marry, the Duchess of Zhu resorted to threats of self-harm. Despite her efforts, Wen Ting remained unmoved. As Princess Xu Hua grew cold towards Bai Yin, he cruelly exploited this to torment her further. After Bai Yin stormed out in anger, Princess Xu Hua dismissed her attendants, leaving the subsequent events known to Su Yue. With tears in her eyes, Granny Gui remarked that Princess Xu Hua must have believed that only her death would allow Wen Ting to forget her and find peace in marrying and having children. Su Yue, already pained by the knowledge of Princess Xu Hua's losses, could scarcely fathom the torment she had endured over the years. No wonder she had been on the verge of despair, contemplating jumping off a cliff. For Princess Xu Hua, a life devoid of hope meant enduring pain day after day. Death seemed the only liberation. Su Yue had never felt such compassion for another. She sincerely wished for Princess Xu Hua to live the life she desired. As she had initially intended to avenge the original owner, the revelation that the perpetrator was Bai Yin posed a dilemma. If she were to kill him, would Princess Xu Hua not be left to mourn him for a lifetime? Princess Xu Hua was the only person, aside from the Gu family, who had shown her kindness. She felt compelled to assist her. Moreover, aiding Princess Xu Hua was tantamount to aiding herself. Having been abandoned by the Ming Wang, Su Yue found herself ensnared in rumors and longed for an opportunity to break free. Now, the chance had arrived. However, the task was daunting, and she needed to ascertain one crucial detail. Su Yue inquired of Granny Gui whether Princess Xu Hua was the emperor's full-blooded sister. Granny Gui was taken aback by the question, not expecting Su Yue to ask such a thing. Just as she was about to respond, the Duchess of Wu's sharp voice rang out from outside, reproaching those in attendance for allowing the princess to seek death under her very nose. Outside, the maids were kneeling on the ground, and Xiaoyao dared not prevent the Duchess from entering. She quickly moved to stand beside Su Yue. The Duchess entered, her face ashen, and upon seeing the hanging white silk, she felt a surge of bad luck. "Take that down and burn it," she commanded. The maids hurriedly complied, while Granny Gui had already helped Princess Xu Hua lie down on the bed. Su Yue rose to greet the Duchess. The Duchess glanced at Su Yue and instructed the maids to summon a physician to the residence. Su Yue wished to mention that Princess Xu Hua would soon awaken but restrained herself, understanding that family matters should not be aired publicly. It was best for her to leave. She addressed Granny Gui, saying she would take her leave and would return another day to keep Princess Xu Hua company. As she spoke, she bowed to the Duchess. The Duchess softened her expression, stepped forward, and placed a jade bracelet onto Su Yue's wrist, expressing gratitude for saving Princess Xu Hua's life. The Duke of Wu is profoundly grateful, but for the sake of Princess Xu Hua's reputation, regarding her attempt at self-harm. Su Yue, quick-witted, realized the jade bracelet was intended as a bribe for her silence. "What's self-harm? I merely visited to chat with Princess Xu Hua. Nothing untoward occurred." Her swift response caught the Duchess off guard, who laughed and instructed the maids to escort Su Yue out. As Granny Gui accompanied Su Yue to the gate, she whispered, "When the princess awakens, I will inform her of your intention to help her divorce the Duke of Wu." "That is an impossible task," Granny Gui replied instinctively.
Su Yue countered.
"There is nothing impossible. Let her believe in me. At least try to trust me." Although Granny Gui wished it could be possible, she understood the gravity of the situation. The marriage had been arranged by the late emperor, and the Mingwang had paid a hefty price for the divorce. Princess Su Yue was destined to be the Duke of Wu's wife in life and his ghost in death. Nonetheless, Granny Gui recognized Su Yue's genuine concern for Princess Su Yue and refrained from dampening her spirits further, nodding, "I will tell her when she awakens." Granny Gui escorted Su Yue to the gate, calling for a maid to see her and Xiaoyao out of the Duke of Wu's residence. Upon leaving, Su Yue entered her carriage, and Xiaoyao seemed poised to speak but hesitated, mindful of the driver. As the carriage traversed the bustling streets toward the residence of the Marquis of Chongning, Qingfeng was returning to the Mingwang's mansion to fetch something when he spotted a familiar carriage passing by. He was taken aback. Wasn't this the carriage that had once belonged to his lord? Last time, he had wanted to follow and see which young lady could compel his lord to take on such a menial role, but fearing discovery, he had refrained. Now, seeing it again was an opportunity he could not let slip away. Without a second thought, Qingfeng rode after it. However, the carriage bore no markings, leaving him unaware of its origin. He rode alongside, hoping for a chance to glimpse inside when the curtain fluttered open. After following for a considerable distance, his curiosity remained unquenched until, just as he was about to give up, the curtain was lifted. Xiaoyao pulled back the curtain, and their eyes met. "It's you," they exclaimed in unison. As Qingfeng turned his head, he was met with the sight of Su Yue, the very person he had dreamed of eliminating. In that moment, he wished he could gouge out his own eyes. After following for so long, it turned out that she was the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning. His lord would never deign to drive her carriage. Feeling that he had wasted his time, Qingfeng rode away with a scowl, leaving Xiaoyao fuming, regretting that she hadn't thrown her shoes at him. Noticing Xiaoyao's anger, Su Yue asked curiously, "Did he offend you?" She had encountered the Mingwang's guards before, who had treated her with disdain. Xiaoyao, typically timid, should not have dared to confront him. With cheeks puffed out, Xiaoyao replied, "The day you were sent back to the manor, I tried to find the Mingwang in the back courtyard. He blocked the entrance, and when I approached him, he knocked me over and even drew his sword against you. It's one thing to bully a lowly maid, but to threaten my lady is unforgivable." Chapter 30. Wounds. Upon returning to the Marquis of Chongning's residence, Su Yue first visited Chunhui courtyard. The old matriarch casually inquired, "How is Princess Su Yue faring?" The old matriarch's question suggested she had noticed Princess Su Yue's visit to plead on Su Yue's behalf, as her complexion had not been good.
Su Yue responded truthfully.
"Princess Su Yue is not in high spirits, so I did not linger. The Duchess of Wu expressed her gratitude for my assistance at Guthyuan Temple and rewarded me with a jade bracelet." Su Yue raised her wrist to show the old matriarch the bracelet. The old matriarch was somewhat taken aback. After all, Princess Su Yue had already visited to express her thanks, making the Duchess's additional gesture unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for Su Yue to receive a reward from the Duchess, so the old matriarch refrained from commenting further. With little to discuss, Su Yue and the old matriarch did not sit down but instead bowed and took their leave. Upon returning to the Weiyue courtyard, with no outsiders present, Xiaoyao hesitated for a long time before daring to voice her question, speaking in a hushed tone as if fearing ears might be lurking beyond the walls. "How can the young lady assist Princess Su Yue in her divorce from the heir of the Duke of Wu? It seems utterly impossible," she mused. Xiaoyao understood that the young lady had good intentions, offering Princess Su Yue a glimmer of hope for survival, yet it required the princess's belief in it as well. Su Yue recognized the complexity of the situation, acknowledging that while it was indeed challenging, human effort could prevail. Without delving further into the matter with Xiaoyao, she finished her lunch, which had been brought from the kitchen, lost in thought. After her meal, she retreated into her study, drafting 2 prescriptions for medicinal herbs and handing them to Xiaoyao, instructing her to take a trustworthy maid to procure the items listed. Xiaoyao, upon glancing at the list, appeared troubled. Su Yue inquired, "What troubles you?" With urgency, Xiaoyao replied, "These items can certainly be purchased with money, but I cannot bring them into the manor. Both the main entrance and the side entrance are monitored by the matron's people. To avoid scrutiny, one must offer bribes to pass through, and with so many items, even a bribe of silver might not suffice." If the matron inquires why the young lady is purchasing such a quantity of herbs, I would not know how to respond. The knowledge of the young lady's medical skills is not even known to the Gu family, let alone the Duke's manor. Su Yue was taken aback by the stringent regulations of the Duke's household regarding the entry of goods. Nevertheless, these supplies were essential. She resolved to wait for an opportunity to visit the Gu family, leveraging their name to bring the items into the manor. Convinced that the Duke's household would not dare to inspect gifts from her maternal family, this feeling of being constrained at every turn was stifling, causing Su Yue to feel a wave of discontent as she tucked the list away. She selected several books from the shelf, retreating to her room to pass the time. Reclining on a small couch with a book, she found a moment of peace when Xiaoyao entered with tea. "The clothes, my lady, have yet to be delivered by the 3rd Mississippi. Should I send someone to fetch them?" Su Yue casually flipped a page and responded, "There is no rush. I shall wait for her to send them." Xiaoyao, skeptical, questioned, "Will she truly send someone?" "She will," Su Yue assured. Yet, as the afternoon slipped into dusk, no one arrived, as if the matter had been forgotten. Surely, the 3rd Miss would not expect me to send for them, Su Yue thought. Bemused by the trivial power play, she shook her head, dismissing such petty matters from her mind, determined to focus on how to assist Princess Su Yue. Though she had no clear direction at present. Seated on the small couch, propping her head in thought, she was oblivious to Xiaoyao, who sat on a low stool, making a net. Several times, she glanced at Su Yue, unable to comprehend why the young lady was so preoccupied with worries.
Su Yue,
Who could barely secure her own safety, still sought to aid Princess Su Yue. Had she forgotten that without Princess Su Yue's intervention on her behalf to the old matriarch, she might still be at Guiyuan Temple? As Su Yue continued to fidget, Xiaoyao noticed her repeatedly touching her right eyelid. "My lady, what troubles your eye?" "Nothing. Just an intense twitch," Su Yue replied. Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. A twitch in the left eye signifies fortune, while the right indicates disaster. The night was cool as water. In the Mingwang mansion, within a bamboo room, Xiao Qingyi sat reading, though his mind wandered elsewhere, unable to concentrate. Qingfeng, holding a sword, stood nearby, and unable to contain his frustration, remarked, "If the prince wishes to leave the manor, he may do so." "I have no intention of leaving," Xiao Qingyi replied, his voice heavy. "Indeed, your highness, you do not wish to leave. However, you are holding the book upside down." He had been unaware for a full quarter of an hour, an unusual occurrence. Having accompanied the prince for many years, Qingfeng could easily discern his thoughts. Clearly, the prince had grown accustomed to scaling walls to visit certain ladies, for absence makes the heart grow fonder. Xiao Qingyi, glancing down and realizing the truth of Qingfeng's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and shot a sidelong glance at Qingfeng. Though no words were exchanged, it was evident he blamed Qingfeng for his slip. Qingfeng feigned ignorance, caressing the sword in his arms. Setting the book aside, Xiao Qingyi retrieved a mask from a hidden compartment and exited the room, with Qingfeng trailing behind. A mere glance from Xiao Qingyi halted Qingfeng in his tracks. "If you follow me without permission, you shall receive 80 lashes. 80 lashes would surely be life-threatening." Whereas the prince headed that all who accompany him must be silenced. Qingfeng watched as Xiao Qingyi leapt into the night, disappearing into the shadows. The Mingwang mansion was not far from the Chongning Duke's manor, and traversing the rooftops was swift. Yet, just days prior, he had scaled the walls of the Duke's manor, only to discover a shadow had entered before him. Beneath the mask, Xiao Qingyi's expression hardened. The woman who had drawn the poison from his veins did not even know his face. If she treated him thus, how could she not do so with others? In her private chamber, unguarded and barefoot, the thought of other men possibly gazing upon her feet sent a chill through him. Inside, Su Yue's eyelids fluttered incessantly, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Having returned from the bamboo room to the Chongning Duke's manor, she felt exposed without its protection. Those who sought her life would no longer hold back. Lost in thought, she heard the window creak open, and looking up, she saw a man in black, masked and cloaked, leap inside. Su Yue was momentarily stunned, unable to react as the assassin's sword lunged toward her. Her face went pale, and Xiaoyao stood frozen in shock, forgetting to call for help. In terror, Su Yue closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable strike, yet the anticipated pain never came. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to find the assassin still present, but he was now pierced through the chest by a sword. The blade was withdrawn, and the assassin collapsed. Only then did she see the man who had saved her, and she hurriedly descended from the couch, trembling from the shock.
Su Yue struggled to compose herself.
Gazing at the man with gratitude, though confusion lingered. What brings you here? Surely, he did not come to settle their debt during the night. Beneath the mask, his eyes flickered, though his voice remained calm. I did not wish to come, but my wound has begun to ache, so I came to see you. His gaze swept over the fallen assassin. Now you owe me a life. Chapter 31. Anger indeed, had he not arrived in time, she would have met her demise. Su Yue, still shaken, spoke with a tremor in her voice. How could your wound be hurting? Let me check your pulse. The man sat on the small couch, and Su Yue settled beside him, examining his pulse for a considerable time. The pulse seems normal. The wound appeared to heal well last time, so there should be no issues. But it is painful, he replied, his expression unchanged.
Su Yue forroet herbereis, perpled.
I truly cannot find any issues, and I cannot prescribe treatment without certainty. The man stated, then I shall endure the pain for one night. If the issue persists tomorrow, I will return. He then glanced at the fallen assassin. Do you know who sent him? Su Yue remained silent, but Xiaoyao murmured, could it be the Ming Wang? The man, concealed behind his mask, darkened in expression. Su Yue interjected, while the possibility of the Ming Wang cannot be dismissed. I believe it is more likely the heir of the Duke of Wu. The man's demeanor gradually improved, and as Su Yue gazed at him, her eyes clear as mountain springs, she added, now that I owe you a life, would you mind if I owed you a bit more? The man, captivated by the reflection of himself in her eyes, raised an eyebrow. What do you wish for me? Without directly stating her intentions, Su Yue inquired. As a member of the royal family, is it true that the Ming Wang and Princess Su Yue are full siblings, or is that merely a rumor? His response was straightforward. They are indeed siblings. That is good to know, Su Yue exclaimed with delight. Do you have any connection with the Duke of Zhu? The man's brows furrowed slightly. What are you implying? Su Yue revealed her intentions candidly. I wish to assist Princess Su Yue in her divorce from the Duke of Wu, but my strength alone is insufficient. I require assistance. The man's profound gaze fell upon Su Yue's face, with a flicker of unusual light dancing in his eyes. Not only did he wish to assist Princess Su Yue and the heir of the Duke of Wu in their separation, but he also harbored intentions of uniting Princess Su Yue with the heir of the Duke of Zhu. Alas, Su Yue's ambitions were so loudly pronounced that even those with long ears could discern them. With a shrug, Su Yue admitted, indeed, I have such plans. If I can accomplish this, I shall emerge from the predicament of being dismissed by the Ming Wang and live a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Princess Su Yue is the elder sister of the Ming Wang, while the heir of the Duke of Zhu is his cousin. For them to ultimately come together, the Ming Wang and the royal family must not be allowed to play favorites, permitting only the officials to burn while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Should she choose another worthy suitor and remarry, no one could accuse her of foolishness. She was indeed clever and daring in her aspirations. The man poured cold water on her enthusiasm, saying, Do you understand how difficult this matter is? Su Yue poured him tea and replied, That is precisely why I need to find allies. It is impossible for me to achieve this alone. You must help me arrange a meeting with the heir of the Duke of Zhu. The man casually twirled the teacup on the table, responding indifferently. You could actually seek assistance from the Ming Wang himself. Su Yue shot him a sharp grin. Is that suggestion any less ridiculous? While I may have my own interests at heart, I am, after all, trying to help his royal sister and cousin. To beg him for aid would be akin to walking into a trap. I am not foolish enough to do that.
Besides,
I cannot even enter the gates of the Ming Wang's residence. The man countered, You are seeking the Ming Wang for this matter. He will not refuse you. Su Yue replied resolutely, I would rather not. If it comes to that, I can simply have the heir of the Duke of Zhu approach him. I do not believe my standing is greater than his. The man fell silent and Su Yue scrutinized him. Am I wrong? You are correct. Although he acknowledged her words, Su Yue sensed a peculiar tone in his voice. Determined, she pressed on. Then please help me arrange a meeting with the heir of the Duke of Zhu. The man sipped his tea and remarked, There is no need for such effort. I can simply speak to him on your behalf. Is it truly that simple? This person was not saved in vain. Su Yue expressed her gratitude. I am forever in your debt. When I marry, I shall invite you to the celebration. The man nearly choked in disbelief, his irritation palpable. He set down the teacup and stood to leave. Su Yue called out, Wait. Do not depart just yet. He turned back to her as she pointed to the corpse on the ground. Could you assist me in moving him? The man, exasperated yet compliant, bent down and hoisted the assassin by his belt, much like one would lift a chick, and exited through the window. Xiaorao hurriedly fetched a basin to clean the bloodstains from the ground, her voice tinged with concern. If this assassin is dead, will they send more after us?
Su Yue,
Equally apprehensive, replied, it is uncertain whether they will send more in the future, but for tonight, we should be safe. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Ming Wang's residence, the man removed his mask. Qing Feng approached, clearly sensing the anger radiating from his lord. He could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What could have caused the lord's ire? Before leaving, he had seemed somewhat distracted, yet upon his return, he was in a foul mood. Had he gone out seeking trouble? But who could possibly provoke their lord? Qing Feng accepted the discarded mask and reported, after you left, Zhao Qi returned. Xiao Qingyi paused on the steps. What did you discover? Qing Feng replied, the heir of the Duke of Wu has taken a mistress in the western suburbs and has 2 children, the elder being 4 years old and the younger 1.5. In an instant, Xiao Qingyi's expression turned frigid. Qing Feng hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Xiao Qingyi's voice was icy. What else?
continue.
Qing Feng pressed on. Princess Su Yue attempted to take her own life, but fortunately, Miss Su went to express her gratitude, and the maid's timely intervention saved her. Xiao Qingyi's fists clenched. The sound of bone creaking in the stillness of the night was particularly pronounced. He tightened his grip before relaxing it again. No wonder she had suddenly entertained such thoughts. What was even more infuriating was that she not only dared to act, but had also delivered evidence to him overnight. Even if he wished to remain uninvolved, he had to consider Princess Su Yue and the heir of the Duke of Zhuge. Qing Feng, confused, asked she, "Who is she?" Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xiao Qingyi grit his teeth. Send Zhao Qi to the residence of the Longning Marquis. Do not allow that woman to be killed. Qing Feng was bewildered. Has the lord lost his mind? He would be fortunate not to kill the daughter of the Longning Marquis, yet he is sending someone to protect her? Even if she saved Princess Su Yue, her actions against the lord remain unforgivable. My lord, are you certain you wish to send someone to the residence of the Longning Marquis? Qing Feng inquired, concerned that the lord was acting impulsively. However, the moment he asked, Xiao Qingyi's anger intensified. Before the Longning Marquis returns to the capital, ensure she is safe. If she is killed, the blame will inevitably fall upon me. Chapter 32. Misfortune. In the early morning, Su Yue sat on her bed, clutching a pillow, her expression weary. She longed for the days spent at Guthuan Temple, where she could reflect and awake naturally. Now back at the Marquis's residence, she could no longer indulge in such luxuries and must adhere to the morning and evening rituals. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she was nearly asleep when Xiaoyao, in the midst of changing her dress, exclaimed, "Miss, please do not sleep. If we are late, we shall be reprimanded." Concerned for her, Xiaoyao continued, "Last night, the assassin frightened you. You tossed and turned until the early hours before finally sleeping. And now you are being called awake just as you were in the midst of a deep slumber. If you continue to provoke the madam and the third young lady, they will surely be waiting to catch you in a mistake. What if they accuse you of disrespecting the old lady?" Xiaorao nearly dragged Su Yue out of bed, insisting, "You must first pay your respects to the old lady, and then you may return to sleep." With no other choice, Su Yue washed her face with cold water. Feeling somewhat more alert, after a hasty breakfast, she made her way to Chunhui Courtyard. As she walked slowly, she noticed a servant rushing into Chunhui Courtyard. Upon reaching the screen, she sensed a peculiar atmosphere within the room. When she saw the old lady, her expression was devoid of warmth, replaced instead by a stern demeanor. It appeared that something was amiss, causing Su Yue to feel a twinge of anxiety. As she stepped forward, preparing to bow in greeting, the old lady inquired first, "Was there an assassin disturbance at Wan Yue Courtyard last night?" Su Yue's heart sank at the question. Indeed, there had been an assassin who sought her life. But thanks to Xiao Wujiao's timely arrival, she had escaped unscathed. However, how could the old lady know about an incident that even the maids and servants of Wan Yue Courtyard were unaware of? Studying her emotions, Su Yue replied with feigned confusion, "Grandmother, why do you ask?" The old lady struggled to suppress her anger, remaining silent, while Su Yue's cousin, Su Yan, interjected, "Last night, someone threw a corpse over our courtyard wall." Su Yue repeated incredulously, "A corpse over the courtyard wall?"
Su Yan nodded slightly.
Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite her and Xiaoyao's inability to handle the assassin's body, they had requested Xiao Wujiao's assistance in removing it. She had never anticipated that he would simply toss it over the wall, where passers-by could easily see it. Interestingly, it was not the people of the Marquis's residence who discovered the assassin's corpse first, but rather a passerby who noticed someone lying against the wall and alerted the gatekeeper. Steward Sun then took people to inspect, only to find it was a corpse, prompting an urgent report to the old lady. Seated there, the fourth madam was quite furious. Who would dare to insult our Lomning Marquis's residence in such a manner? Su Yue cast a disdainful glance at Su Yue, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Our Lomning Marquis's residence has never faced such misfortune before. Her words implied that all this misfortune stemmed from Su Yue. Su Yue's expression betrayed her displeasure, yet deep within, she harbored immense gratitude for Xiao Wujiao. His actions, though humiliating for the Chongning Marquis, were ultimately a form of assistance to her. In such a vast estate, the guards were lax enough that he could come to her aid in the dead of night without raising an alarm. An assassin had easily slipped into her chamber to claim her life. By discarding the assassin over the city walls, the Marquis would undoubtedly bolster its defenses to prevent further intrusions. Additionally, this act conveyed a message to the unseen forces behind the assassin: send another, and he would eliminate them one by one. Su Yue disliked being indebted to others, yet her obligations to Xiao Wujiao grew increasingly burdensome. She needed to devise a means to repay him. The only way she could assist him was through her medical expertise. But even the silver needles she required were sourced from him. Therefore, she resolved to leave the estate. Turning to the matriarch, she expressed, "Grandmother, I wish to pay a visit to my maternal grandfather." The matriarch furrowed her brows, while the first lady interjected, "You just returned from the Gu family. Why must you go again? How meddlesome. Did she eat yesterday? Does that mean she needs not eat today?" Su Yue merely cast a glance at the first lady and addressed the matriarch. "I had made a promise with my grandmother to visit my grandfather today and keep him company. When Mama Wang came to fetch her, she had mentioned that Su Yue could visit the Gu family at any time. It would be unreasonable to prevent her." The matriarch remained silent, merely sipping her tea, evidently condoning the first lady's refusal to allow her to leave. The first lady, irked that the Gu family was preventing Su Yue's return, had even punished her by making her kneel in the Buddhist hall all night. Her ire had yet to dissipate. Su Yue sensed that her desire to visit the Gu family was going to be an uphill battle. As anticipated, the first lady clearly disagreed, asserting that no daughter of a family that had been dismissed should venture out so frequently. She should wait a few days. A surge of unnamable anger welled up within Su Yue, yet there was no one to speak on her behalf. The matriarch feigned ignorance as well. Su Yue understood that her exit today was nearly impossible. Suppressing her frustration, she performed a courtesy and withdrew. However, just as she turned to leave, a maid rushed in, bowing and announcing, "Old madam, someone from the Dali Temple has come to convey a message, requesting the eldest young lady and the Princess Annal to resolve the bamboo house case." Su Yue halted her steps, and upon hearing the maid's words, she promptly exited. Leaving Chunhui courtyard, Xiaoyao could hardly contain her joy. The first lady had not permitted the young lady to leave the estate. Yet the Dali Temple was summoning her at this moment, making it impossible for her to refuse. Xiaoyao grinned, but soon realized that her young lady was heading in the wrong direction and hurriedly reminded her, "Young lady, you should leave from that side. I am aware of the correct exit, yet I am not permitted to visit my maternal family. How could the matriarch and the first lady allow me to appear at the Dali Temple?" "I shall return to Wanyue courtyard to reflect," Su Yue replied, her voice not low. The maid overheard and quickly reported to the matriarch. Inside, the matriarch was instructing that when the second master returned, he should enhance the estate's security. The maid approached and said, "Old madam, the eldest young lady has decided against going to the Dali Temple. She has returned to Wanyue courtyard." The matriarch's brows knitted together. The second lady smirked. Could it be that the young lady is upset that the first lady forbids her from visiting the Gu family? She would never miss an opportunity to vex the first lady. The first lady's expression darkened, and the fourth lady, colluding with the second, fanned the flames. The Dali Temple had not only summoned the young lady, but also the Princess Annal. If the young lady did not attend, the princess would have made the trip in vain. The bamboo house case had already angered Princess Qingyang, who had sent people to pressure the Chongning Marquis. If the Princess Annal were to visit the Dali Temple for nothing, it would surely exacerbate her displeasure. The first lady's face grew dark enough to stain ink, as Su Yue's actions brought her humiliation. Su Mei, infuriated, declared, "I will go speak with her." She strode away, followed by a few onlookers. Su Yue did not walk briskly. She had just reached the garden when an oppressive voice called out, "Stop." She turned to see Su Mei approaching her with fierce intent. Su Yue, with an expression of indifference, inquired, "Do you need something from me?" This indifferent demeanor drove Su Mei to the brink of fury. Yet she managed to suppress her nearly erupting rage and demanded, "Grandmother has permitted you to visit the Dali Temple, and afterward, you must go to the Gu family." Su Yue's expression remained placid as she turned toward the exit, taking a few steps before glancing back at Su Mei. "I have already granted you an extension of 1 day. Upon my return from the Dali Temple, if I do not see my clothing, I shall personally lead people to rummage through every box and cabinet." With that, Su Yue departed, leaving Su Mei clenching her fists tightly. Su Chan, reveling in the drama, remarked, "But grandmother did not say she could go to the Gu family." Su Mei sneered. "Does she wish to visit the Gu family?" "In her dreams." Chapter 33. Long awaited. Back at the Chongning Marquisite's entrance, Su Yue found the carriage waiting. Xiaoyao assisted her into the carriage before climbing in herself. The coachman set off, but moments later, Su Yue instructed, "First, take me to the Gu residence." The coachman hesitated, but before he could finish his protest, he felt something pressing against his neck. Su Yue coldly stated, "Have you decided where to take me?" The golden hairpin pressed against his throat drained the color from the coachman's face. "To the Gu family," he stammered. "Had you listened sooner, we would not be in this predicament," Su Yue said, retracting the hairpin and casually placing it back in her hair. Xiaoyao looked at her quizzically. "Why must we go to the Gu family first?" Seeing Xiaoyao's expression of confusion, Su Yue shook her head internally, realizing she was a naive maid who had yet to learn from her experiences. "If I go to the Dali Temple first, I will not be able to visit the Gu family afterward. Today is not an absolute necessity for me to visit the Gu family, but I must go within the next few days to assess whether my grandfather requires adjustments to his medication. The First Lady forbids me from venturing out, and the matriarch condones her strictness. If I let this opportunity slip by, I may not be able to go in a few days." After a brief half-hour, the carriage halted before the Gu residence. Upon disembarking, Su Yue entered and asked the doorkeeper, "Is my cousin at home?" Uncertain which cousin she referred to, the doorkeeper replied, "Neither of the young masters is present." What unfortunate timing, thought Su Yue, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, this was a minor issue. She could still seek out Gu Tong or Guing. With a lightened demeanor, she made her way to Chiha Hall. Upon seeing Su Yue, old Madame Gu beamed, not waiting for Su Yue to bow in greeting before beckoning her to sit beside her. "Since your return to the Chongning Marquise, has anyone troubled you?" Su Yue shook her head. "With my grandmother's protection, no one dares to bully me." In truth, she had faced bullying, but it had all been in vain. Old Madame Gu scrutinized Su Yue's complexion, and seeing no signs of distress, her heart settled a little. After conversing with old Madame Gu for a while, Su Yue approached to pay respects to old Master Gu. Last time, he had noticed her secretly checking his pulse, and this time, as she examined him again, old Master Gu chuckled. "Are you interested in studying medicine, Yue?" "I simply read medical texts to pass the time," Su Yue replied. At this moment, she looked over at Xiaoyao, who, compelled to play along, stated, "The young lady becomes so engrossed in her studies that she forgets to eat or sleep." Xiaoyao could not comprehend why her young lady would deceive old Master Gu, dragging her into the fib, causing her conscience to ache. Old Master Gu nodded approvingly. Reading more is indeed beneficial. Su Yue not only checked old Master Gu's pulse, but also examined both arms and looked into his eyes. He found himself momentarily bewildered, wondering whether she was his granddaughter or a physician. Chuckling, he remarked, "You do exhibit some qualities of a doctor, but alas, your grandfather cannot see."
Su Due smiled.
"In 3 days, grandfather will regain his sight." Old Master Gu chuckled. "Very well, I hope it happens as you say, and that he will be well in 3 days. Su Yue added, 3 days will only restore his sight. Complete recovery will require at least half a month's rest." Old Master Gu was amused by her earnest admonition. Laughing heartily, Su Yue wore an expression of helplessness, deciding to treat her words as mere jest. All she wished for was her grandfather's swift recovery. The room contained ink, paper, and brushes, and with Gu Tong and Guing absent, she refrained from wasting money on the streets to find a painting stall. After neatly inscribing the prescription and allowing the ink to dry, she went to bid farewell to the old Madame Gu. Upon her arrival, she found the old madam instructing the kitchen to prepare several of Su Yue's favorite dishes. Hearing this, Su Yue quickly interjected, "Grandmother, I must leave now." The old madam was taken aback. You just arrived, and you are already leaving? Su Yue replied, the Dali Temple has summoned me to accompany Princess Annel. I know she will not depart so soon, so I came to visit you and grandfather first. By now, she should have already set out. And I cannot keep her waiting. I shall join you for a meal next time. With pressing matters at hand, the old madam did not insist on keeping her. Su Yue then inquired, what about my 2 cousins? Are they not at home? The old madam chuckled, they've gone to Guyuan Temple to pray for your grandfather. Not a single one was present. Such ill fortune seemed to befall her. Su Yue bowed and excused herself, making her way towards the Gu family's entrance with Xiaoyao in tow. Just as she approached the second gate, she spotted her second cousin Gu Yanhang hurrying towards her. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up, and she waved from a distance, second cousin. Gu Yanhang rushed over, asking, you returned just in time. Is there something you need from me, cousin? Su Yue nodded, could you fetch me 2 empty boxes? Gu Yanhang had expected her to bring up something more substantial. Just 2 empty boxes? Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by a servant. There was no need to trouble him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, may I ask what you require the empty boxes for? To pack things, Su Yue replied candidly, realizing her response seemed somewhat redundant. Observing Gu Yanhang's awkward demeanor, she promptly added, the rules of the Marquis of Chongning's residence are quite strict. The items I wish to purchase shouldn't be known to the household staff, so I can only borrow the name of the Gu family to bring them into the residence. Understanding the situation, Gu Yanhang readily agreed to assist her. He escorted Su Yue to the entrance, and shortly thereafter, a carriage was brought forth by the Gu family servants, in the presence of the Marquis's attendants. For young servants hoisted 2 exquisite boxes onto the carriage. After bidding farewell, the servants hurriedly drove the carriage towards the Dali Temple. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple, the sound of rolling wheels prompted a constable to rush out. Upon seeing Su Yue, he sighed in relief. Miss Su, you have finally arrived. The remark made it sound as though she had merely come for a visit. As she dismounted the carriage, she inquired, has Princess Annel arrived? The question was somewhat unnecessary. Had Princess Annel not arrived, the constable would not have been in such a hurry. He quickly replied, Princess Annel arrived a quarter of an hour ago. Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the young lady had not lingered long at the Gu household, her travel time had certainly exceeded an hour. Yet Princess Annel had only just arrived. Xiaorao had assumed the young lady was speaking casually when she said Princess Annel would not come so quickly. It appeared she was indeed correct. The constable led Su Yue into the Dali Temple, where Princess Annel had already begun to lose patience. Upon seeing Su Yue, the fiery blaze in her eyes threatened to reduce Su Yue to ashes. You dare to make this princess wait for you? In stark contrast to Princess Annel's fury,
Su Yue mantanda calm demeanor.
She cast a nonchalant glance at the princess. We are evenly matched. There is no need for you to belabor the point. While her tardiness was indeed inappropriate, had she not visited the Gu residence, she would have been forced to wait for Princess Annel at the Dali Temple for an hour. If she were to wait for someone else, it was only fair that others also wait for her. The constables of the Dali Temple wholeheartedly agreed with Su Yue's sentiments, as they felt she had voiced their unspoken thoughts. These 2 were indeed equally matched. It had taken a full hour for the Dali Temple to relay the message, and had it been any later, it would have coincided with the mealtime at the Dali Temple. Chapter 34. Almsgiving. Seeing Su Yue's demeanor, which suggested she did not regard the wait as significant, Princess Annel was so furious she nearly stormed off. Her delicate fists clenched beneath her sleeves, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. She could not understand why the Mingwang held such disdain for Su Yue, to the point of incinerating the entire bamboo house where she had spent a few days, yet still insisted on having the Dali Temple thoroughly investigate the matter of his belongings being damaged. He could have simply ordered the Dali Temple to drop the case, and she would not have needed to confront Su Yue directly. Wrap this up, Princess Annel declared with a scowl. Su Yue bowed to the magistrate, Lord Wang. And as Princess Annel sat there, she finally found a point to vent her frustration, declaring imperiously, you should kneel and listen to the proceedings. As a royal princess, Princess Annel held a noble status and did not need to kneel. Su Yue, being merely the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Chongning, had no official title to compel her to kneel. However, she had no intention of yielding. Had Princess Annel not brought it up, the Dali Temple would not have troubled Su Yue over such a minor detail. Now that Princess Annel clung to it, it had truly become a problem. Originally, Su Yue had the upper hand in her case against the princess, but kneeling would place her at a disadvantage. Furthermore, given Princess Annel's temperament, if she were to kneel, the princess would surely prolong the case to torment her. She absolutely must not kneel. Su Yue's mind raced, and she turned to Lord Wang, saying, "Though I have been dismissed by the Ming Wang, my name still remains on the royal jade butterfly and has not been struck off, which exempts me from kneeling." Princess Annel stood in outrage. "Do you have no shame? You have been dismissed by the Ming Wang and still wish to take advantage of this."
Su Yue scoffed.
"Since you know that the Ming Wang has dismissed me, why do you continue to pursue me so relentlessly? The chance to take advantage of the Ming Wang's favor has been handed to me by you, Princess Annel." "You." Princess Annel was taken aback by Su Yue's eloquence, left speechless in her anger. As if that were not enough, Su Yue coldly remarked, "Whether I take advantage of this is my own prerogative. It is not for you to decide if I must kneel." She turned her gaze directly to Lord Wang, who promptly interjected, "Ladies, please take your seats for the proceedings." The constables hastily brought in a grand chair and placed it directly opposite Princess Annel, infuriating her to the point where she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. How dare a dismissed person sit on equal footing with her, a royal princess? Surely, the magistrate should have better judgment. Princess Annel thought to herself, while Lord Wang remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. In truth, the case involving Su Yue and Princess Annel was straightforward. It concerned Princess Annel's instigation of someone to damage Su Yue's clothing, a fact already confessed by the maids and servants. As for the destruction of the Ming Wang's possessions, while Su Yue had reported it, that matter pertained solely to Princess Annel and the Ming Wang. Due to the presence of an assassin's corpse at the Marquis of Changning's residence, the Dali Temple had sent personnel to investigate, and in passing, communicated to the Marquis's household that they should first resolve the cases involving Su Yue and Princess Annel. It would not do for the Marquis of Changning to have two unresolved cases at the Dali Temple, as it would reflect poorly on the temple's investigative capabilities. As Lord Wang spoke about the case, Princess Annel interrupted him, displeased, stating, "This princess has already declared that she was the one who damaged the Ming Wang's belongings." She pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yue, speaking with such certainty as though she had witnessed the act herself. Su Yue, unperturbed, looked at Princess Annel and even jested. "Shall I summon Lord Wang to take your place in judging this case?" Princess Annel was once again incensed, and Su Yue continued, "Even if you are a royal princess, disrupting court proceedings and attempting to influence the Dali Temple's judgment is a grave offense. The laws of the court will not spare you." In the midst of Princess Annel's bluster, even though Su Yue had arrived late, she managed to garner favor in the eyes of the Dali Temple officials, who found her demeanor contrary to the rumors about her. Their sympathy for her unjust dismissal by the Ming Wang only grew. Lord Wang's scales of justice began to tip in favor of Su Yue as he addressed Princess Annel. "As for who damaged the Ming Wang's belongings, the Dali Temple is still investigating. If it is indeed the doing of Miss Su, the temple will handle it impartially. For now, we shall first resolve the matters between the two of you, which will not impede the others." Princess Annel, frustrated, thought to herself, "How long has this case been open? It remains unresolved, and the Ming Wang's bamboo house has been reduced to ashes. How is the Dali Temple to continue their investigation?"
Su Yue chuckled lightly,
remarking on the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed true that one tends to pick the softest fruit. The one responsible for burning the bamboo house was the Ming Wang, yet instead of confronting him about his foolish actions that hindered the investigation of the Dali Temple, one chose to unleash their fury upon the temple itself. Did Princess Annel truly not realize how difficult she was to deal with? The entire Dali Temple was eager to resolve the case overnight. Su Yue's clear voice resonated throughout the hall, nearly moving everyone at the Dali Temple to tears. She spoke the words they dared not utter, each phrase striking deeply at their hearts. Such a sensible young lady, one would wonder why the Ming Wang had divorced her. Especially at such a high cost, surely, he would come to regret his decision one day. Princess Annel could not bear to hear Su Yue criticize the Ming Wang, exclaiming that he was only acting out because of the fire she had set. How could she bring up such a humiliating matter herself? Did she not understand the meaning of losing face? Su Yue smirked disdainfully, declaring that she had resided in places far grander than a mere bamboo house. She had lived in the Ming Wang's palace for a full month, leaving her mark in every corner. Why had he not burned down the palace as well? What a splendid retort. The officials of the Dali Temple silently applauded Su Yue's cleverness. Princess Annel found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Lord Wang swiftly concluded the case. Due to Princess Annel's lax management, her maids and servants were punished with 40 strikes of the rod, and as their negligent mistress, she was ordered to compensate Su Yue for her losses, totaling 180 taels. This sum was trivial for Princess Annel, but the obligation to pay felt like a bitter pill, a disgrace that rendered her the laughingstock of the capital. A maid presented a purse to Princess Annel, who accepted it and informed Su Yue, "There are 200 taels inside, no need for change." With that, she tossed the purse at Su Yue's feet and turned to leave.
"Stop,"
commanded Su Yue, causing Princess Annel to halt and turn back.
Su Yue coldly stated.
"This money is compensation for my losses, not a charity from you. Pick it up and hand it to me." Su Yue had no intention of indulging Princess Annel's arrogance or allowing her to humiliate her further. Their gazes locked, the air thick with tension. The maid, realizing it was futile to expect Princess Annel to bend down, quickly retrieved the purse and handed it to Su Yue. Su Yue did not accept it. Instead, it was Xiaoyao who took it, extracting 14 taels from within and then stepping back behind Su Yue. Su Yue's cold gaze swept over Princess Annel's face as she turned to leave. Just as she stepped out, a constable rushed in to inform the Dali Temple official. "My lord, the heir of the Duke of Wu has arrived." The presence of the Duke of Wu's heir at the Dali Temple was puzzling, causing the official to furrow his brow. Su Yue inwardly lamented her misfortune. Why did the heir have to come at this moment? It was evident he sought the body of the assassin. Chapter 35. Tactics. Su Yue had encountered the Duke of Wu's heir only 3 times, and each instance had been accompanied by an unmistakable aura of hostility. This time was no different. His chilling gaze was filled with malice, and as they brushed past each other, Su Yue felt as though her very feet were weighed down. Could someone explain why the heir was so intent on her demise? Xiaoyao, trembling in fear, clutched Su Yue's sleeve, evading the heir as though he were a plague. The heir's icy demeanor suggested that her survival was a miracle. Despite his attempts to hang her from a tree, she had somehow lived on. His previous assassination attempts had failed, and the bodies he sent to the Chongning Marquis' residence had only served to taunt him. No one had ever escaped his grasp repeatedly, and he was determined to see if her luck could truly hold. Once outside the Dali Temple, Su Yue exhaled softly. As she prepared to board her carriage, she instructed the servant, "Take me to Tianhe Street." The servant was puzzled by her request. The madam had instructed him to escort the young lady to the Dali Temple and return to the Marquis' residence once the case was resolved. However, the young lady's intentions were clear, and he knew better than to oppose her, lest he face her wrath. Tianhe Street was not far. It curved at the end, leading to Jishiting. Upon spotting the apothecary, Su Yue ordered the carriage to stop, tossing 5 coins to the servant. "Go buy me 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. The rest is your reward." The skewers cost only 6 copper coins, effectively granting him a generous tip. The servant expressed his gratitude and hurried off to make the purchase. Entering Jishiting, the young clerk recognized her and greeted her with a smile. "Miss, you have returned to our apothecary. Are you here for medicine or to see a doctor?" Su Yue produced several prescriptions and handed them to the clerk, requesting, "Please gather all the medicines on this list." The clerk accepted the prescriptions, glancing over them. Noting the extensive variety and quantity of the medicines, he replied, "You have quite a few prescriptions here, miss. It will take some time to prepare them. You are welcome to browse the street while you wait. Is Dr. Li available?"
Su Yue inquired.
The clerk nodded eagerly. "Dr. Li is in the inner hall treating a patient. I need to speak with him," Su Yue stated. The clerk promptly led her to the inner hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a series of anguished cries that startled Xiaoyao, causing her to instinctively grip Su Yue's sleeve, attempting to prevent her from going further. Dr. Li was attending to a man in his late 20s who was biting his lip to stifle his cries. Dr. Li, examining the man's arm, appeared at a loss. The medicine prescribed days prior had not only failed to improve his condition but had worsened it. With a quivering voice, the man pleaded, "Dr. Li, tell me honestly, is there any hope for my arm?" Dr. Li remained non-committal, neither shaking his head nor nodding.
"It is difficult to say.
I have never encountered such a condition before, and after 2 days of searching through medical texts, I have yet to find a similar case." As the man's arm was exposed, Su Yue attempted to step closer, but Xiaoyao held her back, exclaiming, "How can you look at a man's arm? You are a lady." Yet recalling her mistress's previous act of drawing poison from a man's body, Xiaoyao quietly released her grip. Upon seeing Su Yue enter, Dr. Li furrowed his brow. Although he held no gender bias in his practice, he felt it inappropriate to lead a young lady into the inner hall. "I am quite busy here. Perhaps you could wait outside, he suggested. Su Yue had entered to discern the nature of the troublesome ailment. She had always enjoyed delving into the mysteries of difficult diseases. However, upon merely glancing at the man's arm, she immediately diagnosed him with snakebite disease. Dr. Li, surprised, took another look at the man's arm, which indeed resembled a snake embedded within. Miss, do you possess medical knowledge? He inquired. Just a passing understanding, Su Yue replied modestly. She turned to the man, asking, have you encountered any snakes recently? The man nodded vigorously, stating, a few days ago, I caught a snake and soaked it in liquor. He added, I have caught snakes before, without any issues. Not everyone who encounters a snake suffers such misfortune, and some cases may not even be caused by catching snakes. Dr. Li, seeing that Su Yue had identified the illness, quickly asked, can you treat this condition? Su Yue proceeded to explain the treatment for snakebite disease to Dr. Li. He was taken aback by her directness, grateful for her willingness to share her knowledge. I should be the one thanking you, Dr. Li, Su Yue replied. Please attend him first. I will wait outside. As Su Yue stepped out, Dr. Li followed her advice, treating the man's snakebite with acupuncture and bloodletting, which took quite some time. Once he emerged, Su Yue expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Li, for arranging for Physician Wang to treat my grandfather. Dr. Li understood that Su Yue was thanking him for his assistance in treating the elderly Marquis Gu, feeling somewhat undeserving of her gratitude. He was merely a physician of humble origins, unable to summon the esteemed doctors of the Imperial Medical Bureau to tend to the ailing elder Gu. Dr. Li sought to explain this to Su Yue, who had already extracted 2 additional prescriptions from her robe and handed them to him, saying, I would appreciate it if you could deliver these prescriptions to Dr. Wang, and kindly request that he commence treatment for my grandfather using them starting tomorrow. Your assistance will not go unrecognized in the future. Dr. Li felt a deep sense of shame, realizing he had done little to aid her. Rather, it was Miss Su who had just enlightened him on treating snake bites. Although he could not compel Dr. Wang to treat Elder Gu, he had made a few acquaintances with him and could assist in passing along the prescriptions. Accepting the prescriptions, he noticed that a young assistant had already prepared the medicines and was loading them onto a cart. After expressing his gratitude once more, Su Yue exited the Jisher Hall. By this time, it was the hour for lunch, and returning to the Ofu would likely mean missing the meal. Seizing the rare opportunity to be out, Su Yue decided to stroll around a bit before heading back. The pair meandered from one end of the street to the other, indulging in various snacks until they were quite full. Xiaoyao, rubbing her stomach, remarked, There's a bridge ahead. Crossing it leads to another street, even more bustling and lively. Let us go explore. Su Yue followed the direction indicated by Xiaoyao, but as they ascended the bridge, she felt an unsettling gaze upon her, making her feel uncomfortable. Turning back, she saw nothing amiss. Perhaps she was being overly cautious, even if the heir of the Duke of Wu wished for her demise. He would hardly dare act in broad daylight. Suppressing her unease, Su Yue lifted her skirt and ascended the steps. Just as she reached the top, a stone hurtled towards her, and just before it struck her shoulder, it was deflected by a piece of silver, landing in the water with a splash. While the smaller silver piece fell to the ground, Xiaoyao's eyes brightened, and she quickly picked it up, gazing skyward in delight. Miss, silver has fallen from the sky. She was eager to search for more, but Su Yue hastily seized her hand and led her down from the bridge. She had underestimated the determination of those who wished her harm and their methods. Should she fall from the bridge, no one would suspect foul play, only deeming it a suicide similar to that which occurred at the Chingen Bo's residence. These people truly were relentless. Chapter 36. Seeking forgiveness. Meanwhile, the assailant, noticing the presence of a hidden protector for Su Yue, dared not strike again and swiftly retreated. Not far off, hidden among the trees, the shadowy guard Zhao Qi was chastising himself for being too hasty. Even though his lord had tasked him with safeguarding the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning to prevent her from being killed, she had just nearly plunged into the water. Who could be blamed for that? Such a golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers, and he wished he could sever the hand that had failed him. Upon seeing Su Yue return to the Marquis of Chongning's residence by carriage, Zhao Qi went to seek forgiveness from his master. At Drunken Moon Pavilion, in a private chamber, a masked man sat drinking, his expression inscrutable. A knock sounded at the door. Master, it is your subordinate. Enter. Zhao Qi pushed the door open, and upon seeing him, the man frowned. I instructed you to watch over the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning. Why have you returned? Zhao Qi stepped forward, kneeling as he confessed, Master, I deserve punishment. The man's heart raced. What has happened? Zhao Qi replied, just now. The heir of the Duke of Wu's men attempted to kill the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning. I was momentarily careless. The man's complexion shifted dramatically. Is she dead? His voice trembled with urgency, leaving Zhao Qi momentarily speechless. The man could not wait any longer. Is she alive or dead? Zhao Qi regained his composure and hastily replied, she is unharmed. I saved her. The man let out a heavy sigh of relief, somewhat irritated. You saved her. So, what do you need to atone for? Zhao Qi explained, had I not intervened, she would have drowned, and no one could blame you, my lord. After saying this, Zhao Qi found it peculiar. His lord was not the type to fear blame. If he were truly concerned about the Marquis of Chongning, he would not have dismissed his daughter. Yet, if he was not afraid, why had he sent Zhao Qi to protect her from being killed? Moreover, the lord seemed genuinely worried about her well-being.
It was all quite baffling.
Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. Xiao Qingyi remained silent, his thoughts in turmoil. He had just dismissed her in the utmost humiliation while also worrying for her safety. It was absurd. He had no ulterior motives regarding her. Merely a desire to understand why she feigned ignorance and acted so submissively before him. Until he uncovered the truth, she could not be allowed to perish. Reluctant to dwell on it further, Xiao Qingyi swiftly shifted the topic. Besides the attempt on her life by the heir of the Duke of Wu, there were other matters to report. Zhao Qi indeed had something to share. She had audaciously insulted the lord in front of the Dali Temple and Princess Annal, calling him foolish and mockingly questioning why he hadn't burned down the Ming Wang manor along with it. Beneath the mask, Xiao Qingyi's face darkened to an inky hue. How could someone so audaciously insult him publicly be under his protection? Zhao Qi's anger simmered, and he felt the urge to sever his own hand again. He inquired, should I continue to protect her? Letting her perish would be less troublesome. Xiao Qingyi gritted his teeth. Do as you wish. Zhao Qi wholeheartedly agreed and positioned himself behind Xiao Qingyi. The latter downed his drink in one go, consuming half a jug in one breath, then turned to Zhao Qi, gritting his teeth. Why are you still here? Hurry to the Marquis of Chongning's residence. Zhao Qi, concerned, exited, pondering the implications of his master's behavior. It was no mere illness. He was deeply troubled. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside.
Come in.
Xiao Qingyi commanded. The door opened, and the heir of the Duke of Zhuge, Wen Ting, entered. The carriage rolled forward until it came to a halt before the gates of the Marquis of Chongning's residence. Xiaoyao dismounted and assisted Su Yue down. There, a servant from the Gu family was already coordinating with the servants of the Marquis of Chongning's residence to unload 2 large chests from the carriage. 4 young attendants carried the chests, following Su Yue into the estate. No one stopped her to inspect the contents. But just as Su Yue believed she had passed without incident, an old woman approached, stating, Miss, please reveal what you have brought into the residence, so I may inspect it. Xiaoyao stood behind Su Yue, her expression conveying disbelief at how easily this servant presumed to challenge them. Su Yue remained indifferent. She had taken a long detour to avoid having her belongings inspected. It was absurd to think she would allow this woman to search her chest. She coldly replied, the contents of these chests were sent to me by the Gu family. The old woman insisted, it is the rule. Su Yue scoffed, I was unaware that any family rule dictated that gifts from my maternal family require inspection. Show me the rule if it exists. The old woman hesitated, aware that both the First Lady and Su Mei had suffered at Su Yue's hands. Now, the servants of the Marquis of Chongning knew that their eldest daughter was no longer the easily bullied girl she once was. The old woman, not wishing to provoke Su Yue, recognized that allowing her to bring in the chests without scrutiny would be difficult to explain to the First Lady. She stated, I do not know which family rule it is, but this has always been the practice, as we fear individuals might bring unclean items into the residence that could corrupt our young ladies. Su Yue's gaze turned icy. Do you suspect my maternal family intends to tarnish my reputation? The coldness in her eyes made the old woman feel as if she had been plunged into ice. Realizing that Miss Su's glare was even more fearsome than that of the First Lady, the old woman hurriedly protested, I did not mean it that way.
Did you not?
Then what do you mean by unclean items? Su Yue's eyes bore down on her, relentless. The old woman stiffened. Perhaps inappropriate illustrations unsuitable for young men and women. Su Yue found this amusing, having anticipated something far more scandalous. It seemed she needed to remind them of her status. As a woman who has been married, do you truly think I am unfamiliar with such matters? The matron may not have instructed her in the ways of the Chongning Marquis, but Xiaoyao had informed her that on the day the Ming prince returned to the capital, The wet nurse of the Ming residence had compelled her to don bridal attire and prepared a pair of dragon and phoenix candles, intending for her to consummate the marriage that very evening. Alas, what awaited her was nothing but a disdainful divorce decree. The wet nurse of the Ming residence had surely shown her the explicit illustrations. Even if she hadn't, who would know if she fabricated tales? Surely, the people of the Chongning Marquisate would not dare to seek confirmation from the Ming residence. Su Yue's retorts were bold and unyielding, leaving the matron at a loss for words. Xiaoyao stood behind Su Yue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could the young lady speak so freely about such matters in public? It was utterly mortifying. The matron fell silent, and Su Yue, indifferent to further discourse, ordered the attendant to carry the boxes to Wan Yue courtyard. The matron attempted to intervene, but Su Yue shot her a cold glance, her anger rising. First, they prevented her from returning home, and now they wished to inspect the items she had brought from the Gu family in public. Might as well sever all ties with the Gu family.
Xiaoyao,
Instruct the steward's son to retrieve the Gu family carriage. I shall not keep these 2 boxes. With that declaration, Su Yue turned and strode away. Steward's son, having just arrived, overheard her command and promptly ordered the attendants to hasten the boxes to Wan Yue courtyard. Chapter 37. Reporting a complaint as Su Yue returned to Wan Yue courtyard. The 2 large boxes were brought in. These people, who feared the strong yet bullied the weak, truly believed she was a soft persimmon. They sought to curry favor with the madam and her daughter. Despite some setbacks, she successfully brought the medicinal herbs she needed into the residence. Once she had the means to protect herself, should the madam and her daughter continue their arrogance and make her life difficult, she would ensure they experienced the bitter taste of despair. With this thought, Su Yue's spirits lifted. Xiaoyao recalled the words she had left with Su Mei before departing the residence and asked the maid in the courtyard if the 3rd young lady had sent the clothes. The maid hesitated, and Xiaoyao inquired further. They haven't been delivered? The maid shook her head repeatedly, affirming they had arrived, but the maid didn't finish her sentence, prompting Xiaoyao to press on. But what? The maid, hesitant to speak, simply suggested, you should see for yourself. Looking toward Su Yue, Xiaoyao noticed her expression darken as she stepped toward the inner chamber, where she immediately spotted the 3 large boxes sent by Su Mei. Upon entering the room, Su Yue commanded Xiaoyao to open the boxes. Xiaoyao hurried to comply. The moment Su Yue laid eyes on the contents, a surge of fury coursed through her veins. The exquisite garments, intended for her, were haphazardly crammed into the boxes, tangled together beyond recognition. What infuriated her further was the unmistakable shoe print on the clothing, evidence of someone having trampled on them. Su Yue knew these dresses were tailored specifically for Su Mei. She would not allow herself to be deprived of them, and while she was furious, she could only vent her wrath upon the garments. Regardless, these dresses would not be donned by Su Mei, nor would they be allowed on her own frame. Unable to contain her anger, Su Yue coldly commanded, have these boxes taken to the old lady. As she stormed out, a maid clad in a jade-colored dress approached, bowing and announcing, Miss, the old lady requests your presence at Xunhui courtyard. Uncertain of the old lady's intentions, Su Yue's instincts warned her that trouble was brewing. The matron followed closely behind, and Su Yue, accompanied by Xiaoyao, made her way to the old lady. Upon reaching Xunhui courtyard, before Su Yue could confront Su Mei, the latter was quick to criticize her. Grandmother permitted you to visit the Dali temple, yet you chose to go to the Gu family first, leaving the Anil County princess waiting. Have you truly disregarded grandmother's words, keeping the Anil County princess waiting for you?
Su Mei'yi eklaymet, her accusation sharp.
Su Yue, her voice icy, retorted, who is truly ignoring grandmother's words. If you are unsure, you could summon the attendant who drove the carriage to inquire before grandmother. If it turns out to be my fault, I would willingly kneel in the Buddhist hall for 3 days. 1 night is hardly enough to learn my lesson. Though Su Yue never mentioned the madam, the implication was clear to anyone within earshot. Just days prior, the old lady had punished Su Mei for dismissing her words, and now, it seemed history was repeating itself. The old lady's expression grew stern as Su Yue continued. Furthermore, the Anil County princess only waited a quarter of an hour. Su Mei shot back. That does not justify keeping the Anil County princess waiting. With a mocking smile, Su Yue replied, in your eyes, am I to endure waiting on the Anil County princess indefinitely? I arrive a mere quarter hour late, and the Anil County princess herself has nothing to say. Yet you feel the need to champion her cause? With such a bent elbow, one might wonder who your true sister is. The old lady's gaze shifted to Su Mei, who realized the gravity of the situation as the old lady's displeasure became palpable. Desperate to salvage her standing, Su Mei attempted to explain, "I was only concerned for you. Offending the Anil County princess will not benefit you." Su Yue, with an inward scoff, thought, "Is this concern worthy of thanks? I have never instigated the Anil County princess. She wronged me first. In the future, do not offer unsolicited concern without understanding the facts. One might mistake you for someone who is easily intimidated and a flatterer of the powerful." The impact of Su Yue's words struck like a series of slaps across Su Mei's face, leaving her with a kaleidoscope of emotions. Although the truth of her being a flatterer was undeniable, it was a bitter pill to swallow when spoken aloud. Enraged, Su Mei retorted, "Do not act out of impulse. Consider the futures of so many from the Chongning Marquisate." Unable to refute Su Yue, she sought to rally others against her.
Su Yue, un perturbed, declared.
"As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chongning Marquisate, I rise and fall with it. If I am bullied, it is not just my dignity at stake. The entire Marquisate will be viewed with disdain. One cannot secure a bright future through servility." The old lady, holding her teacup, glanced at Su Yue. Surprise flickering in her eyes, mingled with a hint of unrecognized admiration. She was taken aback by Su Yue's clarity and eloquence. Su Mei was on the verge of losing her composure, while Su Yue remained poised, her arguments flawless. The incident with the Ming prince had indeed catalyzed her growth, proving the adage that fortune often lies in misfortune, and vice versa. Until the final moments, the outcome is uncertain. As Su Mei opened her mouth to speak, the old lady interrupted, "Enough." Feeling wronged, Su Mei swallowed her words and shot a resentful glare at Su Yue, thinking, "Just wait. You have humiliated the Anil County princess. She will not let this slide, and you will soon find yourself begging for mercy." Realizing she had angered the old lady, Su Mei rose to leave. And Su Yue called after her, "Sister, do you truly covet my garments so much that you refuse to return them to me?" Fuming, Su Mei replied, "Your clothes? I have already sent them to you." The old lady turned to Su Yue, who responded, "Then let grandmother see how you have returned them to me." With that, Su Yue called out to those behind the screen, "Bring the boxes in." As the attendants entered with the 3 large boxes, Su Mei's face flashed with panic, which did not escape the old lady's keen observation. The boxes were set down, and Xiaoyao hastily began to open them one by one. Upon seeing the disarray within, silence fell over the room, and all the maids and matrons exchanged glances with the old lady, whose expression had turned an ominous shade of anger. It was no wonder she was furious. Su Yue was to marry the Ming prince, and to uphold Su Yue's dignity. The old lady had sacrificed her finest silks to craft exquisite garments for her. Now, to see them treated with such disdain was indeed infuriating. The elderly matron was so enraged that her lips trembled, while Su Yue, still unsatisfied, had reddened eyes, her tears lingering on the brink of falling. Her voice choked with emotion, she lamented, "If it were merely a bit disheveled, I could have had the maid tidy it up, but there are shoe prints all over. Who knows how many have trampled on these garments? How can I possibly wear them now?" In Chapter 38, Clarity, Su Yue, once a victim of bullying, had never dared to complain, enduring silently. Thus, Su Mei had always bullied her without a second thought, employing the most straightforward and crude tactics. Little did she expect that Su Yue would boldly report the matter to the elderly matron. The matron cast a piercing gaze at Su Mei, who was already flustered and became even more so under the scrutiny. The matron had never felt such disappointment towards Su Mei before. "Is this how you return the clothes?" Upon learning that Su Yue had brought several large trunks back to Chunhui courtyard, the first wife sensed trouble and hurried over, just in time to hear the matron's words. She realized the matron was genuinely furious this time. Su Mei, aware that she had angered the matron, plaintively insisted, "I didn't pack those clothes." How adept she was at dodging the main issue. Just because it wasn't Su Mei herself who had packed them, it meant she was absolved of responsibility. Without her directive, even the maids wouldn't dare to treat these exquisite garments with such disdain, garments that were beyond their means. Su Yue chose not to refute her. With the matron in a rage, any comment that might seem to insult her intelligence would only serve to further incite her wrath. The first wife stepped forward. "Matron, please calm your anger. Mayor is, after all, a mistress. How could she possibly engage in such labor? It must have been the maids misjudging their authority, seeking to curry favor. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation to the eldest daughter." Su Yue lowered her gaze, remaining silent as she turned to leave. Peony, bewildered, exclaimed, "Miss, why are you leaving?" Su Yue forced a self-deprecating smile. "Even the maids of the Marquis residence dare to bully me so. There's no longer a place for me here. Why linger in a place that breeds contempt? Let them do as they wish. I only wish to see my father one last time." Without looking back, Su Yue departed, her slender figure a clear testament to her disappointment and heartbreak. The first wife was nearly brought to tears, while the matron only punished her with a night of kneeling in the Buddhist hall. The first wife forbade her from returning home, while the matron turned a blind eye, allowing her to bring these garments to the matron's attention to illustrate how Su Mei had tormented her. In the end, only a few complicit maids bore the brunt of the blame, leaving the first wife and her daughter unscathed. Since the matron could not provide the justice she sought, what reason did she have to stay? Wasn't she already sufficiently aggrieved? The only vulnerable point for the matron was her son, who had long been stationed at the border and seldom returned to the capital. Should her father, Su Huaichun, indeed lose his beloved daughter, his visits would dwindle even further. She had publicly declared at the Duke of N.'s residence that she would never seek death. If her father were to learn that her continuous suffering went unaddressed, leading to her heartbreak, neither the matron nor the first wife would escape unscathed. Perhaps in the matron's lifetime, Su Huaichun would not set foot in the Chongning Marquis residence again. She could not fathom that the matron would not recognize this truth. The matron was deeply concerned about her son, and today, the first wife would pay dearly for shielding her daughter. With a countenance devoid of hope, Su Yue made her way to Su Yue courtyard, drawing the attention of passing maids, who whispered among themselves. Peony followed closely, attempting to console her. As the news of the events at Su Yue courtyard quickly spread throughout the Marquis residence, upon returning to Su Yue courtyard and entering her room, Su Yue masked her sorrow completely. Leaving Peony in astonishment, Su Yue seated herself, poured herself a cup of tea, and offered a piece of cake to Peony, then took one for herself. Peony, still concerned, asked, "Miss, you're not truly contemplating death, are you?" Su Yue replied, "They live shamelessly and well. Why should I seek death?" Peony's spirits lifted. "Miss is right. You must live well, longer than any of them, for 100 years, 1,000 years." Outside, a shadowy figure perched in a tree, his expression hardening with indignation. He had thought she was genuinely despondent, contemplating death, only to realize it was merely a strategic retreat. The audacity of the maids was shocking. To speak so lightly of living for 1,000 years was utterly preposterous. If such words reached the emperor's ears, it would cost them dearly. After indulging in 2 pieces of cake and resting for a moment, a maid entered, reporting, "Miss, the matron has punished the first wife and the third miss to kneel in the Buddhist hall and transcribe the family rules. Additionally, she has instructed the embroidery room to create 48 seasonal garments for you, to be completed within a month." This outcome was anticipated, and Su Yue displayed little reaction, while Peony beamed with joy. Soon, the embroidery room sent someone over, Mama Lu, accompanied by Mama Wang. Mama Lu was there solely to take Su Yue's measurements before departing, while Mama Wang came to comfort her on behalf of the matron. "Miss, please calm your anger. The matron has already dealt severely with the first wife and the third miss." Su Yue's expression was forlorn. "Mama Wang, tell me, was it truly my fault that I was sent back to the Marquis residence by the Ming Wang?" Mama Wang, with sympathy, responded, "Miss was not dismissed. It was merely a separation from the Ming Wang. If there is blame, it lies with this unjust world, which is overly harsh on women. You simply could not win his affection. Countless women face similar fates. Their husbands may be more tolerant than the Ming Wang, allowing them to endure, but the Ming Wang cannot abide even a speck of sand in his eye. If he dislikes you, he will go to great lengths to vacate his position for a new consort. It is, in fact, a stroke of misfortune that he has not quietly eliminated you." Su Yue was taken aback by Mama Wang's words, which surprised her greatly. The world was indeed unjust towards women, yet this was no justification for her suffering. She was not so easily swayed. Her maternal grandfather nearly met with death on her account, her cousin was jilted due to her, and the Gu family had always sheltered her without uttering a harsh word. How had the Marquis residents treated her? Mama Wang fell silent, taking a deep breath.
Su Yue forced a smile.
"Mama Wang, please return. Rest assured, I won't resort to complaining to my father over such trivial matters." With her intentions exposed,
Mama Wang chuckled awkwardly.
"Miss, you are not only intelligent but also perceptive. The Ming Wang will one day regret dismissing you." Su Yue chose not to respond. And with little further to discuss, Mama Wang took her leave. Outside, a shadowy figure who had overheard their conversation scoffed. How naive. The prince regretting? Not even if the sun rises from the west. Even if every woman in the world perished, the prince would never backtrack. No man could afford to lose face in such a manner, especially not one as proud as their esteemed prince. In Chapter 39, Feigning Illness. The night was cool and serene. Su Yue reclined on a small couch, perusing a book to pass the time, though her mind was elsewhere. Frequently glancing at the hourglass and out the window, Peony, trimming the candlewick, remarked, "I wonder if that young gentleman will come tonight?" "Probably not," Su Yue replied casually. Her tone tinged with disappointment. She wished to know whether his wound still pained him and to inquire about the matters she had entrusted to him. Having met several times, he was well aware of her circumstances, yet she knew nothing of him, not even his appearance. A frown of melancholy graced Su Yue's face, while Zhao Qi, hidden in the trees, felt an icy spark in his gaze, perceiving a certain prince above her head, basking in a field of green. How shameless! Just days after being sent back to the residence by the prince, she was already engaging with another man, clandestinely meeting in the dead of night and intruding upon her private quarters. If the prince were to discover this, would he not tear her and her paramour apart, leaving no trace behind? Fortunately, the prince had dispatched him to keep watch. He was eager to discover which man, undeterred by the prospect of death, dared to place a green hat upon the prince's head. Tonight, he would sever that man's head and display it upon the city gate. Zhao Qi drew his sword and, in preparation for a night of bloodshed, polished the blade again and again. By the seventh stroke, he detected a subtle movement in his ears, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Indeed, someone was approaching. The night provided the perfect cover, concealing both himself and the newcomer. From a distance, he discerned a familiar silhouette. Within a few breaths, the figure drew nearer, illuminated by the light streaming from the window, and he recognized the person with astonishment. Nearly losing his grip on the tree. Was that not the prince? Even masked, he recognized him instantly, unmistakably. Had the prince gone mad? Why was he wandering about the Longning Marquis residence at such an hour? Surely, he must be merely passing through. Zhao Qi's eyes remained fixed on the prince as he approached the window, paused outside, and gestured towards him, who was still frozen like a statue in the tree. Was it possible that someone was impersonating the prince? The prince, who had not only clandestinely met with the woman he had dismissed but also feared being overheard, had sent him away. Under orders from his master, Zhao Qi dared not linger and retreated to a distance, yet the more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. It was unlikely that the prince, even if under some delusion, would act so strangely. Zhao Qi's head throbbed with confusion, ultimately attributing the prince's peculiar behavior to the impetuousness of youth, the long night, and the loneliness that might awaken desires for a woman. Meanwhile, Su Yue was engrossed in her reading, flipping through the pages, when a sudden knock on the window startled her. She turned to see a familiar figure leaping through the window. Momentarily stunned, she had not anticipated a visit from the man tonight. She stepped down from her small couch and inquired, "Hasn't the Marquis fortified the guards? Why have you returned?" The man replied, "While the guards have indeed been reinforced elsewhere, this place remains unprotected." Su Yue's expression stiffened, and after a pause, she managed to retort, "You certainly have a knack for conversation, pricking at my heart." The vast marquisate, most in need of protection, was her Wenyu garden. Other areas were secured, yet she was left exposed. No, it was not merely neglect. It felt deliberate, as if they were inviting an assassin to come and slay her. Why not simply roll out a red carpet to welcome the assassin into her garden? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The man observed her, and she felt as though there was something unsightly on her face, prompting her to raise a hand to wipe it away as she asked, "Does your wound still ache?" He touched his shoulder, replying, "It no longer hurts." Then he added, "Though it was a bit painful this morning." Su Yue's lovely brows knitted in concern. She had never encountered such a situation. It made no sense that a healed wound would still throb if the poison within had been eradicated. The poison he endured should not leave lingering effects. As she took his pulse, she remarked, "This seems more like a psychological issue." "What do you mean by psychological issue?" he inquired, perplexed. "It means you believe your wound hurts, but in reality, it does not." Upon hearing this, the man's heart raced unexpectedly. This woman possessed a certain skill. Before long, He realized that Su Yue's abilities surpassed his expectations. The moment her gaze met his, she perceived his subtle unease. "Are you feeling guilty?" she asked. He chuckled. "What reason do I have to feel guilty?" "True enough," Su Yue replied, withdrawing her hand. "If it weren't for the knowledge of your admiration for the Ming King, which makes you eager to clear the air with me, I might suspect that your shoulder's lingering pain is feigned." He shifted his arm and laughed. "Feigning illness to see you?" Su Yue shrugged with a smile. "Though I may be somewhat attractive, I'm not vain enough to believe I could draw someone out under the stars just for a glimpse." Although she could not discern his true feelings, she would not forget the disdain reflected in his eyes when he first awoke to see her behind the Gudyuan temple. Had she not known that he harbored no ulterior motives, she would never have allowed him to enter her chamber so freely at night. But now that his wound was not painful, she was curious as to the reason for his visit and asked directly, "So, what brings you here?" The man responded, "To retrieve that jade pendant." Su Yue was taken aback. The jade pendant belonging to the Duke of Wu's son? It must be this one. She glanced towards Xiao Yao, who promptly fetched the pendant. Curious, Su Yue asked, "What do you need this for?" The man replied vaguely, "If all goes well, you shall receive the news you seek in the coming days." Her desired news was the separation between the Princess Xu Hua and the Duke of Wu's son. Could it truly happen so soon? Doubt flickered in Su Yue's mind, but she believed in not questioning those who assist her. Even if she felt it might not be immediate, she refrained from voicing any skepticism. If he could help her, she would be eternally grateful. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. It was exceptionally quiet. The man gazed at Su Yue, his eyes roaming from her glistening irises to her nose, and finally to her lips, which glimmered like cherries washed in water. The memories he had tried to forget resurfaced, no longer evoking disdain, but stirring a longing within him, an unconscious desire to draw closer to her. At that moment, the candle wick emitted a soft crackle, rousing him from his reverie. Clearing his throat, he broke the tranquility. "It's late, you should rest." Rising, he prepared to leave, but as he leaped out the window, Su Yue suddenly recalled that she had yet to express her gratitude and hurried to the window, calling out, "Wait." He turned to look at her, and she asked, "Was it you who arranged for the person to help me on the bridge during the day?" Chapter 40. Silence. What was Zhao Qi doing that led her to discover him? Once acknowledged, he no longer concealed the truth. "You owe me 2 lives. Until that debt is settled, I will not allow you to perish." Though his words were harsh, Su Yue felt a surge of gratitude and inquired, "May I enlist your people for assistance?" "Who do you wish to kill?" he asked. "I do not wish to kill anyone. I merely want your people to run errands for me occasionally. I cannot keep borrowing the Gu family's name. It may work once or twice, but repeatedly doing so will raise suspicion." The man raised a hand to his forehead. It was not that Su Yue was overestimating her needs. Rather, it was that none of his associates held any affection for her and would be more inclined to eliminate her. If he ordered Zhao Qi to heed her requests, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion about his mental state. Nonetheless, he agreed, unable to bear the hopeful glimmer in her eyes. However, as he nodded in assent and beheld her radiant smile, he was suddenly reminded of Master De Yan's earlier words, sensing a troubling shift in the winds of fate. A dark cloud settled over him as he departed. As he exited the Longning Marquis residence, Zhao Qi did not appear, and Xiao Qingyi returned to Mingwangfu, only to encounter Zhao Qi midway. "Master," Zhao Qi called out. Xiao Qingyi replied in a low voice, "I was never at the Longning Marquis residence tonight." Zhao Qi fell silent, hoping that was indeed the case. Xiao Qingyi spoke again, his tone even graver. "If she has any needs, see to them as best you can." With that, he leapt away, vanishing into the night. Left alone on the rooftop, Zhao Qi stood in a daze, questioning whether his ears had betrayed him. Returning to Wanyu Garden, he stared out the window, his mind buzzing and unable to process the events. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi arrived at Mingwangfu, intending to bathe and retire for the night. However, upon entering his chamber, he found a woman reclining on his intricately carved rosewood bed. In an instant, his expression darkened, fury igniting within him. "Qing Feng." Before he could finish, Qing Feng appeared. "Your Highness, you summoned me?" Xiao Qingyi pointed at the bed, gritting his teeth. "What is going on?" Qing Feng also wished to know the truth. He candidly replied, "Just now, the prince left the manor, and Zhao Qi returned briefly, stating that you desired a woman and instructed me to arrange one for you." Xiao Qingyi's anger surged, causing his forehead to throb. "You believed him?" "Qing Feng, shouldn't you have disregarded his words?" Now go outside and practice horse stances for the entire night. Qing Feng lamented inwardly. Zhao Qi, you've betrayed me. At that moment, a hidden guard perched in a tree, unprepared for the sudden chill that crept down his spine, nearly lost his footing and fell. Meanwhile, a maid lay beneath the covers, her face flushed with shyness. Xiao Qingyi, filled with disgust, barked, "Get out." With that, he stormed out, leaving the maid pale, almost tumbling from her bed. After the man departed, Su Yue settled back onto her small couch, continuing to peruse the book she had not finished. In high spirits, she was thoroughly engrossed in her reading. Xiao Yao carried a bronze basin outside, anticipating that Su Yue would wish to wash her hands later. However, upon stepping outside, she quickly turned back, exclaiming, "Miss, a fire has erupted at an unknown household in the west, and the flames are immense." Just as Su Yue completed her reading and stretched lazily, she heard this news and immediately leapt from her couch. Upon stepping outside, she beheld the flames soaring skyward, illuminating the night as if it were day. The blaze was so fierce that it seemed nearly impossible to extinguish. Xiao Yao remarked, "It appears the Ming Wang manor is in that direction." Su Yue raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Could it be that what I said to the Dali Si and Princess and Lo reached the ears of the Ming Wang? Has he truly set fire to his own residence? Xiao Yao's voice wavered. The Ming Wang manor is grand and opulent, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, far surpassing the residence of the Chong Ning Marquis. Its value must be no less than 100,000 taels. To incinerate it entirely? Seeing that Xiao Yao appeared to genuinely believe the situation, Su Yue poked her forehead playfully. If the bamboo house is burned, then so be it. Such losses would hardly concern the Ming Wang. However, should he indeed burn down the Ming Wang manor, the likelihood of him incinerating me in the process is far greater. At least she retained some self-awareness. Zhao Qi gazed at the distant flames, fully aware of their origin. Xiao Yao considered this, knowing that by morning, they would ascertain whose misfortune it was. The next day, Su Yue awakened from a deep slumber, stretching languidly in bed. Xiao Yao entered with warm water, her expression filled with frustration. "Miss, the elder madam and the third young lady left the Buddhist hall in the dead of night."
Su Yue's brow furrowed.
What on earth happened? She had clearly stated that the punishment of kneeling overnight in the Buddhist hall was too lenient. It ought to have been more severe. At the very least not lighter than the last time. Yet, they had been allowed to leave in the middle of the night. Where was the elder madam's authority? Xiao Yao set the bronze basin down and, while fetching Su Yue's dress, explained, "The third young lady, being delicate, has never been punished by the elder madam before. Last night, she fainted from kneeling. The elder madam was already asleep when the first lady sent a maid to inform her, and no one dared disturb her. Thus, Mama Wang made the decision to send the third young lady back to her quarters, and the first lady, worried, accompanied her. Though it was said to be a decision made on behalf of the elder madam, Mama Wang had no other choice. The first lady was not only the elder madam's daughter-in-law but also her niece. The elder madam had distanced herself from her own son for the sake of the first lady. Mama Wang could hardly allow them to remain in the Buddhist hall. If anything were to happen, she would bear the consequences. Mama Wang understood the first lady's nature well. She would seek revenge for even the slightest grievance. If she was not given this face-saving gesture, it would not be long before she would make Mama Wang regret it. It could only be said that the first lady was adept at seizing opportunities, and the Buddhist hall was filled with her people. Would the first lady and her daughter truly kneel there for so long? They would hardly be willing to endure such a punishment even for a moment. After finishing her morning routine, Su Yue had breakfast and then, accompanied by Xiao Yao, went to the Chun Hui courtyard to pay her respects to the elder madam. As they approached the screen, Su Yue realized whose residence had been engulfed in flames, a revelation that completely caught her off guard. She overheard the fourth madam say, "I heard that a number of assassins broke into the Zhu Guogong manor last night. The Zhu Guogong's son was injured, and the house suffered extensive water damage, burning throughout the night until dawn." Upon hearing this, Su Yue's emotions were beyond expression. She had hoped that the Zhu Guogong son would ally with her to rescue Princess Xu Hua from the turmoil of the Wu Guogong manor. Who could have anticipated that he would find himself in such peril, with his own dwelling reduced to ashes? How could he possibly assist Princess Xu Hua now? Was she truly expected to plead with the Ming Wang? Su Yue's heart was filled with 1,000 unwilling thoughts. She desperately suppressed that notion and, after stepping around the screen, suddenly recalled the jade pendant that had been taken. Out of trust, She had not inquired what Xiao Wujiu intended to do with the pendant, yet it belonged to the Zhu Guogong son. Its uses were not many, one of which was to frame someone. The previous night's fire was sufficient to stir the entire capital, combined with the injury of the Zhu Guogong son. It would surely send shockwaves through both the court and the populace. If the jade pendant belonging to the Zhu Guogong son were to be discovered at the Zhu Guogong manor at this moment, he would be unable to wash away the stain of guilt even by jumping into the Yellow River. There would be good news in the next couple of days if her deduction was correct. The likelihood of success was significantly high. The disappointment that had settled in Su Yue's heart dissipated, replaced by a sense of eager anticipation. However, such a pleasant mood could not endure for even a moment. After she paid her respects to the elder madam and sat for a while, preparing to leave, a young servant rushed in, breathlessly declaring, "Elder madam, it is bad news. The emperor intends to send the second master to Jingzhou." The elder madam, who had been serving tea, trembled at the servant's words, causing the teacup to shatter on the small table, spilling tea across the floor. The second madam stood in shock, her complexion pale. Why would he suddenly be dispatched? The servant glanced at Su Yue, causing her heart to skip a beat. He continued it was Master Liu, the deputy minister of personnel, who recommended the second master to the emperor. Su Yue was oblivious to the intricacies of court politics. But both the second madam and the elder madam knew that Master Liu had attained his position through the favor of Princess Qingyang. His sudden recommendation of the second master for a posting in Jingzhou was evidently a means of avenging the grievances of the princess's daughter, Princess Enlo. It was a clear message to the Chongning Marquis' residents about the consequences of offending Princess Qingyang. If Su Yue dared to bring shame upon her daughter, the Chongning Marquis' family would face the dire consequence of separation, and when the elder madam could not see her son in the future, she would surely blame Su Yue. This tactic was ruthless indeed. The second madam, her expression cold, shouted at Su Yue, "You calamity! For a few pieces of clothing, you've dragged our master to that desolate and impoverished place in Jingzhou." The third and fourth madams also appeared restless. The princess of Qingyang was the emperor's own sister, and she could easily manipulate anyone she wished. If the second master were truly dispatched, the princess would be satisfied, but if not, she would not hesitate to target other masters instead. The third and fourth madams cast unkind glances at Su Yue, as if blaming her for dragging down their entire faction. In contrast to their panic, the elder madam remained remarkably composed. The transfer order had not yet been issued, and even if it were, as long as the person had not left the capital, there remained room for negotiation. The second madam urged, "Who dares to assist our master against the princess of Qingyang?" The elder madam took a deep breath. "Then let the princess of Qingyang change her mind. Quickly go to Chuiyu Pavilion and select a set of jewelry worth 2,000 taels." As she spoke, she turned to Su Yue commanding, "You will go and apologize to Princess Enle." Her tone was sharp, leaving no room for dissent. Su Yue's heart sank, her expression as frigid as ice. Knowing that resistance was futile, she chose to comply. "I will go." With that, Su Yue turned and returned to Wanyu courtyard. The first thing she did upon entering was to open the window and scan her surroundings. Not seeing anyone, she called out, "I require assistance." Zhao Qi, with a face of reluctance, knew he could not defy the master's orders. He leaped effortlessly to the window, terse with his words, "What is it?"
Su Yue replied,
"No matter who the Marquis sends to Chuiyu Pavilion to purchase jewelry, help me delay them for an hour." Zhao Qi initially thought Su Yue was asking him to fetch the prince for assistance, only to realize she merely needed him to delay someone. Could it be that she truly intended to go to the princess of Qingyang's residence to offer an apology? It would suffice for him to seek out the prince. Such a trivial matter, and he would assist. Contemplating the prince's late-night visits to her chamber, Zhao Qi suddenly felt a flicker of curiosity. What would the prince's reaction be if he discovered that Miss Su was compelled to endure humiliation at the hands of the princess of Qingyang? Would he remain indifferent, or would he rush to her aid? After Zhao Qi departed, Su Yue busied herself. Originally, she intended to find 2 reliable maids to tidy up the vacant room and then focus on preparing medicine. Alas, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. And she had no time to dwell on details now. While Su Yue was occupied with her herbal preparations, the second madam hastily made her way to Chuiyu Pavilion with silver notes in hand. She was desperate to prevent the second master from being assigned to a remote area, particularly the impoverished and desolate Jingzhou, a place no official wished to be sent. She had no desire to accompany him and endure such a fate. Yet, if she did not, Who could predict how many concubines the second master might take during his tenure? On her way to Su Yue Pavilion, the second madam burned with anger. Wishing she could flay Su Yue, whom she blamed for dragging the second master into this predicament. Her vexation reached new heights when, just as she thought matters could not worsen, the carriage suddenly lost control while turning a corner, careening down an alternate path. The jostling within the carriage nearly caused her to regurgitate her breakfast. By the time the carriage came to a halt and resumed its journey to Su Yue Pavilion, a significant portion of an hour had already elapsed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and as Su Yue was finishing her tasks, Xiao Yao entered, stating, "Miss, the second madam has sent someone to urge your presence." Su Yue's fury ignited instantly. The princess of Qingyang wielded immense power, capable of manipulating lives at her whim. Yet, when the county princess Annal bullied her, she was expected to endure in silence. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Chongning, she had been subjected to humiliation without protection from her family, who now seemed to be dragging her down further. Others within the Marquis's household might swallow this indignation, but she could not. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue suppressed her anger and instructed Xiao Yao, "Pack these items into the box and secure it. Then, proceed directly to the entrance of the Marquis's residence and await my arrival." Xiao Yao nodded repeatedly, and Su Yue proceeded to Chunhui courtyard. Without delay, she entered, only to have the second madam unleash her ire upon her. "Why are you dawdling?" Su Yue replied coldly. "It is the princess of Qingyang who wishes to send the second uncle away, not I. If you have the ability, direct your grievances toward her." The second madam was taken aback by Su Yue's rebuttal, her anger intensifying. "If it weren't for your provocation of the county princess Annal, how would my father be implicated?"
Su Yue laughed in exasperation.
"Have you forgotten what I said just yesterday, second sister? Let me reiterate. It was the county princess Annal who instigated me. Am I to remain passive and accept being bullied? The Marquis of Chongning lacks the power to stand against the princess of Qingyang. Must I endure her wrath while the Marquis family turns a blind eye to my plight? If the Marquis family cannot provide me with any protection and only seeks to undermine me, then I request to be cast out from the family." With her spine straightened, Su Yue stood unyielding. The matriarch understood Su Yue's words were accurate, yet she could not simply watch as the second master was dispatched, thus sacrificing Su Yue's comfort. Before Su Chan could interject, the matriarch shot a cold glance her way. "Silence. We are here to discuss solutions, not to bicker." Su Chan bit her lip, glaring at Su Yue. The mess she had instigated must be resolved, and if it endangered her father, she would ensure Su Yue faced the consequences. The discussion of solutions was merely a guise for Su Yue to apologize to the county princess Annal, pacifying her anger. Hearing this, Su Yue's ire surged even higher than when she had witnessed the chaos in the bamboo house at Guthuan Temple. Suppressing her boiling rage, she stated, "Before I go to the princess of Qingyang to offer my apologies, I must first pay a visit to Lord Lu, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel." The second madam coldly retorted, "Do not use that as an excuse to delay." Fuming, Su Yue almost turned to leave, but restrained herself. "If you believe I am purposely stalling, I shall go directly to the princess of Qingyang. Send along a few more people to accompany me as witnesses, so that the county princess does not become further incensed. Lord Lu has also recommended my uncle for this position. The princess of Qingyang will eventually assert that Lord Lu's actions are none of her concern." With that, Su Yue turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, the matriarch spoke up. "First, escort the young lady to the Lu residence." Chapter 42. A painful encounter. Without looking back, Su Yue exited Chunhui courtyard, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Mei, who had knelt until fainting in the night. With a rosy complexion and a cheerful demeanor, Su Mei approached her, rubbing salt into Su Yue's wounds. "Is that 180 taels of silver too hot to handle?" Even though she was coerced into offering apologies, Su Yue did not regret her decision to confront the county princess Annal. She would not allow Su Mei to revel in her misfortune. 186 taels of silver would suffice for many endeavors.
Su Mei longed to tear Su's composed face apart.
Furious that Su Yue dared to demand compensation from the county princess, she vowed to make her pay tenfold for her audacity.
Su Yue smirked mockingly.
"We shall see if you possess such capability." Even as she prepared to apologize, Su Mei was eager to witness Su Yue's humiliation before the county princess. On any other day, Su Yue would have avoided Su Mei entirely, but in her current state of anger, she refused to compromise herself for anyone or anything. She met Su Mei's gaze squarely and coldly declared, "Step aside. Do not hinder my path to make amends.
Surprisingly, Su Mei complied, recognizing Su Yue's gansito apologies.
Upon leaving the Marquis's estate, Su Yue boarded a carriage bound for the Lu residence. However, upon her arrival, Lord Lu was unavailable to see her. Thus, Su Yue waited in the carriage for a full quarter of an hour. When it became evident that she would not be granted entry, she instructed the servant to drive away. Since she could not enter the Lu residence herself, she knew someone could assist her in gaining access, perhaps even more effectively. As the carriage moved forward, it had yet to exit the street where the Lu residence was located when a gust of wind swept Su Yue's embroidered handkerchief away. The servant had no choice but to stop the carriage to retrieve it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yue signaled Zhao Qi to appear, discreetly handing him 20 taels of silver. Thank you for your previous assistance. I ask for another favor. Zhao Qi frowned and did not accept the money. What favor? Uncertain of when the servant would return, Su Yue could only communicate succinctly. Meanwhile, as the servant picked up the handkerchief and turned around, he caught sight of someone standing by the carriage, yet, when he blinked, the figure had vanished. Am I already seeing things at such a young age? The servant muttered to himself while rubbing his eyes, rushing to the carriage to return the handkerchief to Xiao Yao before hastily urging the horses toward the princess of Qingyang's residence. At the entrance of the princess of Qingyang's estate, Su Yue waited for another quarter of an hour. While she had not gained entry to the Lu residence, she was admitted into the princess's abode. The princess of Qingyang was exploiting the second master's predicament to exact revenge on her daughter. And how could she deny Su Yue the opportunity to endure her daughter as scorn? From the very first gatekeeper, there was not a single servant who did not regard her with disdain. After all, throughout the capital, and indeed the entire Great Qi dynasty, there had never been anyone who had caused the county princess Annal to lose face as profoundly as she had. Su Yue was the sole exception. The initial shock soon faded into familiarity with the routine as she followed the maidservant deeper into the residence. After waiting outside for a quarter of an hour, she was not immediately ushered into the dining room where the county princess Annal and the princess of Qingyang were dining. Instead, the matron instructed her to wait outside. This was a deliberate effort to torment her, a message that even a mere audience with the county princess Annal was no simple matter, let alone to appease her. Did they truly believe she had come merely to apologize? Su Yue found the notion laughable. Was it not simply a matter of standing a little longer? She would wait. With an impassive expression, Su Yue remained as if she were not there to offer apologies. As the matron entered the room, she cast a glance back at Su Yue, as if to say, "You may stand there, but soon enough, you will be on your knees." This time, the wait stretched longer, lasting a full half-hour, before a maid emerged, carrying the remnants of a meal. However, when Su Yue finally entered the room, she only found the county princess Annal, with no sign of the princess of Qingyang. A slight turn of her head allowed her to glimpse the regal figure of the princess through the intricately embroidered screen. Su Yue withdrew her gaze and looked towards the main seat, where Princess Annal was glaring at her with an air of arrogance. "You dare to offend me, and now you taste the bitter fruit of your folly." Su Yue replied coldly, "If Princess Annal has the ability, she can confront me directly." With a disdainful smile, Princess Annal retorted, "Is this your attitude towards an apology?" Su Yue took a deep breath and inquired, "What must I do to appease you and Princess Qingyang, so that you do not hold the rest of the Longning Marquis' household accountable?" Princess Annal coldly replied, "How dare you stand here and speak to me?" Su Yue cast a glance at her before turning to sit down. The room, including Xiao Yao, was taken aback by Su Yue's actions. The extraordinary comprehension of Miss Su was astonishing. The implication was clear that Princess Annal wished her to kneel and beg, yet she simply sat down. Was she here to apologize or to provoke? Princess Annal was livid, rising abruptly from her seat. "Who allowed you to sit? I have never encountered someone so shameless. Cast aside by the Ming Wang, and you still have the audacity to live on, proclaiming to seek another worthy husband, and expect the Ming Wang to personally escort you to the bridal sedan." Su Yue looked at her with a smile. "I spoke those words. Yet you are so confident that I cannot accomplish them? You mock me now. Do you not fear the day you will be proven wrong?" Proven wrong? How laughable. I do not believe anyone would marry a woman who has been discarded. I am even less inclined to think someone would dare to wed a woman unwanted by the Ming Wang. The mocking voice of Princess Annal echoed in the room. The maidservants around them laughed at Su Yue's fanciful ideas. At that moment, a young maid in a pale yellow dress hurried in, heading straight towards the screen. "Your Highness, the heir of the Duke of Wu and Princess Xu Hua have divorced." "What?" Princess Qingyang, who had been sipping tea, was stunned. How could this be possible? The young maid continued, not only have they divorced, but the emperor has also betrothed Princess Su Yue to the heir of the Duke of Zhu, commanding them to marry within a month. Upon hearing this, Princess Qingyang stood up in disbelief. Has the emperor lost his mind? Allowing them to divorce is one thing, but to marry off Princess Su Yue to the heir of the Duke of Zhu. If it were not for Su Yue's presence, Princess Qingyang would have rushed to the palace immediately. Princess Annel was equally shocked, as was Su Yue. She had anticipated good news soon. But this news came swifter than she had expected. The heir of the Duke of Wu and Princess Su Yue were initially wed by the late emperor. After the Ming Wang cast her aside, incurring such a heavy cost, why was it so effortless for the heir of the Duke of Wu and Princess Su Yue? Apart from the fire that occurred last night, what deeds had Xiao Wujiao and the heir of the Duke of Zhu engaged in that she was unaware of? Curiosity gnawed at Su Yue's mind. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. She turned to Princess Annel, who was coincidentally looking at her. Their gazes met. Meeting the fiery eyes of Princess Annel, Su Yue inquired with a smile, "Does your face hurt? Just as you claimed no one would marry a discarded woman. Someone has already done so. Though the heir of the Duke of Wu may not possess the same nobility as the Ming Wang, his status was not far off. Today, someone dared to marry the divorced Princess Su Yue, and it would not be long before someone dared to marry her as well." Princess Annel's face turned an ashen green, and she felt an overwhelming urge to have Su Yue dragged away and punished. Behind the screen, Princess Qingyang had lost her patience. The matron emerged, stating, "If Miss Su is not here to apologize, then please take your leave." Su Yue turned to Princess Annel, reiterating, "What must I do to appease you and Princess Qingyang, so that you do not hold the rest of the Longning Marquis' household accountable?" This provoked anger in the onlookers. Though Princess Annel had not explicitly demanded she kneel, Su Yue had feigned ignorance and sat down. Princess Annel, no longer mincing words, declared, "Kneel outside the gates of Princess Qingyang's residence. Announce to everyone that the items from the bamboo house of Guyuan Temple were smashed by you, framing this county princess, and that those clothes were torn by you, falsely accusing me. Should you not kneel today, I vow that the Longning Marquis' household will never know peace." How ruthless. Su Yue's gaze turned icy, and without uttering a word, she turned and left. Behind her, Princess Annel's voice rang out, "Burn the chair she sat on." Xiaorao followed closely behind Su Yue, nearly brought to tears by the unfairness of it all. Everyone was bullying her. Outsiders, and even those from the Longning Marquis' household wished to force her to her knees. Did they all intend to drive their young lady to despair? With a heavy heart, Xiaoyao felt that Su Yue had no choice but to kneel today. The servants of Princess Qingyang were eagerly awaiting to witness Su Yue's humiliation for daring to offend their county princess. Su Yue walked towards the main gate, her mood already grim. Upon reaching the steps, she spotted the Ming Wang, Xiao Qingyi, on horseback. Anger surged within her. It was all this scoundrel's fault, and yet she seemed to encounter him everywhere. Not only did she encounter him, but he was also obstructive. As she stepped outside, he blocked her left side. When she attempted to move right, he blocked that side as well. This scoundrel, with such a wide door, could he not step aside? Su Yue could no longer contain her frustration. Blood surged within her, and she could not suppress it. With a sudden motion, she spat out blood. A few droplets fell to the ground, but the majority splattered onto Xiao Qingyi, even staining his strikingly handsome face. In an instant, Xiao Qingyi's expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions, cold as ice and dark with fury. After expelling the blood, Su Yue lost consciousness. Xiaoyao, startled by this unexpected turn of events, hurried to support Su Yue but was caught off guard, nearly letting her fall. Though Xiao Qingyi was furious, he instinctively reached out to catch Su Yue. However, he was abruptly shoved aside by Gu Yanwen, who had rushed over. By that time, Su Yue had already collapsed. But fortunately, she fell onto Xiaoyao, who cushioned her descent. Gu Yanwen lifted Su Yue, intending to carry her away, but Xiao Qingyi coldly commanded, "Hand her over to me." Gu Yanwen scoffed, "What relation do you have with my cousin that I should surrender her to you?" His words left Xiao Qingyi at a loss for retort. Though there was no valid reason for Gu Yanwen to hand Su Yue over, Xiao Qingyi refused to yield. The oppressive aura emanating from him, honed on the battlefield, could have frightened anyone else into submission, but the Gu family's spirit was unlike any other. They feared neither death nor the duty to protect their kin. As they stood opposed, Gu Yanwen remained unyielding. Frustrated, he finally spoke. You have already harmed my cousin to this extent. What more do you want? Unless you kill me, you shall not take her from my grasp. With that declaration, Gu Yanwen carried Su Yue away. Behind them, Xiao Qingyi's expression was one of barely contained fury. In the shadows, Zhao Qi watched in disbelief. Out of sheer curiosity, he had informed the Wang Yi of the matter concerning Miss Su being forced to apologize to Princess Annal, never expecting the Wang Yi to arrive. He was skeptical that this was mere coincidence, considering the Wang Yi might not visit the Qingyang princess's residence even once a month. Observing the blood-soaked brocade robe, Zhao Qi could not fathom what the Wang Yi was truly doing. Had he known of the Wang Ye's impending arrival, he would not have sought out the eldest son of the Gu family to fetch her. Inside, Princess Qingyang was preparing to enter the palace to inquire about the unfolding events, while Princess Annal insisted on accompanying her. Princess Qingyang refused, and just as Princess Annal was playfully clinging to her hand, a maid rushed in, breathless, announcing, "Your Highness, it is terrible. Miss Su has collapsed outside after spitting blood." Princess Qingyang's eyes narrowed, and Princess Annal exclaimed, "She did not kneel? People have fainted, unable to kneel any longer." The maid replied that the eldest son of the Gu family had taken her away. When she left the residence, the Ming Wang happened to arrive, resulting in her spitting blood all over him, which angered him enough to leave. The maid's voice diminished as she spoke, for the county princess had a deep affection for the Ming Wang. Were it not for their age difference, the county princess would have insisted on marrying him. Even now, she remained hopeful. The Annal County princess trembled with rage. Had Su Yue not departed, she would have certainly sought her life. The Qingyang princess glanced at her daughter. Her brow furrowed. "Did you poison her? How could you think such a thing, mother?" The Annal County princess retorted, stamping her foot. "Even if I were to poison her, it would not be today, for I did not kneel before her even once." Compared to tormenting Su Yue, restoring her own reputation was far more critical. She was not so foolish as to confuse priorities. If it wasn't her daughter who had poisoned Su Yue, how could she have fallen ill? The Qingyang princess was puzzled, but did not give the matter much thought. Even if she left today, the Longning Marquis's estate would surely send her back tomorrow. This act of kneeling could not be avoided. The Qingyang princess intended to enter the palace, and this time the Annal County princess followed, without objection. However, as they reached the entrance, a soft sedan chair came to a halt, and Lu, the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, emerged. Upon seeing the Qingyang princess, he called out, "Your Highness." The Qingyang princess regarded him, unable to recognize him at first glance due to the bruises on his face. Frowning, she asked, "Who dares to strike a court official such as yourself?" Lu covered his bruised eye, grimacing in pain. "Today, the eldest daughter of the Longning Marquis's estate came to seek an audience. I did not meet her, and after she left, a masked figure burst into my study and assaulted me, forcing me to write a statement claiming it was your highness who instructed me to recommend the Longning Marquis's second son for a post in Jingzhou." Although Lu could not catch the masked assailant or procure concrete evidence linking Su Yue to the attack, it was quite clear to him that she was the only possible instigator. If even Lu was so certain, how much more so the Qingyang princess? She was seething with anger, her voice icy as she declared, "What a cunning young lady. Under the pretext of offering apologies, she has plotted against me. I had truly underestimated her before." The Qingyang princess, of noble birth and accustomed to flattery, had never before been so incensed. She had instructed Lu to recommend the Longning Marquis's second son for a post, hoping to instigate conflict within the Longning Marquis's estate, compelling Su Yue to come to the Qingyang princess's residence to appease her daughter and restore her reputation, while also resolving the incident involving the royal gifts from the Ming Wang that had been destroyed. What she had not anticipated was that while she had devised a clever plan, Su Yue had her own means of escape. Instead of offering apologies, she had managed to infuriate her daughter further, assuming that the young lady would have no choice but to kneel at her door. Instead, she had resorted to poisoning and spitting blood. The moment Su Yue exited her residence, she had begun to bleed. The enmity between Su Yue and the Annal County princess was well known. Even if she claimed innocence, who would believe her? She could not cleanse herself of guilt. Furthermore, she coerced Lu to write a statement. Although the statement would not condemn her, it was sufficient to force Lu to change his recommendation. If he dared to refuse, who knew when that masked figure might return to the vice minister's residence and beat him again? Caught in a bind, the repercussions of failing to comply would be detrimental to his reputation and provide fodder for his colleagues' ridicule. While the Qingyang princess was overwhelmed with fury, in the carriage, Su Yue leaned against the vehicle, and Gu Yanwen intended to take her back to the Gu family. Xiaoyao interjected, "Cousin, the young lady instructed us to return her to the Marquis's estate regardless of the circumstances." Though Xiaoyao wished for Su Yue to go to the Gu family, she could not disobey her repeated instructions. Gu Yanwen was perplexed, filled with dissatisfaction toward the Longning Marquis's estate. How could she want to return there after such treatment? He regretted allowing his cousin to return to the Longning Marquis's estate. Their grandparents would be furious upon learning how the Longning Marquis's estate had humiliated her for the sake of power. Unable to articulate much, Xiaoyao hinted, wary of the coachman overhearing. She leaned in and whispered to Gu Yanwen, "The young lady poisoned herself." Gu Yanwen was taken aback. She had poisoned herself? His cousin was indeed remarkable, possessing the Gu family's resilience. She would rather suffer in silence than endure humiliation from the Annal County princess, unlike the Longning Marquis's estate, which would offer one cheek after being struck on the other. Gu Yanwen, being astute, understood Su Yue's intentions. Initially planning to consult a doctor before returning to the Gu family, he now resolved to take her directly back to the Longning Marquis's estate. As the carriage approached, Xiaoyao hastily lifted the curtain and called out, "Quick, summon the imperial physician. The young lady has been poisoned at the Qingyang princess's residence." The gatekeeper, curious about whether the Annal County princess had been appeased and why the eldest son of the Gu family was the one to return her, was startled by Xiaoyao's choked voice. Passers-by slowed their pace, witnessing Xiaoyao calling for assistance to help Su Yue from the carriage and into the Marquis's estate. In Chunhui courtyard, the old matriarch knelt on a mat, her fingers swiftly moving the prayer beads, her heart in turmoil. Previously, she had longed for her eldest son to return from the frontier, yet now she feared his homecoming. What occupied Su Huaichan's thoughts was not her, but Su Yue. Knowing that Su Yue was innocent, she had nonetheless sent her to apologize to the Annal County princess, fearing the repercussions that would inevitably reach Su Huaichan. If he were to find out, he would surely be furious. But a mother's heart is torn. She could not bear to see the second branch suffer unjustly. Exiled to a desolate land like Jingzhou, the thought of being blamed by her son caused her great anguish. At that moment, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old madam, it's terrible. The eldest young lady has been poisoned at the Qingyang princess's residence and has fainted." The old matriarch's heart sank, her vision darkening. How could she have been poisoned? Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Having sent her innocent daughter to face humiliation, the old matriarch was at a loss for how to explain to Su Huaichan. If anything were to happen to Su Yue, he would resent her for life. As she rose, her body trembled. The maid hurried to fetch the physician while the old matriarch was assisted by Wang Mama to the Wanyue courtyard to see Su Yue. Su Yue was helped back to her room, lying on the bed, pale and unconscious from the poison, her lips tinged with purple. Anyone with eyes could see that she had been grievously poisoned. The old matriarch's arrival at Wanyue courtyard summoned the first and second madams, as they all bore responsibility for forcing Su Yue to the Qingyang princess's residence. Although Su Huaichan spent most of his time stationed at the frontier, seldom returning to the capital, the Longning Marquis's estate's standing in the capital was entirely due to Su Huaichan. No one in the estate could withstand his wrath, and they feared he would seek revenge for Su Yue, confronting the Qingyang princess directly, which could result in calamity for the entire household. Each of them felt a mix of annoyance towards Su Yue for being a harbinger of misfortune while simultaneously expressing concern on their faces. Amidst their worry, they found it strange that Gu Yanwen had not taken the young lady back to the Gu family. Xiaoyao knelt by the bed, and upon hearing this, she wiped her tears and said to the fourth madam, "Cousin was indeed to take the young lady to the Gu family, but before she fainted from spitting blood, she insisted that she is a daughter of the Longning Marquis's estate and that she would rather die here than be humiliated." This declaration made the old matriarch tremble. Wang Mama quickly interjected, "Nonsense. The young lady is blessed and will not perish." The old matriarch urged, "Where's the physician? Why have they not arrived yet?" After a brief wait, the physician finally rushed in with his medical box, startled by Su Yue's condition, and immediately began to check her pulse. The old lady, in a state of frantic anxiety, saw the physician, Wang, withdrawing his hand from the pulse examination, and hurriedly inquired, "Dr. Wang, how is my granddaughter?" Wang, tormented by the thoughts of the instructions given to him by the man bearing the Ming Wang's token on his way, felt a heavy burden of conscience. As a doctor, he had come to heal, not to harm. With his conscience weighing heavily upon him, he reluctantly replied, "Miss Su's condition is perilous. The The poison must be neutralized within a quarter of an hour, or not even a deity could save her. The old lady turned pale, her body swaying. A mere quarter of an hour for preparing the prescription and gathering the herbs would scarcely suffice, let alone brewing the medicine. Was this not tantamount to preparing for the worst for the Long Ning Marquis' household? Xiao Yao rushed forward, grasping the physician's leg, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Dr. Wang, you must save our girl." Wang hesitated, words caught in his throat. The old lady insisted, "I implore you, Dr. Wang, to ensure my granddaughter's survival." Wang replied, "I possess a detoxification pill, originally concocted for the second prince. I was to deliver it to him for testing. Since the second prince is not in a hurry, it could be administered to Miss Su first, with a 90% chance of saving her life." However, the old lady decisively interjected, "Please give the medicine to my granddaughter. I shall explain to the second prince. The Long Ning Marquis' household will not allow him to hold you accountable." Wang hastily reassured her, "You need not worry, madam. It is not a matter of blame. I can prepare another detoxification pill for the second prince, but the ingredients are rare, only found in the palace, and one pill costs 2,000 taels." The issue of money was not a concern for her. Wang then retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from his medicine box and poured out a snow-white pill. Holding the pill in his hand, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Chapter 45. Confusion after 2 decades of practicing medicine and saving countless lives. Today he was to violate his medical ethics by using a sugar-coated pill disguised as a detoxification remedy and charge 2,000 taels for it. Should he heed the instructions of the masked man? Was that man truly a representative of the Ming Wang? Wang hesitated. The man had indeed held the Ming Wang's token. But who was the Ming Wang? A decisive and formidable warrior, it was unthinkable that he would resort to such a petty deception. Remembering that the Ming Wang had instructed him to save old Madame Gu while keeping it a secret, Wang realized that the Ming Wang was not someone he could easily comprehend. However, one thing was certain. If the Ming Wang truly wished for Miss Su's demise, he need not go through such elaborate means. With this thought, Wang placed the detoxification pill into Su Yu's mouth and helped her swallow it with water, then wrote a prescription for her recovery. Half an hour later, Su Yu slowly regained consciousness. All present breathed a sigh of relief, except for the eldest lady, who had never worried about Su Yu's fate. Having been punished by the old lady to kneel in the Buddhist hall all night, she had not participated in pressuring Su Yu to apologize to Princess Annal. If Su Yu were to die, Su Huaichen would not blame her. When Su Yu opened her eyes and saw the crowd, their feigned concern made her feel nauseous. She said nothing, turning her back on them.
Xiao Yao, Mama Wan.
Understanding Su Yu's desire for solitude, quickly intervened. The young lady has just detoxified. Her body is weak and requires rest. Perhaps the old lady should return for now. As long as she was alive, the old lady would not hold any grudges. Once the old lady departed, the others quickly followed suit, leaving only Xiao Yao and Su Yu. As the door closed, Su Yu sat up and a knock resounded at the window. Xiao Yao approached to find Zhao Qi expressionless, extending a silver note. Upon receiving it, Xiao Yao intended to express gratitude on behalf of her young lady, but before she could utter a word, Zhao Qi leaped onto a tree. Truly an eccentric individual, Xiao Yao thought to herself, turning back to present the silver note to Su Yu. Upon seeing the note, the anger that had been coiling within Su Yu dissipated somewhat, her mood lifting, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Seeing this, Xiao Yao exclaimed, "The young lady can still smile." Su Yu dismissed her, replying, "What? Should I cry instead?" Xiao Yao was at a loss for words. No young lady was ever so carefree. Did the young lady not understand?
Today,
she had spewed blood all over the Ming Wang at the gates of the princess of Qingyang's residence and fainted, missing the terrifying expression on the Ming Wang's face. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the young master, the Ming Wang would have surely taken her away. Outside, perched in the tree, a shadowy guard, who had been tasked with assisting Su Yu while damaging his own master's reputation, was reflecting on his actions when he overheard Xiao Yao's words, and his anger flared. The prince had rushed to save them, only to be so misunderstood. Zhao Qi felt indignant for his master, yet he heard Su Yu's indifferent voice. "Who told him to block my path? Princess Annal targeted me, and isn't that because of him? Spitting blood on him was merely an outlet for my frustration." The words ignited Zhao Qi's urge to draw his blade, but he restrained himself, as not only he had heard it, but also the master, who could not wait for nightfall and had come to the Long Ning Marquis' residence in broad daylight, had heard it. Fuming, He turned away, but then approached to knock at the window. Zhao Qi, he said, feeling utterly perplexed. Did Qing Feng not follow through with his instructions from the night before? Su Yue, reclining against a large pillow, brightened as the man entered the room. What brings you here? She asked eagerly, desperate to learn about the separation of Princess Xu Hua and the heir of the Duke of Wu, as well as her marriage to the heir of the Duke of Zhu. She had anticipated his arrival at night and was surprised to see him during the day. Observing the twinkle in her eyes, brighter than the stars above, he felt both joy and ire, his complex emotions affecting his tone, which held a rich timbre laced with concern. I heard you were poisoned, so I came to check on you. Su Yue shook her head. I am fine. Xiao Qingyi regarded her closely. Did you poison yourself? Su Yue raised an eyebrow with a smile. Is that even a question? With my medical skills, being poisoned by another would be too embarrassing. Though he had suspected as much, hearing her say it aloud brought him relief.
Su Yue,
Eager to learn of Princess Xu Hua's affairs, inquired, how did everything go so smoothly with you and the heir of the Duke of Zhu? This was not a matter that could be succinctly explained. Xiao Qingyi directly sat on Su Yue's bed. Xiao Yao, who had been preparing to fetch a stool, widened her eyes in disbelief. He was sitting on the bed. Su Yue felt it was somewhat inappropriate, but said nothing. After all, he had done her a significant favor, and it would seem ungracious to deny him a seat on her bed. Xiao Qingyi recounted the events leading to the separation. It all began with Su Yue seeking Xiao Qingyi's help to approach the heir of the Duke of Zhu. Upon returning home that day, Xiao Qingyi learned of the Duke of Wu's son, Bai Yin, maintaining a concubine and fathering 2 illegitimate children. The identity of the concubine was particularly special. She was the cousin of the Duke of Wu's son, a frail and sickly cousin who could hardly leave her home. The 2 children were 4 years old and 1.5 years old. While having a concubine and illegitimate children reflected poorly on the Duke of Wu's son, it was not enough to compel him to agree to separate from Princess Xu Hua. The delicate nature of the children's ages made the situation more complicated. The daughter, aged 4, was conceived just before the emperor granted marriage to the Duke of Wu's son and Princess Xu Hua. Before the emperor, the Duke of Wu's son professed his deep affection for Princess Xu Hua, pledging unwavering loyalty. The emperor, appreciating his feelings, consented to the marriage, but upon closer examination, the Duke of Wu's son had committed an act of treason against the emperor. The youngest child, 1.5 years old, was born at the same time Princess Xu Hua suffered a miscarriage, nearly losing her life. While she lost her legitimate child, she unexpectedly gained an illegitimate son. If this were to become public knowledge, the Duke of Wu's son would be drowned in a deluge of public scorn. Yet this was not the most crucial aspect. The life of Princess Xu Hua's daughter hung precariously in the balance, entangled with the fate of that cousin. The cousin, growing impatient waiting for Princess Xu Hua to vacate the position of the heir's wife, took it upon herself to deliver pastries to the Duke of Wu's son, mistakenly sending them to Princess Xu Hua instead. However, Princess Xu Hua did not consume them, and upon seeing the exquisitely crafted pastries, her daughter insisted on having some, resulting in her tragic demise by poison. Princess Xu Hua relentlessly interrogated the heir of the Duke of Wu about the origin of the pastries, but he remained silent. From that moment on, the couple became estranged, turning from partners into adversaries. Xiao Qingyi informed the heir of the Duke of Zhu, Wen Ting, about this incident. Wen Ting promptly seized the concubine cousin and her 2 illegitimate children, confining them within the Duke of Zhu's estate. Employing some underhanded tactics, he coerced the concubine cousin into writing a confession, which he intended to use as leverage in negotiations with the heir of the Duke of Wu. This confession was sufficient to end the concubine cousin's life, thereby avenging Princess Xu Hua's grievances. However, it would also ensure that Princess Xu Hua remained trapped within the Duke of Wu's residence, condemned to a life worse than death. Saving Princess Xu Hua became the immediate priority, while the prospect of revenge could await future opportunities. With the concubine and the 2 children in the hands of the heir of the Duke of Zhu, the heir of the Duke of Wu had no choice but to consent to a divorce from Princess Xu Hua. Yet his agreement was merely a ploy to buy time. That very night, he dispatched agents to infiltrate the Duke of Zhu's estate, attempting to rescue the concubine cousin and the 2 children. Even if he failed to liberate them, he could capture some influential figures for exchange. Fortunately, Wen Ting had anticipated this move, thwarting the heir of the Duke of Wu's plan. To escalate the situation, Wen Ting set fire to his own quarters, threatening to expose the heir of the Duke of Wu for his nocturnal assault on the Duke of Zhu's estate. Along with the murder and arson, The heir of the Duke of Wu realized that he could not avoid a divorce any longer. Following the morning court session, he entered the palace with Princess Su Yue. The pair knelt before the emperor, claiming to have dreamt of the late emperor, who reproached the heir for seizing love in the past without treating Princess Su Yue well, which led her to suffer greatly and attempt suicide several times. The rivalry between him and Wen Ting had misled the late emperor, causing him to mistakenly entangle his daughter's fate. In the dream, Princess Su Yue beseeched the late emperor to revoke the marriage decree, allowing them to divorce, which he consented to. With the late emperor's approval, albeit in a dream, how could the current emperor refuse? He knew well that dreams of the late emperor were mere fabrications, serving only as an excuse for divorce. However, the acknowledgement of his past transgressions by the heir of the Duke of Wu provided the emperor with a vital handle to grasp. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to their divorce. Recognizing that fulfilling the late emperor's wish for his daughter's happiness naturally aligned with allowing Princess Su Yue to unite with the heir of the Duke of Zhou. Upon hearing the details of the divorce, Su Yue felt a sense of vindication, yet her heart ached for the 5 lost years of Princess Su Yue's life. Concerned, she asked if the heir of the Duke of Zhou had released the concubine cousin. Understanding her worries, Xiao Qingyi assured her that the heir of the Duke of Wu was ruthless, and that until Princess Su Yue was wed to the Duke of Zhou, he would not release anyone. This reassured Su Yue, glancing at her radiant smile, akin to camellias glowing in the morning light. Xiao Qingyi felt a stirring in his heart and inquired about her future plans. Su Yue blinked, confused by his question. What do you mean? Xiao Qingyi's eyes held a glimmer of something as he asked how she planned to persuade the Mingwang to escort her to the bridal sedan. With Princess Su Yue divorcing the heir of the Duke of Wu and preparing to marry the heir of the Duke of Zhou, it seemed unlikely that anyone would continue to disparage Su Yue for her own divorce from the Mingwang, nor would they mock her desire for a more suitable match. Yet, convincing the Mingwang to carry her to the bridal sedan appeared implausible. Perched on the tree outside, the dark guard Zhao Qi perked up his ears, nearly dropping his eyes in shock upon hearing his master's inquiry about how to persuade Miss Su. Was the prince infiltrating enemy lines to gather intelligence for sabotage? If he truly wished to avoid being cuckolded by Miss Su, he could simply eliminate her. It would be decisive and prevent future complications. Was the prince perhaps too accustomed to the rigors of battle, now whimsically toying with a cat-and-mouse game? Or did he harbor some peculiar proclivity for allowing his woman to betray him? This thought crossed Zhao Qi's mind, leaving him unsettled. Inside, Su Yue had not anticipated that the gentleman would broach such a topic. She chuckled lightly. I am not in a hurry to marry. So, what is the point of persuading the Mingwangs so soon? She then regarded him with a peculiar expression. Why do I feel as though you are more anxious than I am? Is it that obvious? Xiao Qingyi, used to adjusting his nose, found only his mask. I merely believe that the Mingwang is not easily persuaded, and you ought to make plans early. Su Yue agreed with this sentiment. Yet the Mingwang sought her life, and she had already spilled his blood at the gate of the Chongqing princess's residence. To approach him now would be akin to courting death. Her life had just begun to glimpse hope, and she had no intention of provoking the Mingwang. Henceforth, she would avoid him as much as possible. Seeing the man regard her, Su Yue understood he meant well. She smiled serenely. There will surely be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Perhaps the Mingwang won't even survive until my wedding day. Xiao Qingyi and outside, Zhao Qi, both felt the sting of her words. The thought of the prince possibly suffering internal injuries was not lost on them. Though Xiao Qingyi's face remained steely beneath his mask, Su Yue's remarks had pierced him time and again. She instructed Xiao Rao to retrieve the 10,000 taels, handing them over to Xiao Qingyi. I return this to you. Although I saved your life, you have aided me far too much. It feels wrong to keep this money. Moreover, she still possessed 2,000 taels, which would suffice for the time being. Xiao Qingyi observed her, and Su Yue continued, I owe you 2 lives. In the future, should you require my assistance in saving yourself or others, I shall comply. Xiao Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Anyone? Su Yue was about to nod in affirmation when a thought struck her, and she decisively declared, except the Mingwang. Xiao Qingyi and, outside, Zhao Qi, both felt her words cut deeply, as if each word were a dagger aimed straight at the heart. Zhao Qi sighed, having witnessed all manners of suffering, yet never one so self-inflicted as that of the prince. If this continued, he wondered if his master would even survive leaving her chambers. Xiao Qingyi began to reflect on why he had come to the Chongning Marquis's residence, Was he truly courting trouble? Su Yue offered the silver note, urging him to accept it. You might as well take it. I do not lack this 10,000 taels. A few less words of reproach would suffice, he retorted, rising to leave without a backward glance. Su Yue was bewildered. She understood he was wealthy, yet did he need to flaunt his affluence before her? When had she ever approached him? Xiao Qingyi leaped from the window, but Su Yue's clear voice pursued him. If the money burns your hands, I can help you spend it. Xiao Qingyi, amused by her willingness to assist, felt his irritation dissipate. As his anger radiated outward, Zhao Qi grew concerned. My lord, are you well? The response Zhao Qi received was a piercing glare. He had intended to provoke his master, knowing that the prince's divorce from Miss Su had left them in a tangled state. If this became known, he would be the subject of ridicule. As the prince's personal dark guard, it was his duty to counsel his master to find his way back. As Xiao Qingyi prepared to depart, Zhao Qi declared, I have matters to report to the prince.
Speak.
Zhao Qi gazed at him, enunciating each word. In just one day, Miss Su has commanded my subordinates several times. The prince instructed me to fulfill her needs, and I cannot disobey. However, should she harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, and one day wish for my subordinates to assist her in eliminating you, should I obey? Another dagger thrust. Yet, Xiao Qingyi, considering Su Yue's ignorance of the situation, suppressed his anger. Zhao Qi, however, was deliberately provoking him, and it was no wonder the prince was irked. He shot Zhao Qi a sidelong glance, thinking that anyone capable of posing such a question deserved to face dire consequences. Zhao Qi, Chapter 47, a sure win. After Xiao Qingyi departed, Su Yue leaned against the grand pillow, lost in thought, her gaze dim. Xiao Yao, unable to fathom her mood, brought over tea and said, with Princess Xu Hua and the heir of the Duke of Zhuo blocking the way, no one would dare to claim that your desire to remarry is fanciful. The Marquis residence would not dare to trouble you further. Why, then, are you not the slightest bit pleased?
Su Yue sighed,
realizing that this little maid had an overly rosy view of the situation, so much so that she felt compelled to douse her enthusiasm with cold water. You underestimate them, she replied. Their concerns stem from the fear that if I were to truly perish from the poison, they would bear a significant portion of the blame. It is not genuine concern for my well-being. Rather, they worry that my demise might not be discreet enough, which could implicate them before my father. Once I recover, they will not feel guilt. Instead, they may even resent me for frightening them so. Su Yue did not forget the time when the matriarch of the Qingyan Bo's residence had ordered her to be force-fed poison. These individuals had never feared for her life. They only feared the consequences of her death being too public, which could jeopardize their own positions. The only reason for any change in their attitude towards her would be if they could gain something from her. Apart from that, there was no possibility of genuine goodwill. However, Su Yue had never anticipated kindness from them, so there was no disappointment. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. Su Yue had to comfort this loyal little maid, wiping her tears and asking, What are you crying about? Xiao Yao's shoulders shook with sobs. You have suffered so much injustice. I thought you had finally turned the tide. Turned the tide, a phrase both beautiful and cruel.
God knows how far she was from that day.
Reflecting on how she had offended Princess Qingyang, Su Yue felt a profound sense of gloom. Yet, she did not regret her decision to confront Princess Qingyang head-on. However, she needed to contemplate her future path carefully. The individuals she had offended were increasingly formidable. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. While Su Yue pondered these matters, Xiaorao offered suggestions. The Marquis has returned to the capital, so no one will dare bully you now. Yet, the Marquis will eventually leave. And you cannot remain in the Marquis residence forever. You must marry eventually. I think Master Xiao would be a good match. He has consistently assisted you. If you could marry him, he would surely protect you. Before Xiaoyao could finish her thought, Su Yue reached out and tapped her on the head, interrupting her. One must possess self-awareness. He would never antagonize the Mingwang for me, especially now with Princess Qingyang added to the mix. I cannot drag him down with me. If he can offer me subtle assistance, I would be eternally grateful. Rubbing her sore forehead, Xiaoyao mumbled, but he has been coming to the Marquis residence for several days now. Initially, he only visited at night, but now he comes during the day too. If he were uninterested in you, would he visit so often? Su Yue heard her, but pretended not to. While she did not deny that his visits had increased, each time he came, it was for a purpose. Given his curiosity about how she would persuade the Mingwang to escort her to the bridal sedan, even if he feigned marrying her, He would still have to avoid offending the Mingwang. If she could easily persuade the Mingwang, why would she need Xiao Wujiao's assistance? What she truly required was timely support, not mere embellishments. Wishing to change the subject, Su Yue closed her eyes to rest. Yet before long, she was seized by a fit of sneezing, one after another. Without a doubt, the news of her spewing blood at the entrance of Princess Qingyang's residence and splattering the Mingwang had spread. Today the capital was unusually lively, with conversations bustling in the streets, tea-houses, and taverns about the divorce of Princess Su Yue and the heir of the Duke of Wu, as well as her remarriage to the heir of the Duke of Zhuo. Those hearing the news were caught in disbelief, unsure whether to accept its veracity. After all, despite the capital being rife with nobility, few could match the status of these three individuals. No one dared to spread rumors about them, particularly concerning such matters as divorce and remarriage, making it evidently true. Yet, why had Princess Su Yue and the heir of the Duke of Wu suddenly divorced? Not only the common folk, but even the officials were taken aback by this unexpected news. The earlier gossip surrounding Su Yue's separation from the Mingwang had not yet dissipated, and with Princess Su Yue's divorce, Su Yue, who had endured a similar fate, was inevitably brought up, especially given her previous remarks at the Cheng'enbo's residence. While everyone had once mocked her as a dreamer, it no longer seemed impossible. As discussion swirled, news of Su Yue's poisoning at Princess Qingyang's residence and her bloodied encounter with the Mingwang spread, overshadowing the divorce of Princess Su Yue with its dramatic flair. After all, one situation was resolved, while the other remained fraught with uncertainty. Even gambling houses had begun to place bets on whether Su Yue could persuade the Mingwang to escort her to the bridal sedan. Upon returning from the Chongning Mark residence, Xiao Qingyi was informed by a servant about the betting at the Chongqing gambling house regarding whether Miss Su could convince the prince to escort her. Xiao Qingyi remained silent, while Qing Feng remarked coldly, "The Chongqing gambling house is audacious to set a wager on the prince." The servant continued, "I will take people to smash the Chongqing gambling house." Before he could finish, someone patted his shoulder, startling him. He turned to see the heir of the Dingwang, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Qingyi and said, "The Chongqing gambling house is merely stirring the pot. There is no need to be so ruthless." Xiao Qi would not typically concern himself with such matters unless they had some relation to him. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Xiao Qi. "How much did you bet?" Xiao Qi tapped his nose with his fan. "Not much, just 100 taels." Qing Feng remarked, "In a winning scenario like this, why did the Dingwang's heir not wager more?" Xiao Qi laughed. "A sure win makes for a dull gamble." Qing Feng was puzzled. Xiao Qingyi looked at him, and Xiao Qi coughed lightly. "I bet that Miss Su could convince you to escort her to the bridal sedan." Xiao Qingyi's expression darkened. Xiao Qi quickly added, "You can't blame me. The odds are too enticing, 50 to 1. If I lose, I only lose 100 taels, but if I win, I stand to gain 5,000 taels. It's worth a gamble." Xiao Qingyi retorted, "Why not bet bigger?" Xiao Qi replied, "This is the highest odds available." Xiao Qingyi coldly stated, "If there are no higher odds, let the Chongqing gambling house increase them." "There is no possibility for an increase," Xiao Qi said. "There are only two outcomes. Either Miss Su convinces the Mingwang, or she does not. There is no third possibility." A glint of mischief flashed in Xiao Qingyi's eyes. "You could also bet on whether I, Xiao Qingyi, would change my mind and marry her again." This was clearly an impossible proposition, and no one would place a bet on it, Xiao Qi asserted confidently. Xiao Qingyi shot him a sidelong glance. "What makes you think it's impossible for me to escort her to the bridal sedan? Why would it be impossible for me to change my mind?" While both scenarios seemed improbable, the gulf between them was vast. Xiao Qi chuckled, fanning himself. "If you were to change your mind on your wedding day, I would run 3 laps around the city gates naked as a wedding gift." "You may leave now," Xiao Qingyi gritted out. Xiao Qi's smile faltered. He had just arrived, without even entering the room or taking a sip of tea, and was already being dismissed. With a pained expression, Xiao Qi turned to leave, but just as he did, he heard the words, "Come back." Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, turning back to Xiao Qingyi, who asked, "Has your father's condition improved?" Whenever he saw him, Xiao Qingyi always inquired about the status of the Dingwang, and this time was no exception. Xiao Qi sighed. "It remains the same. No amount of medicine seems to help." Xiao Qingyi's gaze flickered. He wondered if her medical skills could alleviate the Dingwang's affliction. Once she had recovered, he could mention it to her. Yet, recalling Su Yue's remark that she could save anyone except him, Xiao Qingyi's handsome face darkened.
Chapter 48. Innocence returning to Su Yue.
Who leaned against the grand pillow, She attempted to rest but found herself unable to sleep. Fearing that prolonged daytime slumber would lead to insomnia at night, she resolved to rise. She still needed to concoct several poisons and prepare antidotes to prevent a recurrence of today's events. As soon as she got out of bed, a maid knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Miss, Lady Gu and Madame Gu have arrived. Grandmother and Aunt Gu are here." Su Yue wanted to greet them, but at that moment, she could only lie back down. Shortly after, Lady Gu and Madame Gu entered, both with grim expressions, especially Lady Gu, whose suppressed anger was palpable. Although Gu Yanwen had informed her that Su Yue had poisoned herself, it did little to quell Lady Gu's fury. How could a grandmother not be enraged when her granddaughter had been driven to such desperation by the Duke of Chongning's household, to the point of resorting to poison and spitting blood to avoid apologizing to Princess Annel? Seeing Su Yue's pale face, tears welled in Lady Gu's eyes.
Come.
Let us return to the Gu family. Lady Gu feared that if Su Yue remained in the Duke of Chongning's household, she would eventually be driven to death. The precious granddaughter, born from her daughter's flesh and blood, was not to be bullied by them. Su Yue felt the depth of Lady Gu's affection and held her hand, choking on her words, "Grandmother, please don't be angry, I am fine." Lady Gu caressed Su Yue's face, lamenting, "Despite being pushed to this extent, you still say you are fine. It is all my fault. I should never have allowed you to return that day." Su Yue replied, "Grandfather must not know about my forced apology to Princess Annel, right?" Lady Gu shook her head. "I didn't dare to tell your grandfather. It is enough for me to know." Madame Gu added, "It is also your cousin's fault for being so thoughtless. He should have brought you back to the Gu family directly." Knowing that grandfather was unaware eased Su Yue's mind. She said, "I do not blame my cousin. It was I who refused to go. Grandfather is about to see me. It is best not to provoke him now. Besides, I cannot stay in the Gu family forever. I must face these people eventually. Grandmother, do not worry, I can handle it." Lady Gu replied, "Why can't you stay in the Gu family forever? If you could always accompany me, I would be delighted. Once Su Huaichen returns, I will arrange your marriage and bring you home in a grand manner." Lady Gu's insinuation went over Su Yue's head as she resolutely stated, "Grandmother, you must believe in me." Lady Gu trusted Su Yue but had little faith in the others from the Duke of Chongning's household. She scorned, in such a large household, with so many men, none possess the spirit you do as a young lady, being bullied to this extent and yet failing to unite against the external forces. Instead, aiding those who oppress their own is truly despicable. No wonder Su Huaichen prefers to guard the borders year-round rather than return. Such a household is hardly worth staying in. When Su Yue refused to go back, Lady Gu assumed she was merely considering grandfather's health and remarked, "I know your grandfather well. He would rather lose his sight for a lifetime than allow you to endure bullying in the Duke of Chongning's household." Su Yue shook her head, feeling a lump in her throat. "I know that grandfather would sacrifice anything for me, but I cannot live forever under your wings." With Su Yue's firm stance, Lady Gu could say no more. After sitting with Su Yue for a while, Lady Gu took her leave. Su Yue wanted to see them off, but Lady Gu insisted otherwise, leaving Su Yue to send them off through Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao returned quickly, saying, "Miss, Lady Gu is even angrier this time. After coming to the Duke's household, she left without seeing the old lady." This was expected. Su Yue was not surprised at all. Given grandfather's temper in the council hall, it was already generous of Lady Gu not to scold the old lady directly, let alone visit her in Chunhui courtyard. Su Yue did not dwell on this minor issue. She intended to rise and continue what she had not started before. However, just as she got out of bed, another matter arose. A young maid stood outside the beaded curtain and reported, "Miss, Granny Gui from Princess Su Yue's side has come." Xiao Yao hurried out to greet her, while Su Yue lay back down. Soon, Xiao Yao led Granny Gui in, who, upon seeing Su Yue's pale and weak appearance, felt a pang of concern. "Why has Granny Gui come?" Su Yue asked. Xiao Yao fetched a stool, and Granny Gui sat down, saying, "The Grand Princess heard about Miss Su's poisoning in the Chongqing Grand Princess's residence, and was worried. She sent me to check on you."
Su Yue responded,
"Please do not trouble the Grand Princess. I have taken an antidote, and am fine now. I just need a few days to recuperate before I can congratulate Princess Su Yue." Granny Gui quickly added, "Miss Su, you speak lightly of it. If it weren't for your assistance, the Grand Princess might never have had a chance to leave the Duke of Wu's residence. She wishes to express her gratitude to you." As they discussed this matter, Granny Gui felt as if she were in a dream. Miss Su had mentioned helping the Grand Princess with her divorce, and only a few days had passed. yet it had been accomplished so smoothly. Su Yue smiled. Then I shall await the joyous occasion of Princess Su Yue and the Duke's son. Surely they would not mind my presence at their celebration? Granny Gui shook her head repeatedly. If a banquet is truly held, you will be the first person invited.
Me Su.
Su Yue frowned at this. Had the emperor not decreed that they must marry within a month? The emperor has issued a decree, Granny Gui sighed. But the grand princess refuses to marry the duke's son. Su Yue looked puzzled. Why not? Did she not agree to marry in the palace? If Princess Su Yue rejected the marriage, the emperor would not grant her a union with Wenting. Granny Gui, considering Su Yue a confidant, revealed. The grand princess agreed to the emperor's decree in the palace because the duke's son anticipated her refusal and warned her that if she did not consent, he would leave the palace for Guthuan Temple. Fearing he might act foolishly, she had no choice but to agree. However, once they left the palace, they quarreled. The grand princess felt unworthy of marrying the duke's son, having been married before and bearing 2 children, and did not want him to be ridiculed for marrying her. Su Yue remarked, is Princess Su Yue's refusal to marry the duke's son solely because she cannot bear children? Granny Gui sighed. Compared to that reason, other concerns pale in significance. Su Yue, however, smiled. If that is the only reason, then there is no issue. I can check her pulse. She is indeed physically weak, but it is not beyond recovery. She will need no more than 3 months to regain her health. Granny Gui's eyes widened. Miss Su, you know medicine?
Su Yue chuckled.
Not many are aware of my medical skills, but I did save Princess Su Yue right in front of you. Granny Gui was astonished, but was your method truly medical? Su Yue assured her, I will write 2 prescriptions for you to take back to Princess Su Yue. With that, she lifted the blanket and got out of bed, leaving Granny Gui stunned as she worried for her. Su Yue quickly penned the prescriptions, dried the ink, and handed them to Granny Gui. Please tell Princess Su Yue that I hope to celebrate her marriage to the Duke's son, and when I marry one day, I wish for her and the Duke's son to attend my wedding. Princess Su Yue was clever and knew that only by marrying the Duke's son could she silence the voices of the world. She had helped Princess Su Yue escape the flames of the Duke of Wu's residence. She deserved gratitude in return. Granny Gui accepted the prescriptions but hesitated.
Su Yue.
If you have something to say, please feel free to speak. Granny Gui looked at Su Yue and said, the Grand Princess would not wish for you to marry anyone besides the Mingwang. Su Yue exclaimed, is there a misunderstanding? Princess Su Yue herself has divorced and plans to remarry. How can she still hope to matchmake me with the Mingwang? One should not impose on others what one does not desire for oneself. Su Yue found herself in a state of bewilderment. She had momentarily forgotten that Princess Su Yue was the biological elder sister of the Ming Emperor. The more virtuous she appeared, the more Princess Su Yue desired her to be her sister-in-law. Instead of aiding her, she ought to have offended Princess Qingyang, for only then would Princess Su Yue harbor disdain towards her and relinquish her ambitions. Realizing this, Su Yue felt the sting of tears welling up. Oh heavens! She had taken a wrong turn. After Xiaoyao escorted Granny Gui to the entrance of the courtyard, she returned, relieved that the young lady remained pure and unblemished. Outside the window, Zhao Qi, who had initially been astonished by Su Yue's medical skills, furrowed his brow at Xiaoyao's remark. A pure and unblemished body? How could it be that on that fateful night, the prince and the esteemed Miss Su did not consummate their union? He had always believed that the formidable prince, renowned for his decisiveness and hailed as a god of war, could never falter before a woman. It seemed they had indeed been overly suspicious. Chapter 49. Refusal. The only ones genuinely concerned for Su Yue, aside from the Gu family, were Princess Su Yue, who had sent people to inquire after her. With no further visitors, Su Yue busied herself with her own affairs. To divert attention, she even overturned the restorative medicine prescribed by the imperial physician, allowing the bitter scent of the concoction to permeate her room. This preoccupation lasted until the moon reached its zenith. Exhausted and achy, she washed up slightly before retiring to bed. The later she slept, the later she arose. Su Yue woke the following day as the sun climbed high, stretching lazily when Xiaoyao approached with a copper basin, informing her that during the morning court session, the emperor had appointed someone else to go to Jingzhou. Thus her father would not need to go. The faint smile that had adorned Su Yue's face vanished in an instant. This outcome was what the others in the Marquis of Chongning's household had hoped for, yet it was not what she desired. If given a choice, she wished for the second branch to be sent as far away as possible. After all, serving in the court was a duty. If others could go to the bitter, cold land of Jingzhou, why could her father not go as well? It should be others who bore the hardship while the lords of the Marquis of Chongning indulged in a life of luxury in the opulent capital, should they not? To spare the second branch from hardship, she was to be sent to endure humiliation at the hands of Princess Annel. This resentment she would remember. One day, she would repay it in kind. Throughout the day, Su Yue did not step outside her room. The old lady had dispatched Mama Wang to check on her. But Su Yue refused to let her in. She wished to see no one. Mama Wang understood that Su Yue was angry. After all, who could remain calm in such a situation? She instructed Xiaorao to take good care of Su Yue before returning to Chunhui courtyard. Su Yue had busied herself throughout the day, preparing the necessary medicines, and as she surveyed the jars and vials in her box, she felt a semblance of security. The third day arrived with little to occupy her time, yet Su Yue did not wish to pay her respects to the old lady. Instead, she decided to feign illness for another day, spending her time reading in her room. Just as she had managed to read 2 books, a young maid rushed in from outside, announcing that the Gu family had sent word that the old master's condition had significantly improved, and he was able to see with one eye. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. The young lady was truly miraculous. She had predicted that the old master would regain sight in 3 days, and indeed, it had come to pass. Su Yue felt joy fill her heart. The Gu family alone loved her unreservedly, and she wished for their well-being. In Chunhui courtyard, the old lady sat sipping tea when a maid approached to relay the news of the old master's regained sight. The old lady rejoiced for the Gu family, continuously expressing her relief that he could see. The old master was perhaps the most respected person in Su Huaichen's life, aside from the late patriarch. He had once risked his life to prevent Su Yue from suffering indignities, while the Marquis of Chongning had forced her to apologize to Princess Annel for the sake of the second master, all while the old master's sight remained impaired. Su Huaichen would carry the weight of guilt for life. Madame Second was also present, making a rather sarcastic remark about the superb skills of physician Wang, who had healed the old master's grievous injuries, while the young lady, having taken an expensive detoxifying pill, still had not recovered after 3 days. Before she could finish, the old lady shot her a fierce glance, silencing her unspoken words. On the day Su Yue had been sent back after fainting from blood loss at Princess Qingyang's residence, the entire household had feared for her life. Once it was confirmed that the poison had been expelled, the old lady returned to Chunhui courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Second had expressed her concerns, wondering if the young lady had managed to alleviate Princess Annel's wrath. That single remark ignited the old lady's fury. Without regard for the onlookers, she chastised Madame Second, saying, Yue went to apologize and nearly lost her life in the process. Even if she has not appeased Princess Annel, what more do you wish for? Do you want her to go again? The old lady was willing to compromise Su Yue's dignity for the sake of the second master's career, but that did not mean she lacked temper. To have her daughter humiliated was already a burden she could scarcely bear. She deeply regretted it. And Madame Second's fixation on the second master's external posting was not the time to bring it up. For the first time in over a decade of marriage to the Marquis of Chongning, Madame Second was reprimanded so sternly by the old lady. It felt like a thorn lodged in her throat. Even if the second master no longer needed to be sent away, this matter would not simply fade from her memory. It was a source of discomfort whenever she thought of it. Madame Second insinuated that the young lady was feigning illness, using the pretense of being poisoned and weak to avoid seeing the old lady. In truth, the old lady was well aware of the underlying suspicions. If it were merely an act, she would be untroubled. However, she feared that Su Yue had not fully recovered. Mama Wang, having served the old lady for decades, understood her sentiments well and proposed, Old lady, it has been some time since we last checked Miss Su's pulse. Perhaps we should invite a physician to examine her today. And while they are at it, check on the young lady as well. Very well. Inside the room, Su Yue was reading, though the choice of book did not captivate her interest, and she felt rather bored flipping through its pages. As she languished in ennui, a maid entered, announcing that Mama Wang had brought a physician to check her pulse. Are they suspecting that I am feigning illness? She thought. After I was brought back after fainting from blood loss, I cannot even enjoy a few days of peace? Su Yue's gaze turned cold. But this time she did not refuse to see the physician. If trouble were to arise, it would indeed be her own doing. For there were many within the household who wished to see her stumble. Mama Wang entered with the physician, noticing Su Yue's displeasure. She offered explanations, saying they were concerned about any lingering poison in her system and that the physician had come to check on the old lady's health. Thus it was only prudent to check on Su Yue as well. Su Yue remained silent, extending her hand for the physician to take her pulse. Once he withdrew his hand, Mama Wang inquired, "Dr. Liu, how is the young lady's condition?" Dr. Liu replied, "The pulse is stable. There are no issues." "That is good to hear." Mama Wang was about to speak further when Su Yue interjected, asking Dr. Liu, "If I were to stroll outside, would I faint in the street?" Dr. Liu chuckled, "With your constitution, walking 3 streets would be no trouble at all." "Excellent." Su Yue immediately instructed Xiaorao to prepare the carriage. She intended to visit the Gu family. Mama Wang wanted to caution her against leaving the estate so soon after her recovery, but since Dr. Liu had assured her that walking 3 streets posed no danger, she found no grounds for protest. Considering that the old master could now see, and knowing how much he cared for Su Yue, it was understandable that she was eager to visit the Gu family. Though she opened her mouth to speak, not a word of discouragement escaped her lips. After Dr. Liu departed, Su Yue set out with Xiaoyao, bypassing Chunhui courtyard entirely as she exited the estate. By the time Mama Wang returned to Chunhui courtyard to inform the old lady of Su Yue's intention to visit the Gu family, Su Yue had already passed through the second gate. As Su Yue approached the grand entrance of the Marquis' estate, she spotted a lavish carriage coming to a gentle halt. The curtain was drawn back, and a strikingly beautiful girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, emerged, adorned in a stunning gown of green shoe silk, intricately embroidered with peonies that danced in the breeze. Su Yue was uncertain of the identity of the newcomer, yet the young lady, upon catching sight of her, instantly donned an expression of fury, as if Su Yue owed her a substantial fortune. It was evident that anyone would regard her with disdain, and Su Yue felt no less irked. At that moment, Xiaorao tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "She is the cousin." As Xiaoyao spoke, the cousin Lu Ruer began to descend from the carriage, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "In just a few days' absence, you dare to pilfer the gowns specially prepared for me by grandmother." While the old lady's affection for her granddaughter was none of her concern, she would not tolerate baseless accusations. Xiaoyao could not help but defend Su Yue, but Su Yue halted her, turning her gaze to Steward Sunday. "The cousin will not believe what I say, so I must trouble you, Steward Sun, to inform her whether I have stolen her gown." Steward Sun observed the figures at the entrance of the Marquis' residence and deemed it inappropriate for the 2 young ladies to converse there, especially with a cousin so quick to accuse the elder without understanding the situation. He truthfully stated that the elder miss did not steal the cousin's gown. It was a gift from the old lady herself. Lu Ruer, unable to bear Steward Sun's defense of Su Yue, retorted, "Even if it was given by grandmother, you could very well refuse it. How unreasonable could one be? If she were to confront her, she should not be surprised if she faced humiliation." Su Yue turned to Lu Ruer, casually plucking a red jade hairpin from her coiffure and offering it to Lu Ruer. "Calm your temper. This hairpin is a gift for you." Xiaoyao was taken aback, wishing to snatch the hairpin back from Su Yue's hand. Steward Sun and the 2 gatekeepers were equally astonished. Since Su Yue's return from Gudyuan Temple, her temperament had grown bolder, capable of standing her ground even against the princess of Qingyang, yet here she was, seemingly conceding to the cousin? Lu Ruer did not anticipate that Su Yue would directly offer her a hairpin to soothe her anger. Feeling somewhat appreciative, she reached out to accept it, but as their fingers were about to meet, Su Yue retracted her hand, reinserting the hairpin into her hair, and chuckled. "Why would the cousin not refuse a gift from me?" The impact of Su Yue's words was akin to a slap across Lu Ruer's face, causing her complexion to shift through shades of green and purple. How could she so readily accept a gift and then demand the old lady's favor for a gown? At that moment, a servant drove the carriage closer, and Su Yue, with a cold glance at Lu Ruer, boarded the carriage alongside Xiaoyao, departing with a flourish. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Lu Ruer was so incensed she nearly tore her scented handkerchief apart, stomping her foot as she entered the Marquis' residence. The 2 gatekeepers stood dumbfounded, while Steward Sun admired Su Yue's subtle yet piercing wit, recognizing the cousin's formidable nature and the old lady's protection. He chose not to engage with her, delivering a decisive blow with a jest that left the cousin reeling. The elder miss was indeed quite astute. Chapter 50. Despondency. Half an hour later, the carriage halted before the gate of the Gu family. The gatekeeper, recognizing Su Yue, hurriedly notified the old lady while also preparing a seat for her, displaying the utmost courtesy. The Gu family was evidently fond of her. Old Master Gu's eyesight had improved slightly, bringing joy to the entire household, and upon seeing Su Yue, old Madame Gu beamed with delight. beckoning her before she could even bow in greeting. Your grandfather just spoke of you. I did not expect you to arrive so soon. Sitting beside old Madame Gu, Su Yue inquired curiously, what did grandfather say about me? Old Madame Gu, patting Su Yue's hand with a radiant smile, replied, he said your words were prophetic. You mentioned he would see again in 3 days, and indeed, he has. He wishes to know when he will regain sight in his other eye. Su Yue refrained from feeling his pulse, hesitant to make grand proclamations, and merely suggested that he would likely see within 3 to 5 days. Her serious demeanor elicited laughter from old Madame Gu, and the surrounding maids stifled their giggles, surprised by the cousin's amusing nature. After a brief while, Su Yue went to pay her respects to old Master Gu. Though he could see a bit, everything remained quite blurry from a distance, and distinguishing visitors was challenging. However, given that he had just begun to recover, there was no urgency. This time, Su Yue felt more at ease when taking old Master Gu's pulse. He inquired with a smile, how many days until I can see clearly? Su Yue replied, your other eye will regain sight within 3 days, but for complete clarity, you must rest for another 6 or 7 days. Old Master Gu nodded, stating if all goes well, your father should have returned to the capital by then. Su Yue too hoped for the swift return of her father, the only one who cherished her in the Longning Marquis' residence. As Su Yue engaged old Master Gu in conversation to alleviate his boredom, before long, Gu Tong and Guing arrived. Appreciating tranquility, old Master Gu sent them off to the garden to enjoy the flowers. In the garden, the peonies were in full bloom, captivatingly beautiful. Yet Su Yue noticed that Gu Tong and Gu Ing appeared rather glum. She found this perplexing. With old Master Gu's improving health, the family should be in high spirits. Why, then, were they so despondent? Just as Su Yue was about to inquire, a little maid in a pale yellow dress rushed over, slightly out of breath. The date for the peony banquet at the Ningguang residence has been set for the 18th of this month, coinciding with the eldest young master's birthday. Upon hearing this, Gu Tong's mood lifted a fraction. Not being able to attend the peony banquet at the Ningguang residence was a relief, as they could focus on celebrating their elder brother's birthday instead. Guing also brightened at this news. Though they laughed, Su Yue sensed their deep desire to attend the peony banquet. She knew nothing of it but felt instinctively that their inability to go was somehow tied to her. Seizing the moment while Gu Tong and Guing chased butterflies, Su Yue asked Xiaorao, do you know about the peony banquet? Xiaoyao replied, every year, the Ningguang residence invites the young ladies and gentlemen of the capital to admire the peonies when they bloom. It is said to be quite a lively event, but the young lady has never attended. Su Yue was somewhat astonished. Had she never received an invitation from the Ningguang residence? Previously, she was not only the legitimate daughter of the Longning Marquis, but also the betrothed of the Prince Ming, bestowed by the late emperor. Surely, even if the Ningguang residence bore her no regard, they would extend an invitation out of respect for the prince? Xiaoyao covered her mouth with a chuckle. Young ladies who are betrothed are not allowed to attend. You were promised to Prince Ming before the peonies bloomed. However, she hesitated, prompting Su Yue to ask, however, what? Xiaorao looked at Su Yue and continued, the Ningguang residence allows only 2 individuals per invitation, and even if you were not betrothed to Prince Ming, you likely would not have the opportunity to attend. The Longning Marquis' daughters are numerous, Su Mei, Su Chan, and others of similar age, all legitimate heirs. If only 2 can go, you truly would not be among them. In essence, the peony banquet served as a grand matchmaking event disguised as a flower viewing occasion. Young ladies, seldom stepping beyond their doors, rarely had opportunities to meet young men, and at the age of 15 or 16, they were particularly drawn to such gatherings. Gu Tong had been rejected, while Gu Ing remained unbetrothed. Under normal circumstances, they would have been invited. They had attended last year, but this year, the Ningguang residence had not sent them an invitation, evidently due to her influence. If they were merely barred from attending the peony banquet, that would be one matter. However, what concerned Su Yue was that the Ningguang residence's actions might set a precedent, leading to their exclusion from future gatherings throughout the capital. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Yue felt a headache coming on. But more importantly, how could you not tell me that our eldest cousin's birthday is approaching? She scolded Xiaoyao, lightly tapping her forehead. Xiaoyao, rubbing her forehead, admitted fault. I forgot. Su Yue knew Xiaorao did not forget intentionally. She was the only trustworthy person by her side, managing both trivial and significant matters, especially with recent events unfolding one after another. It was inevitable that there would be moments of oversight, particularly with several days still left until the birthday. Su Yue did not blame Xiaoyao. She merely inquired, Did you bring money? Xiao Yao nodded repeatedly, confirming she had. Well then, that's good. Choosing a birthday gift is merely a matter of moments. After accompanying the elderly Lady Gu for lunch, as they passed through the bustling streets on their way back to the Chongning Marquis' residence, Su Yue instructed the servant, "Stop." Xiao Yao looked at her. "Are you planning to shop, my lady?" Su Yue replied, "I am going to select a birthday gift for my older cousin." Xiao Yao interjected, "There's no need to choose. You already prepared a birthday gift for young Master Dai Biao when you were at the Ming Wang residence."
Prepared?
Su Yue felt relieved upon hearing this. The servant sitting on the carriage shaft asked, "Does the young lady still wish to shop? Let us return to the Marquis' residence." She decided. Though she yearned to explore the market, the recent ordeal of poisoning and her subsequent recovery, compounded by 2 days of busyness and a lengthy morning spent wandering the Gu family garden, had drained her of energy. The street would still be there for another visit. However, Su Yue did not alight from the carriage. She merely lifted the curtain to gaze outside, observing the throngs of people and the various exquisite trinkets sold at the street stalls. In the midst of her observations, a familiar face caught her eye. She spotted Xiao Qingyi, who also noticed her. His expression was less icy than usual, appearing more approachable, bathed in sunlight that radiated a gentle halo around him, undeniably captivating the attention of many young ladies, stirring their hearts. Yet, this only fueled Su Yue's ire, despite sharing the same fate of separation. This scoundrel seemed to thrive while she languished in turmoil. The more she pondered, the more her frustration escalated. She shot Xiao Qingyi a fierce glare before lowering the curtain, wishing to avoid further misfortune. Her fluid gesture darkened Xiao Qingyi's countenance, revealing his displeasure. Inside the carriage, Su Yue reflected on the disappointment of Gu Tong and Gu Ying, silently cursing Xiao Qingyi, the root of her troubles. She then asked Xiao Yao, who in all of Kyoto holds power to rival the Ming Wang and compel him to show deference. Chapter 51. Familiarity. Su Yue's question caught Xiao Yao off guard, prompting her to count on her fingers, "There is the Emperor, the Empress Dowager." After only 2 names, Su Yue interrupted, "There is no need to mention those who stand beside Princess Qingyang. Knowing more will only add to my vexation." Xiao Yao lowered her hands, realizing only 2 remained. Thankfully, it was not none. Who else?
Su Yue Guayir.
Xiao Yao replied, "The Duke of Ding and Princess Yuan Zhao." The name of the Duke of Ding rang a bell. She recalled that during her poisoning ordeal, she had requested assistance from Xiao Wujiao's men to summon the physician she had engaged in the Chongning Marquis' residence, exaggerating her condition's severity while seeking an antidote. She had only conveyed these details, leaving the rest to the dark guards. At that time, the royal physician had mentioned the Duke of Ding, indicating that the antidote prepared for him was prioritized over her needs. It was evident how closely Xiao Wujiao was associated with the Duke of Ding. Su Yue only knew that Xiao Wujiao was of royal lineage, but she did not know precisely who he was. Could he possibly be the Duke's heir? This fleeting thought crossed her mind as she turned to Xiao Yao. "Tell me more about the Duke of Ding and Princess Yuan Zhao." Xiao Yao divulged all she knew. The Duke of Ding and Princess Yuan Zhao held esteemed positions in the Daqi dynasty. Princess Yuan Zhao was the most cherished cousin of the late emperor, who had bestowed upon her the title of princess and granted her the prosperous Ryo as her fief. Unfortunately, Princess Yuan Zhao fell ill upon receiving the devastating news of the emperor's death, unable to return to the capital to mourn. As Raizhou lay 700 to 800 miles away, Su Yue contemplated whether she would ever have the opportunity to meet Princess Yuan Zhao, let alone seek her favor. However, while the prospect of befriending Princess Yuan Zhao seemed bleak, there was still hope with the Duke of Ding, and it appeared quite promising. The Duke, being the late emperor's full-blooded younger brother, had been the emperor's most trusted confidant, yet, regrettably, he passed away less than 6 months after the emperor's demise. Strangely, on the day of his death, the Duke had been poisoned and rendered paralyzed, a condition that persisted for half a year. Su Yue had never encountered the Duke and was unaware of his condition. However, if she could find a way to counteract the Duke's poison, regardless of the likelihood, she must seek an opportunity to see him, as this could significantly improve her situation. Yet, she doubted that Xiao Wujiao was the Duke's heir. Had he been, he would surely have sought her expertise to heal his father. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the carriage soon returned to the Chongning Marquis' residence. Upon exiting, she coincidentally encountered her cousin, Lu Ruer, entering as she was leaving. While Lu Ruer had ignored her upon arrival, she now appeared in high spirits, casting a haughty glance in Su Yue's direction without uttering a word. Xiao Yao observed Lu Ruer's maid carrying a large bundle. Once inside the residence, with no one around, Xiao Yao remarked, "The old lady must have bestowed many fine gifts upon our cousin." It was evident that the old lady, feeling sympathy for her daughter's less-than-ideal marriage, had ensured that her granddaughter's attire and necessities matched those of the young ladies in the residence, thereby elevating Lu Ruer's living standards to that of the Marquis's daughters. It was only to be expected that the gifts would be substantial. Having feigned weakness and refrained from visiting the old lady for the past few days, Su Yue felt it was now inappropriate not to pay her respects upon returning from the Gu residence. Thus, Su Yue made her way to Chunhui courtyard. However, halfway there, she learned that the old lady had given the 2 skirts hastily created by the embroidery room for her to Lu Ruer. Su Yue let out a cold laugh, turned on her heel, and headed straight back to Wanyue courtyard. Although the old lady had also prepared skirts for Lu Ruer, it was not out of affection for her, but rather to preserve the Marquis's dignity, fearing that Su Yue's plain attire would embarrass the Chongning Marquis's reputation in front of Princess Shuhua. Yet, did Lu Ruer not have skirts to wear? The embroidery room had just finished 2 skirts for her, which were all given to Lu Ruer. Even if the old lady had kept one for her, Su Yue would not have been as upset. Since the old lady had overlooked her, Su Yue felt no obligation to pay her respects. As Su Yue approached Chunhui courtyard, she coincidentally crossed paths with Su Mei and Su Chan, whose expressions were decidedly unfriendly, particularly Su Mei, whose eyes simmered with suppressed anger. She confronted Su Yue, "If I cannot attend the Xiao Yao banquet at the Ningguang residence, I will not let this matter rest with you." Ignoring them, Su Yue continued on her way. Passing through the garden, she noticed the peonies that had bloomed beautifully in the morning now lay in disarray, petals scattered across the ground. A young maid was crouched down, tidying up the mess. Xiao Yao inquired, "Who has ruined the flowers like this?" The maid, clearly distressed, explained, "The cousin has already received her invitation to the Ningguang residence, but the 3rd young ladies have not, and feeling discontent, they took it out on the flowers." Observing the petals marred by scratches, Xiao Yao worriedly glanced at her young lady. The 3rd young ladies had been practicing their dance and music for months in anticipation of the Xiao Yao banquet. If they could not attend, they might unleash their frustrations on her like these flowers. Upon returning home, Su Yue poured herself a cup of tea and settled down to sip it while addressing Xiao Yao. "Bring forth the gift I prepared for my older cousin. Let me see it." Xiao Yao turned to fetch it from a storeroom, taking a considerable time before reappearing with an embroidery basket. By then, Su Yue had occupied herself on a small couch, flipping through a book to pass the time. When Xiao Yao placed the basket before her, Su Yue discovered a half-stitched belt inside. She picked it up, and Xiao Yao declared, "This is the birthday gift you prepared for young Master Dai Biao." Su Yue's heart sank. Is this truly a birthday gift? Indeed, Xiao Yao affirmed, a complete belt certainly qualifies. Yet this was barely half of one. Had she known Xiao Yao was so unreliable, she would have inquired further. Now, she would have to venture out to purchase something else.
Su Yue regarded Xiao Yao.
"Have you forgotten that I suffered from amnesia? I am not skilled in embroidery at present. There is another gift that can be given," Xiao Yao replied. As she spoke, Xiao Yao rummaged through the embroidery basket and unearthed a more exquisite belt from the bottom, presenting it to Su Yue with the words, "This one can be gifted." Su Yue accepted the belt, remarking, "Yet it is still unfinished." Although it was not entirely complete, the belt had progressed significantly, merely requiring final touches. She should be able to manage it on her own. Even if she faltered, Xiao Yao would be there to assist, so there was little cause for concern. Xiao Yao observed the belt and explained, it was originally intended for the Mingguang. Mama Yun suggested that he should see the belt being crafted, perhaps even with a finger poked at it before him, so that he might feel a pang of sympathy. If it were given directly to him, he would remain unaware of the effort involved in its creation, and thus would not cherish it. The lady found Mama Yun's reasoning sound, and decided to retain a portion for herself. Su Yue's gaze shifted from the belt to Xiao Yao's face. So, this belt was meant for the Mingguang? Chapter 52, Invitation. The thought felt somewhat unsettling. Gifts should bring joy, not discomfort. Yet, she had not anticipated that Mama Yun, close to the Bai Taifei, would impart such notions to her. When it came to men, if they liked her, they would do so without her lifting a finger. If they did not, even a mere prick of a needle might seem trivial, and they might assume she was merely playing. Xiao Yao rubbed her aching forehead, lamenting, "Why does the lady enjoy tapping my head ever, since her memory returned? My mind was never particularly sharp to begin with. Such actions will only render it duller." She continued, "The lady certainly will not bestow the belt upon the Mingwang again, as it bears no embroidery of his name. After all, the belt took considerable time to craft, and it cannot simply be discarded. Throwing it away is certainly out of the question, as it required a great deal of effort.
Su Yue just.
Perhaps I could give it to my father." Xiaoyao disagreed, stating, "The style is too youthful. It would not suit the marquis."
Well,
"You make a valid point," Su Yue conceded. Having never engaged in needlework before, Su Yue found herself intrigued and asked Xiaorao to prepare an embroidery basket for her to attempt her hand at the craft. Su Yue had envisioned her embroidery would be crooked and uneven, but to her surprise, it turned out rather well. After an unsteady start, she found her rhythm. She attributed her unexpected skill to the original owner of her body, who must have practiced embroidery extensively, leaving her fingers with a semblance of muscle memory. She began stitching a cloud pattern onto the embroidery frame, mirroring the design on the belt, feeling reassured that it would not ruin the entire piece. Whether to gift it to her cousin remained undecided, but she resolved to complete the belt regardless. Just as she became absorbed in her work, a sudden knock interrupted her, and she turned to see a familiar figure leaping through the partially open window. It had been several days since she last saw him. She wondered why he had come at this hour.
"What brings you here at this time?"
she asked, her words inadvertently suggesting something inappropriate.
"As if you were a thief in the night."
To her surprise, he replied, "I will try to come in the evenings from now on." Su Yue thought to herself, "That is not what I meant." The presence of a solitary man and a woman was never entirely proper. Yet, he had visited so often that it felt overly dramatic to address such concerns, especially since she had matters to discuss with him. Su Yue rose from her small couch and stated, "I have a favor to ask." Coincidentally, as she spoke, Xiao Qingyi also voiced his intent. "You go first." Su Yue did not hold back. "Please arrange a meeting with the heir of the Dingwang." Although Xiao Qingyi sought Su Yue's assistance in treating the Dingwang, he frowned upon her initiative to contact the heir. "What do you need him for?" he inquired. Su Yue candidly replied, "I need him as a support." Xiao Qingyi gazed into her eyes and remarked, "Am I not sufficient as your support?" "I cannot always trouble you," Su Yue replied, feeling the weight of her debts. He had already aided her immensely, and she worried she could never repay him. "I rather enjoy it when you trouble me," he blurted out. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Xiao Qingyi regretted his slip of the tongue, while Su Yue felt her cheeks flush. However, upon noticing the mask he wore, her racing heart gradually settled. It was wise not to place full trust in the words of someone who concealed their face. Repeated encounters could lead to misunderstanding. With a smile, Su Yue added, "Having multiple sources of support is always beneficial, especially since I may not be able to cure the Dingwang's affliction." After speaking, she turned to Xiao Qingyi. "You still have not mentioned what you require my assistance with." Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what he sought her help for. Likely related to healing. Xiao Qingyi studied Su Yue's clear, sparkling eyes and said, "There is no need for your assistance." Su Yue was taken aback. "You came seeking my help, yet now you say it is unnecessary?" She observed him closely, noting that despite his insistence on not needing help, he chose to remain seated on her small couch. As he examined the belt on the small table, which bore a design he admired, a thought crossed his mind. "Is this for me?" Su Yue realized that his frequent visits had led him to presume she would craft a belt for him. Such gifts were not typically bestowed upon men outside the family. Noticing his keen interest in the belt, Su Yue raised an eyebrow and said, "To be honest, this belt was initially intended for the Mingwang. Would you mind receiving it?" He already knew it was meant for him. "I do not mind," he replied. "It was meant for me after all. Why would I object?" "Really?" Su Yue inquired once more. "Of course," he affirmed, his voice deep and assured. Su Yue accepted the belt back from him. If he did not mind, then it seemed her cousin would not object either. She decided to present the belt to her cousin as a birthday gift, planning to prepare something more elaborate for the following year. As Su Yue traced her fingers over the belt's intricate patterns, Xiao Qingyi found himself eagerly anticipating receiving it. Realizing the time was late, he chose not to disturb her further, and exited through the window. Upon returning to the Mingwang's residence, Qingfeng greeted him. "You have finally returned, Your Highness. The heir of the Ningwang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Your Highness has been acting rather strangely lately, often wearing a mask when leaving the residence, and without a single attendant by his side. Is there something so secretive that we guards cannot know?" Previously, upon returning from the palace, he had felt quite vexed. During his attempt to serve tea, the prince had vanished along with his mask. Xiao Qingyi tossed the mask to Qingfeng and casually remarked, "The heir of the Ningwang seeks me for something? Your Highness seems to have forgotten." "The Ningwang's residence is hosting the Xiaorao banquet," Qingfeng replied. Such trivial matters did not concern Xiao Qingyi. The heir had waited long enough. He would surely wish to see him. After sipping a cup of tea, the heir of the Ningwang arrived, respectfully presenting a grand red invitation adorned with gold to Xiao Qingyi. Although the heir was slightly older than Xiao Qingyi, the latter's status required the former to address him with due respect as ninth uncle. Xiao Qingyi was not fond of such gatherings. The heir had implored him to attend the previous year's event, but he had declined due to unforeseen circumstances.
Now,
With the former Empress Dowager's passing and his own subsequent divorce, the heir had returned to extend another invitation. Earlier that day, the heir had visited, but Xiao Qingyi was absent. Upon returning, he found the heir waiting at the door, only to learn he had left. The heir, determined, waited in the courtyard, unwilling to believe that the Ningwang was too occupied to return home for the night. He intended to wait until he could see him. As the invitation reached Xiao Qingyi, he accepted it, glancing at its contents before stating, "I will attend the Xiaoyao banquet." The heir sighed with relief. But before he could speak further, Xiao Qingyi inquired, "Has the Ningwang's residence invited Miss Su?" The heir paused, taken aback. "Is it that you do not wish to see the daughter of the Chongning Marquis at the Ningwang's residence?" The Crown Prince of Ning, in haste, assured, "No. You need not worry. You shall never encounter her at the peony banquet." Xiao Qingyi turned to the Crown Prince of Ning and said, "Deliver an invitation to her. I must see her at the peony banquet." The Crown Prince of Ning was taken aback, as was Qingfeng, who was utterly bewildered. The peony banquet was intended for young ladies of noble families to meet the young masters of various houses, and vice versa. Miss Su had publicly proclaimed at the Duke of Qing'en's residence her intention to remarry. The prince had instructed the Ningwang mansion to invite her to the banquet, which seemed to be an indulgence of her. Qingfeng found himself increasingly unable to fathom his lord's intentions. Silence fell over the group as Xiao Qingyi poured tea and remarked, "Is that unacceptable?" The Crown Prince of Ning quickly replied, "Of course not. As long as you go, I can arrange for her to receive, not just one, but 10 invitations." The next day, after breakfast, Su Yue reluctantly took Xiaoyao to the Chunhui courtyard to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Though she was disinclined to visit, she could not afford to appear too obvious in her reluctance, for fear of gossip. It was merely a formality, and she intended to leave promptly after the visit. On the way, Xiaorao mentioned, the invitations for the peony banquet from the Ningwang mansion were delivered yesterday, but none were sent to the home mansion. The young ladies must be furious with Miss Su. A shadow fell over Su Yu's heart. She had irrevocably severed ties with the Princess of Qingyang and aimed to demonstrate that she needed no alternative strategies. The same tactics could ensure her downfall. Su Mei and Su Chan would not be able to attend the peony banquet and would undoubtedly vent their anger upon her, making her life intolerable. As Su Yue entered the room, she was met with several piercing glares. It was not just Su Mei and Su Chan. Even the First Lady and Second Madam cast reproachful looks at her. The peony banquet had invited numerous young ladies and noble gentlemen, as well as many esteemed matrons, all hoping their daughters would make a good match. Yet, all their hopes lay shattered in Su Yu's hands. With the inability to attend the peony banquet, who would dare risk offending the Ningwang and the Princess of Qingyang to marry their daughters? This calamity, the very person whom others cherished and adored, she had dared to offend, repeatedly trampling upon the face of the Princess of Anil. Was she intent on bringing ruin to the entire Longningho mansion? Amidst the condemning gazes, Su Yue stepped forward to bow and pay her respects to the old matriarch. The old matriarch observed her face, which appeared in good spirits, her health seemingly restored. Su Yue nodded, expressing her apologies for causing concern. The old matriarch's expression remained neutral, and she said little. Su Mei, irritated and agitated, could no longer contain her temper and accused Su Yue, "It's all your fault. Why provoke the Princess of Anil? You nearly got our second uncle exiled, and now we are barred from attending the peony banquet at the Ningwang mansion." Su Chan, sitting beside the old matriarch, shook her arm and pleaded, "Grandmother, please help us. If we cannot attend the peony banquet, all of Kyoto's noble ladies will know the Princess of Anil is angry with our eldest sister, and we will be ostracized from society." The First Lady interjected, "Do not burden your grandmother with this. No one dares to approach the home mansion for such an invitation. We cannot afford to lose face." With reddened eyes, Su Mei asked, "So, we truly cannot go?" She shot a venomous glare at Su Yue. This is your punishment for offending the Princess of Anil. Su Yue's expression turned icy. She had reiterated numerous times that it was the Princess of Anil who had offended her. Coldly, she remarked, "Are you suggesting I should go to the Princess of Qingyang's residence to apologize and beg for another invitation from the Ningguang mansion?"
Su Mei giritte tehdit.
Though she dared not voice her thoughts, the First Lady, unable to bear Su Yue's sharp tongue, lamented that the eldest daughter had become increasingly audacious after her previous misfortunes. Emboldened to confront anyone, she then addressed the old matriarch. "I understand you care for the eldest daughter and do not wish to scold her. But if her behavior does not change, she may bring untold trouble to the whole mansion and cause misfortune for many. By then, regret will be too late." The First Lady's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the other ladies of the household. The old matriarch also felt that Su Yue had made a grave mistake, one whose consequences were yet unknown. Heaven knew how long it would take for the Princess of Qingyang to calm down. The old matriarch fiddled with her prayer beads and declared, "Send the eldest daughter to the temple to copy the family rules for reflection." Su Yue's face darkened, almost dripping with resentment. This was tantamount to a direct admonition, suggesting that should she encounter the Princess of Anil again, she should simply submit to any punishment. Su Yue remained motionless, and when a servant approached to summon her, she turned to leave. Just then, a little maid in a pink dress hurried in, holding a bright red invitation. Upon seeing the invitation, Su Mei's eyes sparkled, and before the maid could speak, she asked, "Is that the invitation to the peony banquet from the Ningguang mansion?" The little maid nodded vigorously. Su Mei's gloomy demeanor vanished as she stood to accept the invitation. Just as she reached out to grasp it, the maid announced to the old matriarch, "The Ningguang mansion has sent an invitation for the eldest daughter to attend the peony banquet." Su Yue's brow furrowed tightly as she stood behind the screen. Everyone in the room was stunned by the maid's words, and the First Lady exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" The maids exchanged bewildered glances. Not long before, the First Lady and the Second Madam had been condemning the eldest daughter for offending the Princess of Anil, thereby preventing the younger sisters from attending the peony banquet. Yet now, the Ningguang mansion had specifically sent an invitation for the eldest daughter, clearly slapping everyone in the face, including the Princess of Anil. Su Mei, taken aback, found her expression darkening as she could not believe the invitation was not for her. She could not fathom that the Ningguang mansion would so blatantly disregard the face of the Princess of Anil and the Mingguang by sending such an invitation. Almost snatching the invitation from the maid's hands, she opened it for a quick glance, and her already sour expression worsened. The others could see from her face that this was indeed true. However, with only one invitation allowing for 2 attendees, and one specifically addressed to the eldest daughter, only one spot remained. Su Chan quickly declared, "Eldest sister, I will accompany you to the peony banquet." Her tone was gentle, devoid of the previous hostility she had shown toward Su Yue. Su Yue said nothing, still pondering why the Ningguang mansion had sent her an invitation. This peculiar occurrence surely harbored ulterior motives, while Su Mei and Su Chan began squabbling over the remaining spot, neither willing to concede. Noting their fierce argument, the old matriarch frowned. Su Yue, relishing the drama, tossed the dilemma back to the old matriarch. "There is only one invitation for 2 people. Whoever I choose to take will offend the other. It is best if grandmother decides who shall accompany me." With that, Su Yue bowed and turned to leave, not glancing back. Xiao Yao, however, looked back repeatedly until they exited the Chunhui courtyard, only then saying, "The invitation is still in their hands." Su Yue did not concern herself with the invitation. The previous day, the Ningguang mansion had delivered invitations to various residences but had excluded the Gu family and the Longningho mansion. Now, after a night had passed, just when everyone in the Ho mansion thought they could not attend, another invitation was sent, and it was addressed to her, a woman who had been divorced. Su Yue feared that the peony banquet could be a trap set for her by the Ningguang mansion. Although she yearned to witness the event, the potential pitfalls made her prefer to remain in the Ho mansion, indulging in lazy days. However, Su Yue was acutely aware that she had no choice. If she did not attend, those vying for the other spot would compel her to go. Contemplating the fierce competition between Su Mei and Su Chan, she wondered who would emerge victorious. Su Yue was intrigued, yet she underestimated the allure of the peony banquet for Su Mei and Su Chan. No sooner had she returned to the Wanyu courtyard and sipped a cup of tea than a little maid rushed in to report, "Eldest daughter, trouble. The second and third young ladies are fighting to accompany you to the Ningguang mansion, and they accidentally tore the invitation." Xiao Rao instantly fumed, looking at Su Yue and exclaiming, "They are too much." Su Yue remained unperturbed, reassuring Xiaoyao, "This invitation is peculiar. Perhaps it is for the best that we do not go." Outside the window, Zhao Qi pondered why the Ning Wangfu would extend such an invitation to Su Yue. Others might remain oblivious, but he was well aware that the young lord of Ning Wangfu was keen for the prince to attend. Could it be that the prince himself was involved? Chapter 54. The Bait in the Ink-Black Jade Pavilion. Xiao Qingyi was engrossed in military texts. Qingfeng noticed the tea had grown cold and took it away to replace it. Upon Zhao Qi's return, Qingfeng inquired, "Did the prince not instruct you to keep an eye on Miss Su? Why have you returned? What do you mean by keep an eye?" Zhao Qi thought to himself, for the prince had actually tasked him with protecting Miss Su. He stepped into the room, where Xiao Qingyi looked at him and asked, "Why have you returned?" Zhao Qi did not respond but instead inquired, "Is it the prince who requested the invitation for Miss Su to attend the peony banquet?" Xiao Qingyi remained silent, but Qingfeng entered and confirmed, it was the prince who instructed the young lord of Ning Wangfu to send it to her. What of it? So it was indeed the prince. Seeing Xiao Qingyi's gaze upon him, Zhao Qi remarked, "Miss Su can no longer attend. The invitation has been torn." Su Yue had not caused a commotion at Chunhui courtyard. It had been over half an hour since she learned the invitation had been destroyed. And perhaps due to her continued absence, the old lady had sent Wang Mama to deliver a message. Accompanying her was a jade bracelet bestowed by the old lady as a token of compensation. Wang Mama regarded the invitation in her hands and said, "I never anticipated the invitation would be torn. The old lady has already punished the second and third young ladies by sending them to the Buddhist hall to transcribe family rules. Aware of the first young lady's grievances, the old lady instructed me to bring you this jade bracelet. Do not be upset, young lady. Perhaps not attending the Ning Wangfu is not such a misfortune after all." Su Yue gazed at Wang Mama and smiled, though the smile did not reach her eyes. "I do not believe the Ning Wangfu is more perilous than the princess of Qingyang's residence. The difference between being unable to go and choosing not to go is significant." Wang Mama wore an awkward expression. The first young lady's words always left her at a loss. While she was aware that attending the princess of Qingyang would result in humiliation, she had still been compelled to go. The banquet at Ning Wangfu, with an invitation personally extended to Su Yue, could lead to trouble for the Ning Wangfu if anything were to go awry. In fact, if the first young lady attended, it would likely present no issues at all. However, the invitation had been ruined, and the second and third young ladies had not acted with malice. The old lady had already punished them, and there was nothing more to be done. Su Yue regarded the torn invitation and casually remarked, "It matters not that I cannot attend Ning Wangfu. However, if none of the young ladies from Chongning Marquis' residence attend, the young ladies and young masters from esteemed families may misinterpret and direct their ire towards the county princess of Annal. That would be quite troublesome, as no young lady would dare associate with them thereafter." "Wang Mama, you have returned the words spoken by the second young lady in full." Wang Mama found herself unable to respond, offering only an awkward laugh before hastily departing. Once outside, she glanced up at the sky, feeling perplexed. As the most trusted person beside the old lady, she could converse with Lord Su Huaichun with composure, yet the first young lady instilled in her an unspoken pressure. The first young lady was not yet 16 years of age. After Wang Mama left, Su Yue cast a glance at the jade bracelet before instructing Xiaoyao to put it away. She then settled down on a small couch to read. After finishing a book and stretching, a sudden knock echoed on the door. "Su Yue, isn't it said you would try to come in the evening?" Yet, as those words were spoken, the visitor arrived even earlier. It was not yet noon. Perhaps due to Su Yue's overly obvious expression, when Xiao Qingyi jumped through the window. He only then realized. Clearing his throat, he said, "I have come to deliver an invitation." Su Yue was bewildered. An invitation? What invitation? Just as she was about to inquire further, it suddenly dawned on her. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "The Ning Wangfu is inviting me to the peony banquet because of you?" "It is indeed." Su Yue was perplexed. "Why would you want me to attend the peony banquet?" Xiao Qingyi regarded her, saying, "Do you not wish to lead a normal life? Indeed, as the legitimate daughter of the Chongning Marquis' residence, she should dress elegantly to attend the banquet like those from esteemed families." However, her desire for a normal life did not imply that others would treat her as an unmarried young lady. Nonetheless, she felt gratitude for the young man's good intentions. She reached for the invitation but suddenly recollected someone and asked, "The Mingwang will not be attending, will he?" Upon uttering the question, her hand withdrew from the invitation. Xiao Qingyi observed her, his eyes dimming slightly. Are you so afraid of encountering him? Su Yue shook her head. I do not wish to be seen alongside the Mingwang at the peony banquet, lest it invites gossip. Seeing the dimmed gaze of the person before her, Su Yue recalled his curiosity about how she would persuade the Mingwang to allow her to marry. She had ample reason to suspect that his request for the invitation was a subtle hope for her to meet the Mingwang at the Ningwangfu. How insidious. Did he wish for her to create some dramatic spectacle with the Mingwang?
Xiao Henge, undeterred, earnestly attempted to persuade Su Yue.
You cannot hide from him forever. He cannot always wear a mask when meeting you. Fearing he might not sway her, Xiao Qingyi cast a bait, saying, Do you not wish to meet the young lord of Dingwang? He will attend the peony banquet. The bait cast, Su Yue's previously wavering heart trembled with excitement. This was precisely what she yearned for, to attend the banquet at Ningwangfu and meet the young lord of Dingwang. She resolved to go. If she encountered the Mingwang, she would simply take a detour. In such a vast Ningwangfu, she was determined to evade him. Seeing Su Yue's eyes grow resolute, Xiao Qingyi, unsure of her thoughts, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Su Yue opened the invitation for a glance. It bore no difference from the previous one. She had received 2 invitations, and her mind began to whirl. She looked at Xiao Qingyi and said, Since you have procured 2 invitations from Ningwangfu, why not request a couple more for me? Xiao Qingyi was puzzled. 1 invitation is sufficient. Why do you need so many? Su Yue replied, For my 2 cousins and 2 younger female cousins. Such a minor request, Xiao Qingyi readily agreed. Not only did he respond swiftly, but by that evening, 2 additional invitations were delivered to Su Yue. Su Yue had initially thought the invitations would be sent directly to the Gu family, but she was pleasantly surprised they were delivered to her. This was fortuitous, for she had intended to send a birthday gift to her elder cousin, and with the addition of these 2 invitations, everything would be complete. As she gazed at the invitations, a smile graced her features, and she began to feel a sense of anticipation for the peony banquet. However, Han Xia expressed concern, saying, Miss, you requested invitations for the Gu family, but did not procure any for the 3rd young ladies. If they find out, it will surely cause an uproar. Su Yue had already anticipated Han Xiao's concerns when she spoke with Xiao Wujiao. Although for Xiao Wujiao, requesting 3 or 4 invitations was no different from asking for 2. It was merely a matter of words. Yet, Su Yue was unwilling to extend her request. She owed nothing to the Chongning Marquis' residence. The Gu family had shown her unwavering loyalty, while those from the Chongning Marquis' residence had cast her aside. What audacity did they have to demand she treat them and the Gu family equally? Furthermore, 1 invitation had already been torn by Su Mei and Su Chan. She had not sought retribution from them, which was enough to save face for the old lady. Chapter 55. The Inkstone in the Blink of an Eye. 3 days had passed, and the day of the peony banquet at Ningwangfu had arrived. During these 3 days, Su Yue had feigned illness to avoid visiting the old lady, remaining within the confines of Wanyue courtyard, and thus avoiding any encounters with Su Mei and Su Chan. On the day of the banquet, after breakfast, Su Yue set out with Xiaoyao to visit the old lady in Chunhui courtyard. Before she could enter, she heard a burst of laughter ringing like silver bells from within. The cheerful sounds made Su Yue raise an eyebrow. As she rounded the screen to enter the room, she caught sight of Su Mei and Su Chan, their smiles fading somewhat upon seeing her. Su Yue discreetly assessed their attire. Su Mei wore a light green embroidered peony silk dress, complemented by matching jade hairpins that added a touch of allure.
Su Chan donned a pale yellow gown,
with delicate blue peonies embroidered at the collar. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, particularly with a pale blue gem adorning her forehead, which inadvertently drew the gaze of onlookers. After observing for a moment, Su Chan remarked, Why do you stare at me, elder sister? Su Yue smiled and said, On my way here, I was pondering how my 2 younger sisters must be disappointed that I cannot attend the peony banquet at the Ningwang mansion. Upon hearing your joyous laughter before even entering the room and seeing you all so splendidly adorned, I wondered if you had received an invitation to the banquet. Su Chan's smile faltered, and Su Mei blurted out, What banquet are you attending? Because of you, the Ningwang mansion. Before she could finish, the matriarch silenced her with a glance. It suddenly dawned on Su Mei that the Ningwang mansion had indeed sent an invitation for Su Yue. And even if they had not received one due to Su Yue's influence, it was best not to mention it. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Su Mei turned her head away and refused to look at Su Yue again. Su Chan remarked, Elder sister, your attire is quite lovely. Today, Su Yue wore a delicate light blue silk gown, lightly adorned with makeup. appearing as charming as the blossoms of early spring and as pure as the chrysanthemums of late autumn. Particularly striking were her water-like eyes, which emanated an indescribable allure. Despite having seen her face for over a decade, this sensation was entirely new and quite perplexing. With a calm expression, Su Yue replied, "Today is my cousin's birthday. I must pay a visit to the Gu family." No one at the Longning Marquis mansion would remember the birthday of the Gu family's young master. But upon hearing Su Yue mention it, the matriarch recalled that had it not been for Gu Yanwen's timely intervention at the princess of Qingyang's residence, bringing Su Yue back to the Marquis mansion, her life might have been in jeopardy. She instructed Mama Wang to fetch the jade bamboo inkstone. Mama Wang returned with the inkstone, which was evidently exquisite. The matriarch said to Su Yue, "This is a token of your grandmother's affection. Take it to your cousin." Su Yue's gaze swept over the inkstone. While it was indeed fine, she understood that the Gu family would not cherish it. Acknowledging that one should not accept gifts from others, she declined, stating, "This gift is too extravagant. Even if it were for my father, my grandfather might not accept it. I shall not accept it on behalf of my cousin. I will bring my own gift for his birthday." The matriarch was taken aback by Su Yue's refusal. Remembering that the Gu matriarch had not even deigned to meet her, she felt a twinge of discomfort. She insisted that it was not merely a birthday gift, but rather a token of gratitude from the Marquis for Gu Yanwen rescuing Su Yue from the princess of Qingyang's residence. Su Yue replied, "In that case, I shall certainly not take it. My cousin did not bring me back to the Gu family, and my grandmother scolded him for not treating me as a sister. He would never dare accept such a gift. Even if I brought it, he would have to return it personally." With that, Su Yue bowed and took her leave, turning away with Xiao Yao. A room full of people watched her depart, some feeling that the Gu family was too proud, while others thought both Su Yue and the Gu family were foolish for not appreciating such a fine inkstone. The matriarch, who had lived for decades, found it unprecedented that she had failed to gift something to a younger generation, and her face grew long with disappointment. Once outside, the sunlight bathed Su Yue, lifting her spirits immensely. Did the matriarch believe that by gifting the inkstone, the Gu family would forgive her? She underestimated both the Gu family and herself. The Gu family, steeped in literary tradition, would never lack for an inkstone. Should they truly need one, would she not gift it to them? The inkstone she had declined on behalf of her cousin would be replaced with another gift later. With light steps, Su Yue made her way to the Marquis mansion's entrance, where a carriage awaited her. Within half an hour, she arrived at the Gu residence. Upon seeing her, the Gu matriarch greeted her with a warm smile. "What brings you here so early?" Before Su Yue could respond, Xiao Yao interjected. "The young lady urged the servant 3 times on the way here to hurry." The Gu matriarch was puzzled. "Why the rush? You could have come at noon." Su Yue replied, "I have other matters to attend to and must leave shortly." The Gu matriarch furrowed her brow, asking where she was going in such haste. Su Yue playfully teased her, "I'll tell you later." Before long, Gu Tong and Guing arrived, followed by Gu Yanwen and Gu Yanqing. Upon seeing Su Yue, Gu Yanwen smiled. "Cousin, you've come early to celebrate my birthday. I'm curious about the gift you have prepared for me." Su Yue glanced at Xiao Yao, who handed her a brocade box, which she presented to Gu Yanwen, saying, "Happy birthday, elder cousin." Gu Yanwen exclaimed, "You really prepared a gift for me? Surely I cannot arrive empty-handed for my own birthday." Su Yue replied with a smile, "It seems so. Since my elder brother is curious, let us open it quickly to see what my cousin has gifted," Gu Tong urged. Gu Yanwen chuckled. "You seem even more eager than I am." The maids and servants in the room laughed along. As Gu Yanwen opened the brocade box, he discovered a beautifully crafted belt, instantly recognizable as something Su Yue had embroidered herself. This gift was heartfelt. Gu Yanwen held up the belt, and the Gu matriarch, seeing it, reached for it, prompting Gu Yanwen to pass it to her. The Gu matriarch praised Su Yue profusely, and though Su Yue knew the majority of the work was done by the original owner, she could not help but feel her cheeks flush at the compliments. After the praise, the Gu matriarch handed the belt back to Gu Yanwen, saying, "This belt complements your robes splendidly. You should wear it." Gu Yanwen glanced at the belt, noting that the one he had chosen also matched well, but he knew he must comply with his grandmother's wishes. Gu Yanwen stepped behind a screen to change his belt, and the Gu matriarch's satisfaction grew as she observed him. "It is indeed exquisite," Gu Yanwen remarked, though he felt it was a bit too extravagant for his modest nature. Gu Yanqing, sitting nearby, looked at Su Yue with envy, saying, "Cousin, do not neglect me when my birthday comes next month." Su Yue thought, "Does that mean I must also embroider a belt for him?" "Please, no. Just embroidering the edges had already left her weary. Doing an entire belt would drive her to madness. Su Yue blinked and replied, "If I were to gift the same item, it would hardly be surprising, would it?" Gu Yanqing considered this, about to speak when Su Yue added, "Moreover, I cannot gift the same thing." Gu Yanqing asked, "Why not?"
Su Yue smiled.
"Because on the day of your birthday, the Ningguang mansion will not be hosting the peony banquet." Saying this, she took 2 invitations from Xiao Yao and handed them to Gu Yanwen and Gu Tong. They immediately recognized the invitations for the peony banquet at the Ningguang mansion, adorned with vivid peony flowers and gold. Gu Tong quickly opened the invitation, exclaiming in surprise, "Are we invited to the peony banquet at the Ningguang mansion?"
Su Yue nodded.
Gu Yanwen, puzzled, asked, "Where did you acquire these invitations?" "I had someone procure them for me," Su Yue replied briefly. Glancing at the time, she added, "It is getting late. We should prepare to attend the banquet." Only then did the Gu matriarch understand Su Yue's urgency and smiled. "Go on then." With that, they bid farewell to the Gu matriarch and eagerly set off. Gu Yanwen and Gu Yanqing rode their horses, while Su Yue shared a carriage with Gu Tong and Gu Ying. Along the way, Gu Ying remarked, looking at her invitation, "It seems the Mingwang will not be attending the peony banquet this year." Upon hearing this, Su Yue raised an eyebrow. "The Mingwang has never attended the peony banquet?" Gu Ying looked at Su Yue in surprise. "Did you not know, cousin?"
Su Yue shook her head.
If she had known, she would not have asked. Gu Ying explained, "The Mingwang has never attended the peony banquet. He rarely participates in any gatherings in the capital, often missing even palace banquets. If he were to attend, the Ningguang mansion would not have sent you an invitation." That made sense. The thought of not encountering the Mingwang filled Su Yue with even greater anticipation for the peony banquet. However, despite the Mingwang's tendency to avoid gatherings, she unexpectedly encountered him at the entrance of the Ningguang mansion before she even stepped inside. As the carriage entered the street leading to the residence of the Prince of Ning, its pace slowed considerably.
Today,
a multitude of distinguished young ladies and gentlemen from noble families had gathered for the banquet, creating a veritable blockade. What usually would have taken but a moment extended into a quarter-hour delay. Coincidentally, upon their arrival, Su Yue noticed that Su Mei and Su Chan had also made their appearance. The moment they spotted Gu Yanwen and Gu Yanqing, their expressions soured considerably. Upon seeing Su Yue emerge from the carriage, Su Mei gasped, "What are you doing here?" Su Yue's demeanor was decidedly indifferent. Earlier that morning, when she had paid her respects to the elderly matriarch, she had observed the sisters in high spirits, adorned in splendid attire, and had suspected they were attending the peony banquet at the prince's residence. To her surprise, her suspicion was confirmed, though none had admitted to it when she inquired. It was evident they had sought to ingratiate themselves with Princess Annel to secure an invitation, fearing that if she discovered their intentions, she might demand a place for herself, especially since the prince's residence had extended a personal invitation to her. Their presence, while she was absent, would be incongruous. Although Su Mei and Su Chan were self-serving, it was disheartening that the matriarch had knowingly torn up the invitation meant for Su Yue, dismissing her with nothing more than a jade bracelet, without even offering to compensate her with another spot. Su Chan remarked that once the invitation was torn, it was no longer valid. They mistakenly believed Su Yue was attending the banquet with the torn invitation, completely disregarding Gu Tong and Gu Ying. Even if the torn invitation held any weight, it could only allow one guest, and both Gu Tong and Gu Ying were present, along with the 2 young masters of the Gu family. The maid from the Gu household, unable to bear Su Mei's suspicious gaze, presented 3 grand red invitations to a servant of the prince's residence, which caused Su Mei and Su Chan's faces to darken considerably. The prince's residence had sent an invitation solely for Su Yue, leaving none for them. Desperate to attend the peony banquet, the sisters had knelt in the Buddhist hall for an extended period, arguing until they finally pooled together 500 taels to purchase exquisite jewelry to curry favor with Princess Annel. Their relentless flattery had ultimately secured them a single invitation, a staggering expenditure of 500 taels for just one piece. To their astonishment, Su Yue possessed 3 invitations. Given the enmity between Su Yue and Princess Annel, it was inconceivable that even 5,000 taels would have secured an invitation for her. The thought of their wasted money filled Su Mei with rage, and she could hardly contain her desire to confront Su Yue, suspecting her connection with the Gu family was a ruse. She warned the servant not to let anyone present a counterfeit invitation. The servant, puzzled, noted that the prince's residence had never sent an invitation to the Gu family. Yet the invitation he held was undeniably authentic. He had delivered dozens of such invitations and was well acquainted with their appearance. Upon glancing at the invitation, his brow furrowed in confusion, prompting Su Yue to wonder if her suspicion had indeed been correct, that the invitation was a forgery. Should she attempt to use a counterfeit invitation at the banquet, her humiliation would be immense. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Su Yue observed as the servant turned to consult the manager of the prince's residence, presenting the invitation for verification. The servant remarked that the handwriting appeared unfamiliar. The manager examined it closely, his astonishment evident. "Is it fake?" he queried. "It cannot be more genuine. This is the handwriting of the young master himself." The servant was left speechless, while Su Mei and Su Chan were utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? Not only did it astonish them, but everyone present at the entrance was equally taken aback. The invitation extended to the discarded Princess Ming, and the eldest daughter of the Su family was already a surprise. But to learn it bore the personal touch of the prince's son was beyond comprehension. Was the young master of the Prince of Ning acting recklessly or deliberately seeking to humiliate the Ming family through Su Yue? While Su Yue had suspected a favorable rapport between Xiao Wujiao and the prince's son, she had not anticipated receiving 3 invitations personally penned by him. After previously suspecting Xiao Wujiao of being the Prince of Ding's son, she now entertained the thought that he might actually be the son of the Prince of Ning. Casting a detached glance towards Su Mei and Su Chan, Su Yue perceived their humiliation. Originally intending to embarrass her, they inadvertently enhanced her standing. Few invitations for the peony banquet were penned by the Prince of Ning himself. It was far more likely that some had been authored by Princess Ning. Su Mei, unconvinced that the prince's son would have sent Su Yue an invitation, inquired about its origin. Su Yue, maintaining her air of mystery, smiled enigmatically and replied, "The invitation is personally written by the prince's son. Where else could it come from?" The implication was clear, and laughter rippled through the crowd, further incensing Su Mei. The servant from the prince's residence respectfully invited Su Yue into the estate. As she stepped towards the stairs, Su Mei shot her a venomous glare before proceeding inside. Just as Su Yue was about to ascend the steps, the manager of the prince's residence rushed down to greet the esteemed guest. At that moment, a voice rang out, announcing, "The Ming prince has arrived." Su Yue's heart sank. She had been assured that the Ming prince would not attend the peony banquet. Yet there he was, right at the entrance. Reluctant to face the Ming prince's displeased visage, Su Yue lamented internally. Feeling that her misfortune had begun in earnest, and foreseeing a difficult evening ahead at the peony banquet, Xiao Qingyi rode in, and despite the throngs gathered at the entrance, his gaze immediately fell upon Su Yue as she approached the steps, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. However, before he could fully smile, he noticed Gu Yanwen inching closer to Su Yue with a wary expression. Xiao Qingyi had never regarded Gu Yanwen with any seriousness, but upon spotting the familiar belt at his waist, a storm cloud crossed his features. Su Yue, unable to contain her curiosity, glanced at him, only to meet his icy glare, which seemed to carry a deeper malice than before. At Goyuan Temple, he had mocked her unworthiness, knowing she was attending the peony banquet. It was inconceivable he would show her any kindness. Su Yue had prepared herself for this encounter, yet her anger flared. After all, he had abandoned her. Why should he concern himself with whether she married or not? What a hypocrite! Fueled by indignation, she returned his glare defiantly, unwilling to be intimidated. With a fierce resolve, she ascended the steps and entered the estate. The tension between Su Yue and Xiao Qingyi did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who reveled in the unfolding drama. The Ming prince's disdain for Su Yue's presence at the banquet contrasted sharply with the Prince of Ning's invitation, promising an evening rife with intrigue. As Su Yue stepped into the prince's residence, Gu Yanwen positioned himself protectively behind her, obscuring his figure from view. The belt he had woven for her seemed to stab at his heart, reminding him of the moment he had witnessed Su Yue being taken away by Gu Yanwen at the princess of Chongyang's estate. Xiao Qingyi's expression turned as frigid as ice. The manager of the prince's residence, alarmed by the Ming prince's demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. What was the young master thinking? Inviting the woman the Ming prince wished to avoid? Was he courting trouble? Fearing the Ming prince might leave in a huff, the manager hastily urged him to enter the estate. News of the commotion at the entrance swiftly reached the ears of the Prince of Ning's son, who was engaged in welcoming the arriving noble youths. Though curious, no one dared to inquire too deeply. The Prince of Ding's son, Xiao Qi, who shared a close relationship with the Prince of Ning's son, clapped him on the shoulder and voiced what everyone was thinking. "Are you trying to stir up even more excitement for the peony banquet? Are you not afraid of the Ming prince's wrath? The Prince of Ning's son was at a loss for words. Who could elucidate the Ming prince's intentions in insisting on encountering Su Yue at the prince's residence? Now that he had indeed met her, his expression betrayed a sense of foreboding. What was truly unfolding? Chapter 57, The Appointment in the Garden. The esteemed County Princess Annel was surrounded by a group of young ladies, feeding koi. She tossed a handful of fish food into the water, which attracted a myriad of rare and exquisite koi, all competing for the treats amidst peals of laughter and joy. A maid hurried over, reporting to Princess Qingning, "Your Highness, the heir has invited Miss Su from the Su family of Chongning Marquis' residence to the peony banquet." Princess Qingning's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be? County Princess Annel, who had been in high spirits while feeding the fish, immediately turned icy upon hearing this. She looked at Qingning and asked, how could it possibly be an invitation from Brother Rue? When Su Mei and Su Chan sought to curry favor with County Princess Annel, they had mentioned that the Ningguang residents had invited Su Yue, and even tore up Su Yue's invitation to please her. The first thing County Princess Annel did upon seeing Princess Qingning was to inquire about this matter. Qingning denied it, explaining that the Ningguang residents rarely extended personal invitations, leaving it to each family to decide whom to send. She assumed it was a mistake made by the servants, and since the invitation had been torn apart, she thought she wouldn't encounter Su Yue at the Ningguang residence again, hence she did not pursue the matter further. Little did she know that the invitation was indeed sent by the heir of Ningguang, and it had been torn only to be replaced with another. County Princess Annel was quite displeased. Princess Qingning, observing this, remarked, "The invitation of which ladies to invite to our residence is under my purview, while the invitation of which young gentlemen from noble families falls to my elder brother. He must have had a reason for sending an invitation to Miss Su without informing me." Understanding that County Princess Annel had lost face in front of Su Yue, even the esteemed Princess Qingyang had been unable to gain an advantage over Su Yue. Truth be told, Princess Qingning was quite eager to meet this bold young lady who had audaciously proclaimed in the estate of Duke Qingyan that she intended to choose another suitor and wished for the Mingguang to personally escort her in the bridal sedan chair. However, County Princess Annel had made it clear that if she were to invite the people from Chongning Marquis' residence and the Gu family, she herself would not attend. County Princess Annel was favored by the Empress Dowager. Although she might not particularly like the pressure from County Princess Annel, she could only acquiesce to her wishes. Yet, the fact that her elder brother was involved in this matter was indeed unexpected. Princess Qingning, taking a seat beside County Princess Annel, whispered, "I know you have grievances with her, but as she attends the banquet at my Ningguang residence, she is our guest. I hope you can grant me this favor and refrain from making things difficult for her." With her heart boiling with anger, how could she be asked not to target Su Yue? Just as County Princess Annel was about to respond, another maid arrived, reporting to Princess Qingning, "Your Highness, the Mingguang has also arrived and is at the entrance, looking displeased at the sight of Miss Su." Before Princess Qingning could speak, County Princess Annel quickly interjected, "Has the Mingguang left?" The maid shook her head. "No. The Mingguang is currently in the front courtyard. The heir is attending to him. Thank goodness. He has not departed." Recalling the day when, at the entrance of Princess Qingyang's residence, Su Yue had spat blood and framed her and her mother, even causing the Mingguang to leave in anger without entering the residence, County Princess Annel seethed with fury at the thought of Su Yue. However, the Mingguang was generally indifferent to such gatherings, and with Su Yue being invited by the Ningguang residents, it would surely put him in an awkward position. Yet, he did not simply turn and leave. This struck County Princess Annel as quite unusual. Noticing Princess Qingning's gaze upon her, she suppressed her anger, forcing a smile that suggested past grievances would be overlooked. Even if she wished to settle scores with Su Yue, today, at the Ningguang residence, was not the occasion. Seeing that County Princess Annel had acquiesced, Princess Qingning felt relieved and went to greet the other guests. A trace of mockery flickered in County Princess Annel's eyes. Princess Qingning's worries were utterly unwarranted. With her esteemed status, why would County Princess Annel need to personally deal with a woman whom the Mingguang had discarded? A mere gesture from her would suffice, as there were many willing to act on her behalf. The noble young ladies and gentlemen attending the banquet had not anticipated that Su Yue, the woman spurned by the Mingguang, would make an appearance. As news of Su Yue's arrival spread, whispers and discussions erupted among the guests, who exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. From the entrance of the Ningguang residence, Su Yue could feel the unusual stares directed at her. However, With Princess Su Yue and Lady Li remarrying in front to shield her, the remarks were much milder than before. The most unkind comment that could be heard was that she was unworthy of comparing herself to Princess Su Yue. Yet, even this was voiced by few, as she remained untouched and pure, while Princess Su Yue had been married to the heir of Duke Wu for 5 years and had borne him 2 children. Although in terms of status, she and Princess Su Yue were worlds apart, in the matter of marriage, Princess Su Yue had faced her own difficulties, only achieving success through the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and people. Reflecting on the previous accusations against her for being cast aside and the insults hurled at her, Su Yue felt a surge of joy at the sight of their reluctance to utter a single word of reproach now. Entering the Ningguang residence alongside the Gu siblings, Gu Yan and Gu Yanqing remained in the outer courtyard, while Su Yue was led by a maid to the garden with Gu Tong and Gu Ying. Upon reaching the garden entrance, they were met with laughter resonating from within. Passing through the moon-shaped archway, they beheld a garden bursting with blossoms, where the noble young ladies were dazzling in their beauty, vying for attention. The flowers were exquisite, but the ladies even more so. The maid guided them to meet Princess Qingning. As the eldest daughter of the Chongning Marquis' residence and a former consort of the Ming Wang, recognized by the royal family, Princess Qingning naturally knew her well. Seeing Su Yue's composed demeanor and radiant smile, Princess Qingning felt a genuine admiration from the depths of her heart. She pondered, had it been another young lady enduring Su Yue's plight, she might not have had the courage to step outside, let alone attend a banquet at the Ningguang residence. Even with an invitation, Princess Qingning smiled and said, "There are many noble young ladies present today. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality." Su Yue expressed her gratitude for the invitation from the Ningguang residence, choosing not to disturb Princess Qingning as she attended to her guests, and instead wandered with Gu Tong and Gu Ying to admire the flowers. The peony banquet at the Ningguang residence lived up to its name, with half of the garden adorned with peonies, dazzling the eyes of all who beheld them. However, for Su Yue, the visit was secondary. Her primary intention was to see the heir of the Dingguang. Xiao Wuji had merely mentioned that the heir of Dingguang would attend the peony banquet, but she had no idea what he looked like. Moreover, since the young ladies and noble young gentlemen were hosted separately, she could not straightforwardly arrange a meeting. Feeling somewhat troubled, Gu Tong noticed her distraction and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yue looked at her, wanting to inquire about how she might meet the heir of Dingguang, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she asked, "Are there many peonies in the outer courtyard of the Ningguang residence?" "Indeed, there are peonies in the outer courtyard, but not many. Soon, the heir of Ningguang will lead those young gentlemen into the inner courtyard to admire the flowers." "That's good," Su Yue sighed with relief. In order to facilitate a meeting with the heir of Dingguang, Su Yue accompanied Gu Tong and Gu Ying to admire the flowers, but as they wandered, she found herself separated from them. With no one around, Xiao Hua asked, "Miss, how can we arrange to meet the heir of Dingguang?"
Su Yue replied,
"We can only find someone to help summon him." Xiao Hua suggested, "Should we ask my cousin for assistance?" "I'd prefer not to let my cousin know about this. Let's ask a maid from the Ningguang residence for help instead." If money could solve the matter, she wished to avoid lengthy explanations. As Su Yue spoke, a maid happened to pass by, and Su Yue instructed Xiao Hua to approach her and offer some silver to request assistance. However, Su Yue overlooked the fact that not every maid was discreet or reliable. In her attempt to keep her cousin uninformed, the news of her private arrangement to meet the heir of Dingguang ultimately spread throughout the entire peony banquet. At the entrance of the garden, the heir of Ningguang was just leading a group of noble young gentlemen into the garden. Most of the young gentlemen dispersed upon entering, while the heir of Ningguang accompanied Xiao Qingyi and Xiao Qi, along with several other noble young gentlemen with whom he shared a good rapport. Recognizing that Xiao Qingyi had little interest in admiring the flowers, the heir of Ningguang invited him to a nearby flower pavilion for tea. Xiao Qi, fanning himself with a folding fan, chuckled, "Drinking tea is rather dull. Let's indulge in the flowers instead. Who knows? We might be lucky enough to encounter a charming young lady." No sooner had he spoken than a little maid dressed in a cerulean gown approached, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness, there is a lady who has requested to meet you by the lotus pond over there." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua, the eldest son of the Minister of Works, who stood beside Xiao Qi, chuckled, "Brother Qi, are you going out to enjoy the flowers alone?" Xiao Qi coughed lightly, dismissing the remark. Yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, he was the only one summoned for a meeting, which naturally filled him with satisfaction. However, despite his elation, He was not one to meet just anyone, and he firmly replied, "I am not available." Qin Yu, the son of the Ichuan Marquis, patted Xiao Qi on the shoulder and smiled. "You didn't even ask who requested to see you before declining?" Xiao Qi pondered for a moment and inquired of the maid. "Who is it that has requested my presence?" The maid, having been paid to keep the secret, blushed under his gaze and, forgetting her earlier instructions, revealed, "It is Miss Su, the eldest daughter of the Su family." "Which Su family?" Yun Shua pressed. "There are at least 3 or 5 young ladies surnamed Su here for the banquet." "The eldest daughter of the Longning Marquis' residence," the maid articulated clearly. Xiao Qi's previously proud smile faltered instantly. The others, too, were taken aback, glancing at Xiao Qingyi's expression. Xiao Qingyi's face darkened. His displeasure did not stem from Su Yu's desire to meet Xiao Qi. He was well aware of her intentions and had even offered his assistance. However, that did not imply he was willing for the matter to be common knowledge, especially with someone as direct as she was in having a maid issue the invitation. Had she been so impatient after he promised to help her meet Xiao Qi? Yun Shua clapped Xiao Qi on the shoulder, offering 4 words, "Take care of yourself." Qin Yu joined him in this jest, and together they departed. The son of the Ning Wang found himself compelled to stay behind, unable to escape the spectacle. Watching Yin Shua and Qin Yu leave, Xiao Qi felt increasingly frustrated. What had he done to warrant such caution? Why did Su Yu choose him for a rendezvous? Was she trying to involve him in a scheme against the Mingwang? He admired her audacity, but lacked the courage to partake in such a plot. Turning to Xiao Qingyi, he noticed his uncle's displeasure and quickly distanced himself, asserting, "It was her who requested my presence. I had no intention of meeting her." Their bond was too close for him to consider marrying a woman whom the Mingwang had cast aside. Even if he remained unmarried for life, he would never entertain such an idea. "I have no objections to you seeing her," Xiao Qingyi replied, his expression impassive. "Then I shall not go." "One must remain cautious amidst rumors," Xiao Qi retorted. Chapter 58. A detour. The matter of Su Yu requesting to meet Xiao Qi was sensitive to Xiao Qingyi's reputation. The group understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from gossiping about it. Yet, the incident took place at the entrance of the garden, where a rockery obstructed the view, and no one noticed a listener eavesdropping. Soon, the news spread throughout the peony banquet. Those who heard the tale were simultaneously impressed by Su Yu's audacity and amused by her fanciful aspirations. The Dingwang residence held a revered position within the Qi dynasty, but more importantly, it enjoyed a close relationship with the Mingwang. Since the age of 8, the Mingwang had trained under the old Dingwang, often residing at the Dingwang residence for extended periods, making the Dingwang son and the Mingwang almost like brothers despite their generational gap. Such a bond was not something a mere daughter of the Longning Marquis could hope to exploit. If a woman discarded by the Mingwang could successfully entice him, then surely those of equal or superior lineage and beauty would simply resort to misfortune. How utterly shameless. Hearing these discussions, Su Mei and Su Chan were incensed. Was Su Yu intent on bringing disgrace upon the Longning Marquis' residence? Why had the son of the Ningwang invited her to the peony banquet? Not just once, but even after tearing up the invitation, another was sent. Why hadn't the Mingwang simply dealt with her directly? The 2 sisters, unable to contain their anger, sought out Su Yu, determined to expel her and avoid further embarrassment. Xiao Qi, feeling awkward, found himself the subject of knowing glances and jests wherever he went. With some teasing, "Are you truly not going to meet Miss Su? Will you leave her waiting indefinitely? Enough."
Xiao Qi snapped, irritation evident.
Laughter erupted around him. At that moment, a servant approached, holding a letter. "The son of the Dingwang, someone asked me to deliver this to you." Someone jested. Could it be a letter from a lady? He refrained from assuming it was from Su Yu, wary of how it might be perceived by the Mingwang, and thus softened his wording. Though reluctant to accept the letter, he noticed the bold handwriting on the envelope, which seemed familiar, and reached out to take it. Upon opening the letter, he found only a few terse words. "If you wish to save your father, meet Miss Su. Xiao Wujiu." Xiao Qi was taken aback. What nonsense was this? Could Miss Su truly save his father? By the lotus pond, the gentle breeze stirred the willow branches, creating ripples upon the water's surface, while the occasional koi surfaced, basking in freedom and tranquility. Su Yu found the scene amusing, entirely unaware that her meeting with the Dingwang son had become common knowledge, once again embroiling her in controversy. Knowing that Xiao Qi would not arrive promptly, or perhaps not at all, she resigned herself to waiting with patience, while Xiao Yao stood behind her, glancing back frequently, clearly anxious. As Su Mei and Su Chan approached with fierce expressions, Xiao Yao's heart raced at the sight of their fiery gazes and quickly warned, "Miss, the second and third young ladies are coming."
Suyu furovet her bror.
How could they have found their way to this secluded spot? Turning to look, she saw Su Mei and Su Chan glaring at her, and they confronted her directly. "Do you have no shame? Is the son of the Ding Wang someone you can covet?" Su Yue was taken aback. "When did I ever covet the son of the Ding Wang?" Su Mei scoffed coldly. "Are you not here waiting for him? Don't think that just because you bribed a maid to carry messages, no one would know." Su Yue's expression hardened. She hadn't even seen the Ding Wang's son. Yet everyone was aware of her supposed meeting with him. She was eager to uncover who had spread this information. Fuming, she replied, "Rest assured, I am self-aware."
Su Mei.
Fixing her gaze on Su Yue's eyes, pressed, "If you are indeed self-aware, why seek out the son of the Ding Wang?" They found it hard to believe she would have any legitimate connection to him. Could Su Yue reveal her intentions? She had kept her plans hidden even from the Gu family siblings. Her only response was 4 words, no comment. Su Mei had no desire to pry further and insisted, "If you truly have self-awareness, then you should return to the Marquis's residence immediately and avoid further embarrassment." Su Yue, visibly irritated, replied, "This is my affair. It has nothing to do with you. If it did not implicate them, who would wish to meddle?" Su Chan added, "The son of the Ding Wang holds a prestigious position. He would not come to meet you. I advise you to abandon such hopes." Before she could finish, a maid tugged at her sleeve, breathlessly announcing, Miss, the son of the Ding Wang is coming. How is that possible?"
Su Chan exclaimed in disbelief.
Both she and Su Mei turned to see Xiao Qi approaching. Though they saw him coming, they refused to believe he was there for Su Yue. Surely, he must be passing by on his way elsewhere. Yet, despite their thoughts, their expressions soured further. For this spot was so remote that they had searched for a long time to find it, and here, the peony banquet was lively in the garden. While this area remained eerily quiet, they firmly rejected the notion that Xiao Qi had come for Su Yue, but as he drew closer, their expressions only darkened. They had just declared it impossible for him to come, and now he was indeed here. It was as if fate mocked them. Their faces burned with embarrassment. Su Yue glanced over at them, stating, "I still have matters to discuss with the son of the Ding Wang. Please excuse yourselves."
Su Mei glared at Su Yue, incredulous.
What is there that we cannot hear? Yet, since Su Yue had addressed Xiao Qi directly, Su Mei and Su Chan did not wish to leave him with a poor impression of a disrespectful elder sister. They respectfully bowed and retreated, looking back repeatedly. Once they had distanced themselves, their expressions remained troubled. This was all too peculiar. First, the son of the Ning Wang sent Su Yue a personal invitation, and now the son of the Ding Wang had honored her with a visit. Was there no regard for the Ming Wang's reputation? The Chongning Marquis has taken the abandonment by the Ming King far too seriously. In truth, the Ming King scarcely cares whether the consort he cast aside remarries. Yet, even if the Ming King is indifferent, what merit does Su Yue possess that would warrant the attention of the Crown Prince of the Ding Kingdom? As Su Mei and Su Chan walked away, Su Yue turned her gaze towards Crown Prince Xiao Qi, bowing respectfully to him. Xiao Qi regarded Su Yue with a furrowed brow, incredulous as he asked, "Can you save my father?" Upon hearing this, Su Yue realized that Xiao Qi's visit was not prompted by her invitation but rather by Xiao Wujio's insistence. Had she known that Xiao Wujio would assist her, she would not have sent for him, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Instead of answering Xiao Qi, she inquired, "Why did Xiao Wujio not accompany you?" Xiao Qi replied, "I do not know who he is." Su Yue was taken aback. "You do not know?" Xiao Qi shook his head. "He has aided me twice, but I truly do not know his identity." Prior to receiving the letter, he had suspected that Xiao Wujio was Xiao Qingyi, but that suspicion had since dissipated. Trusting Xiao Wujio, he came to see Su Yue, though he found it hard to fathom that she could save his father. His father had been poisoned, and the palace physicians, as well as every doctor in the capital, had been unable to provide a remedy. Yet, his desire to save his father was so great that he could not afford to overlook even the slightest hope. Thus, he asked Su Yue, "Do you possess medical knowledge?" Su Yue recognized that despite his arrival, he did not fully trust her. To earn his confidence, she had prepared in advance. With a swift motion, she produced a gleaming silver needle that flashed before his eyes, then pierced it into his chest. The suddenness of the action startled him, rendering him speechless. Su Yue then looked at him. "Now do you believe I possess medical knowledge?" With a single needle, she had rendered him mute. This was not merely a demonstration of skill, The precision with which she targeted the acupoint revealed her exceptional expertise. Shao Qi nodded vigorously. Su Yue withdrew the needle, and Shao Qi tested his voice, finding it restored. Excitement surged within him. Perhaps his father truly had a chance at recovery. However, he was not so carried away by emotion as to lose his composure. Since she had summoned him, he did not expect her to help him without a motive. He questioned Miss Su, "Why do you wish to save my father?" Su Yue answered candidly, "I do not knock on doors for medical assistance. I took the initiative to meet with you, because I indeed have a request for the Ding royal household, but that matter can wait. Although my medical skills are commendable, I must first examine your father to ascertain whether I can save him. If I can, I will not hesitate. If I cannot, you may consider this encounter as if it never happened. Additionally, I am aware of your good rapport with the Ming King, and I hope you can keep my medical abilities confidential." Shao Qi agreed. They arranged to meet the next day at the Ding royal residence for treatment. Grateful, he began to leave but paused, turning back to ask Miss Su, "Will you not accompany this prince?" The entire peony banquet was abuzz with rumors about her intentions toward the crown prince. Walking together would help dispel such gossip. Though uncertain of her ability to save the crown prince's father, Su Yue sensed his sincerity and declined, stating, "It is merely gossip. I am untroubled by it." Shao Qi found himself admiring her forthrightness. He did not press the matter further and departed. Su Yue remained by the lotus pond, enjoying the breeze. Once she confirmed that Shao Qi had reached the garden, she leisurely made her way there. However, after only a short distance, she spotted Shao Qingyi approaching with his guards, casting a shadow over her spirits. It seemed she could encounter him anywhere. Seeing her at the entrance of the Ning prince's residence, he had looked as if he could devour her whole. Now, with rumors of her aspirations towards the crown prince circulating, should they cross paths without witnesses, he might very well take drastic action. Avoiding confrontation seemed prudent, so Su Yue decisively turned around, leading Xiao Yao to take a detour. Noticing her sudden change in direction and her swift pace, Shao Qingyi could not help but find it amusing. Qing Feng, following closely behind, remained oblivious to his lord's darkening expression. Pleased that Su Yue had the sense to avoid trouble. As Su Yue navigated her way around the lotus pond, she encountered a girl approaching her with a fierce scowl. Su Yue had no recollection of her, but Xiao Yao recognized her as Miss Liu from the Ministry of Personnel. No wonder she appeared ready to pounce. Su Yue had recently dealt with her father rather forcefully. The girl confronted Su Yue, her eyes ablaze with fury, accusing, "You are the one who had my father beaten, aren't you?" Although it was indeed Su Yue's doing, she could not admit to it. Acting oblivious, Su Yue replied, "Your father was assaulted? Stop feigning ignorance." The girl retorted angrily. Su Yue smiled, dismissing the girl's rage as childish. "You suspect I orchestrated the beating of your father, yet you dare confront me? Are you not afraid I might send someone to do it again?" Su Yue found it hard to take the girl seriously, as she clearly did not regard her own father with any respect. Miss Liu, evidently not considering this, continued to demand acknowledgement of Su Yue's alleged actions.
Su Yue, amused,
watched as the girl became flustered. Her maid tugged at her sleeves, attempting to pull her away, while Miss Liu continued to hurl threats as she was led away. Such bravado to confront her was commendable, yet the girl's intellect was lacking. Su Yue chuckled softly and noticed that tea was being served in the nearby pavilion. Since it was unoccupied, she made her way over to enjoy a moment of peace. After a long walk, her legs weary, she poured herself a cup of tea and savored the tranquility. Some girls approached the pavilion but turned away upon seeing her, perhaps fearing they would be associated with her misfortune or misunderstood by the Princess of Annal. Thus, the pavilion remained exclusively occupied by Su Yue and Xiao Yao. After finishing her tea and resting a while, Su Yue prepared to depart, only to encounter that infuriating face once more. It was not the Ming King, but he was approaching the pavilion. Unlike other locations, the pavilion offered no means of escape. It had only one entrance. With only Su Yue and Xiao Yao present, there was no doubt he was coming for her. His face, filled with disdain, seemed to convey a clear message. "This time, I shall see how you evade me." Su Yue's anger flared. What more did he want? She had no desire to be humiliated in front of so many onlookers. Surveying her surroundings as the Ming King stepped into the pavilion, she made a bold decision. Just as he entered, she leaped over the long bench and out of the pavilion, landing on the nearby rockery. There was no path to follow, so she would carve her own. Xiao Yao, taken aback by Su Yue's audacity, quickly followed her lead. Xiao Chengyi watched as Su Yue navigated the rocky terrain, carefully yet hastily, casting him furious glances that conveyed her frustration at being cornered. Xiao Chengyi was now so exasperated that he could hardly muster a smile, avoiding him like a plague. She was willing to risk a tumble into the lotus pond to escape him. When she slipped slightly, he instinctively tensed, ready to catch her. But she managed to stabilize herself and clamber up the rocks, pulling Xiao Yao along. She shot him an irate look before continuing on her way. Xiao Chengyi's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Qing Feng's lips quirked, torn between admiration for Su Yue's astuteness and disbelief at the extent of her avoidance. In the shadows, Zhao Qi struggled not to laugh, nearly injuring himself in the process. Qing Feng was unaware that Xiao Chengyi had sought Su Yue twice, intending to reconcile with her. However, Zhao Qi could discern his intentions. Unfortunately, Miss Su was quite intriguing. She maintained a harmonious rapport with the masked prince, almost causing the windowsill of her boudoir to be trampled upon. Yet, when it came to the prince himself, she would evade him at all costs. It was a pity that the prince, casting aside his dignity, had actively sought reconciliation, only to find that Miss Su offered him no opportunity. The prince longed for Miss Su to return to the Mingwang mansion, but the road ahead was arduous. Xiao Chengyi sat down, taking a sip of tea to soothe the fury simmering within. A few young ladies, noticing his presence in the pavilion, were eager to make an appearance, hoping to curry favor with the Mingwang and thereby secure an endless fortune. However, before they could approach, they witnessed Xiao Chengyi, with a thunderous expression, slam his teacup onto the table, shattering the exquisite porcelain into two halves. The sight sent a shiver down their spines, and they hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Su Yue emerged from the rockery, still feeling safer amidst the crowd. She made her way towards the throng, where Gu Tong and Gu Ying approached her, whispering, "Did the heir of the Dingwang truly visit you?" She replied that the gazes directed at her were not filled with scorn, but rather with curiosity about what could possibly attract the heir of the Dingwang. It seemed they were aware of his visit,
Su Yue,
prompting Gu Tong to inquire, "Cousin, are you hiding something from us?" To which Su Yue responded, "Hiding what?" Gu Ying chimed in, "Not only did you receive an invitation penned by the heir of the Ningwang to meet the heir of the Dingwang, but he actually came." Su Yue anticipated their curiosity, knowing that upon returning to the Chongning Marquis mansion, she would undoubtedly face inquiries. She took a deep breath, stating, "Did I not tell you that someone is assisting me? The invitation was procured by him, and the heir of the Dingwang only agreed to meet me due to his influence. However, I cannot disclose his identity. You will come to know it one day." As for when that day would arrive, she herself was uncertain. Gu Tong expressed concern that this benefactor might have ulterior motives. But considering that he had secured an invitation from the heir of the Ningwang and facilitated a meeting with the heir of the Dingwang, it indicated that his status was not inferior to either. Hence, Su Yue had little of value for him to covet. Most likely, the person who helps you bears a grudge against the Mingwang, Gu Ying speculated.
Perhaps, Su Yue replied.
At that moment, a maid approached, bowing to announce, "The princess has sent me to invite you all to take your seats." After the maid made her rounds, she moved on to invite others. As the garden was quite expansive, and the young ladies were rather dispersed, Gu Ying exclaimed with excitement, "Finally, it has begun." The highlight of the peony banquet was not merely the floral display, but rather the showcase of talents by the young gentlemen and ladies of noble birth. Eagerly, everyone made their way to the banquet hall, where seating arrangements had been predetermined. However, Su Yue, along with Gu Tong and Gu Ying, found their seats altered. The invitation penned by the heir of the Ningwang had not been disclosed to the steward of the Ningwang mansion, and since the heir had not mentioned it, 3 additional seats were added, placing Su Yue directly opposite the Mingwang. For Su Yue, this placement felt akin to being placed on a roasting spit, with the Mingwang as the blazing furnace. Once seated, she would surely feel the heat of scrutiny. It was evident that the heir of the Ningwang had orchestrated this arrangement purposefully, though it remained unclear whether it was intended to vex the Mingwang or to provoke her. This seating arrangement was likely unsatisfactory for everyone involved, save for Xiao Chengyi. He had endured countless glares from both his father and mother, yet could not disclose that it was the Mingwang's insistence that led him to invite Miss Su repeatedly. The Mingwang was adamant about seeing Miss Su at the peony banquet. Only from this position could he easily spot her. Su Yue cast her gaze towards Xiao Chengyi thrice, each time finding him staring back at her, his expression inscrutable but undoubtedly displeased. Instantly, Su Yue felt that this position was exceedingly unfavorable. Unable to endure it any longer, she turned to Gu Tong and whispered, Is it possible to change seats? Gu Tong replied affirmatively, yes, it is. Relieved to hear this, Su Yue resolved that if she could not switch seats, she would simply leave, as she had already achieved her purpose in visiting the Ning Wang mansion. She then turned her attention to a pair of ladies at the table, gently requesting, I apologize, but the Ming Wang does not wish to see me. May I swap seats with you? Though it felt somewhat humiliating to voice such a request. She had already lost face before the Ming Wang on several occasions and did not mind this instance. Seating herself opposite the Ming Wang was a coveted opportunity, and the two ladies readily acquiesced, allowing Su Yue to take their places. Witnessing this exchange, Xiao Qingyi's expression darkened yet again, his countenance resembling the color of a soot-laden pot. How audacious she was. Chapter 60. Hairpin flowers. Once seated, Su Yue glanced towards Xiao Qingyi, who was also looking her way. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of tension between them. Su Yue wore a look of disdain while Xiao Qingyi's face was ashen. The heir of the Ning Wang observed the back and forth between them, feeling a sense of frustration. He had arranged everything precisely according to the Ming Wang's wishes without considering Miss Su's feelings. However, since it was Miss Su who chose to change her seat, the Ning Wang mansion could not intervene excessively. Recalling how Su Yue had circumvented the Ming Wang, even going so far as to scale a rockery to avoid sitting opposite him, the heir felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction on the Ming Wang's behalf. It was a mere illusion, he reassured himself. Xiao Qingyi averted his gaze, pouring himself a cup of wine to calm his restless spirit. With each sip, his agitation only seemed to escalate. In contrast, Su Yue's mood improved as she indulged in the fruits and pastries laid out before her. Once all the guests had arrived, the peony banquet officially commenced. A maid entered with a tray displaying 12 exquisitely crafted wooden hairpins, all fashioned from rosewood. On her way to the Ning Wang mansion, Su Yue had gleaned some understanding of the peony banquet from Gu Tong and Gu Ying. Each noble young lady could select a hairpin, which she would present to the young gentleman she found most impressive during their performances. The event's allure lay in the accumulation of hairpins, which would signify who garnered the most favor. The young ladies cast wooden hairpins, while the young gentlemen received flower hairpins in return.
Su Yue selected a cloth patterned wooden hairpin.
Simple yet elegant, suitable even for a nobleman. The flower hairpins were said to be crafted by artisans from the palace, and were so exquisite that money could not buy them. As she surveyed the scene, her gaze fell upon Xiao Qingyi, noting that he had chosen a peony flower pin. How pedestrian, she thought disdainfully, before shifting her attention elsewhere. After distributing the hairpins, the maid proceeded to record which young ladies and gentlemen would showcase their talents. Upon reaching Su Yue, she waved her hand, signaling that she would not be participating. Thus, the registration concluded within a quarter of an hour. Once the maids had replenished the tea and wine at each table, the centerpiece of the peony banquet was set to begin. The steward of the Ning Wang mansion drew lots, and the first performer was a young lady who played the pipa. It took considerable courage to perform in front of so many noble ladies, young gentlemen, and esteemed matrons, and the pipa was played beautifully, though only one flower pin was awarded in recognition. After all, as the first performer, she needed to dazzle the audience to earn their admiration. Otherwise, they would hesitate to bestow their tokens. Nonetheless, one could always supplement later or even choose not to give at all, taking the wooden hairpins and flower pins home instead. Seated there, Su Yue was thoroughly entertained, though regrettably, she occupied an entire table by herself, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Had she been among friends, the experience would have been much more enjoyable. The delightful ambience lingered for merely half an hour, vanishing without a trace after a young lady playing the zither withdrew. Following her departure, the steward of the Ning Wang mansion continued drawing lots, announcing, Miss Su Yue of the Chong Ning Marquisate will now perform a dance. At that moment, Su Yue, who was savoring pastries while awaiting the next display of talent, was taken aback upon hearing her name. Everyone's gaze turned towards her, and the half-eaten pastry in her mouth made her acutely aware of the social embarrassment she was about to face. She had not registered to perform. Why was she being compelled to showcase her talents? Realization dawned upon her that she had been ensnared in a scheme, and someone was intent on witnessing her humiliation. Su Yue instinctively glanced at Princess Annel, who was not the only one capable of causing her trouble at the Ning Wang mansion. The Ming Wang also held sway. However, given that she had come to attend the peony banquet, the Ming Wang would not resort to such antics. Then, she caught sight of Princess Annel, whose expression indicated, "You guessed correctly, it was indeed I who orchestrated this." With her eyes turning cold, The steward urged, "Miss Su, please." Although Su Yue hesitated to reveal her lack of intention to dance, she ultimately decided against it. Admitting the truth would spare her from performing. But it would also bring disgrace to the Ningguang mansion. The Ningguang's heir had extended an invitation to her for the sake of Xiao Wujiu. She could not disregard the dignity of the Ningguang mansion and cause trouble for him. Moreover, dancing was not beyond her capabilities. Suppressing her anger, she rose to the stage. Like the previous young ladies, she first performed a courtesy towards the noble women present, followed by the gentlemen of distinguished families, and lastly, the young ladies of high birth. Su Yue cast a cool glance at Princess Annel, whose smugness quickly dissipated. Contrary to the turmoil Princess Annel had anticipated, Su Yue's movements were graceful, ethereal, and elegant, far surpassing those of the previous performers. Princess Annel's eyes narrowed as she noted the attention Su Yue garnered from the noble young men, and her irritation grew. A glance at the Mingguang's discontented visage offered her a modicum of solace. Though the Mingguang's expression was dark, his gaze remained fixed on Su Yue, captivated by her enchanting eyes that sparkled like the vast galaxy and the subtle smile that graced her lips as she danced, breathtaking in its beauty. The Mingguang's demeanor resembled a wintry night, dark and frigid. To perform in front of so many men while disregarding his presence was preposterous. Did she intend to remarry? Seeking a better match? As her dance concluded, Gu Yanwen was the first to applaud, followed by the crowd. Yet, the applause quickly dwindled into sparse claps before fading entirely. The Mingguang's furious glare swept across the audience, instilling fear. Who would dare applaud for Su Yue? It was tantamount to courting death. Realizing that Xiao Qingyi was exerting pressure, Su Yue shot him an exasperated glare. She had never encountered anyone so detestable. He had severed ties with her. Yet he still sought to control her. How domineering could he be? After several glares, Xiao Qingyi's expression grew increasingly grim. A maid carrying a tray passed before the Mingguang, not daring to pause, hastening to finish her task. She quickly moved past the Dingguang's heir, who called out, "I have yet to cast my flower." The maid halted abruptly, feeling the cold glare from Xiao Qingyi, while the Dingguang's heir puzzled over the situation. He recalled Xiao Qingyi's earlier words, which indicated he did not mind his visiting Miss Su at the Lotus Pond. Surely, he would not begrudge her receiving a flower as a token of appreciation for her exceptional dance. Determined to support her, the Dingguang's heir placed a flower on the tray, but few dared to challenge Xiao Qingyi's authority. Apart from the Dingguang's heir, only Gu Yanwen and his brother dared to proceed, resulting in Su Yue receiving merely 3 flowers. After performing a courtesy to the Ningguang's consort, Su Yue returned to her seat. As she descended from the stage, her gaze flickered toward Princess Annel. Despite only receiving 3 flowers, she was determined not to give Princess Annel the satisfaction of witnessing her embarrassment. Princess Annel's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her fiery gaze directed at Su Mei and Su Chan's table. Su Yue understood that her forced performance was partly orchestrated by them. Very well. She would remember this slight. Around her, whispers circulated, speculating on whether the Dingguang's heir had developed an interest in her, given his prior visit to the Lotus Pond. Yet, considering his esteemed position, why would he choose to pursue a woman whom the Mingguang had cast aside? Was he not concerned about creating discord between them? As the maid approached with the flowers, particularly the orchid sent by the Dingguang's heir, Su Yue recognized his gesture as a plea for her assistance in saving his father. His willingness to extend such a gesture also signified his intent to support her against any future grievances imposed by the Mingguang. Chapter 61. Concealing one's talents. The Dingguang's heir's gesture of offering a flower to Su Yue sparked considerable discussion. However, given his prior visit to her, the audience was not overly astonished. After a brief period of gossip, attention shifted as another young lady took the stage to play the zither. As Su Yue sipped her tea, enjoying the spectacle, Princess Annel soon ascended the stage to perform her own dance. Although she received a fair number of flowers, her performance paled in comparison to Su Yue's. Princess Annel was acutely aware of this, and her expression soured. Su Mei and Su Chan, despite their weeks of practice, delivered lackluster performances, with one receiving 3 flowers and the other 2. Following them, the Dingguang's heir took the stage. Su Yue was taken aback by his appearance. His noble bearing and striking features had undoubtedly captivated many young ladies present, and his talent was commendable, putting the other young gentlemen to shame. The Dingguang's heir painted before the audience, his easel set up on stage. With deft strokes, he created a lifelike depiction of an orchid. so vivid that one could almost sense its delicate fragrance. Upon finishing, he set down his brush, and 2 attendants lifted the artwork for all to admire. A maid approached, carrying a tray filled with numerous wooden flowers. As the maid neared Su Yue, she hesitated, contemplating whether to cast a flower for the Ding Wang's heir. His previous gesture had already drawn attention, and she wished to avoid further controversy. Yet, as she pondered, she felt a familiar gaze upon her. Upon looking up, she met Xiao Qingyi's icy stare, which seemed to convey a silent warning. Dare to cast a flower for Xiao Qi, and you will regret it.
Su Yue's temper flared.
Why was the Ming Wang acting as though he were the sovereign of the sea, meddling in her affairs? Did he truly wish for her not to support the Ding Wang's heir? In defiance, she resolutely placed the wooden flower upon the tray. Xiao Qingyi's countenance darkened further, a palpable chill radiating from him. This scene did not go unnoticed. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, so intense that one could hear a pin drop, sending a tremor through Su Yue's heart. She had merely offered a flower to the Ding Wang's heir. Many other young ladies had done the same, without consequence. Why was the atmosphere so charged when it came to her? Others could give flowers, yet she could not?
No.
It was not that she could not. It was simply that Xiao Qi had given her a flower, and now she was reciprocating. She had invited Xiao Qi to meet her by the lotus pond, and he had indeed come. They held mutual admiration for each other. And the peony banquet was well understood to be an occasion for young ladies and noble scions to observe one another. To the onlookers, Su Yue and Xiao Qi appeared to have found favor in each other's eyes, nurturing a burgeoning affection. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere would not have been so subdued. However, Su Yue's unique status, having once been married to the Ming Wang, and Xiao Qi's close ties with him, added a layer of tension, especially with the Ming Wang present. Su Yue's attendance at the peony banquet in the Ning Wang mansion elicited discontent, particularly upon witnessing her flirtation with the heir of the Ding Wang. Xiao Qi was taken aback when Su Yue tossed him a wooden hairpin. Did her act of saving his father imply she desired him to marry her? In the entire Qi dynasty, few dared to wed a former Ming Wang's consort, and he was among those few. If she could truly heal his father, the debt of gratitude owed by him as a son would not be insurmountable. As the banquet progressed, Xiao Qingyi's demeanor grew increasingly sour. He consumed cup after cup of wine, and once the festivities concluded, he slammed his cup down and departed. Qingfeng hastily followed, exclaiming, "Master, she dares to seduce the Ding Wang's heir. I shall kill her." Xiao Qingyi, already brimming with rage, retorted, "I can handle her myself. There's no need for your interference." Observing the fury on Xiao Qingyi's face, Qingfeng was perplexed. Why was the master so incensed by that woman? Was he not concerned about getting his hands dirty? The fact that the daughter of the Longning Marquis could provoke such ire from him spoke volumes about her capabilities. After the banquet, Su Yue prepared to return to the Marquis's residence. However, just as she stepped outside, Su Mei and Su Chan approached her, seething with anger. Aware they were seeking to confront her, Su Yue preemptively stated, "Earlier, you two were worried I would bring shame to the Longning Marquis's house, and insisted I leave. I was quite displeased until I realized at the banquet that your intentions were truly for the reputation of the house. Knowing that Princess Annel intended to embarrass me publicly,
You discreetly shielded me.
However, Princess Annel is not one to take deception lightly. If she becomes enraged, you can simply say I was concealing my talents." As Su Yue spoke, she caught sight of a girl nearby, eavesdropping. Upon finishing her sentence, the girl hurried away, prompting a smirk from Su Yue. Su Mei clenched her teeth in frustration. They had not deceived Princess Annel. They truly did not anticipate Su Yue's exceptional dancing skills. She had indeed concealed her talents. Their furious questioning had been met with gratitude from Su Yue, leaving them speechless. Their indignation stifled by the realization that they were inadvertently aiding an outsider against their own sister. Just then, Gu Tong and Guing arrived.
Su Yue,
Having come with them, joined in their departure. As Su Mei and Su Chan also made to return to the Marquis's residence, a maid approached, informing Su Yue that Princess Annel requested her presence. Meanwhile, as Su Yue walked towards the entrance of the Ning Wang mansion with Gu Tong and Guing, curiosity got the better of Gu Tong, who inquired about her connection with the Ding Wang's heir. This question implied suspicion about the nature of her relationship with him. Su Yue regretted having entrusted such matters to her unreliable maid. Looking at Gu Tong and Guing, she asked, "If I say there's nothing between me and the Ding Wang's heir, would you believe me?" They wished to trust her, yet doubts lingered in their minds. With a heavy heart, She leaned closer and whispered, I know an exceptionally skilled physician who might be able to save the Ding Wang. The heir approached me because he sought my assistance. Understanding dawned on Gu Tong, who smiled, saying, I actually hope you will marry the Ding Wang's heir. Su Yue shot them a reproachful glare, exclaiming, You mock me too. I have not mocked you, dear cousin. I speak sincerely, Gu Tong swore. The Gu family was wholeheartedly devoted to her, and Su Yue recognized this. She merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The three of them continued their light-hearted banter as they walked ahead. Su Yue had previously visited the Gu family, delivering a birthday gift to Gu Yanwen. As the hour grew late, she decided against visiting the Gu residence again, knowing she would have to return to the Longning Marquis' house shortly. The Gu family carriage arrived first, and Su Yue watched as they boarded before the carriage for the Longning Marquis' household finally arrived. At that moment, Su Mei and Su Chan emerged, with Su Mei wearing a face veil, her eyes glaring daggers at Su Yue. As they left the shop, Xiao Yao remarked, You didn't manage to buy anything. Su Yue chuckled, This is perfect. I have a reason to leave the manor in 3 days. She had been troubled about what excuse to use to go out, but unexpectedly, Princess Annel had emptied her own purse to assist her. What a considerate person. Elated, Su Yue proceeded to settle her bill at the shop, only to hear the exorbitant amount of 4,500 taels, which made her furious. She felt as if she had been tricked time and again. Today, if she did not make Su Yue experience the consequences of offending her, she would not be the Princess Annel. Su Yue took a carriage to a bustling street, and after alighting, Zhao Qi drove the carriage to park while Su Yue strolled ahead with Xiao Yao. However, after taking only a few steps, she sensed someone trailing her. Glancing through her folding fan, she caught sight of 2 shifty-eyed men following them. There was no need to ask. They were undoubtedly sent by Princess Annel. She refused to believe that these 2 would dare to create a scene in broad daylight. Just as she thought this, she noticed the knives hidden in the sleeves of the 2 men, causing her expression to change abruptly. The men drew closer, and Su Yue looked around, failing to spot Zhao Qi. She and Xiao Yao were utterly defenseless, standing there as if awaiting their demise. Grab my hand, Xiao Yao, run. With that, they bolted,
pursued by the 2 men.
As they ran, Su Yue silently prayed for Zhao Qi to arrive quickly, or they would be doomed. Xiao Yao, still unaware of the danger, asked, Miss, why are we running? In succinct terms, Su Yue replied, Someone wants to kill us. Alarmed, Xiao Yao tugged at Su Yue, urging her to run faster. As Su Yue felt her breath quickening, Zhao Qi suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It's all right. I've dealt with those 2.
Su Yue patet herchest.
Feeling weak from the exertion, she had almost lost her breath from running. After catching her breath, she proceeded forward. This area was unfamiliar to Xiao Yao, and even more so to Su Yue. After walking for a short while, a faint scent of rouge wafted through the air, leading Su Yue to initially believe it was from a cosmetic shop. However, as she ventured further, she realized it was a brothel. Coincidentally, as she passed by the entrance of the Baihua building, she caught a glimpse of a familiar face exiting. Their eyes met. Su Yue, said Xiao Qingyi. Su Yue scrutinized him, then glanced at the brothel, her porcelain-white face revealing unmasked disdain. Fortunately, they had divorced. What kind of decent man would visit a brothel in broad daylight? Xiao Qingyi discerned her thoughts and his face darkened, his words almost escaping through gritted teeth. I am here on official business. Su Yue was taken aback. Was he ill? Was he here to see a woman or to conduct business? It had nothing to do with her, yet he spoke as if she were the one attempting to catch him in the act. With a look of disdain, Su Yue walked away. Xiao Qingyi watched her retreating figure, his expression so grim it was beyond description. Qing Feng remarked, Why did you feel the need to explain, my lord? You rarely offer explanations. Yet, he had just done so, and there was an undeniable urgency to his tone, as though he feared Su Yue might misunderstand. It must be a misconception. Surely, it was an illusion. Filled with pent-up frustration, Xiao Qingyi mounted his horse and returned to the manor. Upon arriving at the bamboo cottage, he consumed 2 cups of tea to quell his anger. He picked up an official document to review, but just as he began, footsteps approached. Xiao Qi entered. Xiao Qingyi glanced at him, but remained silent. Xiao Qi took a seat beside him, saying, I have a matter for which I need your assistance. Xiao Qingyi gave him a sidelong look and replied, You need my help for something so trivial? This is my lifelong affair, not trivial at all, Xiao Qi insisted earnestly. Xiao Qingyi, stirring his tea, asked, Which girl has captured your fancy? Xiao Qi hesitated before asking, "Can you promise not to strike me?" This statement rolled around in Xiao Qi's mind, but he dared not voice it. Instead, he confessed, "I want to marry Miss Su." Xiao Qingyi's expression turned icy in an instant. Struggling to suppress his rage, he questioned, "Which Su family?" "The Su family of the Marquis of Chongning," Xiao Qi stammered. Xiao Qingyi's face darkened further. Qingfeng was astonished. He had seen people courting death, but never had he encountered someone so recklessly audacious. Did he truly believe he could request the prince's assistance to propose to Miss Su from the Chongning Marquis' household and still walk out of the Mingwang mansion alive? Xiao Qingyi clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury. "Has she consented?" "Yes," Xiao Qi replied. Xiao Qingyi was incredulous. "Did she instruct you to seek my help in proposing?" Xiao Qi fell silent, tacitly affirming it. Xiao Qingyi's forehead pulsed with veins. Xiao Qi, throwing caution to the wind, declared, "If I marry her, she will be your niece-in-law. You must not bully her again." Before he could finish, he received a punishing blow to the eye, silencing the remainder of his words. Although he expected to be struck, he did not anticipate the force of the blow, leaving him powerless to retaliate as he was kicked out of the bamboo cottage. Qingfeng worried that Xiao Qingyi might actually kill Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi lay on the ground, unable to rise, while Xiao Qingyi, still unsatisfied, ordered, "Throw him out of the Mingwang mansion." Two shadow guards emerged and dragged Xiao Qi away. Xiao Qingyi's face was as cold as ice. Qingfeng remarked, "My lord, you were too harsh just now." "Harsh? I want to twist their heads off and hang them on the city walls." After only a few encounters, she was to marry him? Was she truly so fickle? Remembering how Su Yue had avoided him, Xiao Qingyi fought the urge to storm over to the Chongning Marquis' residence. He resolved that he would see her in his manor today. Chapter 68. The accomplishment Su Yue had been wandering for quite some time and could no longer continue. So she returned to the Marquis' residence with Xiao Yao. She longed to head straight to Wanyue Courtyard to rest, but she first stopped by Chunhui Courtyard. Inside, the eldest madam was presenting a list of gifts for the old matriarch as approval, while Su Mei and Su Chan played chess by the window. And Su Yan and Su Yuan watched nearby. Su Yuan laughed. "Third sister is going to lose." Su Mei, always competitive, retorted, "Until the end. Who knows who will win or lose? Stubborn as a dead duck, how can she turn the tide when she's already lost?" Su Yuan and the others awaited the spectacle of Su Mei's downfall, but when Su Mei caught sight of Su Yue entering, she immediately stood up, declaring, "This is dull, I'm done." As she rose, she noticed Su Yue and Xiao Yao empty-handed. Without waiting for Su Yue to greet the old matriarch, she remarked, "Empty-handed again?
Don't tell me you failed to buy a gift."
Su Yue remained silent, tacitly confirming the accusation. Su Mei turned to the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, I told you." She uses the excuse of buying gifts for father to leave the house repeatedly. She has already used the same excuse twice. I wonder if she plans to use it a third time. She doesn't even bother to feign illness to avoid greeting you. She has no regard for you at all. The old matriarch's expression darkened. "Why have you returned empty-handed this time?" Su Yue explained, "It was unfortunate this time. Just as I was about to settle the bill, Princess Annel appeared and, without a word, seized the Zeton folding fan I intended to buy. I didn't argue with her and planned to choose another, but no matter which one I picked, she snatched it away, forcing me to opt for a painting instead. However, she took that too. I truly had no choice but to leave the painting shop and seek out another, but none could compare to that one. I didn't wish to buy something just for the sake of it, and with father yet to return, there's no rush. I will check the almanac and go out again in a couple of days." Su Mei considered the implications of Su Yue encountering Princess Annel. Given the latter's disdain for Su Yue, it was certain she would not treat her kindly. However, Su Mei found it curious. "Aren't you fond of confronting Princess Annel head-on? Why have you been so accommodating this time?" With an impassive expression, Su Yue replied, "Experience teaches wisdom. I fear that if I don't yield to her, I might end up buying the folding fan only to have to deliver it to her in the end." The words spoken were indeed harsh. However, for the sake of the two elders, she was compelled to pay her respects first. Who could guarantee that such an incident would not recur? Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. She could not afford to provoke them, and thus chose to withdraw. Su Mei and her companions found themselves at a loss for words. The old matron, recalling the matter, wore an uncomfortable expression and remarked that it was truly unnecessary to quarrel over such trivialities, and that the same would apply to future visits.
Su Yue,
Feigning a bit of grievance, felt an inner joy, having no real trouble and preparing to depart. Just as she was about to speak, a maid entered, reporting that there were rumors circulating on the streets that the Ming Wang had beaten the heir of the Ding Wang and expelled him from the Ming Wang residence. Su Yue, taken aback, found the entire room stunned by this revelation. Su Mei and Su Chan exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend how the Ming Wang, who had such a good relationship with the Ding Wang, could possibly strike the Ding Wang's heir. It was serious enough that not only had the heir been beaten, but he had also been cast out of the Ming Wang residence. They all sensed the unusual nature of the event, and Su Yue pondered the implications. Without question, Shao Qi's punishment was surely linked to her. She was aware that the Ming Wang would be furious and would not assist her in this matter. But she had not anticipated that his anger would escalate to the extent of beating Shao Qi and expelling him, making the incident widely known. Yet, she wondered why Shao Qi's temperament had become so impulsive. After she had pressured the Ding Wang to take the poison, she had merely strolled around the streets before returning home, and the news of his beating had already spread. Su Yue suspected that her departure had coincided precisely with Shao Qi's visit to the Ming Wang residence, seeking a confrontation. A twinge of guilt struck her as she felt several gazes upon her. When she lifted her head, she saw Su Mei observing her. At the peony banquet held at the Ning Wang residence, the Ding Wang's heir had publicly bestowed a flower pin upon her, which had displeased the Ming Wang. The fact that the heir had been beaten must certainly bear some of her responsibility. Truly, she was a calamity, bringing misfortune to the Long Ning Marquise, the Gu family, and now even the Ding Wang's heir. It was evident that merely associating with her would attract her ill fate. Su Yue, maintaining an air of indifference, remarked that as of now no one knew the reason behind the Ding Wang's heir's punishment, so how could her third sister be so certain of her involvement? Perhaps it was all her doing. How shameless! Would the Ding Wang's heir truly seek out the Ming Wang on her behalf? Presenting her with a flower pin in public was already a great concession. How audacious of her to think otherwise. Su Yue spoke plainly, and as a result, no one entertained further doubts about her connection to Shao Qi's beating. In their eyes, Su Yue was undeserving, and Shao Qi would not be so foolish. Unable to deduce the situation, they ceased their speculations. A weight settled in Su Yue's heart. She had intended to use Shao Qi's anger toward the Ming Wang to test him and silence those who mocked her from behind. She was confident she would not remain unmarried, yet she had not anticipated the Ming Wang's vehement reaction. Hadn't he previously assured her that he did not mind clandestine meetings? The more she contemplated, the more her head ached. If this matter could not be concealed, and the reason behind Shao Qi's beating became public knowledge, she would be the one to bring ruin upon herself. If even the Ding Wang's heir sought to marry her, and the Ming Wang had unreservedly punished him, who would dare to risk offending the Ming Wang in pursuit of her hand? With her mood soured, Su Yue decided to take her leave. However, just as she reached the screen, she noticed Manager Sun hastening toward her. Upon seeing Su Yue, Manager Sun bowed respectfully before proceeding to converse with the old matron behind the screen. Manager Sun, responsible for the outer court, would not come to the inner court without pressing matters. Su Yue instinctively slowed her pace, curious about Manager Sun's purpose for visiting the old matron. Soon, her voice reached Su Yue. The steward from the estate had brought accounts, mentioning that the Gu family was selling fertile land again. If the Marquis were present, he would undoubtedly purchase the land. As a mere steward, he lacked the authority to make such decisions without consulting the old matron. Upon hearing that the Gu family was selling land, the old matron expressed her surprise. How could a prominent family like the Gus be selling off their land? Wealthy clans typically invest in land to secure their descendants' future. Selling land indicated a decline, and such measures would only be taken in dire circumstances. The quantity involved was considerable, encompassing 100 acres, Manager Sun noted. Had it been a smaller amount, he would have made the decision, without consulting the old matron. The eldest matron, seated there with a darkened expression, felt that as the head of the household, Manager Sun should have approached her directly about such matters rather than seeking the old matron's approval. This singular incident revealed that Manager Sun's loyalty lay solely with the Marquis, even caring for the Gu family, whom the Marquis respected, without giving due regard to her authority. The old matron, fiddling with her prayer beads, sighed, expressing her dismay at the Gu family's stubbornness, which had led to their downfall, resulting in the need to sell their land. Very well. You may purchase the 100 acres from the Gu family, she concluded. With her consent, Manager Sun hurried off to arrange the transaction. Behind the screen, Su Yue furrowed her brows, astonished that the Gu family had fallen into such dire straits. She realized that she had not given this matter much thought. Her grandfather, serving as an imperial censor, was diligent in his duties, intolerant of corruption, and had made many enemies. Had it not been for his impeccable conduct, he might have faced demotion long ago. Her grandmother and 2 uncles were not inclined towards scheming either. Her grandmother's previous insistence that her uncle resign from his official post indicated that the Gu family was already struggling, reflecting on the affection the Gu family had shown her. Su Yue felt a pang of sorrow. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with her own troubles and had not contributed anything to the Gu family. Although she had numerous opportunities to earn money, she had never considered transforming them into tangible wealth. What was the point of seeking marriage? Can one truly rely on a man for financial security? Earning money was the true path. As Su stepped away, Xiao Yao followed closely. Exiting the Chunhui courtyard, she contemplated ways to generate income when a young servant sprinted towards her, breathless as he reached her side. Xiao Yao inquired, "What is it? Why are you running so hurriedly?" The young servant, gasping for air, replied, "The Ming Wang has sent someone to convey a message, requesting that you, Miss Su, visit the Ming Wang's residence." An image of the Ming Wang's handsome yet menacing face flashed through Su Yu's mind, and she promptly declined, instructing the messenger to inform the Ming Wang that she had severed ties with him and would not go. With that, she turned and headed back to the Wanyu courtyard with Xiao Yao in tow. The young servant, hesitant to return directly to the Ming Wang's envoy, instead reported the matter to the old matron. Upon hearing that the Ming Wang sought out Su Yue, the old matron furrowed her brow. Could it be that the Ming Wang's actions towards the Ding Wang's heir were indeed connected to her granddaughter? Regardless of the connection, she would not allow her daughter to be treated as a mere pawn by the Ming Wang, who could summon or dismiss her at will. "Proceed as my granddaughter has suggested," she commanded. Chapter 69. Offense. As Su Yue made her way back to the Wanyu courtyard, her mind remained fixated on the prospect of earning money. Although she possessed some capital, it was a mere 12,000 taels, an awkward sum for starting a business. Insufficient for significant ventures, and moreover, she lacked both resources and manpower. Currently, she found herself devoid of both wealth and allies. To generate income, she would need to partner with someone who had both wealth and capable associates. Fortunately, she knew someone. Upon returning to the Wanyu courtyard, Su Yue instructed Xiao Yao to guard the entrance, then proceeded to her room, moving to the window to peer outside. Zhao Qi leaped down from the tree, asking, "What can I do for you, Miss Su?" Su Yue replied, "I have a business proposal to discuss with your master. Please have him come visit me." Zhao Qi, bemused, thought it remarkable. The prince wanted Miss Su to visit the Ming Wang's residence, yet she refused, only to turn around and summon him to the Long Ning Marquisate while the prince was in a foul mood. However, Zhao Qi was genuinely curious to see whether his master would successfully persuade Miss Su to visit the Ming Wang or come to the Long Ning Marquisate instead. With a leap, Zhao Qi vanished from Su Yu's view. At the Ming Wang's residence, in the bamboo house, Xiao Qingyi was perusing military texts. Yet his frayed nerves rendered it impossible to concentrate. He glanced at the hourglass. The young servant sent to deliver the message to the Long Ning Marquisate should be returning soon. As such thoughts crossed her mind, the sound of footsteps approached. A servant entered and reported, "My lord, Miss Su has stated that she has severed ties with you and refuses to come." It was anticipated that Su Yue would decline. Yet the reality of it ignited a flare of anger within her. Xiao Qingyi coldly commanded, "Send a carriage to fetch her." He dispatched messengers and arranged for a carriage, determined to convey his resolve to meet her. The servant, perplexed by his lord's insistence on seeing Miss Su, dared not inquire further and hastily complied. Qingfeng, standing nearby, wore a similarly bewildered expression. It was clear the prince's interest stemmed from the connection to the heir of the Ding Wang, yet given the prince's esteemed status, rebuking a woman seemed beneath him. Besides, mere insults would not resolve matters. Only decisive action could eliminate future troubles. It was puzzling that the typically resolute prince was so indecisive regarding Miss Su. Lost in thought, he was startled by the familiar sound of footsteps. Looking up, he saw Zhao Qi return. Qingfeng remarked, "The prince instructed you to monitor Miss Su, yet she has been enticing the heir of the Ding Wang right under your nose. Why have you not reported this to the prince?" Upon hearing the term enticing, Zhao Qi noticed the prince's expression darken. Caught off guard, Zhao Qi realized he had unwittingly struck a nerve. However, he could hardly blame Qingfeng. Ignorance is no crime, and after days perched in the Wanyue Garden's trees, Zhao Qi had only just begun to comprehend the situation. Fearing punishment from Qingfeng, Zhao Qi quickly sought an excuse to dismiss him. Xiao Qingyi, irritated, asked, "What are you back for?" Zhao Qi replied, "Miss Su wishes to discuss a business matter with you and has asked you to visit her when you have the time."
"I have no time."
"I will not go. Not today, nor any day in the future." Xiao Qingyi's frustration was palpable. Zhao Qi hesitated. "Should I relay this to Miss Su?" Without a word, Xiao Qingyi remained silent, and Zhao Qi took his leave. However, as he turned to depart, Xiao Qingyi gritted his teeth and commanded, "Return." Inside, Su Yue reclined on her small couch, lost in thought. Suddenly, the window creaked open, and she turned to see Xiao Qingyi leap inside. Just as she wondered when he would arrive, she was pleasantly surprised by his swift entrance. However, her joy quickly faded as he doused her with cold water. "Did you not intend to marry the heir of the Dingwang? Is it appropriate for you to invite me?" The air was thick with jealousy, and even Zhao Qi, perched nearby, felt the sting. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would have never believed that the prince could be so vexed by jealousy.
Su Yue's smile faltered,
A pang of hurt flaring within her, but she quickly quelled it. "How did you know?" Although Zhao Qi was one of his men, he was unaware of the conversation she had with Xiao Qi by the pond. Su Yue met Xiao Qingyi's gaze as he questioned, "What business do you wish to discuss?" Not wanting to dwell on the heir of the Dingwang, she proceeded, "I wish to open a pharmacy. I will provide the medical expertise, and you will supply the funds and personnel. We will split the profits evenly." Now that was indeed a business proposal, a genuine venture. Was that all there was between them? A profound sense of disappointment welled up within Xiao Qingyi, darkening his tone. Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by the heir of the Dingwang. To Su Yue, this was a flat refusal, something she had not anticipated. She was aware of her medical skills. Opening a pharmacy would guarantee her success. Moreover, she was not being greedy. She proposed an equal partnership. Thus, Xiao Qingyi's rejection left her momentarily stunned. The subtle ache in her heart transformed into a clear realization of pain, an unfamiliar sensation she had never before experienced. This was not a feeling she welcomed, and resolutely, she suppressed the discomfort, forcing a smile as she apologized. "It seems I wasted your time." Though she smiled, her tone lacked the warmth it once bore, now laced with a chill detachment. Xiao Qingyi sensed the shift and grew anxious. He had witnessed her fierce resolve before in the Ningwang residence. As he opened his mouth to speak, she preempted him. "I have matters to attend to. You may leave." With that, she stood and exited. Xiao Yao, stationed outside, was vigilant, wary of any intruders that might discover a man in her mistress's chamber. Hearing the door open, she quickly rose from her work in the corridor. "Miss?" In the courtyard, a maid was pruning flower branches.
Su Yue prowed, requesting scissors,
and with a swift snip, severed a blooming branch, prompting Zhao Qi, hidden in the shadows, to feel that branch represented his master. Xiao Qingyi understood Su Yue was only avoiding him, aware of her temperament. If he did not leave, she would not return inside. Therefore, he climbed out the window. He stood outside the Longning Marquis's residence for quite some time, his masked face betraying a sense of helplessness, before deciding to return and come back later that evening. Just as he prepared to mount his horse, Zhao Qi emerged from the shadows. Xiao Qingyi frowned. "My lord, Miss Su has instructed me to accompany you." "This woman." Xiao Qingyi's expression turned icy. With a single leap, he vaulted from his horse and into the Longning Marquis's residence. Inside, Su Yue was seated at a small table, penning a prescription. The window was thrust open violently, and she turned to see Xiao Qingyi striding towards her. Su Yue furrowed her brow as he seized her hand, pulling her down from the couch. "I merely spoke in anger, yet you truly wish to be so estranged from me." Xiao Yao, witnessing Xiao Qingyi's fury, feared for the situation and rushed to stand guard at the door, anxious that a maid might enter. He gripped her wrist firmly, causing her discomfort. But Su Yue ceased her struggles, smiling at him. "We were never close. How could there be any estrangement?" Xiao Qingyi laughed in anger. "Are we not familiar enough?" Su Yue tilted her head back to look at him, retorting, "Familiar enough that I do not even know what you look like. If we were to meet on the street, I would not recognize you, would I?" Her rhetorical question rendered Xiao Qingyi speechless. She reached for his mask, but he caught her wrist. "You would not want to see my face." This statement puzzled Su Yue. Why would she not want to see his face? Was it that he was unattractive? She furrowed her brow. "I apologize if I offended." Yet she reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not one to judge by appearances. In fact, I disdain overly handsome men, especially those like Ming Wang. Xiao Qingyi ground his teeth in frustration. I genuinely wish to strangle you. Chapter 70. Scoundrel though his words were fierce, he did not tighten his grip on Su Yue's hand nor did he move towards her neck. They remained close, their breaths mingling, the air thick with an undercurrent of tension. Xiao Qingyi gazed into Su Yue's clear eyes, which reflected his own, and as he swallowed hard, he leaned in closer. However, the cold touch of the mask against Su Yue's nose jolted her back to reality, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Deeply frustrated, she thought, why was he so reluctant to reveal his face? With a displeased expression, she urged, you should leave. Instead of departing, Xiao Qingyi sat down, asserting, we can discuss business before you send me away. Discuss business? Haven't we already done so? Su Yue's smile was faint. Are you not wealthy enough to spare a few coins for me? His refusal to repay her previously loaned sum of 10,000 taels, and his dismissal of her pharmacy proposal had irked her, prompting her sardonic remarks. Xiao Qingyi chuckled helplessly. You truly have a fiery temper. Indeed, Su Yue's irritation held some truth. I have made my decision to heed your advice and engage in this business with the air of the Ding Wang. Though her words carried a hint of petulance, they were also rooted in a realization. Xiao Qingyi's earlier refusal had awakened her to her over-reliance on him. Perhaps it was their mutual salvation that fostered her unreserved trust in him. She had grown accustomed to seeking Zhao Qi as assistance and had neglected to cultivate her own independence. By sending Zhao Qi away, she aimed to push herself beyond her comfort zone. She could not forever depend on Xiao Wujiao, nor could he provide her with endless support. Xiao Qingyi's smile faltered. His eyes darkened. Do you intend to provoke me so? Su Yue gazed at him, a serene smile gracing her lips. I admit I was somewhat vexed earlier, but upon reflection, you have indeed shown concern for me. It is unwise to place all one's eggs in a single basket. I already owe you much. Continuing business together would only complicate matters further. Settle the score. The phrase echoed in Xiao Qingyi's mind, igniting a wave of regret. Why had he ever mentioned it in her presence? Her desire for a clean break implied an entanglement with Xiao Qi that he could not abide. Rising abruptly, Xiao Qingyi grasped Su Yue's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you truly believe we can settle things so easily? Why not? We could simply wipe the slate clean, Su Yue replied nonchalantly, dismissing the matter entirely. His grip tightened unconsciously, causing her discomfort as she protested. You're hurting me. Hurting? Listening to her, it felt as though he could crush her spirit. Ultimately, Xiao Qingyi relented, stating, do not entertain thoughts of marrying another. Few men in this world would overlook what transpired between us. Su Yue found his words amusing, eliciting a frown from beneath his mask. What are you laughing at? She retorted, what is there between us? Compared to being cast aside by the Ming Wang, our little affair is insignificant. Xiao Qingyi's face darkened, concealed by the mask yet unable to hide the flames of fury in his eyes, battling the urge to silence Su Yue forever. Fearing he might indeed lose control, he leapt from the window, leaving behind a final warning. If you wish to open a pharmacy, inform Zhao Qi directly. Should you persist in your collaboration with Xiao Qi, even a decade will not suffice for you to establish your business. As he departed, Su Yue seethed, perplexed by his obstinacy. Why did he insist on dragging her into a partnership when he himself was reluctant? After all, Xiao Qi was merely the son of a prince. What audacity did he possess to assume he could prevent her from succeeding in her endeavors? The bravado of his words was almost enough to shatter her walls of restraint. Grasping a delicate fan from a small table, Su Yue waved it furiously, her temperament easily swayed by gentleness rather than force. She was determined to see if he truly possessed the capability he boasted or if he was merely a braggart. In that moment, a young maid hastily entered, parting the beaded curtain. Miss, it's bad news. The Ming Wang has sent a carriage to the Marquis residence to fetch you. In an instant, Su Yue's anger surged anew. What was happening today that she was beset by such overbearing rascals? Was it truly so amusing to bully a woman? Did they consider her so easily oppressed? The news of the Ming Wang's carriage spread swiftly through the Marquis estate, reaching the ears of the matriarch, who was currently enjoying a bowl of bird's nest soup. After just 2 spoonfuls, the announcement of the Ming Wang's arrival extinguished her appetite. The other members of the Long Ning Marquis household found the situation unusual. To send a carriage rather than merely a messenger indicated their urgency to see Su Yue. The First Lady and the other wives gathered in Chunhui courtyard, exchanging opinions on the matter, emphasizing the need for caution. The Ming Wang was known to act with little restraint, even disregarding the heir apparent. And sending a carriage for their eldest daughter was already a considerable favor. If the Marquis household refused to let Su Yue go, it would be an affront, an invitation for punishment rather than respect. Regardless, the Ming Wang would not harm Su Yue. If he intended to do so,
He would not have waited until now.
voices mingled, and the matriarch, seated upon a couch and absently fiddling with her prayer beads, remained silent. Given the prior incident involving the Princess of Qingyang, she was determined to prevent Su Yue from being disrespected again. Understanding the matriarch's concerns for the soon-to-return Su Huaichen, the second elder suggested, "If you are worried, I shall escort her." The second lady opposed. What good would that do? The Ming Wang has even struck the heir apparent. The matriarch shot her a glance, decisively stating, "So be it." Inside, Su Yue sipped her tea to quell her anger. After finishing a cup, the maid who had delivered the earlier message appeared at the curtain, reporting, "Miss, the matriarch has instructed the second elder to escort you to the Ming Wang's residence." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su Yue's mouth. Although the Longning Marquis estate had retained some memory from her previous fainting spell at the Qingyang princess residence, it was still insufficient. If the matriarch was willing to send the second elder to meet the Ming Wang, it was evident that her refusal was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue rose and walked toward a cabinet filled with vials and jars. Xiao Yao, observing her gathering several bottles of powder, asked in confusion, "Miss, why do you need so much poison?" With a sinister glint in her eye, Su Yue replied, "If the Ming Wang seeks to bully me, he shall experience the meaning of suffering far worse than death." Outside, atop a tree, Zhao Qi silently lit several candles in his heart for his master. Su Young was a woman of her word. Chapter 71. Mou having secured her poisons, Su Yue departed with Xiao Yao, bypassing Qunhui courtyard and heading straight for the Marquis main gate. Upon arrival, she spotted the imposing carriage from the Ming Wang's estate. With a mere glance, she turned to the steward, declaring, "I shall take my own carriage to the Ming Wang's residence." The steward promptly instructed a servant to prepare a carriage. The Ming Wang's desire was simply for the eldest daughter to arrive, and the method of her transport was of little concern to him or his attendants. Before long, the servant arrived, and to Su Yue's surprise, it was none other than Zhao Qi. The steward found Zhao Qi unfamiliar, but thought little of it, as there were many servants in the Marquis household, and he could not recall every face. He was certain, however, that no one would infiltrate the Longning Marquis estate as a mere coachman. As Zhao Qi approached with the carriage, the second elder also appeared, his expression grave and unwelcoming. Su Yue performed a respectful bow, but the second elder feigned ignorance and mounted his horse without acknowledgement. Xiao Yao stood behind Su Yue, her lips pouted. It was not as if the young lady had insisted that the second elder accompany her to the Ming Wang's estate. She was equally reluctant to go. It was as if they were trying to imply she had coerced him into escorting her. The more Xiao Yao pondered, the more she felt pity for her mistress. Yearning for the return of the Marquis. With him present, would these people dare to bully her so? Su Yue remained silent, stepping onto the carriage, followed by Xiao Yao. Once settled, Zhao Qi guided the carriage towards the Ming Wang's residence. Leaning against the carriage, Su Yue closed her eyes to rest. She could not ascertain how long they had been traveling when she heard the second elder instruct Zhao Qi, "Take the eldest daughter to the Ming Wang's residence." Upon hearing this, Su Yue's brow furrowed slightly, and as the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, she opened her eyes. Xiao Yao lifted the carriage curtain and turned to see the second elder riding away. Xiao Yao remarked, "Miss, the second elder has left."
Su Yue frowned.
"What's going on?" She directed her question to Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi replied, "I'm not sure what transpired at the Marquis estate, but the first lady summoned the second elder back." A cold smile crept across Su Yue's face. She had only been away from the estate for a mere quarter of an hour. What could have possibly happened? Even if something had occurred, the third and fourth elders were still present. Was it truly necessary to summon the second elder back with such urgency? It was merely an excuse born from concern that the second elder might be reprimanded by the Ming Wang. How foolish of her to think the Longning Marquis household had matured. In reality, they had only sunk deeper into their own wretchedness. Zhao Qi shared her sentiments, expressing, "Should we still proceed to the Ming Wang's residence? The prince is vexed that Miss Su avoids him and is insistent on discussing your engagement to the heir apparent. He must see you and speak with you. However, before this arrangement was made, the prince was unaware of your intentions regarding the pharmacy. He has already visited the Longning Marquis estate to meet you, so if you choose not to go, I can convey your message to him. Su Yue was unaware that Zhao Qi had a different intention. She believed he was merely an underling of Xiao Wujiu, who did not wish for her to visit the Mingwang, especially not alone. However, Su Yue was resolute in her decision to go to the Mingwang's residence. Xiao Yao suggested, "Why not return for now?" Su Yue scoffed, "Do you think returning will ensure someone accompanies me to the Mingwang's residence? How naive. I shall go alone. Since I will be the only one going, why turn back? Isn't it tiresome to ride back and forth?" Xiao Yao's eyes glistened with concern, while Zhao Qi found himself speechless. Though the Longning Marquis' residence held noble status, it was not as formidable as the Gu family. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Qi expertly halted the carriage at the entrance of the Mingwang's residence. Wei arrived. Su Yue lifted the curtain to see two imposing stone lions flanking the grand entrance, and above them, the gilded plaque of the Mingwang's residence gleamed in the sunlight. She merely glanced at the plaque before lowering the curtain again. Manager Zhou stepped out and spotted Zhao Qi standing nearby. Taken aback, he thought the young servant from the Longning Marquis' residence looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. Zhao Qi maintained his composure. As a secret guard of the prince, Manager Zhou might have encountered him once or twice, but would not immediately associate him with the prince. As Zhao Qi had presumed, Manager Zhou indeed did not suspect him to be connected to the Mingwang. He turned to the carriage, noticing Su Yue had yet to emerge, and said, "Miss Su, please." Su Yue once again lifted the curtain and declared, "If your Mingwang insists on seeing me, I have arrived. Where is he? Please summon him forth." Zhao Qi and Manager Zhou exchanged glances, wondering at her audacity. Manager Zhou, albeit uncertain why the prince desired to meet Su Yue, sensed the unusual nature of the situation and politely insisted, "Miss Su, now that you are at the Mingwang's residence, do step down from the carriage." Su Yue's gaze swept across the grand estate, and she mockingly said, "Isn't it a pity to burn down such an opulent residence?" Manager Zhou replied, "Surely, Miss Su, the prince would not resort to such extremes merely because you entered the Mingwang's residence." However, the image of the burned bamboo house flashed through his mind, rendering him silent. The prince's actions had indeed caused considerable distress, leaving Su Yue justified in her sarcastic remarks. Su Yue remained adamant about not exiting the carriage until the Mingwang came to see her. Manager Zhou was left with no choice but to report back to the prince. Inside the bamboo house, Xiao Cheng-yi was engrossed in official duties. Having forgotten to send a carriage for Su Yue, a servant entered and reported, "Your Highness, Miss Su has arrived but refuses to enter the residence, insisting that you come out to meet her."
Xiao Cheng-yi frowned deeply.
Before he could respond, Qing Feng interjected, "How dare she demand the prince to meet her?" The servant shared Qing Feng's sentiments, but this was not the first instance of her boldness. She had similarly challenged authority at the Cheng Enbo's residence and during the Xiao Yao banquet at the Ning Wang residence. Qing Feng turned to Xiao Cheng-yi and remarked, "She is far too presumptuous. She must be taught a lesson." Xiao Cheng-yi replied, "Go invite her inside." Qing Feng's expression soured. "Your Highness? A more courteous approach is warranted. Is the prince out of his mind? Or is he speaking in jest?" Qing Feng mused, retreating to the entrance where he found Zhao Qi standing beside the carriage. His expression was one of utter disbelief. The prince had tasked Zhao Qi to keep an eye on Su Yue, but was it necessary for him to be so diligent? How had Zhao Qi managed to remain unperturbed while Su Yue demanded the prince's presence? Qing Feng descended the steps, and Xiao Yao lifted the curtain, her expression unwelcoming. "My lady wishes to meet the Mingwang, not you." She wore a countenance that suggested he was of no use. Qing Feng retorted coldly, "I advise you not to invite trouble upon yourselves. Will you enter the palace to meet the prince, or shall I summon someone to drag you in?" Before he could finish, Zhao Qi interrupted, "Speak with more respect." Qing Feng was seething with rage, glaring at Zhao Qi, suspecting him of siding with Su Yue. The last time he had been tasked with arranging women for the prince, he had been punished for an entire night. Now, Zhao Qi appeared to be defending Su Yue, which infuriated him further, especially knowing Su Yue intended to marry Xiao Qi and thus humiliate the prince. What shamelessness! Qing Feng had berated Su Yue before, but now she could no longer tolerate it. "How am I shameless?" she retorted, questioning him brazenly in front of so many witnesses. Qing Feng was taken aback. "You have the audacity to ask? I would be too embarrassed to speak of your actions." He was appalled at the thought of the prince's noble reputation being tarnished by her. Unfazed, Su Yue chuckled, "It seems your prince isn't as illustrious as you claim." Qing Feng was enraged to the point of drawing his sword. In fact, he did draw it, but Zhao Qi stepped in front of the carriage, preventing Qing Feng from unsheathing his weapon. Su Yue, now losing her patience, addressed Manager Zhou, "If I wait another 15 minutes without seeing your prince, I shall no longer entertain this farce. I have no time to squander on the Mingwang." She had come, waited long enough, and would not be bullied simply because the Mingwang held power. With her resolute stance, Manager Zhou approached the prince. "Your Highness, what is your purpose in summoning Miss Su? She is insistent on not entering the residence, and it seems unreasonable for her to remain at the gate. She has a point. Having divorced, it is improper for her to enter the Mingwang's residence." Xiao Chengyi rubbed his temples, realizing Su Yue was as obstinate as ever, but had not anticipated such a degree of defiance. She had arrived at the Mingwang's residence, yet refused to enter. "Very well, one cannot rush a delicate matter. I shall take it slow." Inside the carriage, Su Yue felt the time was drawing near. She lifted the curtain and told Zhao Qi, "It is time." Zhao Qi pondered for a moment and said, "Manager Zhou should return soon. Perhaps we should wait a little longer?" Su Yue frowned, questioning Zhao Qi's loyalty. First, he assisted her, and now he seemed to side with the Mingwang. As Zhao Qi was responsible for driving the carriage, he could not leave, which meant Su Yue was also stuck waiting. Fortunately, it was not long before Manager Zhou emerged. "Apologizing, Miss Su. Thank you for your patience. I inquired, and the prince has no ulterior motives for summoning you. He merely wishes to ask about a jade pendant that may have been mistakenly taken as part of your dowry. He seeks clarification on this matter." Su Yue felt a surge of frustration, biting her lip as she exclaimed, "You summon me with such fanfare for a mere jade pendant?" Indeed, it was an extravagant display, and Manager Zhou recognized that the prince might be overreacting. He attempted to justify that pendant was a gift from the late emperor.
Su Yue retorted sarcastically.
"I never realized the Mingwang held the late emperor in such high regard." Manager Zhou found himself at a loss for words. The marriages granted by the late emperor were to be annulled, yet the prince was unwilling to part with a mere jade pendant. Did he fear angering the late emperor from beyond the grave? Taking a deep breath, Su Yue inquired, "What type of jade pendant?" Manager Zhou responded, "It is a piece of ink jade, intricately carved with a qilin." Before he could elaborate further, Su Yue interrupted. "Draft a detailed sketch and deliver it to the Longning Marquis' residence." With that, she lowered the curtain and instructed Zhao Qi to return to the Marquis' residence. Qing Feng stood there, his brows furrowed in disbelief. The prince had sent people twice to the Longning Marquis' residence, and it was all for a jade pendant? Why did the prince not ask him first? He knew exactly where that pendant was. Back at the inked jade pavilion. Qing Feng rummaged through drawers until he found the pendant. He presented it to Xiao Qingyi, saying, "Your Highness, I have found the pendant you requested." Xiao Qingyi glanced at the pendant but did not take it.
"Perfect.
Place the pendant in her room." Upon finishing her words, she reminded them not to be too conspicuous. Chapter 72. A Necessary Beating. Zhao Qi returned to the Marquis' residence with the horse-drawn carriage, while Su Yue leaned against the carriage, her face devoid of any smile. No one remains in good spirits after being tossed about like this. She had lost count of how many times she had silently cursed a certain prince. After half an hour, the carriage arrived at the Chongning Marquis' residence. Stepping down, she gazed at the plaque hanging high on the gate, and a cold sneer crept across her heart. If the people of the Marquis' residence were to learn that the Ming prince had summoned her solely for a jade pendant bestowed by the late emperor, would they regret calling back the second master? Would they feel a sense of shame? Likely not. Anyone with a shred of decency would not have insisted on going, only to turn back midway. As she entered the residence, Su Yue casually inquired of the gatekeeper, "What transpired in the Marquis' residence while I was at the Ming princess?" The gatekeeper looked bewildered. "Nothing happened, my lady." "Is that so?" Su Yue replied with a cold smile. "I thought the residence had caught fire, and you were in a rush to summon the second master to extinguish it." Just then, Manager Sun approached and overheard her words, deeming the second master's actions rather inconsiderate. It was the second master who had insisted on sending the young lady to the Ming prince, even if the first madam had sent someone to summon her. The second master should have escorted her, knowing well the dangers of visiting the Ming prince. Allowing her to go alone was a disgrace to his role as an elder. As Su Yue reached the second gate, a maid approached and said, "Miss, the old madam has summoned you to her quarters." Su Yue did not respond, nor did she head to Qinhui Courtyard. Instead, she directly returned to Wanyue Courtyard. In the main hall, The old madam sat on a rattan couch, and a maid stepped forward. Not seeing Su Yue, the first madam asked, "Where is the young lady? Why did she not come with you?" The maid replied, "The young lady has returned to Wanyue courtyard." The first madam's expression darkened. How dare she not heed the old madam's summons? The old madam shot a glance at the first madam, retorting, "Isn't this you're doing?" The first madam felt displeased. She had merely acted with the old madam and the second branch as interests in mind, yet now all blame fell upon her. If the second master were to receive a beating, she would see how the old madam would react. Only Xiao Yao and Zhao Qi accompanied Su Yue to the Ming prince's residence. After returning to Wanyue courtyard, Xiao Yao began rummaging through drawers for the jade pendant. Although she did not know the exact appearance of the pendant, she was aware it was made of black jade and bore a Qilin design. If it were indeed found in the young lady's quarters, it must be the one the Ming prince sought. Xiao Yao first searched the dressing table, and Su Yue interjected, "There's no need to search." Xiao Yao looked at Su Yue. "How could we not search? The Ming prince has sought the young lady twice for that pendant. If we do not find it, he may come a third or fourth time." What a naive maid.
Su Yue remarked.
"The Ming prince did not summon me for the pendant at all," Xiao Yao exclaimed, "but Steward Zhou said it was for the pendant." Though Steward Zhou had said so, Su Yue's intuition told her otherwise. If the Ming prince truly wanted the pendant, he could have simply sent someone to relay the message rather than repeatedly asking her to meet in person. She had refused to enter the Ming prince's residence, insisting he come out to see her. In the end, he had given up his carefully acquired power and authority just to meet her, unable to face the public by declaring his intention to marry Shao Qi. Thus, he could only concoct an excuse to summon her, disguising it as a search for the pendant. The pendant could not possibly be in her possession. It was evident that the black jade Qilin pendant belonged to the Ming prince. Her personal maids would have to be extraordinarily careless to mistake it as hers and bring it back to the Marquis's residence. The notion that the Ming prince might suspect it was with her, compelling her to search every nook and cranny, was absurd. She owed him nothing. By this time, it was already evening. A young maid went to the kitchen to fetch dinner, and after a long day, Su Yue was both tired and hungry. She quickly washed her hands and sat down to eat, finding solace in her food, transforming her frustration into appetite. After dinner, Su Yue reclined on a small couch, reflecting on Zhao Qi's act of protection during the day, feeling grateful. She instructed Xiao Yao to give Zhao Qi 10 taels of silver. Xiao Yao took the silver to the window, glancing around for a while before turning back. "Miss, he seems to be absent." Just as her words fell, Zhao Qi appeared at the window, wincing as he spoke. "What are your commands, Miss Su?" Xiao Yao gasped upon seeing Zhao Qi's bruised face.
"Who did this to you?"
Su Yue also noticed the severity of his injuries and immediately rose from the couch, echoing Xiao Yao's question, "Who struck you?"
Zhao Qi.
Skilled in martial arts, could only have been bested by someone stronger or perhaps refrained from striking back. Touching the bruise near his eye, Zhao Qi replied, "It's nothing. Just a minor injury." Su Yue frowned. "Though your master sent you to protect me, you are still within the Chongning Marquis's residence. I must be responsible for your safety." The words sounded rather awkward. How could a defenseless young lady be responsible for the safety of a shadow guard? Nevertheless, Zhao Qi felt deeply touched, for Su Yue was the first and only person to express such concern for him. "It was the guards by my master's side who beat me. I deserved it," he confessed. Xiao Yao inquired curiously why. Why was this maid so full of curiosity? Su Yue also appeared intrigued. Zhao Qi's lips twitched. He was not adept at lying and knew Su Yue was not easily deceived. So he had no choice but to speak the truth, subtly complimenting his master. "I previously did not understand Miss Su's character, thinking it inappropriate for my master to visit here repeatedly, so I suggested he seek a woman for himself, which led to my punishment." Su Yue and Xiao Yao both felt that the beating he received was completely justified. Su Yue, with a darkened expression, instructed Xiao Yao, "Fetch some ointment for his bruises." After giving her orders, Su Yue returned to her small couch, continuing to read. Chapter 73. Scheming. The following day, after breakfast, Su Yue still went to Chunhui courtyard to greet the old madam, regarding her absence the previous day when the old madam wished to see her. Su Yue offered no explanation, and the old madam did not press further, simply asking, "Have you found the Ming prince's jade pendant?" Su Yue replied, "Xiao Yao searched, but my dowry is not entirely in Wanyue courtyard. Most of it remains at the palace, and I am unsure if it is there." The old madam turned to the first madam, who said, I will have someone go look for it shortly. Su Yue had come for this matter. Having resolved it, she prepared to take her leave. Just as she was about to speak, Su Mei entered, her face radiant with a smile, bringing a hint of joy to the old Madame S expression. What a delightful sight. Was there good news to share? Su Mei approached the elderly matriarch, bowing respectfully before taking a seat beside her, unable to suppress the joy that illuminated her features. The emperor had decreed the celebration of a lantern festival outside the palace on the birthday of the late emperor, a day of great festivity. Upon hearing this, Su Chan's spirit soared. The late emperor's birthday fell on the 18th of June, which was merely a few days away. In the past, grand banquets were hosted within the palace, where both monarch and ministers reveled, while outside, the Lantern Festival marked the occasion, known as the Wanshou Festival. The previous year, the nation mourned the late emperor's passing, forbidding all forms of merriment, and thus the festival could not take place. Continuing the Lantern Festival tradition was the emperor's way of expressing filial piety towards the late monarch. Su Yue had never attended a lantern festival and felt a twinge of anticipation. However, no one spoke much about it, as the next day, the 15th, was the day the matriarch would visit Guthyuan Temple to offer incense and prayers. Upon hearing this, Su Yue declared, I shall not accompany grandmother to Guthyuan Temple tomorrow. The matriarch frowned, poised to respond, but Su Mei interjected, We are all going. Why will you not join? The early rise required for the temple visit was particularly grueling, often dragging her from a deep slumber at the behest of the maidservants. Once there, she would be obliged to endure the monotonous recitation of scriptures, with precious little time for enjoyment before the midday meal. She was reluctant to go, yet feared the implications of being deemed unfilial. Just as she sought a rationale for her absence, Su Yue preempted her, prompting disapproval from Su Mei. Su Yue was indifferent to Su Mei's presence. Her own desire to abstain remained steadfast, and she merely cast her gaze downward. The matriarch had compelled her to visit Princess Chongqing and the Ming Wangfu, and Su Yue was convinced that the matriarch would not insist on her attending Guthyuan Temple. Recalling Su Yue's previous stay at the bamboo cottage at Guthyuan Temple, which had been burned by the Ming Wang on the night of her departure, the matriarch, understanding her reluctance to confront unhappy memories, acquiesced. You have spent a considerable amount of time at Guthyuan Temple this month. You need not accompany us.
Su Yue bod ingratitude.
While Su Mei clenched her embroidered handkerchief in frustration, secretly wishing to avoid the temple as well. The following morning, Su Yue awoke, stretched languidly on her bed, and suddenly sneezed, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Xiao Yao entered, carrying a copper basin, and cheerfully remarked, It must be that the third young lady and the others have risen early to accompany the matriarch to Guthyuan Temple. How enviable that you need not go. Have they set out so early? Su Yue inquired. Indeed, they are likely nearing their destination, Xiao Yao replied. That is quite an early departure, Su Yue mused, relieved she hadn't joined them. Although she did not attend Guthyuan Temple, she remained indoors, taking a stroll in the garden with Xiao Yao after breakfast before returning to Wanyue Courtyard. After lunch, feeling somewhat drowsy, Su Yue lay down for a brief rest. Upon waking, Xiao Yao, with a smile, informed her, You are fortunate not to have gone to Guthyuan Temple today. Can you guess whom the third young lady encountered there? Su Yue ventured a guess. It wouldn't be Princess Annel, would it? Xiao Yao giggled. You are quite astute. Indeed, it was Princess Annel. I heard that the third young lady was thoroughly fleeced for 800 taels. Thinking of how Su Mei had deceived the matriarch into buying her a folding fan for 50 taels, Su Yue couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of 800 taels leaving Su Mei's purse. It was a classic case of a dog biting another dog. Despite the warnings against servility, Su Mei had chosen to flatter Princess Annel, and after receiving a slap from her previously, it was no surprise she fell into this trap again. Su Yue found amusement in the situation, but her smile faded upon hearing the maidservant announce, The third young lady requests to speak with you. The eldest young lady is still asleep and has yet to awaken. Soon after, Su Mei stormed in, fury radiating from her, her pearl curtains swaying with the force of her entrance. How dare you obstruct me? She shouted. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Su Yue's smile vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. She glanced at Su Mei, who was seething with rage. You sleep soundly, don't you?
Su Mei spat.
Her anger palpable. With an icy tone, Su Yue replied, Pray tell, what is so urgent that you could not wait for the maidservants to relay your message? Through gritted teeth, Su Mei accused, You schemed against Princess Annel, costing her thousands for those fans and paintings, and now she has taken her wrath out on me. Extracting 800 taels at Gothyuan Temple. Su Yue chuckled. So you have come to inform me of your own foolishness? Xiao Yao chimed in. Our lady speaks boldly indeed. The third young lady was nearly apoplectic with rage, yet the laughter from those who followed her into the room only fueled her fury further. Repeat that if you dare. Su Mei challenged. Su Yue retorted. After having been slapped, you would not avoid Princess Annel, yet you dared to approach her. Who else should bear the consequences but you? Su Mei had indeed suffered a loss of 800 taels. Princess Annel, seeking solace at Gothyuan Temple, encountered Su Mei, who, aware of her previous transgression at Xiao Yao's banquet, sought to ingratiate herself. Princess Annel, in a foul mood and looking for an outlet, found Su Mei's advances irresistible. At a rather extravagant stall, where Princess Annel toyed with a golden hairpin, Su Mei declared, If you fancy this hairpin, I shall gift it to you. Princess Annel, unimpressed, scoffed at the cheap gift and instead selected a rare purple jade hairpin, far more valuable. With Su Mei having already declared her intent to gift a hairpin, there was no retreat. Thus, she ended up relinquishing 800 taels. Not only did Princess Annel flee Su Mei, but she also sought to create strife between Su Mei and Su Yue, ensuring the latter learned of the incident with the paintings and promptly blaming Su Yue for her misfortune. It was clear that Su Mei had come to demand that Su Yue reimburse her for the lost 800 taels. Amused, Su Yue responded, You are truly astonishing. Suffering a loss to Princess Annel and still lacking the wisdom to learn from it. Now you demand I cover your losses? Go ahead and tell grandmother. Let us see if she insists I repay you, or if she prefers to have you transcribe the family rules instead. You. Su Mei fumed, her anger boiling over. Su Yue remained unperturbed. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to fetch grandmother for you? Xiao Yao hastily pulled Su Mei away, not out of goodwill, but because she was complicit in encouraging Su Mei's folly and feared punishment should this escalate to the matriarch. Once they departed, Xiao Yao expressed concern. The third young lady is convinced you are the reason she lost 800 taels to Princess Annel. She will surely devise a means to reclaim her money. Even Xiao Yao recognized Su Mei's nature. How could Su Yue be unaware? She chuckled softly. What can she do? I have no money.
How can that be?
You possess more wealth than the second and third young ladies combined. Yet, in truth, Su Yue's funds had been depleted by deception, and the amount she currently held was unknown to Su Mei. Otherwise, she would have sought to charm her into returning the money. With this thought, Xiao Yao felt reassured. Indeed, it was wise to keep one's wealth concealed. However, they had both forgotten that Su Yue still retained a substantial portion of her dowry within the palace. Chapter 74. Refusal in the blink of an eye. The day arrived for Su Yue to visit the Ding Wangfu for the antidote. Upon waking, she sat on her bed, massaging her shoulders, while Xiao Yao approached to draw the gauzy curtains to the bronze hook shaped like blossoming plum branches. Did you not sleep well last night, my lady? She inquired. The weather grows increasingly warm. The bedding feels too heavy. Please replace it with something lighter, Su Yue requested. Xiao Yao replied. If you had mentioned it last night, I could have made the change then. Su Yue was aware that she could have, yet she refrained from waking Xiao Yao, who had been busy all day. She did not wish to disturb her restful slumber for such a trivial matter. After rising and completing her morning routine, the maidservants brought forth breakfast. Su Yue sat down to eat, while Xiao Yao neatly folded the bedding beside the bed, removed the pillow and uncovered the quilt. And a piece of black jade pendant suddenly caught the eye. The intricate design carved upon it was none other than that of a qilin. Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned. Thinking she must be imagining things, she tightly shut her eyes, only to reopen them and find the jade pendant still present. Her composure shattered. She turned to Su Yue and exclaimed, Miss, the jade pendant. It's on your bed. What jade pendant on my bed? Su Yue dismissed the notion, convinced that Ming Wang sought her for reasons unrelated to the pendant. Thus, she had not given the matter any thought. When Xiao Yao called out again, Su Yue reluctantly set down the half-eaten meat bun and approached. Upon seeing the black jade qilin pendant quietly lying on her bed, Su Yue furrowed her brow in confusion. Xiao Yao's delicate face was filled with bewilderment. How could the pendant belonging to Ming Wang be on the young lady's bed? When the servant had prepared the bed earlier, there had been nothing on it. Not only Xiao Yao was perplexed, Su Yue, having tossed the bedding, was certain that it had been empty.
Now,
a pendant had mysteriously appeared, precisely the one Ming Wang was searching for. The situation was indeed intriguing. Was Ming Wang purposefully making a show of searching for the pendant while secretly placing it in her room? What was he truly up to? Su Yue was far from pleased at being toyed with. Her eyes blazed with indignation at the sight of the pendant. Xiaoyao suggested, "Shall we give the pendant to the old lady and have her send it to Ming Wang?" While the old lady might indeed send the pendant to Ming Wang, Su Yue's instinct warned her that he would likely demand she deliver it personally. The thought of being coerced into doing something she despised irked her. Once she handed the pendant over to the old lady, she would have no choice but to comply. Since Ming Wang had entrusted the pendant to her, the timing of its return should be at her discretion. Su Yue instructed Xiaorao to secure the pendant, then resumed her breakfast. Her mind racing with thoughts of Ming Wang's dark, menacing expression. She bit into the bun with irritation, reflecting on how a man of his stature could stoop to bullying a defenseless girl. How shameless. After a moment of disdainful contemplation, she set down her chopsticks and took Xiaorao to report to the old lady at Xunhui courtyard before leaving the estate. From a distance, she spotted Steward Sun approaching, prompting her to recall his previous mention of the Gu family's land sale. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, and upon entering the room, she overheard Steward Sun reporting that the Gu family's land had been sold to another party. The old lady's brows furrowed. "Did you negotiate the price down?" Steward Sun shook his head. "No, I specifically instructed them to quote a higher price, 13 taels per mu, but the Gu family sold it to someone who offered 12. Third Madam remarked, "Some people would rather sell cheaply than accept a higher offer. No wonder the Gu family's business is declining." The first lady, seated beside the old lady, added, "Could it be that they guessed the old lady intended to assist them and prefer to sell for less rather than owe her favor?" Su Yue, hidden behind the screen, rolled her eyes at the first lady's words, thinking it absurd to believe she was doing the Gu family a significant favor. Selling a mere 100 mu of land would only net them an additional 100 taels if sold to the Marquis' estate. Did the Gu family possess such lofty principles that they would accept the old lady's goodwill for such a trivial sum, especially after having offended her? For the Gu family, this was not assistance, but rather an affront. Remembering what Xiaoyao had told her about her marriage to Ming Wang, and how the Gu family had prepared an elaborate dowry of 8 sedans and 3,000 taels, Su Yue felt a pang of sorrow. The Gu family had truly been generous to her, offering their heartfelt support despite their own financial constraints. Fourth Madam fiddled with her teacup. That inkstone the old lady had the eldest young lady give to young Master Gu was worth over 100 taels. The eldest young lady showed no understanding of the Gu family's plight and flatly refused it. Su Yue entered the room, feigning ignorance of Fourth Madam's comments, and bowed respectfully to the old lady. She then broached the subject of leaving the estate. "I consulted the almanac, and today is auspicious for going out. I wish to venture into town, and I hope for your approval, grandmother. To buy a folding fan as a gift, and it requires 3 days out of the estate? That's quite something," she mused. Before the old lady could respond, Su Mei piped up, "Grandmother, we should accompany our elder sister to ensure she returns with something rather than empty-handed." Su Yue's brows knitted together. Her purpose in leaving was not merely to procure a fan, but to force Ming Wang to confront her regarding the poison. With Su Mei and Su Chan tagging along, how could she possibly achieve that? Yet, outright refusal was not an option. Their intentions were good, fearing she might return empty-handed. To decline would seem ungrateful and raise suspicions. Su Yue relaxed her brow and smiled brightly. "I have found the black jade qilin pendant that Ming Wang desires and intend to deliver it to the Wang residence. I wouldn't dare go alone. My second and third sisters will accompany me for support."
Su Mei's smile faltered.
While the idea of them accompanying her to the Wang residence was appealing, she had spoken too soon. "You found the pendant? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Su Yue feigned innocence. "I only discovered it during breakfast, and was just about to inform grandmother." Su Mei countered, "It's just delivering a pendant. Have Steward Sun send someone to take it to the Wang residence. You needn't go personally." Before Su Yue could object, the first lady interjected, "The pendant is lost, and the eldest young lady must be the one to go to the Wang residence to discuss this matter. It seems necessary for her to deliver it in person." Su Mei pouted. "Why does a mother support me? We certainly don't wish to accompany our elder sister to the Wang residence. Nothing good ever comes from going there. What if Ming Wang humiliates her? We would share in that disgrace." Su Yue inwardly scoffed. If even the second master dared not send her to the Wang residence, what made her think Su Mei would accompany her? She desired nothing more than for them to back down. One by one, Su Mei and Su Chan concocted excuses to avoid accompanying her, and Su Yue did not press the matter further. With a bow, she took her leave. Exiting Chunhui courtyard, she gazed at the drifting clouds overhead, feeling exceedingly vexed. She had not intended to return the pendant to that scoundrel Ming Wang so soon, however. To rid herself of Su Mei and Su Chan, she had to use the pendant as a pretext. The sensation of being pushed into Ming Wang's trap was deeply disconcerting. Seated in the carriage, Su Yue stared at the pendant in her hand, growing increasingly indignant. Ming Wang had secretly placed the pendant in her room, and now she was expected to return it willingly? How utterly humiliating. She was not one to submit meekly. Xiaoyao lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, and Su spotted a pawn shop. "Stop the carriage," she commanded. Zhao Qi tightened the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. "Miss Su, are you getting off?" Su Yue opened the curtain and handed the pendant to Zhao Qi. "Help me pawn this jade pendant." Zhao Qi, astonished, exclaimed, "But Miss Su, aren't you returning it to Ming Wang? He is waiting." Su Yue replied coolly, "Give the pawn ticket to Ming Wang and let him redeem the pendant himself. Let us see if he dares to scheme against me next time." Zhao Qi, realizing her cleverness, remarked, "Miss Su is too astute. The prince's little tricks are no match for her. But can a maid pawn the prince's pendant? If he finds out, he might have her eliminated." However, Zhao Qi dared not refuse. He parked the carriage and ventured into the pawn shop. Moments later, he returned with the pendant, but Su Yue frowned. Why wasn't it pawned? Zhao Qi explained, "It's a royal gift. The shop would not accept it." He offered the pendant back to her, but she declined. Glancing ahead, she noticed a gambling den. "Go and lose the pendant for me." In any case, she did not wish to comply with Ming Wang's wishes by presenting the pendant at his door. Heaven knows what his ulterior motives were. As long as she did not play into his hands, he would find it difficult to maneuver against her. Xiaoyao expressed concern. "What will happen if you lose the pendant?" "What about Ming Wang?" Su Yue scoffed. "He has repeatedly humiliated me and sent the pendant to my door. It's already generous of me not to smash it to pieces." Su Yue's resolve was unwavering. What could Zhao Qi do but carry the jade pendant and enter the gambling den? Waiting in the carriage, she expected Zhao Qi's swift return. But as the moments dragged on, impatience began to gnaw at her. Losing a piece of jade was hardly a lengthy affair. Why was he taking so long? Xiaoyao, filled with concern, suggested, could he have been detained by the den's staff? Su Yue had not entertained such a notion, given Zhao Qi's martial prowess, who could possibly detain him. Yet, his prolonged absence surely indicated some trouble. However, as an esteemed lady of the house, she could not venture into such a place. Should someone from the Chongning Marquis's residence discover her, she would be forced to kneel in the Buddhist hall until her knees were raw, and the family rules would be recited to her in full. As her anxiety mounted, just as she was about to abandon her carriage, Zhao Qi emerged, holding a stack of silver notes and cradling a pouch of small coins. Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this?" Zhao Qi poured the coins onto the carriage shaft, his expression forlorn. "I tried my utmost to lose, yet the more I played, the more I won." Su Yue, along with Xiaoyao, was taken aback. Had the jade pendant somehow absorbed the overwhelming aura of its owner, granting it such formidable luck? Zhao Qi had won her over 5,000 taels, not even accounting for the scattered coins. In light of this substantial sum, Su Yue's ire towards the Ming Wang diminished somewhat. Let us proceed to the Ming Wang's residence. Chapter 75. The marriage proposal. Fearing Su Yue might have second thoughts, Zhao Qi immediately climbed onto the carriage and drove towards the Ming Wang's residence. As the carriage came to a halt before the grand gates, Su Yue lifted the curtain and noticed a young servant watching her. Without hesitation, she extended the obsidian jade Qilin pendant, declaring, "I have found the jade pendant of your Ming Wang." The servant did not approach to take the pendant, but hurried to inform Steward Zhou. Soon, Steward Zhou appeared and immediately recognized the pendant in Su Yue's hand as the one they had been seeking. As he descended the steps, he remarked, "Miss Su, it is unfortunate you arrived at this moment. The prince is currently at the palace and has yet to return." Su Yue felt no need to be informed of the Ming Wang's whereabouts, as it bore no relevance to the return of the pendant. With a cool demeanor, she replied, "Whether the Ming Wang is in the residence or not does not affect the pendant's rightful return." Steward Zhou insisted. "The prince has instructed that you personally deliver the pendant to him."
Such a habit.
Su Yue carelessly tossed the pendant towards Steward Zhou. He fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping it to the ground, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. This pendant was a royal gift from the late emperor for the prince's 18th birthday. Had he failed to secure it, he would have faced dire consequences. "Miss Su," Steward Zhou attempted to return the pendant to her. but she had already lowered the curtain and commanded Zhao Qi to depart. Steward Zhou was left in a state of frustration, puzzled as to why the prince had insisted on such a personal delivery, especially when Miss Su seemed to disregard the prince's wishes. He could only hope that upon the prince's return, he would not be chastised for the incident. The Dingwang residence was not far from the Mingwangs, and with time being insufficient for Su Yue and Xiao Yao to change attire, Zhao Qi sought a secluded spot to halt. After donning male garb, they made their way to the Dingwang residence. Due to the delay caused by the pendant's return, the servants at the Dingwang residence were growing anxious. Before the carriage had even come to a complete stop, a young servant rushed forward, exclaiming, "Miss Su, you have finally arrived. Our young master has sent inquiries several times." Descending from the carriage, Su Yue, accompanied by Xiao Yao, entered the estate, with Zhao Qi following closely behind. She instructed the servant to ensure the carriage was parked properly. Turning back to Zhao Qi, she furrowed her brow, questioning, "Are you watching me?" This marked her third visit to the Dingwang residence. On the previous two occasions, Zhao Qi had remained behind to protect her from the shadows or waited in the outer courtyard. Zhao Qi wore a troubled expression. "It is the master's command. You and the Dingwang's heir should not grow too close, as the master has a volatile temperament. Only he, Xiao Wujiu, has a temper. What about me?" Su Yue felt a surge of frustration, lamenting her unfortunate encounters with such domineering individuals. Understanding that Zhao Qi was merely following orders and had assisted her in numerous ways, she chose not to press him further. As she stepped down the stairs, she spotted Dingwang's heir, Xiao Qi, striding toward her from the flower hall. From a distance, he appeared unremarkable, but as he drew closer, the bruises at the corners of his eyes and mouth became evident. It had been 3 days since he had been beaten, and the marks had yet to fully fade, a testament to the severity of the Mingwang's wrath. Su Yue felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "I have brought this upon you." Xiao Qi touched the corner of his mouth and reassured her, "Do not worry. The Mingwang would not dare to kill me. I can surely persuade him." He still hoped to enlist the prince's help in proposing to the Chongning Marquis's daughter, but it seemed he had been too lenient. This was just the first time. Even if the prince is angry, he would show mercy. "If I dare to go again, he might break my arms and legs." Zhao Qi internally scoffed, while Su Yue remarked, "Let us first help your father detoxify. Other matters can wait." Zhao Qi nodded vigorously, leading her to the chambers where the Dingwang resided. After 2 rounds of detoxification, the Dingwang's health had greatly improved, appearing much more spirited than during their last encounter. Su Yue checked his pulse, wrote a prescription, and conducted a medicinal bath to expel toxins, drawing out half a bowl of blood. Except for the initial dark hue, the rest was a vivid red. Collecting her silver needles, Su Yue declared, "The toxic blood has been mostly cleared. Only a trace remains. With medication over the next 7 days, it will be entirely eliminated." "Thank you, Dr. Su," the Dingwang's wife said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. As Su Yue prepared the prescription, she noted that the Dingwang's vitality was nearly depleted and would require both internal and external treatments for a swift recovery. She prescribed a medicinal bath regimen, saying, "For the next 7 days, continue the medicinal baths twice, each lasting 15 minutes. After that, if your father can endure it, we can reduce it to once daily, lasting 20 minutes. I will return in about half a month to check on your father's progress and adjust the prescription accordingly." Xiao Qi memorized her instructions. The detoxification process was nearing its conclusion. The remaining task was to restore his health, a gradual endeavor that could not be rushed. To express her gratitude, the Dingwang's wife offered a consultation fee of 10,000 taels. Su Yue glanced at Xiao Qi, who insisted, "Dr. Su is a benefactor to our Dingwang residence. You must accept this fee." Reluctantly, Su Yue accepted the payment. The Dingwang's wife instructed Xiao Qi to escort Su Yue out of the residence, and he led her to the pond where they had conversed previously. Su Yue handed him the silver notes, and Xiao Qi replied, "This is what you deserve." Despite his protests, Xiao Qi refused to accept the silver notes. Su Yue insisted, "I treated your father not for financial gain." Xiao Qi acknowledged her sentiment. "I understand. I will persuade the Mingwang as soon as possible." Su Yue shook her head. "The Mingwang's attitude is evident on your face. You cannot convince him. I do not intend to marry you. I merely sought to test the Mingwang and provoke him, but I did not anticipate he would be so ruthless." Not only had Su Yue been unprepared, but Xiao Qi himself had also underestimated the situation. He had thought a few punches would suffice, never expecting to be thrown out of the Mingwang's residence entirely. Realizing Su Yue was not frightened of the Mingwang but rather concerned for his well-being, Shao Qi reassured her. Rest assured, I will marry you. Su Yue sighed. I have stated I do not wish to marry you. Why do you persist in this pursuit? I am not jesting with you. Feeling exasperated, Su Yue said, I truly only intended to use you to gauge the Ming Wang's reactions. There is no other meaning. If you truly feel indebted, please assist me with a favor. What kind of favor? Shao Qi inquired. Just as she was about to respond, a young servant came rushing over, breathless, exclaiming, Young master, the emperor has sent someone to the Wang residence to deliver an edict. You must hurry to receive it. Shao Qi's brow furrowed. Why would the emperor issue an edict now? A sense of foreboding surged within him. Swiftly, he glanced at Su Yue, saying, Excuse me for a moment. With that, he strode toward the front courtyard, dressed in male attire. Su Yue felt it inappropriate to linger in the Ding Wang residence's inner courtyard, so she followed the servant to the outer courtyard, intending to leave shortly. As she reached the main entrance of the Ding Wang residence, she heard a voice from within, announcing with a quack-like tone, By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to my attention that Xin Wang, general of the southern expedition, has a daughter, Xin Li, who is virtuous, kind-hearted, and exceptionally gifted. I am greatly pleased to hear of her. The crown prince, nearing the age of adulthood, remains unmarried. The two individuals are a match made in heaven, and thus, a royal decree is issued to unite them in matrimony. All ceremonial arrangements are entrusted to the Ministry of Rites, which will select an auspicious date for the wedding. Shao Qi, taken aback by this sudden imperial edict, is momentarily stunned and forgets to receive the decree. The palace attendant reminds him that as the crown prince, he must accept the royal command. Rising to his feet, Shao Qi inquires as to why the emperor has unexpectedly arranged a marriage for him. The attendant, not withholding information, reveals that it was Prince Ming who sought this marriage decree on behalf of the crown prince. Shao Qingyi. Chapter 76. A stronghold. Shao Qi is nearly driven to fury. He knew it was him. However, before he can voice his frustration, the crown princess delivers a sharp slap to the back of his head, admonishing him for addressing Prince Ming so casually. Outside, Su Yue's expression is equally grim, cursing herself for her ill-fated predictions, realizing that the crown prince could not aid her and had instead entangled her in trouble. Prince Ming's ruthlessness is evident. In order to extinguish Shao Qi's intentions of marrying her, he has directly requested a marriage decree for Shao Qi. Shao Qi seizes the decree from the palace attendant's hands, intent on confronting Prince Ming. Upon exiting, he encounters Su Yue, which reminds him of her earlier request for assistance. He suppresses his anger towards Shao Qingyi and asks, What assistance did you require from me? Su Yue, unreserved, replies, Do you know which shops in the capital belong to Prince Ming? Zhao Qi, standing behind Su Yue, is perplexed by her inquiry into their master's properties, thinking it unnecessary to ask the crown prince about such matters. Shao Qi and Shao Qingyi share a close bond, and he is well aware of at least half of the shops owned by Shao Qingyi. He promptly writes down the names of the establishments and hands them to Su Yue. After examining the list, Su Yue discovers a considerable number, with over a dozen shops of varying sizes. Once Su Yue departs, Shao Qi seeks out Shao Qingyi. Meanwhile, at the Ming residence, Shao Qingyi has just returned on horseback. As he steps into the estate, Steward Zhou approaches him, holding a black jade qilin pendant, reporting that Su Yue had visited the residence in his absence. Tossing the pendant to him before leaving, he dared not refuse her. Shao Qingyi understands that Su Yue is not easily subdued. He anticipated this and does not blame Steward Zhou. He takes the pendant and heads to the Muyu Pavilion. Upon entering the bamboo garden, he tosses the pendant to Qing Feng, instructing her to place it in a spot where she can easily see it. Master, what exactly are you planning? Qing Feng muses, increasingly bewildered by her master's intentions. Not daring to inquire further, she simply complies. After she leaves, Shao Qingyi pours himself a cup of tea. But just as he raises it, Shao Qi storms in. Fuming, he slams the decree onto the table, exclaiming, You refuse to assist me in proposing to the Marquis of Chongning, yet you seek a marriage decree for me? Shao Qingyi glances at Shao Qi, stating that only with this royal decree would they both relinquish their hopes. Shao Qi, nearly beside himself with rage, retorts, You have already divorced her. Why can I not marry her? Shao Qingyi's gaze turns cold. Even though I have divorced her, I will not permit anyone to lay claim to her. Shao Qi, furious, counters, If you do not wish for anyone to marry her, why did you insist on divorcing her and keeping her in the inner court? Why create such complications? Shao Qingyi has no reply. Shao Qi states, "This marriage decree was sought by you. Request the emperor to revoke it. Even if I do not marry Su Yue, I will not wed Xunli. A woman he does not cherish, he believes should be divorced. Yet here he is, being forced into an unwarranted union. If not for the constraints of hierarchy, he would have already thrown a punch." Shao Qingyi stirs his teacup. "You are already betrothed to General Shen's daughter. Even without this decree, you are bound to marry her." Furrowing his brow, Shao Qi responds, "Where does this betrothal come from?" "You and she had a private agreement for life," Shao Qingyi asserts. "A private agreement? When did this occur? How is it that he is unaware?" "That is not true." Shao Qi insists, his tone resolute. He could never have made such a commitment. Shao Qingyi casts a sidelong glance at Shao Qi. "When you were 7. You declared you would marry her when you grew up, and she agreed." "It is true." Shao Qi nearly spits blood in disbelief. He cannot even recall what he said at the age of 7, yet Shao Qingyi remembers. Even if he did utter those words, he was merely a child of 7. Can that be considered valid? Glaring at Shao Qingyi, he is met with a calm response. "If you do not leave, do you wish for me to have someone throw you out again?" Knowing that Shao Qingyi is quite capable of following through on his threats, Shao Qi turns to leave, taking the decree with him. As he departs, the bright yellow decree is tossed in his direction. He dares not refuse and seizes it, leaving in a storm of indignation. Meanwhile, Su Yue, after leaving the Crown Prince's residence, first purchases a folding fan and then refers to the list Shao Qi provided, visiting each of Prince Ming's shops. After inspecting 6 establishments and finding them lacking, she finally discovers one that captivates her, an inn. Shao Qi looks at her in confusion. Su Yue points to the inn, declaring, "Return and inform your domineering master that I have chosen this establishment. If he cannot acquire it, he should not impede me from opening a medicine shop with the Crown Prince." Shao Qi, who has trained for a decade to maintain a stern demeanor, nearly falters at this revelation. Su Yue is incensed at her master's obstinacy, forbidding her from collaborating with the Crown Prince, while he deliberately presents her with challenges. Little does she know, her master is Prince Ming, and the inn is indeed his property. Should she desire another shop, it would be a simple matter for him to procure it. The late emperor's decree of marriage was not misguided. The prince is thoroughly ensnared by Su Yue, and she is firmly within his grasp. Shao Qi hastens the carriage back to the Marquis of Chongning's residence. Su Yue leans against the carriage, contemplating the substantial stack of silver notes in her hand. The first note, a full 10,000 taels from the Crown Prince's residence, while the remainder was won through the jade pendant. Shao Qi accepted none of the notes, only taking a handful of loose change, generously gifting several larger coins to Xiaoyao, who is overjoyed. Calculating her current funds, Su Yue estimates she has nearly 27,000 taels. While this sum may not suffice for an extravagant shop, it should be adequate for a modest one. She resolves to open the shop first. Once profits are made, she can upgrade to a larger establishment. The effort may be arduous, yet the benefits are clear. Running the shop independently means it will be entirely hers. However, while she has the funds, the question of personnel remains. She has no one to assist her. Additionally, establishing a reputable medicine shop in the politically charged capital without a solid backing will likely prove challenging. Su Yue is wholly absorbed in her thoughts of opening the shop until the carriage halts, jolting her back to reality. They have arrived at the Marquis's residence. Upon her return, Su Yue heads to Chunhui Courtyard, presenting the purchased sandalwood folding fan to the matriarch. The matriarch inspects the fan closely, remarking, "It is indeed fine. Your father will surely appreciate it." Madame Wang comments, "If the Marquis receives word and departs immediately, he should be returning to the capital in the next few days." At the thought of her son's imminent return, the matriarch's expression softens considerably. She also recalls her younger son, Yuan Dan, who has stealthily gone to the frontier without a word for 3 months. She wonders why he has not sent a letter home. Madame Wang stands beside the matriarch, hesitating to speak, her lips parting several times, but no words emerge. The matriarch's gaze is fixed on the fan, oblivious to the tension, yet Su Yue perceives it clearly. The mention of her elder brother raises her apprehension. Madame Wang is the matriarch's most trusted attendant. What could be so troubling that she cannot share with her? Given the matriarch's deep affection for her elder brother, a flicker of unease crosses Su Yue's mind. Could it be that her brother has encountered misfortune at the frontier? Suppressing her rising anxiety, Su Yue reminds herself that the matriarch's affection for her is tied to her feelings for Su Huaichen. However, her love for her elder brother, Su Yuan Dan, is genuine and unblemished. If anything were to occur to him at the border, no one would dare conceal it from the matriarch. Surely, she is only overthinking it. Su Yue shakes her head, dispelling these thoughts as she strides back to Wan Yu courtyard. Entering her room through the beaded curtain, her gaze scans the table, and her steps falter. Peonies gasped in surprise. Isn't that the obsidian jade Qilin pendant? How did it come back after the young lady sent it to the Ming Wangfu? The obsidian jade Qilin pendant hadn't grown legs. It must have been returned by someone. What a determined Ming Wang. He insisted that she personally deliver it to him. Grasping the pendant, Su Yue swiftly exited the door. Chapter 77. The challenge. A short while later, the carriage from the Chongning Marquis residence once again stopped before the Ming Wangfu. Su Yue lifted the curtain and snapped at the gatekeeper, summoned Steward Zhou. Steward Zhou was perplexed as to why Su Yue had returned to the Ming Wangfu. Upon seeing her, before he could utter a word, a familiar jade pendant was hurled into his arms. He fumbled to catch it, and by the time he steadied the pendant, the carriage had already departed. Steward Zhou stood there, bewildered. This scene felt strikingly familiar. Hadn't it just occurred earlier that day? Was he dreaming? With lingering doubts, he took the pendant to Xiao Qingyi. Upon seeing it, Xiao Qingyi furrowed his brows. What did she say? Steward Zhou shook his head. Miss Su didn't utter a word. She just tossed the pendant and left. Is it truly so difficult for her to say a few words to me? Xiao Qingyi sighed helplessly. He recalled how Su Yue had avoided him by climbing over the false mountain. Resolutely, he tossed the pendant to Qing Feng. Return it for me. When Su Yue returned to the Wanyue courtyard, she was once again confronted with the sight of the pendant lying quietly on the table. Her frustration boiled over. This is too much. Grasping the pendant, she nearly shattered it in her rage, but reason held her back. Even though this room was hers, she still had to bow to others beneath her own roof. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her vision darkening as she suppressed her fury and turned to leave. Tonight, she would make the Ming Wang understand what it felt like to bully her. Peony hurriedly asked, Miss, where are you going? To deliver this pendant to that scoundrel. Su Yue spat through gritted teeth. But it's getting late. Why not wait until tomorrow? Peony suggested. Even tomorrow, she didn't wish to go. Taking a deep breath, Su Yue replied, If I don't deliver it tonight, who knows if that scoundrel will come looking for me for the pendant? Peony pondered, what if the Ming Wang truly comes looking for the pendant at night? If that happens and by chance, Zhao Qi's master also arrives. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. If two ill-tempered individuals clash, the entire Marquis house will know there are men in the young lady's room, 2 of them, no less. By morning, the madam will surely have her thrown into the pond. It was imperative to deliver it. Even if it meant braving the night, they had to go. However, having already used the excuse of borrowing the net to leave earlier, what pretext could they concoct this time? Peony accompanied Su Yue to the front gate, where Zhao Qi had already prepared the carriage. As Su Yue ascended the steps, Steward Sun remarked, At this hour, is the young lady really going out again? Su Yue brandished the obsidian jade Qilin pendant before him, grinding her teeth. I just found another obsidian jade Qilin pendant, and I must deliver it to that scoundrel. If I leave it in the house, I won't be able to eat or sleep. Steward Sun asked, Just how many pendants has the young lady mistakenly received from the Ming Wang? Even if she is angry with the Ming Wang, she shouldn't call him a scoundrel in front of so many people, he added. Not to mention, Su Yue was even considering giving the Ming Wang a piece of her mind. Once Su Yue and Peony were seated in the carriage, Zhao Qi drove them to the Ming Wangfu. As dusk fell, the streets were considerably less crowded, and the carriage reached its destination without hindrance. Upon seeing the carriage from the Chongning Marquis residence, the gatekeeper at the Ming Wangfu was taken aback. Why is Miss Su here again? The previous 2 visits were to return the pendant. What was her purpose this time? Zhao Qi set down a stool, and Su Yue descended from the carriage, her fury palpable as she ascended the steps. The gatekeeper, caught off guard, failed to stop her as she strode into the Ming Wangfu. The gatekeeper called out, Wait, you haven't reported to the Wangya. You can't enter. Steward Zhou approached and waved his hand dismissively. What is there to report? The Wangya has placed the pendant in Miss Su's room twice to compel her to come. If we block her now, it will only invite punishment. Uncertain of the Wangya's intentions, Steward Zhou followed her to the Moishen. Su Yue was unsure how to locate Xiao Qingyi, but Peony was familiar with the Ming Wangfu. Especially the route from the main gate to the Moishen, she could traverse it with her eyes closed. Upon entering the Moishen, Peony inquired of the maid, Is the Wangya in the study? The maid was surprised to see Peony in Moishen and replied eagerly, The Wangya is in the bamboo garden. Lead the way, Su Yue instructed. And Peony hurriedly guided her there. From a distance, Su Yue spotted a familiar bamboo house, resembling the one at Goyuan Temple that had burned down. As she approached, through the open window, she immediately caught sight of the very scoundrel who had vexed her to no end. In a few strides, she ascended the steps, entered the room, and flung the pendant onto the desk. In her anger, she miscalculated the force, and the pendant slid towards Xiao Qingyi, who caught it just before it fell off the desk. He lifted his gaze to meet her fiery star-like eyes. Su Yue leaned on the desk with both hands, glaring fiercely. "Scoundrel, I've gone out of my way to avoid you. What more do you want?" Xiao Qingyi gazed into her vividly angry eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "From now on, you are not allowed to avoid me when you see me." Qingfeng, standing beside Xiao Qingyi, widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he misheard? He detected a hint of affection in the Wangye's words. Su Yue was equally taken aback. Was this Ming Wang truly masochistic? Clinging to her while she wished to sever ties, he seemed to thrive on her disdain, which was utterly perplexing. Forcing a smile, she retorted, "What exactly do you want? Just say it plainly." Xiao Qingyi raised an eyebrow. "I have already stated it. You are not allowed to avoid me."
Su Yue, momentarily speechless,
pointed at the obsidian jade Qilin pendant, her frustration palpable. "You insist on dragging me to the Ming Wang Fu just to say this?" Xiao Qingyi remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Su Yue was both amused and exasperated, her laughter bordering on the urge to overturn the table. Have you ever heard the saying? A qualified ex should be as silent as the grave. Xiao Qingyi's expression darkened. Casting him a sidelong glance, Su Yue turned to leave. The Ming Wang Fu exuded grandeur, and it took quite a while to walk from Wushend to the main gate. Exhausted from the day, Su Yue walked while cursing the Wangye, who, just because she had seen him avoid her at the Ning Wang Fu, had ignited his desire for conquest, compelling her to visit the Ming Wang Fu. Meanwhile, as Su Yue approached the gate, Zhao Qi, disguised as a servant, entered the bamboo house, announcing, "Master, Miss Su has chosen a shop for her apothecary." Xiao Qingyi, idly toying with the pendant, was in high spirits. "Purchase it for her." Zhao Qi replied. "She has her eyes set on the Wangui building." Xiao Qingyi's hand froze mid-motion as he looked up at Zhao Qi. "You didn't inform her that the Wangui building belongs to me?" Zhao Qi responded. "She is aware. She specifically inquired about your shops and visited them one by one before settling on the Wangui building. She even said that if you can't buy it, you shouldn't obstruct her from partnering with the second prince." This was clearly a deliberate provocation. This woman's temper was indeed extraordinary. "Bring her the property deed." Zhao Qi retrieved the property deed, and as he was about to leave, Xiao Qingyi suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to gasp. Zhao Qi was alarmed. "Your Grace, are you unwell?" Xiao Qingyi bore the pain with great difficulty, feeling utterly weak, muttering that it must be due to her poison. Zhao Qi felt a mix of concern for her lord and a sense of deservedness. He was fully aware that Miss Su possessed exceptional medical skills and an expertise in poisons, coupled with a fiery temperament. Provoking her could only lead to a poisoned fate. Miss Su, however, was equally stubborn. After their separation, she would deliberately avoid the prince, making it nearly impossible for him to speak with her to mend their relationship. Even compelling her to visit the Ming Wang Fu and engage in conversation with him proved to be a formidable challenge. Not to mention, there was also the matter of the unreturned Chongning Marquis and the young master Su Yuandan, leaving Zhao Qi to wonder when the prince would ever reclaim his princess. Curious about the poison Miss Su had administered to Xiao Qingyi and needing to escort her back to the Chongning Marquis residence, Zhao Qi hastily departed. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Su Yue had been waiting for some time, and when she saw Zhao Qi approach, she inquired, "Why are you so late?" "I was held up by some matters," Zhao Qi explained. Without further ado, Xiao Yao helped Su Yue step onto the carriage, and she climbed in herself. As the carriage left the street outside the Ming Wang Fu, where few souls lingered, Zhao Qi asked, "Did Miss Su poison the Ming Wang?" Inside the carriage, Xiao Yao's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Su Yue, who simply replied, "Just a bit of poison." "Indeed, the prince's guess was spot on," Zhao Qi remarked. "Surely it isn't lethal?" Zhao Qi's voice trembled in worry. Su Yue, noticing his anxiety, assumed he was overly concerned for the prince's safety. Given the amicable relationship between Xiao Wuji and the Ming Wang, she reassured him, "It's merely a mild laxative." "Thank goodness, just a mild laxative," Zhao Qi sighed in relief. Yet Xiao Yao expressed concern. "Miss, how could you truly have poisoned the Ming Wang? What if he finds out?" Before she could finish, Su Yue interjected, He wanted to find out. Zhao Qi observed that Miss Su had never suspected that Xiao Wuji was, in fact, the Mingwang. One can never be too cautious. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, Xiao Yao lamented, her heart quivering. Miss, your boldness is astonishing. Even diarrhea can be fatal.
Su Yue replied.
If he avoids my gaze, the next time we meet, I shall administer another dose. Just then, the carriage jolted over a stone, tilting precariously as Su Yue struggled to maintain her balance. Zhao Qi noted, once or twice, the prince might not deduce the source, but with repetition, he will surely realize it is you administering the poison. Su Yue considered this and concurred, you are right. I cannot administer it every time. I must space it out. Your Grace, I can assist you no further. You must take care of yourself, Zhao Qi concluded. Upon returning to the marquis residence, Su Yue was utterly fatigued, her feet feeling immovable. She intended to rest in the Wanyue pavilion but was informed that the matriarch wished to see her in Chunhui courtyard. Reluctantly, she dragged her weary body to the matriarch. The matriarch had summoned Su Yue for no other reason than to inquire about the jade pendant, asking why there were two identical black jade qilin pendants. Su Yue could not confess that they were one and the same. Thus, she feigned ignorance, stating, I do not know. The two pendants are identical, and they're certainly not mine. I merely delivered one to the Mingwang. Noticing the fatigue etched on Su Yue's brow, the matriarch expressed her concern, you should return and rest well. With that, Su Yue performed a respectful bow and made her way back to the Wanyue pavilion, feeling exhausted beyond measure. Once inside, she collapsed onto a small couch, utterly drained of energy, having not rested even for a moment throughout the day. She had spent the entire day either walking or riding in the carriage, and her meager lunch had consisted of only 2 meat buns. Now, she felt both weary and famished. Xiao Yao poured her a cup of tea, and using all her willpower, Su Yue managed to sit up, gulping it down in a few hurried swallows before collapsing back down. Seeing Su Yue in such a state, Xiao Yao cautioned, Miss, do not sleep yet. Dinner will be served shortly. Let me rest for a moment. I truly lack the strength, Su Yue replied. This frail body had never endured such exertion before, and she felt on the brink of collapse. Xiao Yao placed the teacup down and instructed someone to fetch the meal from the kitchen, hoping to have it finished quickly so they could retire to bed earlier. Once she had given her orders, a knock resounded at the window. Xiao Yao hurried to open it, and upon returning, she exclaimed with delight, Miss, the property deed you requested has arrived. Su Yue, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, barely registered the announcement, mumbling, What property deed? Xiao Yao clarified. The property deed for the restaurant owned by the Mingwang that you were interested in.
Suddenly invigorated, Su Yue sat upright.
Realizing she had truly received the deed for the Wangui building from the Mingwang, Xiao Yao nodded eagerly, and Su Yue leapt from the couch, disregarding her shoes as she rushed to the window where Zhao Qi handed her the document. She examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed the deed for the Wangui building. An unexpected wave of pain washed over her as she reflected on how she had deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Wuji. Yet he had effortlessly acquired the deed from the Mingwang. Who exactly was he? Recalling how Zhao Qi had been delayed earlier, she surmised he must have been fetching the deed, suggesting the proximity of Xiao Wuji's residence to the Mingwang's estate. As she scrutinized the deed, her gaze fell upon the agricultural contract, and she felt a shiver run up her spine upon recognizing the location inscribed upon it. This contract pertained to over 100 acres of prime farmland sold by the Gu family. Su Yue was astonished to discover it was Xiao Wuji who had purchased the Gu family's land. Such a trivial matter. How could he have known? She turned to Zhao Qi. Did you inform your master about the Gu family's sale of farmland? Zhao Qi replied, the master is particularly attentive to Miss Su's affairs. I merely mentioned it in passing. Su Yue felt a warmth in her heart, an unfamiliar yet cherished sensation of being valued and cared for. She handed the property deed back to Zhao Qi, saying, I will keep the agricultural contract. Please return the property deed to your master. Zhao Qi insisted. This is a gift from the master to you, Miss Su. Su Yue shook her head. There's no need for me to possess the property deed for our partnership in opening the apothecary. He may keep it. Miss, it is the same whether you hold it or not, Zhao Qi argued. Su Yue found herself bemused, realizing that this shadowy guardian of the prince seemed to side with her rather than his own master. Amused, she pressed the property deed into Zhao Qi's hands, who accepted it after a moment's contemplation. After all, it was destined that Miss Su would belong to the prince, and thus the deed would hold equal significance regardless of who retained it. Once Zhao Qi departed, Su Yue returned to her small couch, unable to tear her gaze from the agricultural contract. Xiao Yao remarked, "I wonder who exactly Master Xiao is. He effortlessly obtained the Mingwang's restaurant, which certainly signifies he is more formidable than the crown prince's heir." Su Yue too felt that the ease with which he acquired the deed was almost surreal. As she contemplated this matter, Xiao Yao inquired, "Tomorrow evening is the Lantern Festival. Do you think Master Xiao will accompany you to enjoy the festivities?" Master Xiao accompanying me to the Lantern Festival? Su Yue had not considered this at all, especially since their last encounter had ended on such sour terms. She now worried that Xiao Wuji might have gone to great lengths to secure the property deed from the Mingwang as a means to spite her. At that moment, a maidservant entered with their meal, prompting Su Yue to push her concerns aside, as her hunger took precedence. She instructed Xiao Yao to store the agricultural contract safely, intending to deliver it to the Gu residence the following day, before washing her hands and preparing to eat. Starving, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. Yet as she took her seat at the table, only a few bites later, she found herself unable to continue. Noticing Su Yue's reluctance to eat, Xiao Yao asked, "Is today's meal not to your liking?" As she spoke, Xiao Yao picked up a pair of spare chopsticks to sample a dish, exclaiming, "This is quite delicious." "Perhaps I am simply too exhausted today to have much of an appetite," Su Yue replied. Peony lamented, attributing all blame to the Ming prince. The young lady had already made 3 trips to the Ming prince's residence solely to return a jade pendant. She also visited the Ding prince's manor to assist in detoxifying him, purchased a folding fan, and perused shops. Moreover, the young lady, disinclined to ride in a carriage, was occupied from dawn till dusk, leaving even her maid feeling fatigued. How much more so for the delicate young lady herself. However, missing a meal here and there was of little consequence. A good night's sleep would remedy her fatigue by morning. Su Yue truly felt exhausted while soaking in the bath. She nearly dozed off in the tub and was so drained that she fell into bed as soon as she returned. Zhao Qi, after delivering the house deed, came back to find the usually bright room dimmed to just a single lamp. Peony was conversing with her maid in the outer corridor, and Zhao Qi, aware of Su Yue's fatigue, silently lit a candle for his master. It was clear that Su Yue's exhaustion would only tarnish the already poor impression the prince held of her. Su Yue slept soundly until dawn, awakening the next day rejuvenated. Yet as soon as she stood, the extent of her previous fatigue became apparent. Her thighs ached painfully. She had planned to visit the Gu household to deliver the land deed, but now wondered if she would even be able to venture out for the Lantern Festival in the evening. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she cursed a certain prince in her heart, regretting that she had merely administered a laxative the day before. She should have poisoned him outright, forcing him to languish in bed for 10 days or more. It mattered little if she could not visit the Gu family. Delivering the deed a few days later was inconsequential. However, the Lantern Festival occurred only a few times a year, and after anticipating it for several days, Su Yue did not wish to miss out. She instructed Peony to fetch the medicinal ointment, applied it to herself, and summoned a small maid to relay a message to the matriarch, explaining that she had been exceedingly fatigued the day before and had accidentally twisted her ankle during a midnight visit, hence unable to pay her respects. After applying the ointment and resting for the day with ample hot compresses and massage, she believed a short outing in the evening would be manageable. Having ventured out 3 times the previous day, she had scarcely eaten and slept early, so her claim of a twisted ankle would raise no suspicion. The matriarch, concerned for Su Yue's well-being, even sent Mama Wang to inquire if she needed a doctor, but Su Yue declined. Throughout the day, Su Yue remained in her chamber. By evening, a small maid reported that Su Mei and Su Chan had left the residence, prompting Su Yue to change her gown and proceed to the Chunhui courtyard. She approached the matriarch to pay her respects, to which the matriarch inquired if her ankle was feeling better. Su Yue replied, "Do not worry, grandmother. I am nearly recovered. Since the Lantern Festival is a rare occasion, I wish to take a short excursion." She had intentionally waited for Su Mei and Su Chan to leave to avoid their taunts about her injury while enjoying the festivities. Additionally, the Lantern Festival would only come alive once darkness fell, rendering an early arrival rather dull. Su Yue felt a flicker of concern that her grandmother might object, but thankfully, the matriarch, being a woman of experience, understood Su Yue's desire not to miss the vibrant atmosphere of the festival. She advised, "Take more companions with you. Avoid being jostled by the crowd. If you tire, return early, and do not let merriment jeopardize your health." With sincere admonishments, Su Yue felt a stir of gratitude and nodded, thanking her grandmother. After bowing, she exited. Upon leaving the Marquis's estate, she boarded the carriage that Zhao Qi drove towards the most lively area of the Lantern Festival. However, the festival was overwhelmingly crowded, the streets thronged with people, making it impossible for the carriage to reach a suitable stop. Zhao Qi, wishing to spare Su Yue from walking too far, found it unfeasible, and so Su Yue alighted from the carriage to proceed on foot. The crowd was so dense that despite the presence of 2 maids and 2 young servants from the Marquis's household, only 1 servant remained with her after a short distance. Even Peony, clutching Su Yue's hand, nearly lost her amidst the throng. Lotus lanterns floated on the river, and Peony eagerly suggested, "Young lady, shall we release a lotus lantern as well?"
Su Yue readily agreed.
The 2 made their way to the lantern release area, each acquiring a lantern, making a wish, and then cautiously placing it into the lotus pool. On a bridge, Princess Annel approached, accompanied by Su Yue and Zhao Lin, with several maids and servants trailing behind. Su Yue lavished praise, yet the princess seemed disinterested. Zhao Lin, sharp-eyed, spotted Su Yue releasing a lotus lantern and pointed her out to the princess. "Your Highness, look over there. Who is that?" Following Zhao Lin's gesture, Princess Annel's gaze fell upon Su Yue, and her expression soured. Seeing her rekindled all the unpleasant memories associated with her, especially since Su Yue had visited the Ming Prince's residence the previous day. The Ming Prince, known for his strength and health, rarely fell ill. Yet, after her visit, he had suffered from a severe stomachache requiring a physician. She had hoped he would accompany her to the Lantern Festival, but instead, he had shut his doors to guests, leaving her plans in ruins. Was she cursed? It seemed that anyone who encountered her met with misfortune. Zhao Lin, observing the shimmering water, concocted a scheme and leaned in to whisper to Princess Annel. The princess smiled. "If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely." Meanwhile, as Su Yue and Peony placed the lotus lantern in the river, gently stirring the water to send the lanterns drifting further, Su Yue felt a shadow fall over her. She subtly furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Ouch!" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yue sidestepped, only to witness a graceful figure lunging towards the spot she had just vacated, plunging directly into the river. The splash was considerable, and Su Yue's lantern was extinguished by the resulting wave. What an ill-fated occurrence! Why was it so difficult to make a wish? Zhao Lin, now in the water, cried out for help, but Su Yue, indifferent, turned to leave. Just then, Princess Annel approached and accused, "You have a cruel heart," pushing her into the water. Dumbfounded, Su Yue retorted, "With my back, I have no hands to push anyone. If your highness has poor eyesight, perhaps you should consult a physician before you truly go blind."
"You..."
Princess Annel was fuming. By that time, the maid had already pulled Zhao Lin from the water, and a gust of wind caused her to sneeze. Casting a glance at Zhao Lin, Su Yue mused that this was a case of reaping what one sowed. Should she ever attempt to scheme against her again, she would ensure that Zhao Lin faced dire consequences. With that, she turned and departed with Peony. As Su Yue walked away, a wicked glint appeared in Princess Annel's eyes. Zhao Lin, feeling aggrieved, looked at the princess. "Your Highness, I am useless." After berating her, Princess Annel took a few steps forward, only to encounter a woman leading a young boy towards them. The boy clamored, "Mother, I want candied hawthorn. I want candied hawthorn." The woman soothed him, "Not today, dear. The Lantern Festival is too crowded, and eating candied hawthorn could lead to accidents. I promise to buy you some next time. Be good." Princess Annel glanced at the candied hawthorn vendor, and a sly smile crept onto her lips, her eyes glinting with malice. As for Su Yue and Peony, after leaving the Marquis's estate, they decided to change streets to avoid encountering Princess Annel again. The 2 chatted and laughed, oblivious to the danger that lurked nearby. A young servant trailed behind them, clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, his intention sinister as he poised the sharp end towards Su Yue's back. Just as he was about to strike, a figure flashed by, seizing the servant's hand and crushing his wrist with a firm grip. A swift kick sent the servant crashing against the wall, rendering him motionless on the ground. Su Yue, still processing the sudden turn of events, recognized the familiar mask, and her face broke into a radiant smile. Xiao Qingyi, unable to share her joy, felt a wave of dread. Had he arrived just a moment later, her life could have been forfeit. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, "Where is Zhao Qi? Why isn't he by your side?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Qi rushed over, 2 masks in hand. Fearing that Xiao Qingyi would reprimand Zhao Qi, Su Yue hurriedly interjected, It has nothing to do with Zhao Qi. It was I who asked him to help me purchase a mask. Saying this, she quickly took the mask from Zhao Qi's hands and donned it, then grasped Xiao Qingyi's hand and led him toward the bustling crowd. Xiao Yao, wishing to follow, was halted by Zhao Qi, who assured her that with the master around, her lord would be safe. Even if there were no danger, she still wished to accompany him. However, this diversion caused Xiao Yao to lose sight of them. Xiao Qingyi was thus led away by Su Yue toward the lively gathering, and as he felt her grip on his hand, a subtle smile graced his lips, lifting his spirits inexplicably. Yet, before he could savor the moment, Su Yue released his hand and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for acquiring the Gu family's land deed for me. Xiao Qingyi gazed into Su Yue's eyes, asking, why do you not want the deed for Wangui Tower? Su Yue replied, I have no use for it. Xiao Qingyi countered, aren't you concerned that once the apothecary opens, I might claim it as my own? Su Yue looked at him, playfully inquiring, is that the kind of person you are? This remark delighted the prince, who chuckled.
Are you so certain you know me?
Su Yue blinked, pondering, perhaps I am. Is it too late for me to regret this decision? Beneath her mask, a shadow crossed the man's face, and he retorted, it is too late. Su Yue laughed lightly, having decided to open the apothecary with you. If I were to distrust you from the outset, what would be the point of our partnership? As she walked ahead, Xiao Qingyi smiled. Aren't you curious how I obtained Wangui Tower from the Ming King? How could I not be curious? She thought, though she preferred not to mention the Ming King during such a joyful moment. The Ming King had relinquished the Dan Book, Iron Certificate, and military authority with such ease. How much less significant was a mere Wangui Tower? Let us not discuss him. Mentioning that scoundrel vexes me. Xiao Qingyi sighed. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew more vibrant, and Su Yue exclaimed, let us go see what is happening over there. Pushing through the throngs, Su Yue spotted a tall platform where several men were scrambling to reach the magnificent glass lantern perched atop. Finding the scene amusing, she pointed it out to Xiao Qingyi, who asked, do you like it? Feeling a pang of sympathy for the competitors, she casually remarked, such a beautiful lantern, who wouldn't he like it? You like it? Then I shall fetch it for you, he declared. I don't want it, Su Yue replied, yet Xiao Qingyi had already leaped onto the platform, joining the fray. Although she knew his martial prowess was formidable, a sense of worry crept over her. Why must he compete for it? Even if he wins, I cannot bring it back to the Duke of Chongning's residence. If discovered, I would struggle to explain where it came from. Yet, many were vying for the lantern, including not just Xiao Wuji, but Xiao Qi and the heir of the Ning King. Among the onlookers, her two cousins and sisters, Su Mei and Su Chan, were present as well. Su Yue felt fortunate for her mask. Had they seen her with a masked man, she would have faced an avalanche of explanations. The competition on the platform grew fierce, drawing cheers from the spectators. In the end, only Xiao Qi, the heir of the Ning King, and Xiao Qingyi remained. The two flanked Xiao Qingyi on either side, blocking his ascent from both directions. However, Xiao Qingyi's skills surpassed theirs. Even united, they were no match for him. He reached the top first, seizing the glass lantern, and leaped down from the platform. He handed the lantern to Su Yue, who received it with flushed cheeks, aware of the envious gazes upon her. Wishing to remain incognito, she quickly grasped Xiao Qingyi's hand, and they slipped away. As they retreated, Xiao Qi observed Xiao Qingyi's figure and asked the heir of the Ning King, do you not find his silhouette familiar? The heir replied, did you not recognize him? Xiao Qi stared at him, incredulous. The heir chuckled, who else in all of Kyoto would dare compete with us for a glass lantern? Reluctantly, Xiao Qi acknowledged, I never expected the esteemed Ming King would engage in such antics to present a gift. Who is that girl? Should we follow them? The heir was equally intrigued but lacked the courage to pursue, saying, if you wish to risk a beating, go ahead, I shall not. Xiao Qi recalled Xiao Qingyi's proposal for marriage and felt a surge of irritation. He resolved to follow and disrupt any potential romance, but was restrained by the heir, who insisted, let us drink instead. Meanwhile, Su Yue walked ahead with the lantern, drawing attention. Xiao Qingyi watched her, his eyes filled with mirth. In the distance, Qing Feng hurried over, noticing Xiao Qingyi's unwavering gaze on Su Yue, his eyes nearly popping from his head. The prince was indeed accompanying the girl who had previously compelled him to assist with the carriage. Alas, concealed by a mask, her identity remained a mystery. With urgent news to deliver to his master, Qing Feng approached quickly. Both Su Yue and Xiao Qingyi saw him simultaneously. One gestured for him to leave, while the other instinctively turned away. Qing Feng, Having witnessed his master signal to chase after that girl, Qing Feng was left utterly bewildered. Why would the lady his master fancied flee upon seeing him? As Su Yue walked further, it dawned on her that her mask concealed her identity, and upon turning back, she saw Xiao Qingyi approaching. He inquired, "Why did you suddenly run off?"
Su Yue replied,
"I feared being recognized by the Ming King's guards and momentarily forgot I was wearing a mask." Xiao Qingyi pondered silently. "Are you truly that afraid of encountering the Ming King?" Su Yue shook her head. "Not exactly. I merely worry that if he discovers you and I are together, he might approach the emperor to request a marriage proposal on your behalf." Xiao Qingyi's head began to ache, but then a smile broke through as he mused. "Is it that you do not wish for me to marry another?" Su Yue glanced at him just as someone carrying a load approached from behind, nearly colliding with her. "Be careful." Xiao Qingyi reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Though the surroundings were bustling, to Su Yue, it felt as though time stood still, the world fading away as she became acutely aware of her pounding heart. She looked up, meeting Xiao Qingyi's gaze. "In your eyes, I exist alone. In my eyes, you are all that matters." As she noticed the alluring curve of Su Yue's lips, Xiao Qingyi felt his throat tighten, leaning down to kiss her. However, before their lips could meet, their masks collided. Startled, Su Yue quickly stepped back, only to be pulled away by Xiao Qingyi. Uncertain of where he intended to lead her, she followed without question until they arrived at a dim alley. Su Yue assumed they would pass through to another street, yet once inside, he pressed her against the wall. Swiftly removing her bothersome mask and leaning in to kiss her, Su Yue was taken completely by surprise. Chapter 81. Leg pain. The kiss came unexpectedly, both forceful and tender. Su Yue trembled, as if struck by lightning, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time in either of her lives that someone had kissed her, leaving her momentarily dazed, forgetting to resist or even breathe. Just as she felt herself nearing suffocation, footsteps echoed nearby. "Someone's coming." Flustered, Su Yue pushed Xiao Qingyi away with all her strength. Reluctantly, he released her from his embrace. A couple approached, and Xiao Qingyi shielded Su Yue behind him. The dimness of the alley, coupled with the glow of the lantern in her hand, allowed the couple to pass without noticing them. Once they exited the alley, Su Yue exhaled in relief, only to hear the parting words, inappropriate and disgraceful. Su Yue and Xiao Qingyi shared an intimate moment, the air thick with unspoken emotions. As Su Yue turned her head, he leaned in, planting a kiss upon her cheek. A gentle warmth enveloped her heart, leaving her voice soft and melodious. "What if someone comes?" she murmured, but Xiao Qingyi, averse to disturbances, breathed heavily, desire flickering in his eyes. He pressed tender kisses along her neck and behind her ear, whispering, "I have a house nearby. Shall we go there?" A sudden chill coursed through Su Yue, freezing her in place. Instinctively, she reached to remove his mask, but her hand was swiftly captured. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, "I don't even know what you look like." Xiao Qingyi gazed into her eyes and replied, "I fear I might frighten you." Before he could finish, Su Yue raised her knee, causing him a sharp pain that made him gasp. "Are you trying to make me incapable of having children?" Not yet satisfied, Su Yue delivered another blow with her knee, followed by a sharp stomp on his foot, her anger palpable. "I'm not that timid. You don't even show me your face, yet you wish to deceive me? Do you think so little of me?" Her fury was justified. Despite their long acquaintance, Xiao Wujiao had never made any untoward advances, even chastising her for exposing her feet, insisting that only her husband should see them. She had believed him to be a paragon of virtue, yet here she was, feeling utterly deceived. As her chest heaved with indignation, Xiao Wujiao, wincing in pain, accused her. "You are committing an act of murder against your husband. If you continue to speak so recklessly, don't blame me for poisoning you," she retorted, her frustration simmering. If she had the means, she would have flung the powder at his face. "Murder your husband? We haven't even exchanged vows. And you dare to tarnish my reputation with such words?" Her eyes blazed with fury. Xiao Qingyi, despite his discomfort, inquired, "When will you regain your memory?"
Su Yue fortsatte herberov.
"How do you know I have amnesia?" The realization struck her that Xiao Qi must have informed him. But as they were in a heated argument, how had he suddenly shifted the topic to her memory loss? "My memory will never return," she replied curtly. With a furrowed brow hidden beneath his mask, Xiao Qingyi remarked, "Your medical skills are so profound. Can you not heal your own amnesia?"
Su Yue shrugged nonchalantly.
"Though I lack my past memories, it does not hinder my life. It's no great loss if I cannot heal it. But I wish for you to remember, particularly the things you have done for me. Her gaze narrowed suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? The notion that she, having taken over someone else's body, was unconcerned about her memory, while he seemed troubled, fell off. Xiao Qingyi shook his head and stepped closer, prompting Su Yue to instinctively retreat. Don't come any closer. His displeasure was evident. Her actions suggested she had erased all memories of their past. Is your leg not paining you? Let me take you to rest, he offered. Su Yue paused. How do you know my leg hurts? I'm not blind, he replied, exasperated. Indeed, her leg ached from the day's exertions. She had thought she was concealing it well, yet he saw through her facade. Did he truly intend to take her to rest at his nearby residence? In such a situation, who would believe he had no ulterior motives? How did you injure your leg? He asked. Mentioning this ignited her anger. It was all due to the crown prince's incessant demands. Xiao Qingyi braced himself for her tirade, acknowledging her multiple trips to the crown prince's residence the previous day. You didn't have to rush to return the jade pendant. No one was forcing you to deliver it immediately, he noted, as if it were a hot potato that needed urgent return. Su Yue, secretly rubbing her thigh, was suddenly lifted off her feet by Xiao Qingyi. What are you doing? She protested. I want to touch you. I'm simply taking you back to the Chongning Marquis' residence. You needn't carry me. I can walk, she insisted. But he ignored her and carried her out of the alley. Once in the open, the street was illuminated brightly by lanterns, and in embarrassment, Su Yue buried her face in his embrace, her breath mingling with his, akin to feathers teasing her heart. I'll return to the Chongning Marquis' residence later. I wish to wander a bit longer, she said. Xiao Qingyi frowned. You can barely walk, yet you wish to explore the Lantern Festival? Though it hurt, it wasn't debilitating. She had arranged to meet Xiaoyao at the bridge during the lantern release. Disappearing without a word would worry her friend. It's a rare festival. I haven't had enough fun yet. The Lantern Festival is merely that interesting? He questioned, perplexed. Casting a glance at her, he then looked towards the rooftop. Lightly tapping the ground, and with a swift motion, they ascended to the rooftop. As they soared above the streets, Su Yue clung tightly to his neck, fear gripping her until he finally set her down. This is the best place to enjoy the Lantern Festival, he said indulgently, slowly releasing her hold. She opened her eyes to a breathtaking view of countless lights illuminating the night, the vibrancy of the capital laid out before her. Words failed to capture its beauty. While Su Yue reveled in the festivities below, Xiao Qingyi observed her intently. Their eyes met, and she suddenly recalled their earlier exchange, her cheeks flushing as she quickly looked away. After a brief interlude on the rooftop, Zhao Qi arrived with the carriage. The wind is strong up here. It's time to return. Next Lantern Festival, I shall accompany you for longer, Xiao Qingyi promised. As they descended from the rooftop, they landed beside the carriage, only to find Xiao Rao already inside. Su Yue climbed in, and Zhao Qi drove them back to the Chongning Marquis' residence, while Xiao Qingyi rode alongside to ensure her safety before departing. Upon her return, Su Yue found that Su Mei and Su Chan had yet to return, and the elder lady had likely retired for the night. She bypassed Qunhui Courtyard and headed directly to Wenyue Courtyard. After a soothing bath, she retired to bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi scaled the wall back to the Crown Prince's residence, where Qing Feng awaited him. Your Highness, you've returned at last. It was said that even heroes could fall victim to beauty, and today, Qing Feng witnessed this firsthand. The prince, who once would not be swayed by charm, had neglected urgent matters to accompany a lady at the Lantern Festival. What matters require my attention? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Fortunately, your Highness still remembers to ask. News from the palace indicates that Beiliang will soon send a princess to marry into Daki, and the emperor intends for you to wed her, Qing Feng reported. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi merely chuckled and stepped inside. His nonchalance did not escape Qing Feng's notice. Your Highness? This news was intentionally leaked to me by the emperor, Xiao Qingyi replied, revealing his understanding of the emperor's motives. Qing Feng was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the emperor remained wary of Xiao Qingyi, despite the prince having relinquished his military authority. In the bath, cold water awaited, and as Xiao Qingyi shed his garments, Qing Feng prepared to add hot water. However, before he could, the prince had already immersed himself in the tub, leaning back with his eyes closed. Silently, Qing Feng returned the hot water to its place. Lately, the prince had taken to cold baths every night, a habit that could be detrimental to his health. Now that he had found a lady of interest, Why not marry her rather than endure such self-imposed hardships? Reflecting on the fact that, as the prince's personal guard, he remained uninformed about whom Xiao Qingyi had taken a liking to, Qingfeng felt a pang of inadequacy. After a restful night, Su Yue awoke the next day, stretching lazily on her bed. Peony entered with a copper basin and inquired, "Miss, shall you not rest a while longer?" Su Yue glanced at the hourglass. Time was fleeting. She would soon need to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Having missed her visit yesterday after attending the Lantern Festival, it was imperative she go today, even if her legs felt somewhat sore. Peony smiled. The old matriarch is considerate of the younger generation, knowing the young ladies were fatigued from last night's festivities, and has excused them from their morning greetings. If she were to pay her respects, early rising was essential, since that was no longer required. It was only fitting to indulge in a bit more slumber. However, despite her attempts, the now-awake Su Yue could not find peace in sleep. As the events of the previous night lingered in her mind, particularly her desire to see Xiao Wujiu's face, especially the words he had spoken about frightening her. Turning to Peony, Su Yue asked, "Has any royal in the capital suffered disfigurement?"
Peony nodded. "Yes."
"Who is it? Where do they reside?" Su Yue queried with urgency. Peony replied, "It is the second prince, the emperor's son, who was scarred by bamboo 3 years ago, due to his disfigurement, which rendered him unsightly. The second prince moved out of the palace before marriage, taking residence just a street away from the Ming Wang mansion. However, it is said that after his disfigurement, his temperament changed drastically, and he rarely leaves his residence. I have not seen him myself, disfigured and residing near the Ming Wang mansion. Could it be that Xiao Wujiu is the second prince?" Regardless of his identity, it was prudent to concoct some scar-removing ointment. She needed to create a stir for her soon-to-open apothecary, and the more influential patrons she could gather, the greater her chances of opposing the Ming Wang. However, the preparation of the ointment required 2 rare medicinal ingredients, seldom used, and she was uncertain if the local apothecary stocked them. She would have to trouble Zhao Qi to venture out and seek her fortune. Su Yue jotted down the 2 ingredients and handed the list to Zhao Qi, who promptly set off to procure them. With nothing pressing to attend to, Su Yue reclined on the small couch, examining the architectural drawings of the Forgetting Return Tower sent by Xiao Wujiu. Although the layout was clear from the drawings, nothing could compare to seeing it in person. Once her legs felt better, she would visit the tower. As she scrutinized the plans, a young maid dressed in a pale pink skirt stood outside the beaded curtain, announcing, "Miss, the palace has bestowed several bolts of silk, and the old matriarch has instructed that each young lady in the household choose one for new garments." Su Yue's mind was still on the drawings, while Peony inquired curiously, "Why has the palace suddenly granted us silk?" The maid replied, "Following the defeat of Bai Liang, they sought peace with Ardid Qi, offering war horses, provisions, and silk sent to the capital. The emperor is greatly pleased, and all officials are being rewarded. It is said there will be a banquet in the palace tomorrow to celebrate, and officials of the 4th rank and above may bring their families." Such matters had little bearing on Su Yue. Without Su Huaichen present, and being a discarded royal consort, there was no way she could attend such a celebratory feast. Especially with the Ming Wang as the guest of honor, her presence would only serve to annoy him. However, since the old matriarch had invited her to choose silk, she could not decline. Setting aside the drawings, Su Yue rose, but by the time she arrived, Su Mei and Su Chan had already made their selections, leaving only 2 less appealing bolts. Peony stood behind Su Yue, her lips pursed in displeasure. The maid had summoned the young lady, and Su Yue had come without delay. Yet only 2 bolts remained for her to choose from. It would have been better to send them directly to her rather than make her endure this visit, which only fueled her irritation. Just then, she saw her lady smiling and graciously bowing. "Thank you, grandmother." Mama Wang, standing beside the old matriarch, looked surprised. Why was the eldest miss not upset over the remaining 2 unremarkable bolts? As this thought crossed her mind, she observed Su Yue walking towards the silks, selecting one and handing it to Peony, then taking the other. Everyone in the room was taken aback, with Su Mei exclaiming, "We each only received one. Do you intend to take both?" Su Yue gazed at Su Mei, her expression one of incredulity. "Aren't these 2 left for me? I presumed those who selected first could choose the more attractive patterns, while the last could not choose but could take an additional one. Is that not so?" Her eyes shifted from Su Mei to the old matriarch. The matriarch, holding her teacup, cast a longer glance at Su Yue, replying, "These 2 bolts are indeed not of fine quality. An additional one serves as compensation." Su Mei chimed in, that color does not suit the eldest sister well. It would be more fitting for mother. This was a clever ploy to invoke filial piety, as she sought to benefit at Su Yue's expense. Having selected all the appealing choices, she wanted to ensure the unattractive ones were surrendered. Su Yue, however, was resolute. If third sister wishes to show filial piety to mother, I am willing to trade. Su Mei retorted, but my mother is your mother too. Su Yue's gaze fell upon the beautiful jade hairpin adorning Su Mei's head. The newly acquired piece was truly exquisite. Amidst the conversation about silk, the topic had shifted to hairpins. But flattery about the hairpin made Su Mei beam with pride as she touched it. The room fell silent. The first wife had never treated the eldest miss as her own daughter, so how could she demand the eldest to relinquish the silk? The eldest miss did not obstruct the third sister's act of filial duty, should they exchange the silks. The third sister could then offer the silk to the first wife. Noticing that everyone understood the unspoken implications, Su Yue quipped, does third sister not wish to trade? Chapter 83. The bargain. Everyone in the room watched Su Mei intently as she nearly crushed her silver teeth in frustration. The principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated seemed lost on her. She wanted Su Yue to be filial to her mother while refusing to reciprocate. Reluctantly, she yielded, I will trade with you. Su Mei was on the verge of breaking her precious silver teeth. The second madam exchanged glances with the first madam, and the second madam remarked, the eldest miss, being divorced, should not wear such vibrant attire. Su Yue smiled lightly, while I do not favor ostentation. It is necessary to have a few splendid outfits. Should I need to attend a banquet outside, like the one hosted by Peony, appearing too plain would not be appropriate. Would it not, second aunt? The Peony banquet at the Ningguang mansion only invited unwed young ladies and unmarried young gentlemen from noble families, and they did not mind her divorce. However, those from the Vofu seemed to relish bringing up her past, rubbing salt in her wounds. The second madam chose not to press further. She was merely repaying the favor from the last time the first madam summoned the second master back to the residence. It was merely a passing comment. After all, the finest silk would not end up in her daughter's hands. And it was better for it to go to Su Yue than to Su Mei. Peony and Su Mei's maid exchanged the silks, leaving Su Mei quite displeased. She had set her sights on that particular silk and had thought to seize it first as the eldest daughter, only to see it end up with Su Yue. She could not swallow her indignation. Su Chan remarked, what a pity the palace banquet is tomorrow. If it were postponed by 2 days, we could have had the embroidery workshop prepare us new outfits. Su Mei then pouted at the old matriarch. Grandmother, I have worn all my clothes. The young ladies attending the palace banquet will be dressed beautifully. If we do not have new garments, we will be overshadowed. Please let the embroidery workshop prioritize making outfits for me and second sister. Can we not have the eldest sister wait? Su Yue's stature was the tallest, and with slight adjustments, Su Mei and the others could wear them. The old matriarch looked at Su Yue, who understood that the old matriarch had agreed to this arrangement. The previous garments made for her had been given to her cousin, and now she was being asked to relinquish her new garments to Su Mei and Su Chan. If she did not wish to compensate them for their dresses, she could have said so directly. With her eyes cast down, Su Yue replied, then I shall give them to third sister. I do hope they shine at the palace banquet. However, as the capital hosts banquets frequently, if I am to wear new garments each time, my own dowry dresses may never be completed. I would still be unable to wear them, and it would delay the embroidery workshop from preparing fitting clothes for my sisters. It would be better if third sister could settle with me in silver. Su Mei retorted angrily, it's just that you'll be prioritized along with me and second sister. It's not as if you won tea get any. Su Yue replied, why is third sister still upset? If you settle with me in silver, the embroidery workshop will have the capacity to make the dresses you desire. One tea that be better? She readily agreed, and who would dare oppose? The household only provides 6 sets of dresses for them each season. Those who desire more must procure their own silk. The embroidery room had prepared ready-made dresses for Su Yue, which they wore. But the old lady would not allow them to send silk, as the embroidery room was managed by the first lady. Each household benefited, and naturally, no one would be foolish enough to raise this issue. The surplus was considered as coming from the public coffers, and how could that be the same? The old lady realized this and furrowed her brow. Wearing new dresses to banquets was excessively extravagant. Even the marquis's residence must be frugal and avoid wastefulness. She turned to Su Mei and Su Chan, assuring them that their attire for entering the palace would not disgrace the marquis's household. Su Mei glared at Su Yue with indignation. Su Yue, however, was not foolish enough to think that the old lady believed it unnecessary to wear new dresses to the palace banquet. She would not foolishly relinquish her dress. Having nothing more to do, Su Yue curtsied and withdrew, with Xiao Yao following closely behind, holding the silk. Once outside Chunhui courtyard, Xiao Yao could not help but smile widely. The young lady was indeed exceptionally clever. The third young ladies had not provided her a choice, yet with her wit, she had secured the most beautiful piece of silk. In the past, such a thought would have been unimaginable. Su Yue recalled that Gu Tong had offered her his new garments. The Gu family was now so financially strained that they were selling their land. Upon returning to Wanyue courtyard, Su Yue instructed Xiao Yao, "Help me remember, tomorrow we shall go to the Gu family. Aside from the land deed, I also want to purchase several pieces of silk in the market to take with us." Xiao Yao nodded. "The servant shall not forget." She took the silk away to store it, while Su Yue sat down to continue her previous task. She had formed a general idea regarding the apothecary, but needed to examine Wangui building to finalize her plans. Tomorrow would be perfect for that as well. Zhao Qi had gone out to procure medicinal ingredients. After Su Yue finished her lunch, he had yet to return, and her hopes began to wane. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she prepared to lie down for a while. Just as she settled in, a knock sounded on the window. Xiao Yao rushed to open it, holding the pouch she had given Zhao Qi that morning, shaking her head as she looked at Su Yue. Zhao Qi scoured all the apothecaries in the capital, but could not find the 2 herbs you require. Although she had been mentally prepared, the disappointment lingered when she learned that the 2 herbs were still unavailable. Without them, the efficacy of the scar ointment would be significantly diminished. It would be ineffective for severe scars. However, she could not force the matter. Once her own apothecary was established, she would become acquainted with more herbal merchants and eventually procure them. Unable to resist her drowsiness, Su Yue fell into a deep slumber. She slept for a full hour. And midway, Xiao Yao, fearing she would sleep too long and be unable to rest at night, woke her once. Su Yue, still in a daze, merely mumbled to let her sleep a bit longer before turning over and drifting back into slumber. Xiao Yao opted not to disturb her further. Upon waking,
Su Yue felt languid.
After getting up, she sought to pass the time by reading, though not with her preferred books. After a couple of pages, her interest waned. Noticing Xiao Yao knitting, she picked up a partially embroidered waist belt from her embroidery basket, suggesting that Xiao Yao work on it daily. Although she could not dedicate herself completely to it, she thought that stitching a few stitches each day would help pass the time and ultimately complete it. As night fell, Xiao Qingyi climbed through the window and found Su Yue seated on a small couch, embroidering the belt. The candlelight illuminated her face, enhancing her beauty. Su Yue glanced at him, peering through his silver mask into the depths of his profound gaze. Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and the intimate setting made her slightly uneasy. Xiao Yao had grown accustomed to guarding the door whenever he arrived, with an additional person present. He would certainly refrain from any impropriety. Feeling a bit anxious, yet not one to burn bridges, she calmly asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Qingyi handed her a brocade box. "I've brought you the medicinal ingredients." Su Yue eagerly jumped down from the couch to accept the box, opening it with anticipation. Indeed, it contained the 2 herbs she had been seeking, and their quality was exceptional. Zhao Qi searched every apothecary in the capital and couldn't find these. "How did you manage to obtain them?" Seeing Su Yue's gleeful expression, Xiao Qingyi felt his efforts that afternoon were not in vain. "It took considerable effort to acquire these herbs. How do you plan to thank me?" "Thank you?" Su Yue pondered before responding. "I shall make you a waist belt." Xiao Qingyi laughed. "A waist belt would suffice, but it's not enough." Su Yue tilted her head to look at him. "Then what do you desire?" Xiao Qingyi replied.
A quiche.
Su Yue's face flushed instantly. Although the herbs were what she needed, they were for him. Not only had he not requested her gratitude, but he also dared to ask for more. Xiao Qingyi raised an eyebrow. "For me?" Su Yue clarified. "These 2 herbs are for making scar ointment. Don't you need them?" If he needed them, then she would owe him no gratitude. If he did not, she could simply allow him to take the herbs. Regardless, she would never kiss him. If the ointment truly worked, it would be of great benefit to him. Xiao Qingyi smiled. "Then I genuinely must thank you." Su Yue gazed into his eyes, clearly witnessing a flash of light in his deep gaze. Could he truly be the second prince of the current emperor? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Qingyi leaned in to kiss her. Su Yue's mind went blank momentarily. This scoundrel. He verbally expressed gratitude, yet took advantage of her in a heartbeat. Was this how it was to be? After a prolonged kiss, Xiao Qingyi finally released Su Yue, who glared at him. He chuckled. If that wasn't enough, I can continue to thank you. The lingering look in his eyes filled Su Yue with trepidation. As he leaned closer, she hurriedly stepped back 3 paces, raising her hand in protest. That's enough. Plenty. Outside the window, Zhao Qi listened to the conversation within and shook his head. The master is truly courting trouble. Had he not divorced the princess, he wouldn't need to sneak around like this at night, treating her with such secrecy, not daring to show his face. Su Yue took a few steps back before advancing to push Xiao Qingyi toward the window. I must get back to my tasks. You should leave quickly. Xiao Qingyi replied, I've only just arrived. Having just arrived and already kissing her, who knows what else he might do if he lingered. Su Yue could not afford to let him stay. The former Xiao Wujiao, who had disdained her for showing her feet, she had no concerns about his extended visits. Yet this man had changed so abruptly. Xiao Qingyi understood Su Yue's worries and dared not overstate his welcome. This could not continue. He needed to devise a plan to bring her back to the Marquis's residence. As he was nudged toward the window, he planted a light kiss on Su Yue's lips before leaping out. Fuming, Su Yue stomped her foot and slammed the window shut. Chapter 84. Entering the palace, Xiao Qingyi had wanted to speak a few more words with Su Yue, but was met with a closed window instead. He chuckled softly and turned to leave. Su Yue touched her flushed cheeks, and it took some time for her temperature to cool down. With no inclination to sleep, she began to sort through the medicinal ingredients. She busied herself until the moon hung high in the sky. Having gone to bed late, she also woke up late. When she finally stirred, the sun was already well above the horizon. Xiao Yao had not called her, as she too had failed to rise on time. Having slept in, she had awakened at the appointed hour, but had lingered longer than intended, accidentally dozing for another half-hour. In a hurry, Xiao Yao assisted Su Yue in dressing, so they would not be late in greeting the old lady. Su Yue remarked, We are already late. There is no need to rush. She did not regard this minor delay as significant. She did not believe Su Mei and Su Chan had not experienced a late rise, and the old lady could not possibly express outrage over her occasional tardiness. At most, she would receive a mild reprimand. However, to Xiao Yao's ears, Su Yue appeared to be careless. The young lady's failure to greet the old lady on time was a dereliction of duty on her part as her personal maid. The maid set the meal on the table, but Su Yue had little appetite, consuming only half a bowl of congee and 2 egg dumplings. She even found the shrimp in the dumplings too fishy and spat them out, though she had never found them objectionable before. Once finished, Su Yue took Xiao Yao to Chunhui courtyard. Arriving late, the old lady said nothing, but the first lady was quick to find fault. Why have you come so late to greet the old lady? Su Yue responded half seriously. I slept a bit longer during the day yesterday and couldn't fall asleep at night, worrying about when father and elder brother would return. My concern kept me awake until the early hours. Honesty was indeed a powerful tool, as long as her absence was not intentional. The old lady's reproach towards her would seem overly harsh. The old lady said, Your father and elder brother must have been delayed by some matters. There is no need for wild speculations. This was a lesson from her grandmother. Su Yue, with a respectful demeanor, replied, I have not visited the Gu family to see my grandfather for several days. I wish to go there today. The last time Su Yue visited was during the peony banquet, which was nearly 8 or 9 days ago. Since the old Master Gu had stubbornly opposed her marriage, it would be excessive for her to stay away for so long. No one dared to stop her, especially with Su Huaichen returning to the capital soon. Preventing Su Yue from visiting the Gu family would be unacceptable to him. The old lady nodded, instructing the steward to prepare some supplements for Su Yue to take to her grandfather. This time, Su Yue did not refuse, as it was customary for in-laws to maintain such exchanges. Su Yue bowed slightly to excuse herself, but just as she turned, a maid hurried in, reporting, Old lady, someone from the palace has come to deliver a message, saying that the eldest young lady is also invited to the banquet. Su Yue was taken aback, and the others in the room were equally astonished. The old lady sat on the wrought tin couch, her brows knitting together. Although a banquet had already been held to celebrate the return of the Ming Wang, with the northern Liang army continuously retreating, no one could rival the Ming Wang in terms of merit. Thus, the palace's invitation for Su Yue to attend was not a celebratory feast, but rather an occasion fraught with tension. Su Yue was reluctant to go. She had no desire to enter the palace and listen to flattery about the Ming Wang's valor, only to have her marriage, which had been bestowed upon her by the late emperor, annulled in exchange for military accolades. She looked pleadingly at the old lady and asked, "Is it possible for me to feign illness and avoid attending?" Before the old lady could respond, the eldest lady interjected, "The palace has specifically sent someone to convey this message. Do you think you can simply refuse?" It was clear that her attendance was mandatory.
Su Yue felt utterly disheartened.
The eldest lady could not fathom why Su Yue was invited, suspecting it was merely to witness her embarrassment. She cautioned, "The palace is not like the Ningguang's residence. Once you enter, behave appropriately. If you engage in any scandalous behavior, I will not spare you upon your return." The previous incident had indeed tarnished her reputation. And Su Yue lamented internally, looking at the old lady with a helpless expression. "Must I truly go?" Seeing her fear, the old lady comforted her, saying, "Once you are in the palace, stay close to your mother and two younger sisters. Discuss any issues with your mother to avoid mishaps." What a joke. The eldest lady regarded her as a thorn in her side, only enduring her presence out of respect for the old lady. To suggest that she consult the eldest lady in times of trouble would be akin to courting disaster. Holding such thoughts, Su Yue nodded in agreement. After a brief wait, someone from the front courtyard announced that the carriage was ready. The eldest lady and the second madam rose. Although Su Huai-chen was absent, the eldest lady held a title allowing her to enter the palace, while the second madam, newly appointed to the fourth rank, could also attend. The third and fourth madams were unable to go, along with their daughters, who could only watch with envy. Su Yue was reluctant to enter the palace, and both Su Mei and Su Chan hoped she would not go, as the luxurious carriage of the Longning Marquis could only accommodate two. With Su Yue joining, it would be cramped. If they all traveled together, it would appear crowded. If they did not, Su Yue, as the legitimate daughter of the Longning Marquis and specially summoned to the palace, would ride in an ordinary carriage while they took the opulent one, leading to ridicule regarding the lack of distinction in their ranks. Upon reaching the Marquis's gate, the eldest lady instructed, "You three squeeze together."
Su Mei, visibly displeased,
climbed into the carriage first, followed by Su Chan and finally, Su Yue. The carriage rolled toward the palace, and Su Mei cast a disdainful glance at Su Yue, questioning why she was invited to the Ming Wang's celebratory banquet. Su Yue, equally puzzled, suggested, "If you are truly curious, once we enter the palace, you can inquire about it." Su Yue's sincere words, however, sounded like mockery to Su Mei, inciting her ire. "You are so eager to embarrass us."
Su Chan,
sitting beside her, interjected, "Eldest sister, the third sister is only looking out for you. You shouldn't respond like that."
Su Yue managed a sardonic smile, replying,
"If this is your way of looking out for me, I wish you would do so less in the future." Not wishing to engage further, Su Yue closed her eyes. While they feared for her reputation, she was equally anxious. She realized that she could avoid going to the palace. If someone inquired, the eldest lady could simply claim that she was unwell. Surely, the emperor would not send a physician to the Marquis's residence to verify her condition. It was merely a ruse, yet the eldest lady harbored ill intentions, aware that the palace was the domain of Princess Qingyang, and appeared to seek Su Yue's embarrassment or even her downfall. Today, she must be cautious and avoid any blunders. However, Su Yue's well-laid plans unraveled before she even disembarked from the carriage. The misfortune struck swiftly, like a whirlwind. As the carriage arrived at the palace and came to a halt, Su Mei and Su Chan alighted first. Even though Su Yue was seated closest to the door, they exited before her. Unfortunately, as Su Yue stepped out, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Alarmed by the dust, she turned her head, causing her embroidered handkerchief to slip from her grasp and be whisked away by the wind. If it had merely fallen to the ground, it could have been retrieved, but in a twist of fate, the handkerchief was blown directly in front of the heir of the Ningguang. Reacting instinctively, he reached out to catch it, as failure to do so would have resulted in the handkerchief landing on his face. A crowd witnessed the handkerchief's journey, eyes wide as it fell into the hands of the Ningguang's heir, Xiao Sun. The moment he caught it, embarrassment washed over him. A lady's handkerchief was not something a man should casually handle. Yet, having caught it, he could not simply discard it. Blushing, he approached Su Yue on horseback. However, before he could reach her, his elder brother, Xiao Qingyi, appeared, his expression dark. Riding close to Xiao Sun, he extended his hand without a word. Casting a glance at the handkerchief, Xiao Sun quickly passed it to him. Xiao Qingyi, glancing back at the mortified Su Yue, rode away. Once they were out of earshot, Su Yue finally comprehended that her handkerchief had been taken by Xiao Qingyi. What on earth? She fumed. Why had he taken her handkerchief from the Ningguang's heir? Su Yue could not fathom it, and neither could the onlookers. After all, the Ningguang, who seemed indifferent to everything, had shown interest in a mere handkerchief. How utterly absurd. Su Yue remained poised to exit the carriage, only to be met with Su Mei's furious glare. Did I not warn you to avoid embarrassing behavior? Yet here you are, eager to disgrace yourself. The eldest lady shot Su Yue a look that promised punishment upon their return to the Buddhist hall. Su Yue felt as if a stone had lodged in her chest. Truly, misfortune seemed to follow her relentlessly. A palace maid came to lead the way, and Su Yue followed the crowd to the imperial garden. By the time they arrived, her embroidered handkerchief had been swept away by the wind, only to be caught by the crown prince, which led to the rumor spreading throughout the garden that the Ming prince intended to take her away. As Su Yue entered the garden, she was met with curious glances and whispers from the gathered noble ladies, primarily from the Ning Wangfu faction. Soon, she found herself entangled in scandalous gossip, accused of attempting to seduce the crown prince, and now the Ning prince as well. Despite her calm demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to retort, as she had merely lost her handkerchief to the wind. Who could have anticipated that it would drift towards the Ning prince? Were these people devoid of reason? Not far off, in a spacious and elegant pavilion, the empress sat in a position of honor, flanked by the favored concubine and the virtuous consort, with several noble ladies seated below them. The tail of the handkerchief reached the pavilion, causing all eyes to turn towards one noble lady, the wife of the Minister of Rights. A voice inquired why a distinguished young lady like Su Yue had been invited to the banquet, especially since the emperor had entrusted the entire affair to Minister Li. While such trivial matters typically escaped his notice, Su Yue's unique status necessitated Minister Li's approval for her invitation to the palace, and it was unlikely that he would dare to offend the Ming prince. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Lady Li felt somewhat unsettled. Yet she was privy to the underlying reasons for Su Yue's invitation. The Minister of Rights had indeed been troubled by this matter. The conflict between Su Yue and the Ming prince was well known throughout the capital, and the Longning Marquis's household would certainly not foolishly allow Su Yue to attend the banquet, risking the Ming prince's displeasure. However, as the minister was diligently preparing for the event, the Princess Annal requested that he send word to the Longning Marquis's household, insisting that Su Yue be allowed into the palace. Aware that Princess Annal harbored ill intentions, the minister managed to dissuade her through reason and sentiment. Before the minister could catch his breath, the heir of the Duke of Zhu came to convey the wishes of Princess Shuhua, who also desired Su Yue's presence at the banquet. The Duke's heir did not press the matter, but shortly thereafter, the Crown Prince arrived with the same request. The Minister of Rights felt overwhelmed, wishing to resign before the emperor. He bore no grudge against the Ming prince. He was merely fulfilling his duty and sought to avoid offending anyone, particularly the Ming prince. After much effort, he respectfully dismissed the Crown Prince, hoping for a moment of peace, only to be confronted by the Ming prince himself, who echoed the previous requests. The minister felt utterly defeated. Had he known that the Ming prince was indeed keen on Su Yue's attendance, he would have gladly acquiesced, thereby earning a favor in return. The minister never shared his official matters with his wife, but upon returning home, he unloaded his frustrations, seeking her insight into the motives of these individuals, especially the Ming prince, who seemed intent on complicating his own affairs. The couple pondered the situation throughout the night, ultimately deciding to follow the Ming prince's instructions. Although aware that it was the Ming prince who granted Su Yue permission to enter the palace, Lady Li remained tight-lipped, feigning ignorance and expressing her concern, claiming she would consult her husband, knowing full well the potential repercussions. With the ladies of the court observing her anxious demeanor, curiosity swelled among them. Those who held positions of power seldom acted without reason, and it was evident that the Minister of Rights would not easily offend the Ming prince without a compelling cause. The eldest lady present was the wife of the Longning Marquis. As she led the young ladies into the pavilion to pay respects to the empress, all eyes were drawn to Su Yue. The empress regarded her with an appraising gaze, remarking that she appeared more spirited than their last encounter. Su Yue felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, unsure of how to respond. The empress, noticing her silence, prompted her to speak, to which Su Yue replied, "When I last visited your majesty, I was preoccupied with concerns for the Ming prince's health, which left me in low spirits. Now, I simply wish to outlive the Ming prince." The sincerity of her words was palpable, resonating with the onlookers. At that moment, a palace maid approached, announcing the arrival of Princess Qingyang. Once again, all eyes shifted to Su Yue, who was acutely aware of the rumors surrounding her confrontation with Princess Annal. which had resulted in her collapsing and being carried back home. A sense of dread filled her. She felt as though she had walked into a trap, surrounded by potential adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yue excused herself, relieved that no one attempted to detain her. As she distanced herself, she glanced back to see Princess Qingyang entering the pavilion with her daughter, Princess Annal. The noble ladies rose to pay their respects, and even the Empress engaged in conversation with Princess Qingyang, who, as the Emperor's full-blooded sister, held immense power within the palace. Many noble ladies had entered the palace for the banquet that day, yet regrettably, none of the Gu family sisters were present, as their patriarch was unwell. The Gu family's esteemed status was insufficient to grant them entry, leaving Su Yue without a companion to converse with, forcing her to admire the flowers alongside Xiaoyao. The imperial garden boasted an exquisite array of blossoms, many of which were absent from the Long Ning Marquis' estate, leaving Su Yue in awe. As she admired the flowers, Xiaoyao tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Miss, the Ming prince is approaching." Su Yue looked up to see the Ming prince striding toward her. Despite her disdain for encountering him, she could not deny his striking appearance, a gift from the heavens that seemed unjustly bestowed upon such a wretched character. The garden paths were numerous, yet he chose this one, ensuring their paths would cross. Desiring to avoid him, Su Yue recalled his earlier insistence that she enter the Ming prince's residence. She could not disregard his words, who knew how he would pressure her. Moreover, her embroidered handkerchief was still in his possession, and she needed to reclaim it. With no choice but to proceed, the two approached one another. The Ming prince wore a faint smile, seemingly pleased that she did not attempt to evade him. As Su Yue drew closer, she extended her hand, demanding, "Return my handkerchief." At the mention of the handkerchief, the Ming prince's expression darkened slightly.
"You could not even hold on to it. Why do you desire it now?"
What illogical reasoning! It was merely a handkerchief caught by the wind. Should I forgo eating if I choke once?
Su Yue retorted, her frustration palpable.
Regardless of whether you wish to keep it or not, you will retrieve it at the Wangfu tomorrow, he stated nonchalantly. How absurd, she thought. Did he truly relish in forcing her into the Ming prince's residence? It was only a handkerchief. Did he think she cared so deeply? Su Yue glared at him, attempting to sidestep left, only to find him blocking her path. She tried right, and again he obstructed her. Though perhaps unintentional, his action succeeded in infuriating her further. "Step aside," she shouted, startling Xiaoyao with the volume of her voice. The young woman displayed remarkable audacity, daring to demand that the Ming Wang yield to her. What left Xiaoyao utterly astonished was that the very Ming Wang, whom she feared most, indeed stepped aside. Not only Xiaoyao, but even Su Yue herself was taken aback. However, with the path cleared, Su Yue felt compelled to proceed. As she lifted her foot to walk away, Xiaoyao could only hold her breath and hasten to keep up. Several onlookers witnessed this extraordinary scene, each more shocked than the last, unable to believe their eyes. The esteemed Su family daughter had the audacity to raise her voice at the Ming Wang, who not only remained calm but genuinely made way for her. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it inconceivable. Chapter 86. The fall into water. As Su Yue advanced, she spotted two elegantly dressed youths of around 14 or 15 years of age. Upon seeing her approach, they quickly stepped aside, evidently startled by the Ming Wang's earlier gesture. Nervousness enveloped them as they each chose a side, forcing Su Yue to maneuver between them. She paused, glancing at the youth on her left, then the one on her right. One, clad in a lake blue brocade robe, swiftly shifted to the opposite side, watching her depart with a gaze filled with admiration. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiaoyao finally grasped the significance of the moment, her voice trembling as she reported. That was the fifth prince and the third young master of the Yongchun Marquis. Her tone wavered, disbelief etched on her features. In the palace, it was already shocking enough that Su Yue had not bowed to the fifth prince, but for him to yield to her was beyond comprehension. Xiaoyao felt as though she were in a dream, pinching her own face to confirm her senses. Su Yue, too, had not anticipated the high status of those two youths, particularly the fifth prince, whose eyes held a glimmer of respect as he regarded her. She surmised that he must hold the Ming Wang in great esteem, and thus, too, would defer to her. While Xiaoyao was filled with trepidation, knowing that while disputes with the Ming Wang might go unpunished, any perceived disrespect towards the fifth prince could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Su Yue felt little concern. It was not she who had demanded the fifth prince yield, but rather his own volition. However, The scene of the Ming Wang yielding to her did not go unnoticed. Others, too, had witnessed it, and the tale soon reached the ears of Princess Annel. Her countenance turned pale with disbelief, grappling with the reality that Su Yue had dared to raise her voice at the Ming Wang, compelling him to yield. Princess Annel could not tolerate anyone tarnishing the Ming Wang's reputation, especially not Su Yue. Engaged in a game of tag, she signaled several young ladies to her, whispering her intentions. As Su Yue approached the flower display, Princess Annel cast a knowing glance, and the young ladies swiftly surrounded Su Yue. One of them pushed her from behind, causing Su Yue to stumble forward, only to be caught by another girl, who gleefully removed her blindfold, thrusting a piece of silk into her hands, declaring, "It is your turn to catch someone." Su Yue, taken aback, wished to explain that she had been pushed, but the girl had already left her side. Reluctantly, she joined the game, scanning her surroundings until her gaze locked onto the piercing eyes of Princess Annel. It was evident that Princess Annel was the mastermind behind this scheme, unable to rest until she had witnessed Su Yue's humiliation. As a maid came to blindfold her securely, rendering her vision non-existent, the game commenced. Young ladies waved fans in front of her, and despite her best attempts to catch them, she only managed to grasp the sleeve of one girl, who swiftly escaped. Xiaoyao, watching from afar, felt a pang of anxiety as she realized Princess Annel aimed to lure Su Yue to the edge of the lotus pond, intending for her to fall in. Just when Su Yue was about to reach the pond's edge, Xiaoyao shouted a warning, "Miss, be careful." But her cry was swiftly silenced as two palace maids dragged her away. Su Yue, reacting instinctively, turned just in time, causing Princess Annel's plan to falter. Enraged, she seethed at the thought of Xiaoyao's interference. Su Yue continued her pursuit, but suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The usual sounds of laughter and movement vanished, leaving her in a disconcerting stillness. Where had everyone gone? Carefully, she began to step forward, her hands reaching out blindly. Suddenly, a hand grasped hers. Startled, Su Yue attempted to pull away, but found her strength insufficient. As she removed her blindfold, she was met by the sight of a magnificently dressed man. Yet it was not he who held her hand, but the Ming Wang. Their eyes met, and a flicker of indignation crossed Su Yue's face. The Ming Wang released her grip, stating, "One must not offend the crown prince." A chill ran down Su Yue's spine. Had the Ming Wang not intervened, she would have inadvertently grasped the crown prince's hand. Though blinded, the crown prince had seen everything clearly. The surrounding onlookers remained silent. Su Yue, without a moment's hesitation, curtsied, "This humble girl greets His Highness, the crown prince." The crown prince's eyes swept over her face before settling on the Ming Wang. "Why is the 9th royal uncle not enjoying tea in the pavilion? What brings you here?" The Ming Wang replied, "I came to convey a few words to Princess Annel." "Yet, Your Highness, is it wise for you to be so unconcerned with the propriety of male-female interactions?" The phrase male-female interactions fell upon the ears of those present, leaving them speechless. The Ming Wang was aware of the decorum, yet he had just held Su Yue's hand. Though they had once been married, they were now divorced and should adhere to the boundaries of propriety. The crown prince, too, found it peculiar to be standing there with Su Yue, as any such interaction would inevitably lead to gossip. Did the crown prince wish to include her in his court? Upon hearing that the Ming Wang sought her out, Princess Annel approached eagerly, inquiring, "What business do you have with Annel?" The Ming Wang did not look at her, his gaze firmly fixed on the crown prince. The crown prince pondered whether he could express his curiosity about Su Yue, who had boldly declared her intentions to remarry in the presence of the Duke of Qing, even going so far as to have the Ming Wang escort her to the bridal sedan. He had witnessed her brazen agreement to meet with the heir of the Duke of Ding, who had shown her due respect. Yet she had compelled the Ming Wang to step aside. He simply wished to discern what set her apart from other esteemed young ladies. Of course, he could not voice such thoughts aloud. The crown prince smiled and said, "I merely passed by and found it interesting, so I paused for a moment." "Is that so?" The two brief words dripped with skepticism. The crown prince smiled, but before he could elaborate, a panicked voice broke through the air. "Oh no! The 5th prince has fallen into the water." A ripple of alarm spread through the crowd. The 5th prince's predicament was no trivial matter. The crown prince was the first to spring into action, followed closely by a throng of others. As the Ming Wang prepared to leave, he cast a glance at Su Yue, uttering 2 words, "Come along." Su Yue had intended to follow, trailing behind as they rushed to the scene, where the 5th prince had already been retrieved from the lotus pond, the physician kneeling to check his pulse. The 5th prince's mother, the current empress, rushed in upon hearing the news, her face draining of color at the sight of her son on the ground. The crown prince inquired, "What has happened to the fifth prince?" The physician shook his head, declaring, "It is too late." The empress could not bear such devastating news. Grief overwhelmed her, and she fainted. Su Yue's heart sank as she witnessed the once vibrant youth now lifeless before her, the admiration in his eyes still vivid in her memory. She refused to believe that life could be so fleeting. With determination, she knelt beside the fifth prince, reaching out to check for a pulse at his neck. Chapter 87. The banquet. The pulse was faint, so faint that it was nearly imperceptible, yet Su Yue still keenly sensed it. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would exert every effort to save him. Su Yue lifted the chin of the fifth prince, tilting his head back to clear his airways of any obstructions. Her movements were swift, and a crowd watched her intently. Some palace attendants attempted to intervene but were halted by Xiao Qingyi's piercing gaze, forced to withdraw. Xiao Qingyi was aware that Su Yue was attempting to save the fifth prince. He knew of her exceptional medical skills, but the imperial physicians had declared that the fifth prince was beyond salvation. He was curious to see how Su Yue would proceed. Su Yue pressed down forcefully on the fifth prince's chest, delivering roughly 10 compressions, before leaning down to kiss him. The onlookers were stunned into silence. Xiao Qingyi's face darkened to an ashen hue. He did not obstruct her efforts. In fact, he hoped she could revive the fifth prince. But must she employ such a method? Saving him, saving Princess Su Yue, and now saving the fifth prince. Xiao Qingyi's gaze remained fixed on Su Yue. He watched as she alternated between administering breaths and compressions, tirelessly repeating the motions, even as he felt the strain in her arms. Su Yue persisted, refusing to concede defeat, though her heart sank to the depths of despair. Could she truly not save this young life? This was a life. One must never give up until the very end. After an indeterminate number of compressions, just as Su Yue felt her strength waning, a sudden cough erupted from the fifth prince, who turned his head and expelled a mouthful of water. He was alive. He had been saved. Someone in the crowd shouted in astonishment, and the imperial physician, snapping out of his daze, hurried to check the fifth prince's pulse, trembling with disbelief. He was unharmed. Exhausted, Su Yue could barely rise. Xiao Qingyi approached her, ready to offer his hand to help her up, but Xiao Qi stepped in front of Su Yue, glaring at Xiao Qingyi. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Qingyi was nearly inclined to seize Xiao Qi and cast him out of the palace, but in front of so many witnesses, there was little he could do. At that moment, the emperor arrived, and Empress Zhou quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, your majesty. The fifth prince is blessed and has come to no harm." The emperor sighed in relief, then inquired, what caused the fifth prince to fall into the water? The eunuch attending the fifth prince knelt hastily and explained, the fifth prince was frolicking with young Master Zhao and accidentally tumbled into the lotus pond. The Yichuan Marquis residence was the maternal home of Consort Zhao, and the fifth prince and young Master Zhao were cousins. The Yichuan Marquis household had no motive to harm him. The incident was purely accidental. But young Master Zhao was terrified. Had the fifth prince not been revived, his parents would have surely punished him severely. Consort Zhao fainted in the arms of a matron. The physician stepped forward to administer acupuncture to awaken her. Overcome with grief, she squinted through tear-filled eyes to see the fifth prince sitting on the ground. The matron urged, "Your Highness, do not be sorrowful. The fifth prince has been saved." In a state of ecstatic relief, Consort Zhao rushed forward to embrace the fifth prince, laughing and crying simultaneously. She had only the fifth prince as her son, and upon hearing the news of his drowning, the weight of despair felt as if the heavens had collapsed. Thankfully, fate had not snatched her son away. He was alive and well, though revived. The fifth prince was soaked and covered in mud, prompting Consort Zhao to instruct the palace attendants to assist him back to change his clothes, and she followed suit. No one informed Consort Zhao that it was Su Yue who had saved the fifth prince, nor did they reveal the method she employed. Empress Zhou gazed at Su Yue, surprised that this young lady possessed the ability to save lives. Su Yue humbly responded, "My maternal grandfather's residence is filled with books. I happened upon a method for rescuing drowning individuals and could not bear to let the fifth prince perish at such a tender age. So I decided to give it a try, and, to my astonishment, it proved effective." At such a tender age, indeed, the fifth prince was still quite young, though she was not significantly older than he. The matriarch and Su Mei and Su Chan were present, astonished that Su Yue had entered the palace and saved the fifth prince's life. Though her method was questionable, reviving the fifth prince was indeed a remarkable achievement. The marquis residence housed a considerable library, which she chose not to mention, instead attributing the credit to the Gu family, revealing her complete disinterest in the marquis residence. The matriarch's jealousy contorted her features, but she quickly masked her emotions with a forced smile. Empress Zhou scrutinized Su Yue again, sensing that the young lady before her had transformed entirely since their last encounter a month prior. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her demeanor and comportment were markedly different. Empress Zhou recalled the rumors of Su Yue's descent into madness following her dismissal. This was not insanity, but rather a newfound clarity. Regaining her composure, Empress Zhou addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, it is time to commence the banquet." The emperor turned and made his way to the banquet hall of Xingqing Palace. The attendees took their seats in order, and when all the officials and their families had gathered, a voice rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." The emperor approached, followed closely by the empress, with concubine Zheng trailing behind. Originally, consort Zhao was to be present, but due to the incident with the fifth prince, she had lost her desire to attend the banquet, leaving her seat vacant. The officials rose to bow to the emperor before taking their seats once more. The atmosphere grew lively with song and dance. Having eaten little in the morning, Su Yue now felt a pang of hunger. She gazed at the table laden with candied fruits, her mouth watering. She plucked one and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was delightful. After consuming 3, she sensed a gaze upon her and looked up to find Xiao Qingyi watching her. Despite the distance, his attention was fixed on her, rather than the dancers performing poorly nearby. Su Yue surmised that his scrutiny was a result of her saving the fifth prince, arousing his suspicions. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Let him suspect. The emperor, seated on the dragon throne with a cup in hand, cast several glances at Xiao Qingyi, observing him as he gazed at Su Yue, his eyes seemingly glued to her. Once the dance concluded, the performers withdrew. Concubine Zheng remarked, "Today we owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Su, for it is she who saved the fifth prince's life, allowing this banquet to continue. I have heard that Miss Su captivated all at the peony banquet at the Ningwang's residence." Before she could finish, Princess Qingyang interrupted with a smile. "I have heard that compared to dancing, Miss Su excels in playing the qin." Empress Zhou chimed in, "Might we be fortunate enough to hear Miss Su play this evening?" Su Yue longed to rise and inquire of Princess Qingyang, who had informed her of her proficiency with the qin, but as the emperor's own sister, she could not afford to lose face before her. Despite her discontent, Su Yue remained silent. Rising, she declared, "Then I shall perform, though I fear I may not do well." With a calm demeanor, she noted the frown that crossed Princess Qingyang's face, for she did not appear to be someone lacking in skill. At that moment, the palace attendants brought forth a fine qin. Should she fail to perform well, she could not blame the instrument. After settling down, Su Yue rubbed her wrists. Although she had rested for some time, the effort of saving the fifth prince had exhausted her, and it had been long since she last touched a qin. She was uncertain if she would be rusty. As her fingers danced across the strings, a melodious tune flowed forth. Initially unremarkable, gradually, everyone present became enraptured by Su Yue's music. From her melody, some felt transported to a serene morning mist in a bamboo grove, sipping tea, while others recalled youthful days of galloping horseback through bustling streets. Through her music, Su Yue evoked their most cherished memories, and when the piece concluded, they lingered in reverie. Princess Qingyang's expression darkened, casting a glance toward the matriarch, who sat uneasily. She had never claimed that the young lady was unskilled. Why was Princess Qingyang looking at her? Empress Zhou, returning to the present, remarked, "Miss Su indeed plays beautifully." The emperor then turned to Xiao Qingyi. "What are your thoughts, Prince?" "Merely average," Xiao Qingyi replied coldly. "She can dance, she can play the qin, she excels at everything. Knowing full well of my dissatisfaction with the late emperor's betrothal, she still feigns compliance before me, weeping and refusing to part ways, while inwardly reveling in delight. Such a skilled actress." The more Xiao Qingyi pondered, the more anger surged within him, and in his current state, he was not inclined to hear any praise. The emperor chuckled, remarking that the Ming prince's expectations were rather lofty. He expressed his belief that Miss Su played the zither exceptionally well. Contrary to the rumors, Miss Su was quite different. The Ming prince, having misunderstood her, had dismissed her. Could he now have a change of heart? Their engagement was a gift from the late emperor. Should he reconsider, he could summon her back to the Ming prince's residence. Xiao Qingyi cast a glance at Su Yue, who was taken aback and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, please do not jest with me. I am unworthy of the Ming prince. Xiao Qingyi's face darkened considerably. Under the emperor's probing gaze, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. No, regrets. This response was anticipated. There were many noble ladies in the capital adept at dancing and playing the zither, and the Ming prince would not allow his pride to be wounded over Miss Su's talents. The emperor turned towards Su Yue, smiling, and said, "Today, you saved the 5th prince. I grant you a promise. When you find someone to your liking in the future, I shall bestow upon you a marriage, with the Ming prince escorting you to your wedding." Su Yue felt as though a great fortune had fallen upon her, nearly overwhelming her senses. She had not anticipated that her troubles would be resolved so effortlessly. Now, she was more curious about who had assisted her in entering the palace for the banquet. Such kindness warranted a grand feast to express her gratitude. Su Yue quickly bowed, thanking the emperor. Her tone was light, and anyone with ears could sense her joy. The attendees discreetly glanced at Xiao Qingyi, whose expression was as dark as a stormy night. He gripped his wine cup tightly, and with a sudden crack, it shattered under his grasp. Though he uttered no words, his dissatisfaction with the emperor was palpable to everyone in the hall. The cunning hare dies, and the hound is cooked. Even after relinquishing military power, the emperor harbored lingering wariness towards him. It was no wonder the emperor was so apprehensive. The late emperor had doted on the Ming prince excessively, even contemplating a change of succession. Had the late emperor not succumbed to his old ailment and passed away, the one seated upon the dragon throne could have been someone entirely different. Chapter 88. Reputation. The banquet lasted nearly 2 hours, and Su Yue found herself quite uncomfortable before it finally concluded. She exited the palace as she had entered. Inside the carriage, Su Mei and Su Chan's eyes were fixed on Su Yue, bewildered by how the 5th prince, whom even the royal physician could not save, had been revived by her reading a few books and following their instructions. The royal physician's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. The more Su Mei thought about it, the more discomfort she felt. Her older sister had kept her abilities hidden so effectively that they had genuinely believed she was incapable of learning anything. Su Yue, however, would not divulge that she was not the same Su Yue as before. But since Su Mei and Su Chan were suspicious, she had no intention of dispelling their doubts. Instead, she countered, "Why would I conceal my talents? Surely you know the reason." Both Su Mei and Su Chan had their suspicions, driven by jealousy. If Su Yue outshone them in every aspect, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness, seeking ways to suppress her. She believed that to live a peaceful life, she had to play the fool. Su Yue lacked such cunning. It was undoubtedly the Gu family who had instructed her to act thus, which was truly insidious. Su Chan asked, "Then why does elder sister not continue to feign ignorance?" Su Yue shot her a glance. "You both informed Princess Annal of my talents in dancing and playing the zither. If I were to keep hiding my abilities, would Princess Annal not be angered? Grandmother has strongly advised against provoking someone of her stature." Su Mei and Su Chan were nearly driven to exasperation. While they both understood the situation, they could not openly acknowledge it. Helping outsiders bully their own sister would surely lead to severe punishment from the matriarch. The two were infuriated into silence, glaring daggers at Su Yue, who feigned ignorance and leaned back against the carriage, resting her eyes. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Su Yue did not head to Chunhui Courtyard but instead took Xiao Yao back to Wanyue Courtyard. The two shared light-hearted banter, yet upon entering the room, they were greeted by a chilling presence of a man seated there. Su Yue's smile vanished, and Xiao Yao nearly gasped. It was broad daylight, and with no one in the room, how could young Master Xiao have entered? If a maid happened to walk in and see him, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yao turned and exited, closing the door behind her. Su Yue was equally alarmed. She drew the beaded curtain and gritted her teeth. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingyi suddenly stood up, enveloping her in his arms, showering her with fervent kisses that silenced her words. From his kiss, Su Yue sensed his anger, and not knowing how she had offended him, she struggled in vain and, unable to contain her frustration, bit down hard, breaking the skin of his lip. Xiao Qingyi winced in pain and released her. Su Yue wiped her mouth and retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" He too questioned his sanity for being so emotionally swayed by her every action. His voice was laced with fury. "Who told you to kiss another man? When did I kiss another man?" Su Yue paused. "Are you referring to the 5th prince?" Xiao Qingyi's face darkened further. "Do not dare mention him." The jealousy in his tone was palpable, and Su Yue felt an inexplicable joy rise within her. What kissing? I was merely saving him. Saving him is unacceptable. Su Yue could hardly bear to see others act possessively in her presence, and she reminded him, had I been overly cautious back then, you would have been the one 6 feet under by now. Why was it acceptable to save him, yet not the fifth prince? Xiao Qingyi was momentarily speechless, gazing at Su Yue with an inscrutable expression. Are you truly that afraid of revealing your medical skills? He concluded that she had acted to save the fifth prince out of fear of exposing her abilities. Su Yue clarified, it is not that I fear revealing my skills. I acted out of necessity, for there was no better option. I cannot hide my medical knowledge forever. If I must publicly administer treatment to save the fifth prince, I would do so without hesitation. Xiao Qingyi frowned. Could you not have had a maid substitute for you? He had been present at the time. The actions required were not difficult, or else no one would have suspected her medical talents. Su Yue felt sheepish. In that urgent moment, I did not think of it. It was not that she had forgotten. Rather, she had been so engrossed in the situation that she had unconsciously disregarded her surroundings. Xiao Qingyi sighed. Did you consider the consequences had you failed to save the fifth prince? Your reputation was already at stake, and if you had failed, you would have placed yourself in a precarious position. Su Yue understood this, yet felt powerless. Saving a life was akin to extinguishing a fire. By the time she weighed the pros and cons, it might have been too late for the fifth prince. Xiao Qingyi recognized her kindness. After all, she had risked her safety to extract poison from him at Gothyuan Temple. Caressing her face, he expressed a deep-seated tenderness. I only hope that you prioritize your safety before saving others.
Su Yue nodded. I understand.
However, today's trip to the palace has yielded fruitful results. I no longer need to worry about how to persuade the Ming prince to escort me to my wedding. Her joy was evident. Outside the window, Zhao Qi sensed his master's heartache. Miss Su's words had struck like daggers, swift and unforgiving. Inside the room, Su Yue recalled the emperor's promise and the Ming prince's displeased expression, causing her mood to brighten even more. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Qingyi silenced her again with a kiss. Why did he keep interrupting her speech? As Su Yue struggled, she felt a foreign pressure against her abdomen. Both Su Yue and Xiao Qingyi froze, the atmosphere thick with tension and awkwardness. No one dared to speak. Ultimately, it was Xiao Qingyi who broke the silence. If you haven't had enough, let Zhao Qi tell me. With that, he vanished from the room. Su Yue was left utterly perplexed. What had he meant by, if you haven't had enough? Her gaze swept across the room, landing upon a delicately crafted food box resting on a small couch. Approaching it, she opened the box to reveal several plates of preserved fruits, the very delicacies served at the royal banquets, her favorites. Su Yue picked one and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and tangy flavors danced delightfully, warming her heart. Chapter 89. The reward as Su Yue savored the candied treats. Her thoughts wandered to the formulation of a scar-removing ointment, hoping to prepare it for Xiao Wujiao as soon as possible. However, after indulging in 7 or 8 pieces and sipping half a cup of tea, fatigue overtook her, prompting a change of plans. It seemed wiser to concoct the remedy later in the evening, ensuring she was well rested. Yawning, Su Yue climbed into bed, while Xiao Yao glanced at the sky and remarked that dinner would soon be served in half an hour. If the young lady fell asleep now, she would likely struggle to sleep later that night. Su Yue acknowledged that this was not the best time to rest, yet her eyelids felt heavy, and she had been increasingly drowsy lately. If she did not take a nap during the day, she felt utterly drained. I'll just sleep for a bit. I can finish the ointment tonight if I can't sleep. Seeing her determination, Xiao Yao refrained from further persuasion, especially as Su Yue quickly succumbed to slumber, leaving Xiao Yao with a pang of sympathy. It was all the Ming Wang's fault, after all. The young lady had been running around all day, and ever since that day, she had grown particularly weary. It was evident that her vitality had been depleted, and no one knew how long it would take for her to recover. Su Yue awoke just in time for dinner, and after the meal, she busied herself with the ointment, working diligently until the moon reached its zenith. The following morning, she hardly had time to freshen up. The first thing she did was place the ointment into a porcelain box and hand it over to Zhao Qi. Upon returning to the Ming Wang's residence, Zhao Qi encountered Xiao Qingyi, who had just returned from court. Zhao Qi approached him and presented the ointment. Master, this is the scar-removing ointment that Miss Su painstakingly prepared over the last 2 nights. Xiao Qingyi accepted the box, opening it to reveal a translucent salve that emitted a faint floral fragrance, quite pleasant indeed. He marveled at her remarkable medical skills, wondering where she had acquired such expertise. At her age, it seemed improbable that she had learned it from birth. Unable to fathom it, Zhao Qingyi opted not to dwell on it, sealing the ointment once more and passing it to Zhao Qi for delivery to the second prince. Meanwhile, after Su Yue finished breakfast, she intended to greet the old lady before heading to the Gu family. Surely today would not bring any obstacles to her visit. Yet, as fate would have it, just as she informed the old lady of her plans, a maid hurriedly entered, announcing, "Old madam, the lady of Yichuan Marquis has arrived." The arrival of the lady of Yichuan Marquis was undoubtedly related to Su Yue's actions in the palace, where she had saved the fifth prince. The old lady glanced at the first madam, who, without waiting for her to speak, promptly stood up. "I will go greet the lady of Yichuan Marquis." Ever since Su Yue had been readmitted to the residence, the Chongning Marquis' estate had been ostracized from the circle of noble families in the capital. No one visited them, nor did they receive invitations for tea or flower appreciation, except for Princess Su Yue. The lady of Yichuan Marquis was the first to officially visit. The first Madame's joy was evident. One might think it was Su Mei who had saved the fifth prince. Shortly thereafter, the first madam led the lady of Yichuan Marquis inside. The lady of Yichuan Marquis, several years senior to the first madam, possessed a beauty that eclipsed her own, likely due to the presence of Zhao Xianfei in her household, as her attire was far more splendid. Upon entering and spotting Su Yue, her eyes sparkled with gratitude. It was impossible not to feel grateful. The fifth prince was not only the apple of Zhao Xianfei's eye, but also the beacon of hope for the Yichuan Marquis' estate. Although aspiring for a higher position was a distant dream, they held great expectations for the fifth prince. Just yesterday, the fifth prince had been playing with her son, Zhao San, in the imperial garden when he accidentally slipped into a lotus pond due to oil spilled on a stone by someone. The lady of Yichuan Marquis dared not speculate whether it was an accident or a deliberate act of malice. She knew that had anything happened to the fifth prince, it would have felt as though the sky had fallen upon the Yichuan Marquis' estate. Thankfully, he was unharmed, yet her son remained in the ancestral hall, kneeling as punishment. She could hardly bear to contemplate what would have transpired had the fifth prince met with misfortune. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Su Yue, she had prepared lavish gifts to express her thanks. Taking Su Yue's hand, she said, "It was thanks to Miss Su that the fifth prince's life was saved yesterday." The old lady smiled, responding, "Lady of Yichuan Marquis, you flatter her. The fifth prince's fortune is his own." The first madam invited the lady of Yichuan Marquis to sit, and only then did she release Su Yue's hand. Taking a seat beside the old lady, facing the first madam, the lady of Yichuan Marquis had been in the palace yesterday, where the imperial physician had declared that they were out of options, nearly causing her to faint like Zhao Xianfei. She understood well that had it not been for Miss Su, the fifth prince would have truly lost his life. The lady of Yichuan Marquis smiled. "We were previously short-sighted. Amidst the many noble young ladies in the capital, only your daughter caught the late emperor's eye. She truly possesses extraordinary qualities." The first madam did not take kindly to this remark, for her daughter was also among those noble young ladies. She sighed. "It is not enough to be favored by the late emperor. One must capture the Ming Wang's attention. She was not an object to be coveted. Why should she care to capture the interest of that scoundrel?" Su Yue silently scoffed. The lady of Yichuan Marquis smiled. "Sometimes a setback may turn into a blessing. I believe your daughter is indeed fortunate, with blessings yet to come." The old lady chuckled softly, remaining silent. The lady of Yichuan Marquis did not elaborate further. Having brought ample gifts, most of which were items favored by young ladies, such as silks and jewelry, along with a century-old ginseng and some bird's nest and cordyceps for the old lady. Such extravagant gifts, the old lady protested. "Please. It is merely a token of appreciation from our Yichuan Marquis' estate. Had my old lady not been frightened by the incident in the palace, she would have come to visit you personally to catch up," the lady of Yichuan Marquis replied hastily. The old lady couldn't help but reminisce, noting that it had indeed been years since they last met. She inquired about the health of the lady of Yichuan Marquis, and after a brief visit of about 15 minutes, the latter rose to take her leave. The first madam escorted the lady of Yichuan Marquis out of the estate. Once the lady of Yichuan Marquis departed, Su Mei and Su Chan immediately turned their attention to the lavish gifts she had brought, particularly the exquisite headpieces that captivated their eyes. However, despite their desires, the old lady knew these items were a token of gratitude for Su Yue. And even if she favored Su Mei and Su Chan, she could not distribute Su Yue's gifts to others. Thus, aside from the ginseng and cordyceps explicitly intended for the old lady, all other items were sent directly to Wanyue courtyard, leaving no one else with a share. The second madam grumbled that such treasure should be recorded in the public account, but before she could finish her sentence, a glance from the old lady silenced her. Su Yue had rendered a great service by saving the fifth prince, and this merit would certainly be acknowledged by the emperor, benefiting the entire Chongning Marquis' estate. Every lord in the household would share in this glory. Even if they thought back to the time they pressured Su Yue to visit the princess of Qingyang to apologize and sent her halfway to the Ming Wang's residence before abandoning her. They had no face to contest over these gifts now. With the tokens of gratitude in hand, Su Yue returned to Wanyue courtyard, then gathered some land deeds, selected several rolls of silk and a few jade hairpins, preparing to visit the Gu family. However, just as she reached the entrance of the Marquis' estate, she happened to encounter an eunuch arriving to deliver an imperial edict. The emperor, grateful for Su Yue's efforts in saving the fifth prince, bestowed upon her a pair of jade rui, 2 sets of headwear, 100 acres of fertile land, 100 taels of gold, 20 rolls of fine silk, and 2 pairs of porcelain vases. Along with these were the gifts from Zhao Xianfei, consisting of 2 sets of jewelry, 2 pairs of jade bangles, 10 rolls of fine silk, 2 large East pearls, and a box of small East pearls. Su Yue was overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts. Kneeling to accept the emperor's decree, the eunuch smiled and said, "The noble consort invites Miss Su to the palace for a conversation." Well then, it seems I cannot visit the Gu family today. Chapter 90. Speculation. A carriage from the palace arrived to escort her, and Su Yue climbed aboard, heading directly into the palace. Compared to the previous day, the palace felt much quieter. Once the carriage halted, Xiao Yao disembarked first and assisted Su Yue down. A group of palace maids awaited them, and upon seeing Su Yue, one of them hurried forward to greet her.
Yambi
A maid in the service of noble consort Zhao. "Miss Su, please follow me." Su Yue nodded and followed by towards the Chongqun Palace, where Zhao Xianfei resided. The palace maid moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Su Yue to admire the resplendent splendor of the imperial palace. After a short while, buyer remarked that they would arrive after another half cup of tea's worth of time. "Su Yue, this is quite far," she noted. With patience, they continued on, and soon Su Yue noticed a somewhat familiar figure approaching them. It was the fifth prince, who had nearly drowned the day before. Buyer bowed to the fifth prince, who turned to Su Yue and stated, "I have something to discuss with you." Buyer hesitated. "Your Highness, the virtuous consort wishes to see Miss Su." The fifth prince replied, "You may go inform my mother that I shall bring her shortly. She will not hold it against you." Buyer understood how dearly the consort cherished the fifth prince, especially after nearly losing him the previous day. At this moment, it mattered not that the fifth prince had intercepted Su Yue. Even if he desired the stars and the moon, the consort would find a way to procure them. Buyer bowed and headed back to Chongqun Palace to report. Su Yue looked at the fifth prince, curious about what he wished to convey. Just as she was about to inquire, the fifth prince began to walk away. With no other choice, Su Yue followed him. They were not far from the imperial garden, and upon entering, Su Yue could no longer contain her curiosity. "What do you wish to discuss, fifth prince?" The fifth prince turned back, his expression filled with frustration. "I have yet to formulate my thoughts." Su Yue, feeling a headache coming on, suggested, "Perhaps you should take a moment to think it over while I wait here." She lacked the energy to follow him around aimlessly. As she looked around for a place to rest, the fifth prince's expression darkened with irritation. "People in the palace say your act of saving me was merely because no one dares to marry a woman abandoned by the ninth prince. Is it true that you wish to trap me?" Su Yue, unable to suppress her anger, retorted, "Absolutely not." It was infuriating how her good intentions had been misinterpreted. It was one thing for others to think so, but for the fifth prince to believe it was intolerable. Furthermore, was that truly how one traps another? Fuming, Su Yue glanced at the fifth prince, who towered over her slightly, and asked, "How old are you?" The fifth prince replied, "In 2 months, I will turn 15. With his youth still evident, Su Yue was about to respond when the fifth prince interjected, "Though you saved me, we must maintain decorum. I cannot grant you the status of a principal wife, given your past with the ninth prince." Seeing the fifth prince's reluctant demeanor only aggravated Su Yue further, and fearing her anger might lead to dire consequences, she turned to leave. The fifth prince, taken aback by her sudden departure, hastily followed her. Aware of his pursuit, Su Yue deliberately headed towards the lotus pond, her thoughts in disarray. It seemed that rescuing someone could lead to her own entanglement. What troubled her more was the potential for Consort Zhao to summon her regarding this matter, as the act of resuscitation might be misconstrued as intimate contact requiring responsibility. As Su Yue's agitation grew, the fifth prince continued to chatter behind her. Finally, she stopped and pointed to a blooming lotus in the pond. "That lotus is quite beautiful," she remarked. The fifth prince glanced in the direction of her finger, nodding in agreement, but before he could finish his thought, Su Yue kicked him into the pond. He stumbled forward and fell in with a splash. "Help!" he cried as he flailed in the water. A eunuch watching from a distance was stunned, exclaiming, "Oh no! The fifth prince has fallen into the water again." Just as he shouted, a figure darted past, stepping on the lotus leaves, and swiftly pulled the fifth prince out of the water. Upon reaching the shore, the fifth prince pointed at Su Yue, accusing, "She kicked me into the water." The one who had rescued him was Xiao Qingyi. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Qingyi regarded Su Yue. Believing he would defend the fifth prince, she retorted angrily, "Yes. It was I who kicked him. I saved him, yet he wants to take me as a concubine to humiliate me." Xiao Qingyi's face darkened.
Is that so?
He queried, turning to the fifth prince. The fifth prince replied, "She kissed me, and I must take responsibility, but my father will not approve of her as my principal wife." Before he could finish, Xiao Qingyi tossed him back into the pond. "Fifth prince!"
Su Yue gasped, bewildered.
With another splash, the fifth prince found himself submerged again. His face pale as he struggled in the water, calling for help. After several desperate cries, Xiao Qingyi, irritated by the noise, ordered, "Be quiet." The fifth prince, terrified more by his uncle than by his own parents, ceased his protests. Standing in the water, he realized it only reached his thighs. As he surveyed the gathering palace maids and eunuchs ready to rescue him, he felt an embarrassment he had never experienced before. In Changchun Palace, Consort Zhao sipped tea, awaiting the arrival of the fifth prince and Su Yue. As time passed and they did not appear, anxiety began to creep in. Just as she was about to send someone to investigate, a eunuch hurried in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's bad news. The fifth prince has fallen into the water again." Fear gripped Consort Zhao, her face draining of color as she prepared to rise, but felt dizzy from the sudden movement. Nurse Sun quickly helped her sit down. Inquiring about the incident, the eunuch explained, the fifth prince was kicked into the lotus pond by Miss Su, and after being rescued by the Ming prince, he was tossed back in.
How dare she?
Nurse Sun fumed, but she also attempted to reassure Consort Zhao. Although the Ming prince tossed the fifth prince back in, he will ensure he is unharmed. At that moment, another eunuch rushed in, stating, "The fifth prince is fine. He climbed out of the pond himself." Both Consort Zhao and Nurse Sun sighed in relief, having experienced unnecessary panic. After calming down with a cup of tea, a maid led Su Yue into the main hall. As she approached, Su Yue bowed respectfully, "I pay my respects to Consort Zhao." Consort Zhao regarded Su Yue with mixed feelings of gratitude and irritation. "You have quite the audacity to kick the fifth prince into the water." Su Yue had anticipated that her actions would anger Consort Zhao. Glancing around nervously, she noticed that the other palace attendants had withdrawn, leaving only Nurse Sun at her side. "I did not intend to kick the fifth prince into the water. I acted for his benefit," Su Yue explained. Consort Zhao laughed. "Kicking a prince into the water is for his own good? I am intrigued to hear how you plan to justify this." Chapter 91. Overcoming Su Yue recognized that Consort Zhao was not easily deceived. Holding the title of consort and being a mother to a prince, she was not a soft character. "Your Highness, do you know why the Ming prince recently punished the heir of the Ding Wang and expelled him from the Ming prince's residence, even seeking the emperor's permission to arrange a marriage for him?" Surprised by the sudden shift in topic, Consort Zhao was unaware of the incident. Even the emperor had not been informed by the Ming prince. "I was not aware of this," she admitted.
Su Yue continued.
"The heir of the Ding Wang wished to marry me, which angered the Ming prince." Consort Zhao furrowed her brow. She had heard of the secret meetings arranged between Su Yue and the heir of the Ning Wang, but it was baffling that the Ding Wang's heir would consider marrying her, explaining the Ming prince's fury. Yet, she questioned how this related to Su Yue's act of kicking her son into the water. "I acted out of urgency to save the fifth prince and neglected the proprieties between men and women," Su Yue explained. "He claimed he would take responsibility for me, and I feared he might follow in the footsteps of the Ding Wang's heir. Moreover, the fifth prince was terrified after nearly drowning. To help him overcome that fear, It was best he learned to swim, which is why I kicked him into the lotus pond. Consort Zhao's expression darkened. Do not mention that Su Yue kicked the fifth prince into the water. Even as his mother, I feel the urge to add a kick myself. After explaining, Su Yue inquired about the reason for the summons from the virtuous Consort Zhao. The consort gazed at Su Yue and expressed her gratitude for saving the royal child the previous day, encouraging her to voice any desires she might have. Su Yue quickly replied that her act of saving the fifth prince was not motivated by any expectation of reward, especially since the consort and the emperor had already showered her with many gifts. She simply hoped that the consort would not hold her kick against the fifth prince against her. Had it not been for Su Yue's action, the consort might have doubted her sincerity, but now she was convinced. Su Yue's one kick had inadvertently diminished the gratitude owed to her for rescuing the fifth prince. The consort remarked that since Su Yue acted in the interest of the royal child, she could not possibly blame her. The prince indeed needed to confront his fears and learn how to swim to prevent future mishaps. With no further words from the consort, Su Yue bowed and took her leave. The consort instructed the maid by to escort Su Yue out of the palace. As Su Yue settled into the carriage, the young eunuch drove the horses away. Upon exiting the palace, Su Yue lifted the curtain and realized that they were not headed back to the Chongning Marquis' residence. Raising her suspicions about their destination, the young eunuch explained that the Ming Wang had ordered him to take her to the Wang residence, claiming that Su Yue had left something there that she needed to retrieve. Internally rolling her eyes, Su Yue wondered what she could possibly have left at the Ming Wang's place. Given the disdain he held for her, even her bamboo cottage had been set ablaze. If she had indeed left something behind, it would have been incinerated long ago. Nevertheless, she recalled that the Ming Wang had asked her to retrieve an embroidered handkerchief today. Su Yue instructed the young eunuch to take her back to the Chongning Marquis' residence. Despite the eunuch's hesitations regarding the Ming Wang, Su Yue remained resolute, insisting that if he would not return her to her home, he should let her go. With no other choice, the young eunuch complied, returning Su Yue to the Marquis' residence, knowing that it was his duty to do so. Upon arriving, Su Yue first went to Chunhui courtyard, where the old matriarch noticed the mud on her skirt and asked what had happened. The mud was a result of her kicking the fifth prince into the water, and Su Yue, unable to conceal it, responded casually, explaining that the fifth prince had a psychological aversion to water and she had helped him confront it, inadvertently splattering mud on herself in the process. The light-hearted tone left the old matriarch momentarily stunned, her voice rising in shock. "You kicked the fifth prince into the water?" Su Yue wore an expression that questioned the need for such alarm. "Not only did I assist the fifth prince, but the Ming Wang also aided him by tossing him into the lotus pond and forbidding anyone from rescuing him." The old matriarch's heart raced. It seemed she was truly growing old, for such methods of overcoming fear were beyond her comprehension. Confirming that Consort Zhao bore no ill will towards Su Yue for her audacity, the old matriarch waved her hand, dismissing Su Yue. Returning to Wanyue courtyard,